The esteemed master of metaphysics failed his tribulation and found himself reborn as a young girl laboring on a construction site. In her quest to accumulate faith, she commenced a live stream for fortune-telling, only to inadvertently divine the fate of her biological father. It turns out she is the true heiress of a prestigious family. Upon returning to the affluent world, she confronts 3 unfamiliar brothers and a false heiress armed with a system. She calmly remarked, "Elder brother, your brow is darkening. You are destined for calamity soon. Second brother, you are beset by ill-fated romantic entanglements. If you do not extricate yourself promptly, you shall suffer both disgrace and injury. Third brother, oh, that little thing on your head is truly adorable. Sister, it's fine. You are quite remarkable." The false heiress and the brothers were taken aback. The newcomer seems to have a few screws loose. Before long, the brothers found themselves kneeling before her, pleading, "Sister, save us." Li Jianmu replied, "I am quite occupied, busy rescuing my future husband." But how to remedy the clingy habits of Yan Dongyue? Alas. Chapter 1. The Master of Metaphysics on the Construction Site. Under the blazing sun, the bustling construction site was alive with noise. A slender young girl sat beneath the scorching sun, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the sky, standing out amidst a sea of men in gray work clothes seeking shade. She pondered several pressing questions. Why is the world's spiritual energy on the brink of extinction? Why have the masters of the metaphysical realm met with untimely demise? Why has the connection to the celestial realm of the pure yang become severed? Amidst the oppressive midday heat, why do apparitions drift by? "Shall Li come move some bricks?" A man wearing a hard hat shouted, pulling the girl from her reverie. The girl, who had been deeply concerned about the world and its affairs, promptly rose. Coming, she brushed the dust from her backside and followed the man, deftly donning white gloves, moving with grace and fluidity as they together transported a cartload of bricks. The man wiped the sweat from his brow, panting from exhaustion, and his gaze fell upon Li Jianmu, unable to suppress his admiration. "Your grandfather wouldn't let you work before, but look at you now. You handle it remarkably well and have quite the strength." Li Jianmu smiled gently, her fair face radiating a calmness not typical for her age. She had arrived in this world 3 days prior. Before this, she was the most esteemed disciple under the leader of the Qingxian sect, the greatest hope for the ascension of the entire metaphysical realm. After enduring the tribulation of 9 heavenly thunders, just when she was on the verge of succeeding in her ascension to the legendary celestial ladder, she suddenly became disoriented and fainted. Upon awakening, she found herself a millennium later, inhabiting the body of this young girl. The original owner of this body was named Li Jianmu, an orphan raised by a master from a dilapidated Taoist temple in a remote mountain village of Lin County. That temple was indeed in ruins, lacking in offerings, and in her memories, the original owner lived in destitution with her master, never even having visited the county town. A month and a half ago, the original owner received an acceptance letter from Beijing University and, due to financial constraints, accompanied her village brother Zhao Gang to work and earn tuition. Thus, she found herself moving bricks at the construction site. As for why she now occupies this body and the whereabouts of the original owner, she remains unaware. All she knows is that within this body, only her soul resides, and she feels an unparalleled connection to it. "It's too hot today. Let's go back for lunch." Foreman Wang said to resume work at 3 this afternoon. "We can rest in the shade for a while," Zhao Gang suggested. Li Jianmu nodded, following him to eat. Sister Zhang, who was cooking, worked swiftly, producing large, soft steamed buns and a sumptuous stir-fry of winter melon and chicken. Upon seeing such a young girl come to serve herself, she felt a pang of compassion and deliberately placed a small chicken leg in her bowl. "Eat more. If it's not enough, I'll give you more later," Sister Zhang encouraged. Li Jianmu smiled, her gaze lingering on Sister Zhang's face as she said, "Sister, please delay dinner until later. Do not touch any knives before 5 o'clock." Sister Zhang and those around her chuckled. "Little Li is fortune-telling again? We don't tolerate deception on our construction site." "What's the matter?" Sister Zhang, a seasoned knife handler, could still get hurt. Li Jianmu nodded earnestly, looking at Sister Zhang. "If you touch a kitchen knife before 5 o'clock, there will be bloodshed. Get away, get away. If you curse me again, I'll hit you," Sister Zhang jokingly scolded, brushing off the warning. Indeed, the times have changed, alas. Zhao Gang, holding a bowl, trailed behind her, laughing uncontrollably. "Little Li, fortune-telling is not for someone like you. Others only speak sweetly, unlike you. Yesterday, Aunt Shou offered you a biscuit, and you remarked on her mother's lack of it, yet her mother called her this morning. Today, Sister Zhang presented you with a chicken leg, and you claimed she would face a calamity. Tell me, how can anyone dare to treat you kindly if you continue like this? It may be acceptable to intimidate others online, but we are all from the same construction site. There's no room for that online nonsense here. Li Jianmu shook her head, unwilling to elaborate further. She took out her phone, opened the Tomato Live platform, logged into her account, and found a wooden stand to lay her phone flat. For the past few days, she had been contemplating the reasons for her failure to ascend in her previous life, ultimately concluding that her merits were too shallow. In her past life, upon her birth, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. As soon as she landed, the esteemed Master Qingxian, who had been waiting outside, scooped her up and accepted her as his direct disciple. For over 20 years, she devoted herself to cultivation, never descending the mountain for practical experience. Although she mastered metaphysics and possessed profound skills, her merits were scant, and perhaps that was why she was not recognized by the heavenly order. After inheriting the original owner's memories, she inadvertently opened the live streaming software and, in a moment of inspiration, decided to create a metaphysics live streaming channel. As she understood, the internet was the quickest way to encounter a myriad of individuals. Unfortunately, she was merely an inconspicuous newcomer, lacking the ability to manipulate flashy covers. After 2 days of broadcasting, her online audience barely exceeded 10, with all of them mocking her. Consequently, she had yet to receive a single donation. Like fish in water. Here we go again, little sister. Why must you engage in such futile superstition? Snake Spirit Hospital Director, saving neurotic young girls is everyone's responsibility. LSP Persuader, sister, have you considered switching to singing and dancing as a streamer? With your looks, you could be a hit in another category. These 3 individuals encountered Li Jianmu during her first live stream. Noticing her youthful appearance, they were determined to steer her back onto the right path, relentlessly appearing in her broadcasts to offer their unsolicited advice. Li Jianmu pretended not to notice and calmly stated, in a metaphysics live stream, one can read faces, tell fortunes, and assess feng shui. A deep-water bomb, if you please. The deep-water bomb was a gift on the platform, priced at 999 yuan, with the platform taking a 50% cut, leaving her with less than 500. She considered this amount quite low, yet to the audience, it remained exorbitant. 500 yuan tossed to other streamers would elicit affectionate calls of brother, while tossing it to her might not even create a splash. Li Jianmu paid no mind to the comments. After speaking, she opened her stainless steel lunch container and began to eat. Casually glancing at the screen, she noted 8 viewers. Aside from the 3 dedicated fans, there were 5 visitors. As she gnawed on the chicken leg, 2 visitors exited the live stream. Little snail. What is this, a metaphysics live stream? 666, I've never seen one before. Universe's most handsome. What's the point of metaphysics? Fortune-telling? Who's doing the reading? Like fish in water, the streamer is just this little sister eating. Universe's most handsome, a fortune-telling master eating construction site food? Sister, change your background and wear better clothes. Perhaps then I'll believe you. A master cannot be this impoverished. Li Jianmu swallowed the chicken in her mouth and replied leisurely. There are 3 deficiencies and 5 flaws in destiny. If one is deficient in wealth, even the most formidable metaphysical master will be reduced to rags, relying on the charity of others. Chapter 2. The most charming in the universe. The most charming in the universe. So, you believe you lack fortune? I lack nothing, merely youthful, she emphasized earnestly. At that moment, she had shed her cement gray coat and yellow cap, her hair damp and sticking in disheveled strands to her forehead, her small face, no larger than a palm, dusted with grime. Despite this, her pair of crystalline eyes sparkled with vitality, and as she spoke earnestly, an inexplicable air of calmness and an aura of authority enveloped her. Seated before the computer, Zhou Shuai felt a sudden stir within him. An enthusiast of metaphysics, he was particularly fond of tales involving the supernatural or hermits engaged in esoteric practices. Though this young girl was likely a fraud, given her tender age, he pondered the possibility. After all, had not novels suggested that those who appeared least like masters were often the true ones? He contemplated this and typed a few words. The most charming in the universe. How does one read fortunes, and what are your fees? Li Jianmu reiterated the rules. 1,000 yuan, a modest sum. As a young scion of wealth, Zhou Shuai had some awareness of the going rates. Esteemed masters in the field typically charged 6 figures. If nothing else, he could pass the time entertaining the young girl. He casually sent a virtual bomb, its vibrant colors bursting forth in the live stream, astonishing the other viewers. As fish in water. Brother, you are fostering a nefarious trend. LSP, urging reform, a foolish heart with abundant wealth? Head of the Snake Spirit Hospital, should your mind be troubled, do visit our hospital for treatment. Not wishing to be deceived today. Surely a scam, huh? Such a good performance. Not wishing to be deceived today exited the live stream. Apart from 3 elderly viewers, only the most charming in the universe and the silent little snail remained. Li Jianmu remained unfazed. Having finally garnered some business, she promptly set aside her meal. Send a photo of your bare face along with your birth date and time, and specify the area you wish to inquire about, be it love, career, or health. Zhou Shuai hesitated momentarily before quickly uploading a photo and his birth details. Li Jianmu glanced at them, her brow furrowing. The image depicted a middle-aged man with short hair and a stern visage. "This is not you," she declared. For the photo's subject was a woman who had passed away 3 years prior. Her expression grew cold. "If you do not believe, I can leave. Fortune-telling is based on fate. There's no need for tests." Zhou Shuai felt a pang in his chest. Her frigid gaze seemed to pierce through the internet, probing into his very thoughts. Instantly, he retracted his jesting demeanor and typed a new message. "The most charming in the universe. My apologies, master. I was mistaken. I shall resend another photo." Subsequently, Li Jianmu received a new photo and birth details. The image revealed a youthful man in his early 20s, with delicate features and a natural smile, radiating warmth and approachability. Li Jianmu confirmed that the facial features aligned with the birth details, and her expression softened slightly. "What shall I predict? The most charming in the universe. Feel free, just share whatever comes to mind." Li Jianmu was not surprised. He had not regarded her as a divine being, but rather seemed to approach her with a mindset of testing her accuracy. Thus, she began her reading. "You are 23 years old, the only child in your family. Your refined features and spirited eyes indicate a prosperous upbringing and favorable fortune. Additionally, your well-defined and healthy ears suggest that you performed exceptionally well in your college entrance examinations and are currently studying at a prestigious institution. The most charming in the universe. That seems accurate. As fish in water. Such deductions are easily made from his earlier willingness to spend 1,000 yuan without hesitation. It's clear he comes from wealth. Young lady, please cease the deception. LSP, urging reform. Little sister, have you considered transitioning your live stream to the neighboring singing and dancing section? Surely it would be more lucrative." Li Jianmu replied, "I have yet to finish. You have encountered 2 minor tribulations in your life, at the ages of 7 and 15. At 7, during the ghost month, you were warned against venturing out at night. At 15, an incident necessitated bloodshed. Though not severe, these experiences should be quite memorable." Zhou Shuai's eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? At 7, a blind fortune-teller had warned him not to leave his home at night throughout the entirety of July, lest he offend the spirits. A day or 2 was manageable, but an entire month was a matter of life and death for a child. On one occasion, while playing outside with neighborhood friends, he returned late under a starry sky and heard an eerie catus cry. From that night on, he was haunted by wild cats in his dreams, their chilling wails threatening to shatter his sanity. Consequently, he fell gravely ill, and the hospital could not determine the cause, labeling it merely a common cold. Yet he languished in bed for 3 months, nearly losing his life. Only when his mother encountered the blind man again was he cured. It was then that his interest in metaphysics began to blossom. As for the incident at 15, Zhou Shuai rubbed his face awkwardly. He had secretly entered a romantic relationship, leading to a decline in his studies, which his father discovered, resulting in a severe beating. In his rebellious phase, he believed in the grandeur of his love and, after enduring the punishment, impulsively took his father's new motorcycle and ran away from home. Unfortunately, he crashed, breaking a leg and sustaining a deep gash that bled profusely. Even now, a long scar remained on his calf. Due to his parents' jobs, the family had relocated several times, so few knew of these events, making it unlikely that anyone had informed the broadcaster. This left but one possibility. The host truly possessed some ability. He promptly sent another virtual bomb. "The most charming in the universe. Your reading is remarkably accurate. I apologize for testing you in that manner. Could you now assist me in discerning whether my girlfriend and I are fated to be together?" Li Jianmu pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have a photo or birth details of your girlfriend?" "The most charming in the universe. No birth details, but I will send you a photo." Li Jianmu soon received an unfiltered photo. The girl within was youthful and radiant, her smile warm and gentle. Even without any enhancements, her natural beauty surpassed many. With only a few viewers present, Zhou Shuai's image was visible solely to Li Jianmu, so he did not shy away from explaining why he sought her guidance regarding love. Zhou Shuai recounted that he and his girlfriend had been together for 6 months. She was a year his junior, beautiful, gentle in nature, and from a good family. He felt they complemented each other well in various aspects, save for one issue. His girlfriend was exceedingly reserved, with strict household rules. She was like Cinderella, vanishing at midnight. Each time they met, she would leave by afternoon and never see him in the evenings. Initially, he assumed it was due to her family's strict upbringing. Yet as time passed, he began to sense something awry. If safety were the concern, summer days were long. Yet she often rushed off as early as 6 in the evening, leaving him puzzled. Chapter 3. The Hat Turned Green. After Zhou Shuai finished his description, a hush fell over the live stream, and after a few seconds, someone began to type. As fish in water. There is something I'm unsure whether to mention. LSP, urging reform. Based on my extensive experience, either you are a bald-headed man, or your girlfriend is a reincarnation of Cinderella. Head of the Snake Spirit Hospital. Could it be a psychological issue that triggers at night? If so, bring her to our hospital. Little snail. Let us hear what the host has to say. Zhou Shuai furrowed his brow, growing increasingly uncomfortable. He still loved his girlfriend. It was merely confusion he felt, never doubting the integrity of their relationship, for he held confidence in his own worth. Observing the young girl's innocent face lost in contemplation, he suddenly felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Could it be that his girlfriend has truly betrayed him? Universe's most handsome. Host, just tell me what you've calculated. I won't be angry. Li Jianmu cast a sympathetic glance, asking, where are you right now? Have you seen your girlfriend today? Universe's most handsome. I'm at the cafe working on my thesis. She has something to attend to today, so we haven't met yet. There's a shop related to rabbits 100 meters southeast of your current location. You'll find her there. Zhou Shuai was bewildered. Can fortune tellers really be this precise? Could it be a scam? Yet, inexplicably compelled, he rose and gazed in the southeast direction. Wait, rabbits? A thought crossed his mind, and he hurriedly exited. Less than 100 meters to the southwest, he found a pink building adorned with a large rabbit logo and the words themed hotel above the entrance, sending a chill through him. His expression was complex as he dragged his feet toward the entrance. Just as he arrived, he spotted a man and a woman exiting, their arms casually draped over one another. The woman was indeed his girlfriend, Wang Zixin, and the man, chewing gum, was Zhao Yisheng, a well-known rich heir from the university town. Well, if it isn't our young Master Zhou. Are you lost? This is a couple-themed hotel. And you've come alone? What a joke. Zhao Yisheng jested. Wang Zixin's face turned pale, her body stiffening. Zhou Shuai gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. What is your relationship? Zhao Yisheng raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the woman in his arms and then back at Zhou Shuai, as realization dawned upon him. So, this is your girl? Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. You didn't mention anything, and we've already well, you know. Stop. Don't say another word. Wang Zixin bit her lip, pleading softly. Zhao Yisheng pretended not to hear, smirking at Zhou Shuai. But young Master Zhou, your taste is rather questionable. This girl can be wooed with a mere bottle of perfume worth $1,000. Quite a steal. He leaned closer to Zhou Shuai, whispering though, I must admit, she does smell delightful. How dare you? Zhou Shuai could no longer contain himself and retaliated with a punch. Ah! The scene erupted into chaos. In the live stream, after Li Jianmu concluded his narration, Zhou Shuai vanished from view. The remaining viewers, bored, lingered, speculating about Zhou Shuai's girlfriend, and soon found themselves engrossed in conversation. Noticing his own lack of involvement, Li Jianmu decided to grab a meal. He quickly devoured a bowl of rice, when suddenly the sound of vehicles outside caught his attention. The foreman, old Wang, approached. Anyone finished eating, come help unload the trucks. It's sweltering hot. Can't we catch a break at midday? Old Wang chuckled. If we delay, we won't finish the project on time. And then we won't have any wages to pay. The group dared not complain further, rising to their feet. Aware of their exhaustion, old Wang added, after we unload these trucks, I'll buy everyone some drinks, and tonight, I'll have Sister Zhang add some meat dishes. I'll cover the costs. Now, hurry up. Cheers erupted, and they all set to work. Seeing this, Li Jianmu stood up, intending to end the live stream and join the labor. However, upon glancing at his phone, he was astonished to find a sudden influx of viewers. The online count had soared to 180, with comments streaming in rapidly. Isn't this supposed to be a metaphysics live stream? Why are we on a construction site? This young lady is quite attractive. Has cosplay really reached construction site attire? I see the donations coming in. I didn't expect so few viewers, and she is still a newcomer. With so many donations for a newcomer, she must either have a sponsor or a relative in the platform. After observing for a while, Li Jianmu realized that the two substantial donations from Universe's Most Handsome had drawn in the crowd. Typically, large donations would display a line of text floating at the top of the app, luring some users to click and enter the live stream. Li Jianmu stated, "This is a metaphysics live stream where we can read fortunes and assess feng shui, but today's session has concluded. Please return next time if you wish to participate." Hey, this little girl is barely old enough. Can she really read fortunes? How amusing. As fish in water. Don't end it yet. We're still curious about the continuation of the story. Crazy Snake Hospital Director. Why not have the little lady live stream her brick lifting instead? LSP advising reform. A beautiful girl lifting bricks is certainly more enticing than metaphysics. That could be a live stream in itself. I've never seen what a real construction site looks like. Can you give us a tour? I'll donate. What is so fascinating about a construction site? Just bricks, tiles, and concrete? Dirty stuff. In this scorching heat, we still have to work and lift bricks? This can't be a real construction site. Otherwise, how could the host with such slender arms and legs manage? The barrage of comments exhibited a burgeoning interest in the construction site and bricklifting, with several users declaring that they would donate if she could show them her actual bricklifting. Li Jianmu, contemplating his dismal live stream statistics, hesitated before deciding against shutting it down. He took his phone and joined the others outside. 3 large trucks appeared, laden with bricks. Our task is to unload these bricks. Li Jianmu secured his phone at a height, ensuring it was aimed at the bricklifting trucks, and then proceeded to work. In the live stream, viewers clearly witnessed her donning work attire, placing on a hat, and finally slipping on white gloves, integrating herself among a sea of yellow hats as she approached the truck. Though her frame was slender and her arms lacked bulk, she demonstrated surprising strength, executing her tasks with remarkable efficiency, clearly not merely posing for the camera. Moreover, contrary to their expectations that she would tire within minutes, she managed to unload all the bricks from the 3 trucks without pausing. After completing the unloading, the afternoon work hours commenced. Without a moment's respite, Li Jianmu was soon called to lift rebar and mix cement, completely forgetting about her phone and the live stream, engrossed in the bustling activity. Meanwhile, the online viewer count surged higher and higher. When Li Jianmu finally paused to catch her breath, she remembered her phone. As she sipped water and approached, she was taken aback by the online count, 3,380? Chapter 4. Little Li's words come true. Ha ha ha. The host finally remembered she was live streaming. The young lady works efficiently. Such a young age and so hardworking. I'm a fan now. Young lady. Change your profile and avatar and take a cover photo at the construction site. That would attract more followers. What happened to the promised metaphysics live stream? A beautiful girl lifting bricks? Truly, metaphysics is laughable. Wait, this little face, this height. Could she be underage? Is it illegal to employ minors on a construction site? No way. I have to report this. As the chat swiftly veered into legal territory, Li Jianmu interjected. I'm not underage. I'm already 10. Suddenly, the phone screen flickered and went black. Li Jianmu. What's wrong, little Li? Zhao Gang, noticing her bewildered expression, chuckled. Li Jianmu held her phone aloft. Distressed. The viewer suspect I'm underage and are threatening to report the construction site for illegal child labor. I wanted to explain, but my phone died. Zhao Gang burst into laughter, his focus shifting. Didn't you say there were no viewers yesterday? How come you have fans today? What were you streaming? Li Jianmu hesitated. I live streamed lifting bricks and mixing cement for a bit. Zhao Gang nodded with a grin. That is spot on. It's definitely something that would attract Chinese netizens. Li Jianmu was bewildered. Was lifting bricks truly more captivating than metaphysics? Zhao Gang was at a loss for how to explain it to her. In a nation focused on infrastructure, people genuinely enjoyed watching such content. Live streaming excavators digging dirt could draw millions of viewers. Well, let them report it then. There's no need to worry. We're just joking around. Besides, you're already over 18, so what is there to fear? Zhao Gang dismissed the concern lightly. Li Jianmu nodded in agreement. However, you won't be able to continue working these next few days. School starts next week, right? I'll speak to the foreman tonight and have him settle your wages in advance. You should begin preparing for your school registration. Li Jianmu calculated that with the start of classes at North City University just 4 days away, and needing 2 days for registration, she indeed had to get ready. She nodded in affirmation. The two chatted idly for a while before they were about to return to their work of moving bricks when suddenly a loud wail pierced the air. They turned to see a middle-aged woman, her eyes red and swollen, rushing toward them. "Something's happened at home. There's been an incident," she cried, heading straight for one of the laborers. Recognizing her, the workers swiftly approached to inquire about the situation. Zhao Gang also hurried over. Only Li Jianmu displayed a flicker of understanding in her eyes. The woman was Aunt Zhou, who worked at the site alongside her husband, living near Li Jianmu. She had always treated her kindly, even giving her a biscuit the day before. Noticing Aunt Zhou's distressed expression, Li Jianmu had urged her to return home promptly, suggesting she might see her mother one last time. This had frightened Aunt Zhou considerably, but when she called home, her family had reassured her that everything was fine. This had left Aunt Zhou quite upset, and she had glared at Li Jianmu that morning. Now, it seemed she had received the news of her mother's passing. Aunt Zhou, tearfully relaying the news to her husband, left him shocked. He quickly requested leave from the foreman to return home, and the foreman readily consented. The onlookers watched as the couple supported each other and hurried away. It said that old Zhou was orphaned at a young age and raised by his mother-in-law. "Now that she's gone, they must be heartbroken," someone remarked. Just the other day, he mentioned saving some money to bring his mother-in-law to the city for a visit. And now this. Wait, didn't someone say yesterday that his mother-in-law was unwell? The group fell silent, recalling the previous day's conversation. And their gazes shifted towards Li Jianmu. Zhao Gang swallowed hard, his expression complex. Li Jianmu paused momentarily before responding, "Let's get back to work." The others exchanged glances, hastily dismissing the chill that had crept in, and laughingly urged one another to return to their tasks, suggesting it might just be a coincidence. Yet, an undercurrent of concern lingered in their minds as they discreetly observed Li Jianmu while working. Was it truly just a coincidence? By the afternoon, as the workday concluded around 6:30, the workers were planning to head out to eat at Sister Zhang's when they noticed Foreman Wang approaching with a sigh. "Today, let's eat out," he announced. The workers exchanged puzzled glances. "Why? Is something wrong? Eating out is expensive and unsatisfying," they muttered. Foreman Wang discreetly glanced at Li Jianmu before quickly looking away. "Sister Zhang injured her hand and had to be taken to the hospital. It's quite serious. And there isn't enough time to cook. So, let's eat out instead. I'll reimburse you, up to 20 yuan. The matter of reimbursement was no longer the primary concern. The main focus was that what little Li had predicted had come true. At this point, no one dared to suggest it was mere coincidence. All right. Stop staring at the girl and hurry off to eat." Foreman Wang's words prompted the previously restless crowd to disperse quickly. Just as Li Jianmu was about to follow Zhao Gang out, she was suddenly called back by Foreman Wang. She turned to see him beckoning her over. "Little Li, you've been with us for some time now, haven't you?" She nodded. Wang smiled. "There aren't many young people like you on the site. I've been busy lately and haven't had the chance to welcome you properly. How about we have a meal together today?" Zhao Gang, who had lingered, quickly interjected, "Oh, Brother Wang, little Li is still a child. How could she afford to treat you? Let me treat you instead." Foreman Wang shot him a glare. "I'm speaking with little Li. What business do you have interrupting? It just shows your lack of understanding." Zhao Gang fell silent. Li Jianmu's gaze lingered on Wang's face. He was only 35, but his short stature, rough skin from years of labor, and thinning hair made him appear older. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and though his cheekbones were high, he had a bit of flesh on his cheeks, suggesting he was perceptive and somewhat clever. However, he was not cunning. Rather, he treated his workers fairly. A man who could secure work for strong laborers to earn money away from their impoverished hometown was inherently good-natured. Li Jianmu surmised he had something he wanted her assistance with. She nodded, "I'll follow Uncle Wang's lead." Wang chuckled heartily, playfully slapping Zhao Gang on the back. "Look at how decisive she is compared to you. No wonder she's a prestigious university student while you're just a brick mover." "What of it? University students still need to call me brother, right, little Li?" Zhao Gang puffed up with pride. Li Jianmu smiled. "Yes, Brother Zhao." Chapter 5. What strange forces could there be? The three of them chatted amiably as they made their way outside. There weren't many good dining options near the construction site, just a small couple-run eatery that served decent food at slightly higher prices. Normally, Wang would only indulge in that place when entertaining site supervisors. Li Jianmu noticed that he not only invited her out to eat but also reserved the only private room, indicating that his request must be significant. Once seated, Wang handed the menu to Li Jianmu, encouraging her to order first. She did not hesitate, selecting 3 substantial dishes. Zhao Gang opened his mouth to protest. Isn't that too much? But Wang shot him a look that silenced him. The girl is still growing. 3 dishes are hardly excessive. It's rare for us to eat out, let us add 2 more. He then ordered 2 additional dishes before handing the menu back to the waiter. Once the waiter departed, Li Jianmu poured herself a cup of tea. The tea was a complimentary offering from the restaurant, made from finely crushed leaves that tasted sour and astringent. She set it down after a single sip. Noticing this, Wang hurriedly suggested, "How about a bottle of soda? Does Little Li prefer orange juice or Sprite?" Li Jianmu looked puzzled. "What's orange juice? What's Sprite?" Wang paused, chuckled, and felt a tinge of sympathy. The child is 18 and has never tasted orange juice or Sprite. How unfortunate. He waved his hand, ordering large bottles of both drinks. Li Jianmu cautiously took a sip of the orange-hued liquid. The sweet and tangy flavor, complemented by the chewable pulp, instantly captivated her. "This is delicious," she exclaimed, taking several more sips. The sheer delight in her expression made both Wang and Zhao Gang chuckle. Once Li Jianmu regained her composure, she turned her gaze toward Wang. "Uncle Wang, is there something you need my help with?" She was not one for beating around the bush. It was simpler to address matters directly. Wang paused for a moment, then smiled. "Little Li is indeed sharp. You guessed it right away." He sighed, attempting to pull out a cigarette, but then remembered her age and put it back. "Little Li, I'd like to ask you, can you really tell fortunes and read faces?
Li Jianmu nodda.
Can you also exorcise evil spirits?" Wang asked hesitantly. Without hesitation, she nodded again. "Really?" Wang was overjoyed. Li Jianmu, understanding his skepticism given her youth, patiently reassured him, "You have not been afflicted by any malevolent spirits recently, and your family is in good health." Wang quickly clarified, "No, not me. It's Boss Chun from the neighboring site." Li Jianmu turned her attention to him. "In our vicinity, the small contractors have formed a group. Since our construction site is nearing completion, many are uncertain where they will work next month. One day, I inquired within the group about any available jobs and happened to hear some news. Boss Chun from next door had a project that was supposed to commence this month, but 2 teams sent their encounter mishaps, either broken limbs or feet pierced by steel nails. The word in the industry is that the site is cursed, and no one is willing to take the risk. Boss Chun is beside himself with worry." Li Jianmu remarked, "Uncle Wang intends to gather everyone to take on this job?" Old Wang offered a wry smile. "I know this situation seems rather ominous, but Boss Chun is offering a handsome sum. The daily earnings would equate to what we currently make in 2 days. And it would keep us busy until the end of the year without the need to search elsewhere." Before Li Jianmu could respond, Zhao Gang interjected eagerly, "Let's do it." Who still believes in superstitions? It could just be a coincidence, no need to turn down money over it. Old Wang shook his head. "You don't understand. This is not mere superstition. Never mind, you wouldn't comprehend. As a contractor, he had witnessed numerous such occurrences. Before any significant construction begins, owners often consult feng shui masters. Do those wealthy owners truly have too much money to waste?" He turned to Li Jianmu. "Little Li, do you think there's a way to resolve this? Or perhaps you know any masters who could assist?" Ultimately, Old Wang felt that Li Jianmu, being young, was not necessarily connected to the notion of exorcism. Inviting her to dinner was partly due to their shared hometown ties, especially since she was about to enter a prestigious university. It was also because Li Jianmu had demonstrated her abilities today. He believed that despite her limited experience, she must know many masters within the metaphysical community. To his surprise, Li Jianmu replied directly, "No need. I can handle it myself." "When are you taking me there?" Old Wang gasped, "Are you sure? Since Uncle Wang has sought my help, he should trust me," Li Jianmu stated firmly, her gaze steady and resolute. Old Wang's unease began to dissipate. "Very well, after dinner, I'll take you to have a look." Li Jianmu nodded in agreement. Zhao Gang glanced around, bewildered. How did they come to an agreement? Could it be that there truly are malevolent forces in this world? Once the food was served, Li Jianmu quickly learned the meaning of each mountain higher than the last. While Sister Zhang's cooking was commendable, it paled in comparison to the stir-fry. Her appetite seemed insatiable, and she focused solely on her meal. Old Wang and Zhao Gang, both hearty eaters, finished off the 5 generous dishes and 2 buckets of rice with remarkable speed. After the meal, Li Jianmu grabbed an unfinished bottle of Sprite and followed Old Wang to the car. The construction site Boss Chun mentioned was over 5 kilometers away from theirs. Zhao Gang wished to join, but Old Wang sent him back. "I've already called Boss Chun. Aside from a few guards, there's hardly anyone left at the site. He has informed the guards, so we can just walk in." Li Jianmu nodded and then asked, Aren't the guards afraid? Old Wang replied, not at all. The guards are local residents who have lived here for years, and like Xiao Gang, they believe the previous incidents were mere accidents, so they aren't frightened. Li Jianmu lowered her gaze slightly, nodding in understanding. The vehicle glided into the suburbs under the cover of night. This construction site was newly planned, and the surrounding buildings were still unfinished, rendering the roads desolate, with only a few distant lights twinkling like stars. Suddenly, Li Jianmu felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. She furrowed her brow and rolled down the window to look outside. In the vacant spaces beside the road, some nocturnal beings engaged in their nightly rituals. Some conversed, while others gazed curiously at their vehicle. A few mischievous spirits even attempted to follow the car, but after a few steps, found themselves inexplicably halted. There was nothing unusual, merely the typical wandering souls and spirits. Chapter 6. It felt a bit chilly. Where had that intense feeling come from? Li Jianmu frowned, knowing her instincts were not mistaken. Could there be some powerful entities or vengeful spirits lurking in this desolate area? What's wrong, little Li? Nothing, she replied, rolling up the window. Old Wang dismissed her concerns. Pointing ahead, look, that's the site. Li Jianmu gazed into the darkness. A single flickering light appeared amidst the void, resembling a beacon in the night, yet radiating an eerie solitude. As they approached, the light illuminated the car, dispelling some of the isolation. Is this Wang Gong? Boss Chen just called. You may proceed. A man in his 40s approached them. Li Jianmu noticed a few individuals playing cards by the guard shack. Indeed, they seemed unperturbed. She redirected her attention to the construction site ahead. Before her, the sky appeared to shift from pitch black to a muted gray. Faint tendrils of dark energy emanating from the site, still visible beneath the gray expanse. Clearly, it was not just coincidence. Has work here been halted for the past couple of days? Old Wang inquired. The guard, Sun Gua, smiled ruefully. Indeed, everyone is spooked by the rumors. Personally, I think it's nothing, but who knows when this building will actually be completed? Upon finishing a sentence, Sun Gua's gaze fell upon Li Jianmu, and he suddenly asked, by the way, who is this? Oh, this is the master I invited to help resolve the issues at the site, Old Wang interjected. Sun Gua paused, chuckling lightly. Though he said nothing, the implication was clear in his laughter. Old Wang frowned, clearly displeased. Li Jianmu seemed unfazed by the exchange, her eyes fixed on the distant site. I'll go in by myself, she declared suddenly. Old Wang firmly refused. No way. What if something happens to you? Forget about the possible malevolence. This site is half finished, full of pits and exposed rebar. One misstep could lead to injury. Sun Gua added, exactly. If something were to happen, it would be hard to explain. You, a young lady, cannot go in alone. We should all go together. Li Jianmu glanced at both men, then nodded, if you insist. She stepped forward, this time not waiting for Sun Gua to lead, heading toward one of the directions. Sun Gua and Old Wang exchanged glances and hurried to follow her. Slow down. Lily, watch your step. Old Wang cautioned, feeling an unusual chill in the air. He tightened his coat and quickened his pace behind her. Though Sun Gua doubted Li Jianmu was truly a master, she was still a young girl, so he shone his flashlight down to illuminate her path, ensuring she wouldn't stumble. Li Jianmu moved swiftly, deftly avoiding the heaps of construction materials and various pits. Sun Gua, who considered himself well acquainted with the site, couldn't help but feel puzzled as she navigated with the familiarity of someone at home. As they ventured deeper, the once oppressive darkness seemed to take on a veil of mist. Initially, Sun Gua and Old Wang chatted casually about the intended layout of the building. But gradually their pace slowed, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. Could it be that there really is something here? Old Wang murmured, scanning the silent surroundings. Li Jianmu shot a casual glance around. Indeed, there are many. In fact, more than you might expect. Most of them, upon noticing her, chose to keep their distance. Occasionally, a bolder spirit would peek out from behind a half-wall, tilting its head to observe them, only to be swiftly yanked away by an elder spirit trailing behind. Seeing her silent, Old Wang rubbed his arms, too apprehensive to speak. Meanwhile, Li Jianmu's footsteps ahead began to slow. She halted in front of a chaotic pile of bricks, circling it twice, her eyes narrowing slightly. Sun Gua and Old Wang, observing her grave expression, also came to a standstill, surveying their surroundings. Do you feel a bit chilly? Old Wang tightened his clothing. Suddenly, Li Jianmu whirled around, casting a piercing glance at Old Wang. The sharpness of her gaze, illuminated by Sun Gua's flashlight, was utterly terrifying. Old Wang inhaled sharply, a grown man nearly struck by fear. Ellie, what's wrong? However, Li Jianmu was not looking at him. She seized a brick and hurled it fiercely at Old Wang. His expression changed dramatically, instinctively trying to evade, yet his body felt as if bound by some invisible fetters, rendering him immobile. Fortunately, the brick soared past his shoulder, striking something with a resounding thud before falling to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Old Wang seemed to hear a piercing human cry. What on earth is happening? Sun Wu's eyes widened, and in the next instant, he collapsed stiffly. Li Jianmu swiftly approached Old Wang and gave his shoulder a firm pat. In an instant, the shackles on Old Wang vanished, and as curiosity prompted him to glance back, a sharp pain in his neck caused him to faint as well. Li Jianmu withdrew her hand, glancing at the two men on the ground, her hesitation dissipating. She pressed her hands together, forming a gesture, and with a swift motion, a golden net materialized in midair. The net expanded, soaring towards a direction, enveloping an area of empty air. Subsequently, the net tightened, coalescing into a basketball-sized bundle, which sailed back toward Li Jianmu. In a single decisive move, the opponent offered no resistance. She waved her hand, and the golden orb halted before her, accompanied by a flurry of chattering sounds in the air. Speak in human language, Li Jianmu said, clearing her ears. The orb hesitated for a moment, seemingly recalling how to speak. Why are you capturing me? Li Jianmu fixed her gaze on the orb, mimicking its accent. Why do you torment those workers? The orb fell silent for a moment before responding. I did not torment them. This land belongs to my family. I simply do not want them to build houses here. Li Jianmu replied, but you are deceased. So what? I still have a son. He is remarkable. And in the future, my family's sons and grandsons will return to build houses here. If they build now, where will my children have a place? Li Jianmu attempted to explain. This land has been requisitioned by the state and allocated to developers. Your son should receive compensation and find residence elsewhere. I do not care about that, I know nothing of it. All I know is that this is my family's land, and unless it is for my son, I do not want anyone else building here. What if my son returns and cannot find his home? Li Jianmu interjected. Those who cannot be reasoned with will be sent away. The orb grew agitated, exclaiming, Why are you being unreasonable? I have not killed anyone. I am merely protecting my family's land. Is there no place in this world for reason? Pity this unfortunate soul. Chapter 7. A person stuck between the bricks. The orb began to weep uncontrollably, and Li Jianmu envisioned a woman online, sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum. She patiently inquired, What do you wish for, then? She sensed that the orb did not genuinely oppose the workers. Otherwise, it could have easily caused harm and turned this place into a site of tragedy. Although there had been incidents at the construction sites recently, they resulted in only minor injuries, sparing lives. Moreover, she had never frightened the original inhabitants or their descendants. Through sobs, the orb sniffled and spoke softly. I have 2 wishes. I see, Li Jianmu replied, rubbing her temples. Speak. The orb elaborated on its history. It belonged to a widow named Lu, whose husband had passed away early. She had painstakingly raised her son, her greatest wish being for him to achieve greatness and bring honor to their family. In the late 20th century, a wave of labor migration swept through the village, with many young adults earning substantial fortunes and returning home in glory. Lu's son, just reaching adulthood, yearned to join them. Lu, deeming him too young, disapproved, but he left a letter behind, taking 20 yuan from home and running away. Lu wept bitterly, waiting for her son's return for 5 long years. But he never came back, and the police could not locate him. Rumors circulated. Some said he had become successful and abandoned his mother, while others claimed he had fallen into trouble and met a tragic end. Yet Lu believed none of it, clinging to her son's letter, waiting at home for his return. Eventually, she met an untimely demise after accidentally falling into a ditch. I understand that building houses in the village is beneficial for everyone, but this is my family's ancestral land, and my son has not yet built his home. Why should they build first? What if my son returns and cannot find his way home? I do not seek wealth or riches, just 2 requests. Master, you are so powerful. Could you help me find my son and bring him back, just to say I miss him, regardless of whether he has earned money? I wish to see him one last time. Secondly, this land was originally my family's. I have heard that those who use it must provide a room for my family. I simply ask if my son could have a room. Li Jianmu nodded. What is your son's name? The widow Lu replied excitedly. My son's name is Taidan. Li Jianmu remained silent. 10 minutes later, Old Wang and Sun Guo were awakened by someone's touch. Upon regaining consciousness, they stared at the bright lights at the construction site, momentarily bewildered. Where are we? Old Wang, as if in a dream, gazed at the glowing figure. This is the underworld, someone jested. Li Jianmu said, this is the construction site. Uncle Wang, get up, everything is fine. Her cool voice instantly brought clarity to Old Wang. Blinking, he sat up, realizing he was lying at the construction site entrance, alongside Sun Guo, who appeared equally disoriented. I remember now, Li, did you see something just now? What happened? The others turned their attention to the young girl. The guards were villagers who had never been frightened by Widow Lu and naturally did not believe in ghosts. They had not taken the arrival of the three individuals into account. 5 minutes prior, Li Jianmu had suddenly emerged and instructed them to bring in the fallen men. When they arrived, both Sun Guo and Old Wang were lying on the ground. They were eager to understand what had transpired. Was there really a ghost? Li Jianmu shook her head, about to speak when her expression shifted. A powerful aura of darkness enveloped them, causing the construction site's large lights to flicker ominously. What is happening? Is there really a ghost? The crowd gasped in shock, their faces paling as they hurried toward the security room. They had seen nothing but were already terrified. Before Li Jianmu, the entire grayish-white sky was shrouded in a thick, inky blackness, descending upon the construction site like a dark shroud. The wandering spirits and lost souls present at the site were sent into a frenzy, fleeing in every direction. Quickly come inside, Old Wang urged, waving his hands, viewing the cramped security room as their only refuge. Li Jianmu glanced back, swiftly signaling. In a flash of golden light, she enveloped the security booth. Continuing on, she hurried towards the construction site, leaving Old Wang unable to call out in time. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from sight. What was that just now? Did I see it correctly? Was that a flash of golden light? Truly, a master indeed. Does that imply that there are really spirits? The security booth fell into a profound silence, with several burly men huddled inside, cradling their heads in silence. The oppressive aura of malevolence loomed large and suffocating. Li Jianmu wore a stern expression. Her footsteps swift as she followed her instincts towards the very heart of the sinister energy, venturing deep into the construction site until she came to a halt. Frowning, she appeared perplexed. After circling around once more, she confirmed that the overwhelming aura had dissipated entirely. In an instant, it had vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant behind. The only notable difference was that the previously bustling construction site was now eerily quiet, devoid of any ghostly presence. She remained in place, scrutinizing her surroundings for a while longer, and upon confirming that the sudden surge of malevolence had indeed vanished, she reluctantly turned to make her way back. However, after just a few steps, she paused again. Beside a stack of bricks, a spirit pressed itself against the bricks, attempting to conceal its presence. Her gaze fixed on the spirit. The man, clad in a suit, had a tall and slender frame. At that moment, he was hunched over, half of his body embedded in the pile of bricks, the other half exposed, hiding in solitude. Come out, Li Jianmu commanded. The spirit stirred, but did not emerge. Don't wait for me to pull you out. Finally realizing she was addressing him, the man turned, momentarily stunned. You can see me?
Li Jianmu replia.
Not only can I see you, but I can also appreciate your commendable appearance. Your eyes are striking, your nose well-defined, remarkably handsome, more so than many praised by my sect. However, since he was stuck amidst the bricks, only half of his face and one eye were visible. Any ordinary person endowed with the ability to see spirits would likely be terrified by this sight. The man seemed to recognize the futility of his words. Apart from him, there were no other spirits around, so it was evident she was indeed speaking to him. He emerged from between the bricks, standing tall, his spirit appearing even more elongated. Chapter 8. A spirit that takes up no space. Did you call me for something? The man inquired. Li Jianmu appraised him from head to toe. What is your name? The man pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking his head in futility. I don't know. I've forgotten my name. Li Jianmu was not surprised. This individual radiated neither malevolent energy nor lingering gloom. He was a living soul. It was common for living souls to separate from their bodies, especially when children were frightened enough to lose their spirits. Adults might also experience soul displacement due to accidents or other circumstances. Once a living soul is separated, memories gradually fade. If not returned within 7 days, they risk becoming a wandering ghost, with their bodies slipping into a state of cerebral demise. Of course, During those 7 days, encountering malevolent practitioners or vengeful spirits could lead to capture or consumption, as living souls are considered a delicacy by such entities. Given that this man could not even recall his own name, he had likely been separated for at least 5 days. Did you witness anything unusual while you were here? The man contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. There was a terrifying aura that passed by. I couldn't lift my head to see what it was. Li Jianmu nodded, finding this logical. Do you understand your current situation? The man hesitated for a brief moment before shaking his head again. His otherwise astute appearance was contrasted sharply by his innocent and blank gaze, creating a peculiar disparity. You are a living soul, which means you have not died. As long as you find your way home, you can still survive. Even with his memory erased, the man understood that surviving was a good thing. He quickly asked, "Can you help me?" After a brief pause, he added, "Set your terms. I assure you I am quite wealthy." Li Jianmu's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes glinting. "Very well. Follow me." With that, she turned to leave. The man was elated and stepped towards Li Jianmu, forgetting that he was currently a spirit, unbound by the laws of gravity. One step forward took him quite a distance, causing him to pass right through Li Jianmu. "I do not appreciate being passed through by spirits," she remarked. "I apologize." The man replied, "I will be more careful next time." "You must." He promised earnestly, but when he passed through her for the 3rd time, she could no longer contain her frustration. Li Jianmu touched her wrist, where a black hair tie adorned with a small knitted strawberry rested, an 18th birthday gift from her master. Procured for 3 yuan. "You can fit inside this." She pointed at the strawberry. The man rubbed his nose, looking troubled. "I can't." Li Jianmu swiftly gestured, pointing at him. The tall spirit instantly transformed into a wisp and was sealed within the knitted strawberry. She squeezed the strawberry, nodding in satisfaction, before making her way outside. The construction site had returned to its tranquil state, yet old Wang and the others still hesitated to emerge. Li Jianmu approached and pulled open the door to the security booth. "Uncle Wang, we should head back."
Huh?
"Is everything all right now?" "Yes." Old Wang straightened up and slowly stepped outside, surveying the surroundings. Confirming that the lights were steady and the eerie silence had lifted, he could even hear the chirping of insects. "All is well. Everyone can come out now." The others emerged as well. Seeing that everything had returned to normal, their gazes towards Li Jianmu shifted significantly. Noticing that everyone was safe, she called for Old Wang to leave. On the way back, Old Wang drove while stealing glances at Li Jianmu, seemingly hesitant to speak. Li Jianmu noticed and smiled. "Uncle Wang, feel free to ask." "Well, little Li, can you truly see those things?"
Li Jianmu nudda.
Old Wang gasped, and after a long pause, he asked, "So, was it because of that thing at the construction site?" Li Jianmu nodded again, then recounted the matter concerning Widow Lu, emphasizing her 2 main requests. "Can you ascertain where her son is now?"
Li Jianmu raplia.
She only remembers her son's nickname and has no knowledge of his birth date. "So, I can only roughly deduce that he should be in a few cities in the southwest. But isn't she obsessed with her son? How could she forget his full name and birth date?" Old Wang asked, perplexed. Li Jianmu shook her head. "Obsession is one thing. Memory is another. When a soul separates from the body, unless one is a practitioner, memories inevitably suffer damage. As an ordinary person, Widow Lu has done quite well to remember for so many years." Old Wang nodded, somewhat understanding. "I will contact Boss Chen tomorrow and inquire with the villagers who live nearby to see if they know where Widow Lu's son is." Li Jianmu nodded in agreement. "By the way, how do you typically charge for your services in your line of work?" Old Wang asked cautiously. Although he was a contractor, he did not have much money. His earnings were hard-earned, and he often subsidized his workers. Moreover, throughout the year, he often faced delayed payments and defaults, making it difficult to say. He had heard that those feng shui masters hired before construction could demand tens of thousands or even millions.
Li Jianmu,
who could catch ghosts and perform spells, was undeniably more formidable than those feng shui masters. Li Jianmu smiled. "Didn't Uncle Wang invite me to dinner?" As she spoke, she pulled out the remaining half bottle of Sprite from the front of the car. "And this, too. It is sufficient. That one tea do. That is only a small sum. You, a young lady, ran around all night. I can't just settle for a meal." Despite her protests, Old Wang insisted on compensating Li Jianmu. As Li Jianmu observed the situation, she could only sigh and say, "How about this? Let us first await news from Boss Chen. Once this matter is resolved and Uncle Wang brings the workers to undertake this project, we shall discuss the remuneration." Old Wang contemplated for a moment and replied, "Very well. Then I shall ensure that uncle provides you with a substantial reward. Li Jianmu smiled helplessly, choosing not to comment further. Old Wang's vehicle continued to escort Li Jianmu to her residence. Her abode was a modest and cramped rented metal shack, furnished only with a bed and a small table. Leaving no space for anything else, she placed the remaining half bottle of Sprite on the table, then stepped outside to freshen up and change her clothes. Just as she was about to nestle into bed, the small strawberry in her hand stirred slightly. Her mind flickered, and she gently tapped it. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the strawberry, coalescing into a spectral form within the room. Do you have something to discuss? Come out for some fresh air. The man frowned as he surveyed the cramped surroundings, his tone laced with impatience. You live here? There's barely any space to stand. You can float, she replied. A spirit takes up no space. The male spirit adjusted his non-existent collar, cleared his throat, and asked, I forgot to ask, what is your name? Li Jianmu, she murmured, curling up in her bed and shutting her eyes, signaling her disinterest in further conversation. Moments later, she opened her eyes again.
Hey.
Could you help me turn off the light? The floating male spirit complied. The light is extinguished. Chapter 9. The green grassland is yours. Why is it so cold today? The following morning, Li Jianmu awoke to the sounds echoing from the corridor. Rising, she opened the window to find the male spirit practicing walking in the hallway. Early rising workers passed by, moving right through him, yet he remained oblivious, utterly focused on his repetitive strides, his demeanor reminiscent of someone suffering from a severe ailment. As described online, Li Jianmu slightly raised her hand, and the male spirit was abruptly pulled back into the room. Though you are not a ghost, a wandering spirit can still affect the living by passing through them. The man replied obediently, apologies, I understand. As the sun dipped in the afternoon, he offered, I shall assist you in finding your way home. Is it acceptable for you to stay here alone during the day? He glanced at Li Jianmu's wrist. Stay in the little strawberry? Li Jianmu paused. Only if you don't mind. Of course, I don't mind. Being near a master brings a sense of security. Very well. After completing her morning routine, Li Jianmu sealed the man once more within the small strawberry and donned it as she headed to the construction site. Following the events of the previous day, the workers displayed heightened enthusiasm towards her, offering help in subtle ways while she toiled. It wasn't until Li Jianmu firmly declined their assistance that they finally relented. At noon, Uncle Wang returned with boxes of takeout containing generous portions of meat, ribs, and rice, accompanied by soup. As was her custom before eating, Li Jianmu opened her live streaming room. The workers who had intended to confront her now hesitated, choosing to keep their distance with their lunchboxes. In the streaming app, the message appeared, Host Kingshuamin is now online, come and watch. Instantly, several viewers flooded into the live stream. Like a fish in water. Little girl, the money you earned yesterday should last you a few days. Stop deceiving people. Snake Spirit Hospital Director, today is another day I wish to bring the host to my psychiatric hospital. LSP Encouragement, stop labeling your stream as metaphysics. Just stream your brick-moving efforts, you'd earn more. Li Jianmu chose to ignore the three individuals, her eyes filtering their comments as she focused on the remarks from others. However, since most of the audience had missed her previous fortune-telling and only witnessed her brick moving, the discussions revolved solely around that. With a sigh, she addressed the audience. This is the Kingshuamin Metaphysics live stream. I offer fortune-telling, face reading, and feng shui consultations. All requests require a deep water bomb gift up front. After stating this, she paid no heed to the comments flooding her phone, instead retrieving her takeout and beginning her meal. The pork ribs today were particularly delightful. Just as she savored her first bite, her phone chimed with the sound of a gift notification. Upon checking, she found it wasn't someone seeking her fortune, but rather a donation from the universe's handsomest. Like a fish in water, is the victim from yesterday here? LSP Encouragement. Dude, where did you disappear to yesterday? I wanted to know what happened next. Your girlfriend is in a rabbit-ass place, and then what? Did you two resolve things? The universe's handsomest responded nonchalantly. There's nothing more. She cheated on me, and I kicked her out. The reason I didn't reply yesterday was that I got into a fight with her lover and ended up in jail. Nothing more to say. The audience expressed their sympathy. Bro, even though we're strangers, you deserve better. A tragic tale. Here's a song titled The Green Grassland for the handsomest brother. Do you have a car, a house, and savings? My sister is quite attractive. As long as the money is right, she won't betray you. The universe's handsomest remained unfazed, engaging playfully with the audience. After some time, he remembered Li Jianmu and sent another deep water bomb gift. Then he inquired, "Host, could you help me predict when my true love will appear? If it doesn't happen in the next few years, I'd rather not waste my time dating." It's really exhausting. This was a direct appeal stemming from his hurt feelings. Nevertheless, Li Jianmu obliged him with a reading. On the screen, the young girl earnestly pointed at her fingertips, then looked up to the camera, saying, "Your true love has known you for many years. You parted ways due to studies and lost contact. You will likely reunite around mid-next year, and she will be a delightful young lady." The universe's handsomest was taken aback, but seemed satisfied with the prediction. Universe's handsomest, I will take your words to heart. Once I find my wife next year, I'll return to give you a generous red envelope. Very well, I will await your return, Li Jianmu responded with a gentle smile. After the universe's handsomest logged off, Li Jianmu glanced at the screen and asked, "Is there anyone else who wishes to have their fortune told?" The comments surged upward, predominantly discussing the universe's handsomest. Some were intrigued, yet hesitant about the 1,000 yuan gift. Others speculated that he might be a plant from the host and exited the live stream. Seeing there were no immediate requests, Li Jianmu resumed her meal. By the time she finished, the familiar sound of gift notifications had not graced her ears again. She sighed inwardly, tidied up her lunchbox, and was about to close the live stream when a comment caught her eye. "Hua Hua loves to draw. Excuse me? Could you help me find something?" Li Jianmu was taken aback and replied, "I can help find items, but they must either belong to you or be something you have had prolonged contact with for accurate positioning." "Hua Hua loves to draw. It's an heirloom my grandmother left me. I wore it since childhood, but I don't know when I lost it. I've searched the dormitory thoroughly, and I can't find it." Li Jianmu nodded. "We can give it a try. It will require a deep water bomb." Hua Hua hesitated. Her financial situation was tight, and 1,000 yuan felt exorbitant. Moreover, she had only stumbled upon the software and seen Li Jianmu by chance. If she turned out to be a fraud, as some comments suggested, that would be a waste of her money. However, that jade pendant was her only connection to her grandmother. She couldn't afford to lose it. Resolute, she decided 1,000 yuan it is. If that's what it takes, I can work extra shifts this weekend. With determination, Hua Hua searched for the gift button and hesitated momentarily before typing. "Hua Hua loves to draw. You won't pull any tricks, will you?" Saying a few words and then asking for more gifts. Fraudsters and dramas often behaved this way. Li Jianmu replied wearily, "I won't. There are no hidden fees." "That's good." Hua Hua settled her nerves and sent a deep water bomb gift. The sound effect echoed, and vibrant colors erupted on the screen. Li Jianmu nodded and said, "Please send me your birth date and a photograph via the backend. If you have a photo of the lost item, you may send that as well, but please refrain from using any beauty filters. Hua Hua loves to draw. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Why not just connect with me directly?" Chapter 10, Then Let's Report It to the Police. Li Jianmu was aware of what connecting meant. The reason she did not request everyone to connect was to safeguard the privacy of the individuals involved. After all, some revelations might not be easily accepted. Since the other party did not mind, she was certainly willing to connect, as it simplified matters. Soon, Hua sent a request to connect. The screen in the live broadcast room split in two, one side displaying Li Jianmu, and the other side revealing a young girl. The girl had a petite face and sported a bun hairstyle. Without a beauty filter, the decent quality of the phone camera allowed viewers to see the small freckles on her nose, which did not detract from her charm. She was quite adorable. The audience in the live room began to shout compliments, calling her beautiful. The backdrop of the girl was that of a university dormitory. These days coincided with the start of the school year across various colleges, and behind her, one bed remained unoccupied. "Hello, host," Hua greeted, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, yet she made an effort to remain composed while addressing Li Jianmu and the audience. Li Jianmu nodded and took a careful look at her features. Hua was not very tall, had a small face with a touch of baby fat on her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled, though her nose bridge was rather low, giving her an appearance of an average person. She continued, "Your parents have a low palace, indicating early loss. And your connection with other relatives is tenuous and infrequent. Your fortune palace is full yet short, suggesting average career prospects. Given your current age, you must be an ordinary undergraduate student, am I right?" "Yes, my parents passed away in a car accident many years ago when I was still young. My relatives were unwilling to take me in, so we lost contact over time. I was raised by my grandmother, and the resources in our small county are quite limited. I am not particularly studious, so even though I only managed to get into an ordinary second-tier university last year, I am content with that," Hua said with a soft smile. Li Jianmu nodded, recognizing that a gentle and contented person could find happiness in an unremarkable life, often surpassing many wealthy individuals in terms of fulfillment. Now, let us discuss what you're looking for. Hihua nodded and sent a picture to Li Jianmu from the back end. Not long after I got accepted into university last year, my grandmother passed away from illness. After she was brought back from the hospital, my uncles and aunts were afraid I would dispute the inheritance of her apartment, so they wouldn't let me return. I didn't have the chance to gather my grandmother's belongings. The only thing I have left is this jade pendant, which she gave me when I was a child. It is the only thing she left me, and I beg you to help me find it. If she had any doubts about Li Jianmu's abilities before, they vanished when she heard that Li Jianmu had deduced her parents' demise. She merely hoped that Li Jianmu could help her find the pendant quickly. Don't worry, turn the camera around so I can see your dormitory, Li Jianmu instructed. Hihua glanced around to ensure there were no private items before adjusting the camera. The dormitory was a 4-person room, with 1 bed unoccupied and the other 3 neatly made. Her roommates were not present. After pondering for a moment, Li Jianmu asked, "Do you have a match?" "A lighter will do." "Yes," Hihua replied eagerly.
Li Jianmu nudda.
"Now, point the camera at the lighter, close your eyes, and silently think of the item you lost before igniting the lighter." Hihua hurriedly followed her instructions. One hand flicked the lighter open, while the other held the phone aimed at the small flame. Although she couldn't see with her eyes closed, the audience witnessed the small flame suddenly bend in a particular direction after 2 seconds. They also noted that there were no windows or doors open in the room, indicating a lack of wind. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jianmu was drawing something in the air just outside the screen. "It's done," Li Jianmu announced 5 seconds later. "Is that all?" "Master, where's my item?" Hihua asked anxiously. "Take 3 steps forward, and your item will be in the cabinet to your left." Hihua obediently walked 3 steps forward and looked left, stunned. "Master, this isn't my cabinet. It belongs to my roommate."
Ah.
So the item was stolen by a roommate? Who steals a grandmother's heirloom? What kind of person is that? University roommates come in all sorts, it seems. The girl doesn't look particularly wealthy. How valuable could that heirloom be that it was stolen? If all else fails, report it to the police. Let us find the item first. What if the host is just talking nonsense? Dare to question the host. Observing the barrage of comments, Hihua quickly interjected, No, we have a good relationship with our roommate. It's possible that I accidentally carried it into the laundry while showering. I'll ask her first. Please don't criticize. She hurriedly sent a message to her roommate. Just as she was about to send the message, the door swung open. "Hihua, have you had lunch? I just bought some fried chicken. Let us eat together." A bright smiling girl entered. Hihua quickly replied, Li, have you seen my jade pendant?" "No, I mentioned it last night, didn't I?" "Why, haven't you found it yet?" Hihua bit her lip and nodded. Li placed the fried chicken on the table and reassured her, "Don't worry, it must be tucked away in some corner. You'll probably find it when you clean up one day. It's not lost." "Well, I consulted a master, and she calculated that the item is in your cabinet." Hihua hesitated before saying plainly. Li's smile faded slightly. "What do you mean? You don't suspect I stole your item, do you?"
No.
"That's not what I meant. I'm saying that we showered one after the other yesterday. Could it be that I accidentally left the pendant behind, and it got caught in your clothes?"
Lili fronat.
Hihua whispered, "Li, could you let me check? If I don't find it, I'll apologize to you. Do you know what privacy means? That's my cabinet. If I say there's nothing there, then there's nothing, and..." Li looked at her, showing a hint of regret. "I mean, no offense, but you know our family situation. My cabinet contains expensive bags, shoes, and skincare products. If you accidentally knock something over or scratch it, can you afford to compensate me?" Hihua's face flushed crimson.
Lili siga.
"I don't wish to reopen old wounds, but Hihua, we come from different worlds. Likewise, with my circumstances, I would never steal your worthless jade pendant. Do you understand? Then let us report it to the police." A cool voice emanated from the phone. Both Li and Hihua were taken aback. "Who's speaking on your phone?" Hihua replied, "It's the metaphysical host who determined the pendant's location. I'm connected." Upon hearing connected, a flicker of panic crossed Li's eyes. But soon, she scoffed, "These days, there are increasingly more con artists. Now they're even doing live streams for metaphysics? How amusing." Chapter 11. Priceless. Hihua remained silent, standing before Li's cabinet with unwavering determination in her gaze. Seeing this, Li shrugged her shoulders. "Fine. If you choose to heed her words, then report it to the police. However, I must inform you of a common fact. The police generally do not handle cases involving items of little value, like your jade pendant. Furthermore, if the item is not found in my cabinet, I will sue you for defamation, and you can expect a public apology and a serious reprimand from the school. Noticing He Hua's expression waver, Li continued, consider this carefully. Are you willing to sacrifice over a worthless pendant, trusting the words of a stranger you know nothing about, and jeopardizing over a year of our friendship and your academic career? Upon hearing this, He Hua fell silent. The struggle was evident on her face. What if it truly wasn't he there? Li hails from a wealthy family, and it was evident that she was already incensed. What would happen if she was unable to find the item later? Would she truly resort to suing herself? Over the course of a year, Li had treated her well, but would that remain the case? She glanced at her phone in desperation. Li Jianmu, with a placid demeanor, sat steadily on a rickety stool, showing no sign of distress even when slandered. He Hua, feeling troubled, stammered, Master, I.
Li Jianmu siga inuarli.
From He Hua's demeanor, it was clear she was timid and indecisive, easily swayed by Li's assertiveness. Shaking her head, she stated, the conclusion I've reached is that the black, palm-sized bag is located in the innermost compartment of that cabinet, wrapped in a red box, leaving no room for misappropriation. Li's expression soured. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that I stole her jade pendant? Absurd. My uncle's family is in the jade business. I've seen countless exquisite items. Why on earth would I covet her worthless trinket? Which streamer are you? Do you dare to challenge me in court? Li Jianmu's distinct black and white eyes met Li's gaze. Is that jade pendant truly a worthless trinket? What do you mean? Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, she glanced at Li Jianmu, then at He Hua, and sneered. So, this is your plan, to conspire against me? First claim to have lost a trinket, then accuse me of rifling through my own cabinet. What, do you intend to claim my uncle's jade as yours once I open the cabinet? He Hua was taken aback, momentarily stunned into silence. Li Jianmu frowned, unwilling to engage further with such a person. He Hua, being timid and indecisive, was easily intimidated by Li. Li Jianmu turned directly to He Hua. You can either report it, or I will do it for you. But He Hua hesitated, casting a glance at Li Jianmu. The police will take your case. That jade pendant is jadeite, of good quality, and not as worthless as you think, Li Jianmu asserted. When she first arrived in this world, she had researched the current market value of jade. Mid to high-quality jadeite was indeed expensive, far beyond what she could currently afford. Thus, upon merely viewing a picture, she recognized the considerable value of He Hua's pendant. Given that Li's family was engaged in the jade business, she likely possessed substantial knowledge about jadeite, and coupled with her dismissive comments, the truth was becoming increasingly clear. If He Hua still hesitated after all that, Li Jianmu would no longer offer encouragement. Fortunately, He Hua's expression finally solidified with determination. Imshuri, Lili, I know you've been good to me this past year, but that pendant is a keepsake for my grandmother, and I cannot lose it. If the police come and do not find it in your cabinet, I am willing to apologize to you in front of the entire school. Li's eyes widened in rage, her chest heaving violently. The next moment, He Hua was seen dialing 110 on her phone. No, you can't call the police. Li shrieked, rushing to snatch the phone from her. The more she panicked, the more her guilt was revealed. He Hua's gaze shifted. She deftly evaded Li's grasp and quickly connected the call. Hello, I need to report a crime. Li, if you touch me again, I will sue you for personal injury. Li froze, her earlier intimidation tactics now turned against her. He Hua rapidly explained her situation to the operator. She was not foolish. She conveyed the high value of the pendant to the officer on the line. The nearest police station was not far from the school and arrived within 10 minutes. Accompanying them were school officials and the homeroom teacher, all of whom gathered once He Hua opened the door, finding Li seated at her desk. For the duration of those 10 minutes, He Hua had kept her gaze fixed on Li. Initially, He Hua had been somewhat flustered, almost resorting to violence against her. However, after a moment of contemplation, she shot a fierce glare at Li and returned to her seat, furiously tapping on her phone. After He Hua opened the door, in addition to the school officials and police, a middle-aged man arrived, wiping the sweat from his brow. What's going on? Who called the police? It was me. He Hua raised her hand, quickly clarifying the situation. The police regarded Li with suspicion. Rising with a cold smile, Li declared, Comrades, you arrived just in time. I wish to report that this classmate, He Hua, has slandered me, severely affecting my reputation and mental well-being. I require your assistance. He Hua's eyes widened. How could she maintain such a defiant stance? The police exchanged glances between the two before finally stating, regardless of your reputation or this classmate's pendant, let us open the cabinet and take a look. Li pursed her lips and boldly opened the cabinet without hesitation, refusing to allow anyone else to search. She retrieved the black bag that Li Jianmu had described and extracted the brocade box within. Upon opening the box, a jade pendant, glistening with a hint of green, was revealed. Behold, this is the pendant that He Hua referred to. Yes, it is indeed the keepsake left to me by my grandmother. He Hua's eyes lit up, eager to reach for it, but Li obstructed her. Li, with a menacing glare, asked, "What proof do you have that this pendant belongs to you?" "What do you mean?" Li sneered, turning to the police. "My uncle's family is in the jade business. This pendant was a gift from him, chosen from Burma to celebrate my birth, now worth hundreds of thousands. He Hua's family is impoverished, and she has claimed to admire this pendant since our first meeting, even taking numerous photos. I never anticipated she would attempt to steal it." Chapter 12. We are professionals. How absurd it is to falsely report that this pendant is yours. Have you considered your own family conditions? If your family could afford such a pendant, would you be in such dire straits? He Hua was furious. Both Li's demeanor and her twisted accusations made her face flush with anger. Desperation filled her, yet all she could do was glare at Li, rendered speechless. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man who had arrived with the others suddenly interjected, Yes, what Li said is true. I can attest that this pendant indeed belongs to her. He Hua, your intentions are questionable." The police regarded him with skepticism. The man smiled and brushed his hair back. "Good day, I am the lawyer for Shanshui Jade Company, and I can confirm that this pendant was indeed a gift from our boss to Miss Li." The expressions of the police and school officials shifted dramatically as they looked at He Hua. The homeroom teacher sighed, "He Hua, if you are facing difficulties, please speak to the school, but you should not covet your classmates' belongings." "I haven't. That pendant truly belongs to me," He Hua exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Li lifted her chin defiantly. "Then how can you prove it is yours? Do you have a purchase receipt? Or, at the very least, a photo of you with your grandmother?" He Hua clenched her teeth. Her phone had been broken during the last semester, and her new phone contained very few photos. At that moment, confronted by the accusatory gazes of so many, she found herself speechless. Just then, a gentle sigh emanated from a phone speaker. "I just looked it up online. Shanshui Jade Company has been established for less than 10 years, yet this pendant is an antique, carved over 30 years ago. In other words, Li's claim of it being a birthday gift is not valid." Li's expression turned frantic. The police asked, "Who is speaking?" Li, she's just He Hua's partner, an online streamer who deceives people day in and day out. With just a single internet connection, you think you can discern when this jade pendant was carved? It's truly laughable. Li Jianmu, a piece worth several $100,000 has constituted a substantial theft. If you don't believe me, feel free to consult an experienced master. The police, upon hearing this, nodded and promptly took the jade pendant away. "We will have it appraised to determine who is lying. Until the results are available, I kindly ask the two students to refrain from spreading rumors." Li opened her mouth, casting a pleading glance at the middle-aged man. He shook his head in response. He Hua quickly nodded. "Understood, officer. Please ensure the appraisal is thorough, and be careful not to damage it." The two officers exchanged glances, their suspicions piqued. "Rest assured, we are professionals." The matter concluded with the police's departure. After they left, Li shot He Hua a glare and dragged the middle-aged man away, leaving He Hua alone in the dormitory once more. Feeling somewhat exhausted, she forced a smile. "I apologize, everyone, for making you witness such a spectacle." Patting her head, "I believe the young lady is indeed the owner of the jade pendant. Encountering such a roommate is truly disheartening. Her bold demeanor is quite astonishing. By the way, does the young lady's family have a wealthy lineage? If it weren't for her incessant live streaming, I might also doubt her claim to the jade pendant, for it is indeed quite valuable. I am familiar with that Shanshui Jade Company. They primarily deal in mid-range jade. On a good day, they might have some items worth around 100,000, but a piece worth several $100,000 would be a prized possession in their store. How could someone like Li casually keep it in a drawer? Well, I certainly don't think that Li is a good person. Is no one going to commend the streamer? She actually found the jade pendant in the drawer, and the black bag and the compartment details were spot on. Wow, master, could you give me a reading? I want one too. Li Jianmu noticed the barrage of comments requesting readings and raised an eyebrow. A minute passed, and the chat continued to flood with messages. 2 minutes later, the stream was still inundated with comments. Wait, don't just shout. Why not send some tips? Finally, Li Jianmu saw someone comment. What do I need to do to get a reading? I have something important that needs assistance. Please look at me. It seems there's a lack of understanding regarding the rules. Just as Li Jianmu was about to reiterate, she suddenly heard Zhao Gang shouting for work. She addressed the screen. I need to get back to work now. Today as stream ends here. Wait, can't the streamer stream while working? Just keep working. Don't put your phone away like yesterday. We can watch on our own. Did the streamer perform work yesterday? What exactly is this live stream about? Having learned from yesterday's experience, Li Jianmu said, my phone battery is running low, and I have things to attend to later. So, I want TV streaming my work today. Without waiting for the chat to react, she closed the stream.
Zhao Gang approached. Hey.
I just heard that you really helped someone find a jade pendant worth several $100,000?
Li Jianmu nudda.
Zhao Gang gave her a thumbs up. Impressive.
Li Jianmu smilat finally.
Gradually establishing trust among the viewers is indeed a good beginning. In the afternoon, she continued to work on the construction site. By 6 o'clock, as the sun dipped below the horizon, it was time to finish up. Sister Zhang had yet to return, and once again, everyone had to fend for their own meals. A few co-workers invited her to join them for dinner. Li Jianmu declined, stating she needed to buy some things in the city center, as school was starting soon. She planned to report to school in a couple of days. Zhao Gang offered, I'll accompany you. No need, I can manage on my own. Zhao Gang still had some reservations. Li Jianmu reassured him, Brother Zhao, when I get to school, I'll be on my own too. Zhao Gang, who had brought her out, felt a sense of responsibility. Hearing her words, he relented. Just be careful. If anything comes up, remember to call me. You can take the bus, right? Don't worry.
I'm fine.
Zhao Gang, still unconvinced, personally escorted her to the bus stop, a distance of 600 meters from the construction site, and watched as she boarded the bus before finally leaving. The construction site was on the outskirts of the city, and there weren't many people on the bus. Li Jianmu casually found a seat. The strawberry bracelet on her wrist gave a slight movement as a man in a suit stood beside her. You and your brother seem to have a close relationship. Li Jianmu glanced at the driver, who was focused on the road, and quietly replied, yes. He's a neighbor I've known for over 10 years. The man in the suit chuckled softly, his expression enigmatic. Chapter 13. Do I resemble your daughter? On the bus, Li Jianmu gazed curiously out the window, her fair skin illuminated by the afternoon sun filtering through the glass, resembling the finest jade, captivating to behold. Beside her, a black sedan moved alongside the bus. The man in the back seat, fingers interlaced, gazed through the tinted glass, quietly observing the girl. She seemed to sense something, turning her head, her starry eyes sparkling with brilliance, directly meeting the man's gaze, causing a slight smile to tug at his lips. Uncle, what are you looking at? The driver, Zhou Junyan, asked with curiosity. The man withdrew his gaze, his once warm dark eyes now becoming inscrutable and still. At the red light, Zhou Junyan quickly focused on the road, slamming the brakes. The car screeched to a halt, the sound piercing the air. He patted his chest, relieved. He was unaware that the man in the back seat was once again looking at the girl on the bus. The light turned green. Li Jianmu watched as the black sedan sped away, retracting her gaze. That man. How peculiar. Although she couldn't see his face, she could discern from his aura that he was a person of remarkable virtue, perhaps a paragon in a past life. Such a being should be a dragon among men, with malevolent spirits daring not to approach for fear of being scorched by his benevolent energy. Yet, he appeared somewhat ethereal, as if floating, his entire being overshadowed by a murky aura, resembling a ghostly figure. Oddly, his shoulders were steady, unmistakably immortal. Moreover, if her eyes did not deceive her, the man's spirit seemed incomplete, yet he showed no signs of foolishness. She had encountered the energy of practitioners and the aura of malevolent spirits, as well as the radiance of virtuous souls and the sinister energy of the wicked, but never had she witnessed anything so strange. What are you looking at? The ethereal man followed her gaze, seeing only the bustling road ahead. Li Jianmu shook her head, closing her eyes and falling silent. The bus continued to move slowly, stopping and starting, as numerous passengers boarded and alighted. Li Jianmu remained lost in thought about the man from earlier. She replayed the record she had seen in her master's library, but no matter how hard she searched, she could find no one quite like him. Neither fully human nor ghostly, and certainly not malevolent. How strange, truly strange. Suddenly, the bus came to a sudden halt. She opened her eyes as the announcement rang out. Dear passengers, due to a traffic accident ahead, we will be taking a detour. If any passengers need to disembark nearby, please do so now. The next stop is... A traffic accident? Li Jianmu's expression darkened as she peered out at the scene 100 meters away. There lay a gray-black expanse, tendrils of dark energy swirling outward. Before she could examine it further, several transparent figures floated in the air, looking lost and bewildered. After a moment's hesitation, Li Jianmu decided to get off the bus. A crowd had gathered around the accident site, and the police had already arrived, dispersing the onlookers. Shortly thereafter, the scene was left only with law enforcement maintaining order, the survivors of the accident, and hospital personnel. Li Jianmu stood at a distance, her gaze fixed upon several newly departed souls who were uncontrollably following the medical staff as they carried the bodies. Only one spirit reacted slightly faster, seemingly aware of its own demise, displaying a mournful countenance while remaining suspended in place. With a soft sigh, Li Jianmu raised her hand, and the new spirit followed its own corpse, unable to detach itself. Remaining at the site of the tragedy, allowing grief and resentment to fester, would easily lead to becoming a wandering ghost. Little girl, there has been a chain collision ahead. It is not safe to linger here, a flat-capped police officer approached. Speaking with authority, Li Jianmu nodded, preparing to leave when she inadvertently cast a glance at the mangled vehicles, her expression sharpening. It appeared to be the strange man's car from earlier. She turned to the officer and said, "Hello, I am looking for someone who was injured in the accident. They should have been driving that black car." Xiao Qi paused, glancing at the vehicle she indicated, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. He quickly pulled out a notebook. The seriously injured have already been transported to the hospital. The remaining individuals with minor injuries are awaiting an ambulance. What is the name of the person you are looking for? Are you a family member of the injured in that car?
Li Jianmu hesitata, no.
As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind from a slap struck her smooth forehead, accompanied by a man's feigned angry voice. Little brat, it's only been a couple of days since your father returned late. Hasn't he delayed your birthday, so why are you acting like you're not even family? Li Jianmu turned back, momentarily stunned. Memories of the original owner flooded her mind, and ultimately, she confirmed that she had never seen this person before. She replied softly, "Sir, you have mistaken me for someone else." Li Zhongting knew instantly upon her turning that he had erred. The girl before him had alabaster skin, round eyes, and a cherubic face with a hint of youthful plumpness. Her shoulder-length hair was neatly styled, exposing her smooth forehead. Clad in jeans and a t-shirt that clung to her slender form, she radiated youthful vitality, yet she was undeniably different from his daughter, who was accustomed to wearing delicate dresses and mature makeup. But the resemblance was indeed striking. Li Zhongting couldn't help but glance again. From behind, they appeared nearly identical. "Mr. Li, is this your daughter?" Officer Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical look between Li Zhongting and Li Jianmu. "She just inquired about Master Yan's car." Li Zhongting hesitated for a moment, smiling as he patted Li Jianmu's head. "Little brat, you should have expressed concern for your father first. Don't worry. Master Yan is fine. I'll take you to see him at the hospital shortly." He then turned to Xiao Qi, smiling. "My little girl is rather spoiled. She was upset about almost missing her birthday banquet. By the way, she can be a bit impatient. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you." "Not at all." Xiao Qi closed his notebook, observing the scene with amusement. The accident had been aimed at Yan Dongyue, and they were already investigating suspicious individuals. However, if Li Zhongting's daughter was inquiring, there was no issue. The Li and Yan families were neighbors, and it was said that the younger generation shared a good relationship. Xiao Qi was soon called away. Li Zhongting led Li Jianmu to another intersection. "Do you know Yan Dongyue?" Li Jianmu, puzzled, shook her head. "Then why were you asking about the people in that car?"
Li Zhongting inquirat.
Even Li Jianmu, though somewhat naive, sensed something amiss. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Out of curiosity, as that car was the most severely damaged." Li Zhongting, uncertain whether to express skepticism, nodded. Such curiosity can lead to trouble.
Li Jianmu nudda.
She was no longer curious about the strange man, but rather intrigued by the individual before her. "Do I resemble your daughter?" Chapter 14. A Harmonious Family. Li Zhongting was momentarily taken aback, his expression complex. Very much so. He claimed they were identical, but the similarities in their features and contours were undeniable. It would be hard to convince anyone they weren't his and his wife's child. Nevertheless, his wife had indeed only carried one child. There were no twins. Li Jianmu pinched her fingers. The man before her had 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter, all presently nearby. She withdrew her hand, concluding, "It seems this is merely a coincidence." Li Zhongning chuckled. "Coincidences are still a form of fate. Young lady, please leave me your contact information. You may reach out if you need assistance in the future." For some inexplicable reason, he found the girl before him quite pleasant and agreeable. It was a strange intuition. Coincidentally, Li Jianmu harbored the same sentiment. She provided her contact details to Li Zhongting, mentioning her name, Li Jianmu. Li Zhongting paused. "You share the surname Li?"
Why?
Li Jianmu replied, somewhat perplexed, "Because my grandfather's surname is Li." Li Zhongting lowered his head to continue inputting, saying, "That surname is rather uncommon. Fortunately, I've been called this name for 2 generations, so it seems quite familiar to me." As soon as she finished noting her details, Li Zhongting's phone rang. He glanced at Li Jianmu before answering. "Dad, are you alright? I heard you were in an accident."
Where are you?
"Mom and I are coming to find you." A delicate voice, tinged with a hint of tears and urgency, emerged from the line, reiterating that he was indeed fine until the person on the other end calmed down. "Alright, I'll be home shortly. Just save me some dinner, and please stop crying." He spoke in a tone filled with affection. After hanging up, he noticed Li Jianmu still standing nearby. He shyly lifted his phone, chuckling. "My daughter can be a bit spoiled." Li Jianmu smiled. "You have a very happy family." Li Zhongting then shared his mobile number with Li Jianmu, and she suddenly understood why he had inquired about her name earlier. They shared the same surname. It was indeed fate. Moments later, they parted ways. As night fell, Li Jianmu bought a backpack from a street vendor and passed by a golden-arched establishment, indulging in an ice cream cone. Second one half price. What a pity. She sighed in the night. She glanced at the spirit of a man emerging from a small strawberry, whose elite appearance seemed incongruous as he gazed longingly at her ice cream. "What flavor is that?" When Li Jianmu ignored him, he leaned closer, sniffing as if that would allow him to discern the flavor. Li Jianmu waved her hand, shooing him aside. "You'll be able to eat soon."
Alright.
The man reluctantly diverted his gaze. "By the way, do you know where my body is?" She replied, her expression impassive, though her eyes betrayed a curiosity as she observed the lively surroundings. The people of this era led such rich lives. The streets and alleys buzzed with activity, the vibrant lights of their red lanterns shining brilliantly, making the night even more enchanting than the day. Were it not for her limited funds and the need to hurry, she would have loved to explore all night. Regrettably, she headed straight for a hospital. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Huaran Private Hospital was bustling with noise, filled with patients and various ghostly figures. Li Jianmu maintained her composure as she navigated through the throngs of people and spirits, steadfastly making her way upstairs. The spirit of the man followed her closely. Invisible to others, he occasionally passed through bodies, bringing a chill to those he brushed against. He seemed to have found a new game, darting through people until a cold glance from Li Jianmu made him stiffen, obediently trailing behind her without daring to act out again. The duo ascended to the 12th floor, designated for VIP patients, where few resided. As Li Jianmu stepped out of the elevator, she encountered a cadre of white-coated doctors pushing a cart toward her. Lying in the vehicle was a figure swathed in various white bandages, exuding an air of melancholy. Li Jianmu's pupils constricted. It was that peculiar individual. As the vehicle was pushed beside her, she was about to steal another glance when, suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder. With a loud thud, the woman stumbled in her slender heels, nearly losing her balance. Li Jianmu, quick on her feet, caught her just in time. The woman grimaced in pain, baring her teeth, and without even rising, unleashed a torrent of invective upon her. "Who are you? Who allowed you to stand here? Can't you see I'm busy? Are you blind?" Li Jianmu, her expression devoid of emotion, withdrew her hand and, with a hint of malice, gave her a gentle shove backward.
Thud.
This time, the woman truly fell onto her backside. Li Jianmu cast her a fleeting glance before turning away, intent on leaving. The strange man had already been wheeled away into the operating room, disappearing into the elevator. What a pity. She lifted her foot, heading towards the designated ward. First, she needed to escort this wandering soul away. Unfortunately, matters were not so straightforward. As she approached the door, it swung open. A middle-aged woman emerged, her gaze filled with suspicion as she inquired, "Who are you?" Li Jianmu raised her brow. "Hello, I'm here to treat the person inside." Her words faltered as she beheld the empty bed. It was utterly devoid of any occupant. It was inconceivable that the body could be in the restroom, for a disembodied soul could not wander freely. Or perhaps it had been possessed by some other malevolent entity. Yet, there was no trace of energy or malevolence within. Doubt began to creep into her mind regarding her own abilities. This was the second time today she had encountered such an inexplicable oddity. "Why don't you go in and check for your body?" Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she suggested to the spirit beside her. Yanning followed Li Jianmu's gaze behind her, but saw nothing. A chill ran down her spine as she stared intently at Li Jianmu. "Miss, what exactly are you here for?" I see now why you're so malicious. You're here to climb the social ladder. The hospital's management is becoming increasingly lax, allowing anyone and everyone to waltz in." The woman who had stumbled over approached with a derisive grin, limping slightly. Li Jianmu ignored her, fixated on the ward as if she could see through the walls. "Hey, which hospital are you from, and what's your name? You just knocked me down, and I've already called my lawyer. You'll have to compensate me for my medical expenses and emotional distress." The woman gripped Li Jianmu's shoulder, but suddenly a strange force surged forth, toppling her to the ground.
"Zhu."
Yanning, who had remained silent until now, gasped and rushed to assist her. Li Jianmu glanced at the male spirit who had emerged. The man looked perplexedly at his hands, then met Li Jianmu's gaze, innocently stating, "I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. I don't even know how I ended up pushing her instead of passing through." Li Jianmu regarded his hands thoughtfully, saying nothing. Chapter 15. Your ancestor's grave has been dug up. Let us go. Aren't you going to help me find my body? There has been a miscalculation. Your body isn't here. We should return to stabilize your soul to prevent it from becoming a wandering spirit. The two of them, one person and one soul, strolled out, oblivious to their surroundings. To Jiang Chuchu and Yanning, the scene was somewhat eerie and unsettling. Even after Li Jianmu had departed, the two remained in a daze. "Aunt Yan, what did she just say?" Yanning appeared dazed, as if she hadn't heard, muttering. Could it be someone from that side? Was she just here to find her expression shifted as her thoughts spiraled? Jiang Chuchu, puzzled by Yanning's words, quickly rationalized Li Jianmu's behavior. Could she be a lunatic? How infuriating! A mental patient has infiltrated the VIP ward, and she slipped away. Yanning shot her a glance, but remained silent. After leaving the hospital, Li Jianmu sought out a shop for incense and offerings. Numerous establishments selling paper effigies dotted the area surrounding the hospital, making such shops easy to find. If her sole purpose was to locate the body of this wandering spirit, she wouldn't require any external assistance. However, if she aimed to stabilize the soul, utilizing some tools would be more prudent given the lack of spiritual energy. At the quiet end of a deserted street, a shop for incense and offerings glowed warmly, offering a sense of security amidst the ominous surroundings.
"Boss,
do you have vermilion powder and yellow paper?" A melodious voice interrupted the shopkeeper's drowsiness. The proprietor lifted his gaze, appraising Li Jianmu from head to toe. She carried a backpack, appeared youthful, and bore a neutral expression, not resembling someone with a family member in distress. Could she be one of those mystical practitioners? The shopkeeper relished doing business with such individuals, as they paid handsomely for premium goods. His interest piqued, he smiled. "What kind of vermilion powder and yellow paper do you require, young lady?" Li Jianmu was perplexed. Is there a distinction among the yellow paper and vermilion powder? People nowadays are exceedingly meticulous in their work. After pondering, she asked, "Could I see what varieties you have?" "Of course." The shopkeeper promptly presented various grades of vermilion powder and yellow paper, along with several brushes. With enthusiasm, he elaborated, "These are divided into 3 grades. This one is the cheapest, and this one is the most expensive. Young lady, please see if any of these catch your fancy." Li Jianmu reached out to touch them. The lowest grade of vermilion powder was of inferior quality, barely qualifying as red pigment. The most basic yellow paper was coarse, unevenly laid, and marred with unsightly bumps, appearing quite slapdash. As for the brushes, they were of such poor quality that they shed bristles. Although she didn't necessarily need the brushes, and sometimes even the vermilion powder and yellow paper, that would consume too much spiritual energy. She picked up the finest grade of vermilion powder and yellow paper and inquired, "How much for this set?" 3,288. Li Jianmu nearly choked on her own saliva. So expensive? All her money combined barely totaled 200. The wages from the construction site hadn't been settled yet, and even when they were, she would need to pay tuition. The funds from her live streaming were also inaccessible for the time being. She would have to wait until the beginning of next month. The shopkeeper, undeterred, smiled. Well, of course. Good items come with a good price. Young lady, you have a discerning eye. You've chosen only the finest. However, flattery wouldn't suffice. She truly had no money. Li Jianmu set the vermilion powder down. Forget it. I'll just expend a bit more spiritual energy this time. As for those, she glanced around, sighing inwardly. It seemed she would need to earn more. Just as she was about to leave, a small boy stumbled out from the back room, clutching a small bag. The child had a round face, and in his hands, he held a few milk candies. Daddy. The shopkeeper's polite smile transformed into a genuine one as he hurried out, bending down to scoop up the child. How did you get out, my dear? Daddy, candy, eat, eat. The boy raised the bag, showing off the few candies within. The shopkeeper's smile widened. Yet, Li Jianmu lingered, suddenly speaking up. Boss, I can read fortunes. Shall I take a look at your son? The shopkeeper's expression dimmed slightly as he cradled his son. No need, I don't believe in that. Indeed, although he ran a shop for incense and offerings, the proprietor held skepticism towards the mystical arts. Li Jianmu glanced at the child, who emanated a faint aura of darkness, unable to resist adding, but this child has already attracted some malevolent energy. The shopkeeper's face darkened immediately. You're so young. Why harbor such malicious thoughts? Whom are you cursing? Li Jianmu frowned. I'm a practitioner. I can discern this. Not curse. Enough. How many of you practitioners are in frauds? The shopkeeper sneered. Once, someone told my father he would face a calamity at 86, and he believed he would live that long. He happily let that fortune teller swindle him out of his wealth. And what happened? My father didn't last long after that. He passed away at 56. At that time, he was still a student, and his mother was hospitalized due to illness. The metaphysician deceived the family out of their wealth, leaving him and his mother on the brink of despair. Thus, although fate led him to open a candle shop, the proprietor harbored no belief in metaphysics.
Li Jianmu,
Seemingly lost in thought, cast a contemplative glance at the shopkeeper and remarked, strictly speaking, the words of that metaphysician were not entirely erroneous. Your father indeed faced a calamity at the age of 86. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Replied the shopkeeper. Your ancestral grave has collapsed. They both uttered in unison. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow and asked, what did you just say? I said, your ancestral grave has collapsed. You lost your father 30 years ago, and today, upon calculation, your father would indeed be 86 years old. Moreover, today marks the collapse of your ancestral grave, which naturally includes your father's grave. This can also be considered a calamity. However, the metaphysician your father encountered back then was surely not a person of integrity. Li Jianmu spoke with utmost seriousness, her gaze unwavering. Her conviction sent a tremor through the shopkeeper's heart. Yet, he quickly retorted with a sneer, I believe you're merely spouting nonsense. Our ancestral grave is located near my uncle's home in the village, and it was just renovated last month. How could it possibly have collapsed? Li Jianmu remained noncommittal. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with your family. The shopkeeper frowned, his unease growing as he observed her assured demeanor. Just as he turned to fetch his phone, a woman emerged from within, her expression urgent. Old Zhang, your uncle called. He said something has happened to the ancestral grave, and we need to return tomorrow to investigate. The shopkeeper's face fell in shock as he turned to Li Jianmu, rendered speechless. The corners of her mouth curled into a subtle smile. 5 minutes later, Li Jianmu sat in the tea room behind the candle shop while the shopkeeper poured her a cup of hot tea. Chapter 16. The countenance of a middle-aged man mourning his child. The shopkeeper's surname was Zhang, and his name was Zhang Chao. He was in his 40s. His father had passed away unexpectedly in his youth, and his mother had been bedridden with illness. The family's wealth had been swindled away by that metaphysician, which left him deeply skeptical of metaphysics and the so-called practitioners thereof. Even though Li Jianmu had accurately stated that his ancestral grave had collapsed, his thoughts strayed towards the possibility of a setup, reminiscent of the earlier deceit he had suffered. He scrutinized Li Jianmu with a piercing gaze. You mentioned that our ancestral grave has collapsed. Can you discern why? Li Jianmu, ignoring his probing, candidly replied, to be precise, it has not collapsed but has been excavated. Your ancestral grave has been deliberately desecrated, and the perpetrator was targeting you. Zhang Chao's breath hitched, and he forced a smile. That is impossible. What kind of enmity would drive someone to commit such a heinous act? I have no such enemies. Li Jianmu replied with a gentle smile. Perhaps you should reflect more deeply, Mr. Zhang. Sometimes, enemies are not as overt as they seem. It is possible that the individual in question is someone with whom you share a friendly rapport. Zhang Chao scoffed. The girl is too young to perceive the world in such a bleak manner. Surely there are not that many duplicitous individuals. He was resolute in believing that those he considered friends were genuine companions, incapable of harboring ill will. Li Jianmu said nothing, merely glancing at the little boy nestled in his arms. The small child, obedient and charming, clutched a lollipop, his wide eyes glistening with curiosity and innocence as he gazed at her. She beckoned to the boy, who immediately grinned and leapt from Zhang Chao's embrace, running to her. "Sweetheart!" Zhang Chao barely managed to exclaim before witnessing the boy throw himself into Li Jianmu's arms. The child giggled, holding a lollipop to her lips. "Sister? Candy, eat candy. Be good. Sister won't eat it. You enjoy it," Li Jianmu replied, a smile gracing her lips as she ruffled the child's hair and smoothed his clothing. "Sister? Sister?" The little boy seemed to sense something amiss, tilting his head to gaze up at her with wide, questioning eyes. Li Jianmu gathered her spiritual energy in her palm and gently patted his head. An imperceptible dark gray aura was quietly dissipated. "What are you doing?" Zhang Chao instinctively felt something was wrong and quickly pulled the child closer, holding him protectively while eyeing Li Jianmu warily. "Mr. Zhang, do not be alarmed," Li Jianmu said, extending her hand to reveal a green, intricately carved bead resting in her palm. Zhang Chao was momentarily taken aback. He had not observed how she had managed the motion. She had merely brushed against the child lightly, without causing any harm, yet she had managed to extract a bead from him. Moreover, this bead. Suppressing his rising tumult, he inquired, "Is there something amiss with this object?" "It is a burial item belonging to one who met an untimely death." Zhang Chao's expression shifted dramatically. "That is impossible. This craftsmanship is not ancient. It is clearly a recent imitation that has gained popularity in the last decade." "Indeed. But that does not negate the fact that it resided in a grave for 5 years. Furthermore, as the child's father, you should be acutely aware that since coming into contact with this item, your child has likely fallen ill frequently, correct?" Zhang Chao inhaled sharply, rendered speechless. He had married later in life, and they had waited even longer to have a child, showering their little one with affection. He had personally attended to every minor ailment. Thus he was fully aware that the child had indeed been unwell with alarming regularity of late. Seeing his reaction, Li Jianmu knew she had struck a chord. She toyed with the bead and asked, "Do you remember where this item came from?" Zhang Chao's expression became distant. "Yes. It was a gift from a friend on my son's birthday. He adored it immediately. That day, my wife and I hosted a few friends, all of whom brought gifts. Our little one chose this one first, nearly putting it in his mouth, and my wife subsequently braided it onto him.
Li Jianmu nudda.
Then it is no longer a coincidence. The individual in question tampered with it, making it appealing to your impressionable child, which is not a difficult feat, but why?" Zhang Chao's face contorted with anguish, unable to fathom why someone he had considered a close friend for over 20 years would wish him harm. Li Jianmu shook her head. "This entanglement of cause and effect between you two is something you must investigate. What I can see is that this matter concerning your ancestral grave is likely linked to the same individual. Judging purely from appearances, you have recently attracted malice from those close to you, and this person harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Furthermore,"
Li Jianmu hesitata momentarily.
Zhang Chao urged, "if the master has something to say, please speak plainly." Li Jianmu continued, "Moreover, you have previously exhibited signs of a middle-aged man mourning a child." Zhang Chao gasped. His little one was his very life. He set aside his preconceived notions and quickly embraced the child, asking, "Master, with my precious one having worn that item for so long, will he? Not at all. I have already taken this item away and dispelled the negative energy surrounding him. From here on, you simply need to pay close attention, ensuring he eats well and exercises. And with a few months of proper care, he'll be fine." Zhang Chao exhaled a sigh of relief and repeatedly expressed his gratitude.
Li Jianmu nudda.
Offering the intricately carved bead. "Do you wish to keep this?" Zhang Chao hesitated before quickly shaking his head. No, please let the master handle this." "Very well," Li Jianmu replied as she secured the bead. She prepared to take her leave. Zhang Chao, however, was not done. He packaged a fine set of vermilion paper and brushes for her and provided her with his contact information, along with a card. Li Jianmu accepted the vermilion set, but declined the card. Zhang Chao insisted, No, the master must accept it. This is my heartfelt gesture." Li Jianmu shook her head. "Mr. Zhang, you should focus on resolving your family matters promptly to avoid prolonging the situation." A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhang Chao's eyes. Rest assured, master. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If it proves true, regardless of who is responsible, I shall seek justice. Li Jianmu gave one last look at his countenance, confirming the signs of impending loss had dissipated, before nodding in acknowledgement and departing. After the departure of the guests, Zhang Chao stood at the entrance, cradling the child in his arms, enveloped in a prolonged silence. His wife lifted the curtain and stepped outside, whispering, "Do you truly believe what she said? You often mention that Fu Gui is your own brother." Zhang Chao managed a bitter smile, replying, "Please refrain from mocking me. If what she claims is indeed true, it would not merely be a matter of brotherhood, it would be a profound blood feud. We must first investigate thoroughly. Both this mysterious master and Fu Gui warrant careful scrutiny." "Very well, I will find someone. My father still has some connections," she affirmed. Chapter 17. Fusang. Li Jianmu emerged from the incense shop, carrying a bundle of yellow paper and vermilion, just in time to catch the last bus back to the construction site. The site was remote, and the streetlight beside the bus stop had long been broken, casting an air of desolation. Upon disembarking, Li Jianmu immediately spotted Zhao Gang, who was anxiously waiting by the bus stop. Seeing her, Zhao Gang let out a sigh of relief and hurried over. "You're finally back. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. If you had been any later, I would have called the police." Li Jianmu's eyes sparkled with amusement. "It's all good. I lost track of time because the city center was simply too entertaining." "Glad to hear that, but school is about to start, so you mustn't indulge in too much fun. The allure of the big city can be beguiling. You mustn't follow the ways of other young girls. As a student, your primary focus should be on your studies. If you excel, you can bring your grandfather to the city to experience the world," Zhao Gang lectured, taking Li Jianmu's backpack and slinging it over his shoulder while he rambled on like a concerned parent. Li Jianmu had never encountered someone quite like him. Her parents were distant, and her master, due to her innate talents, had high expectations of her and was often stern. The warmth of someone like Zhao Gang, so reminiscent of the vivid memories of her former master, was indeed refreshing. Once Zhao Gang finished his monologue, he added, "Wang Gong has settled your wages. I'll take you to school tomorrow." Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow. "I plan to go the day after." "Tomorrow it is?" Wang Gong inquired. "And there's a special bus for new students at the bus station for Beicheng University. We can take that directly, which will save us a lot of trouble." Beicheng University and their current construction site were situated at opposite ends of the city, separated by a bustling city center, making the bus journey lengthy. However, the bus station was only a kilometer away from the site, making it quite convenient. Li Jianmu nodded in agreement. Zhao Gang offered a few more reminders, urging her to rest early before departing. After seeing him off, Li Jianmu closed the door, but did not immediately retire. She took out the verdant carved bead, delicately balancing it on her left fingertips while using her right hand to apply sticky vermilion. Channeling her spiritual energy, she swiftly traced a talisman. With a flash of golden light, the talisman surged with power and struck the carved bead, the intricate grooves within it instantly filled with a crimson hue, transforming the once eerie bead into a more commonplace, auspicious ornament. Li Jianmu found it quite pleasing to the eye. She released the man of the wandering soul from the small strawberry. "I have empowered this bead with a special technique. It will ensure that your soul does not dissipate for the time being. This will serve as your dwelling for now. You may reside here for the time being," she informed the spirit. Transitioning from a small strawberry to a carved bead had little impact on him, yet he curiously inquired, "Master, when will I be able to find my body?" Li Jianmu fell silent, uncertain herself. She began to doubt whether the people from her master's sect had misled her. Why else would she casually encounter two phenomena that exceeded her understanding? As far as she knew, this era should not have seen a significant development in metaphysics. Had it advanced to such an extraordinary degree? Moreover, while she could stabilize his soul using her techniques, she could not guarantee that his physical form would not be buried by someone. It was a source of concern. Noticing her distress, the wandering soul refrained from teasing her and swiftly retreated into the carved bead, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you.
Li Jianmu siga.
Securing the bead with a string around her neck before beginning to pack her belongings for school the next day. Suddenly, the bead stirred, and the wandering soul emerged once more. "What is it?" Li Jianmu asked. The soul hesitated. "Will we be spending a lot of time together from now on?"
Li Jianmu nudda.
"Then, please give me a name. It feels strange not to have one." "You want me to choose?" He insisted. "You choose." After contemplating his face for a moment, two characters suddenly appeared in her mind. Fusang. In the east lies Fusang, where the sun rises. As a wandering soul, you cannot see the light of day, so let us call you Fusang. The soul repeated the name thoughtfully, then broke into a smile. Very well. I shall be called Fusang. Chapter 18. Have you completed the paper? The following day, Li Jianmu and Zhao Gang arrived at the bus station, each carrying 2 large suitcases. She had only a few thin summer garments, initially packing just a small bag, but Zhao Gang had, unbeknownst to her, rummaged through and stuffed a plethora of snacks and necessities into 2 hefty boxes. Li Jianmu allowed it, and the two walked to the bus station on foot. Beicheng, a first-tier metropolis, saw a high volume of traffic at its bus station. At this time of year, various universities would set up welcome buses at long-distance bus stations, airports, and high-speed train stations. Li Jianmu and Zhao Gang easily located the area where the university buses congregated. Each bus had a sign displaying the name of the school, making it convenient to find. Li Jianmu, with her striking beauty, could not be obscured by her simple attire. Her ethereal visage shone through, and coupled with the sight of her and Zhao Gang lugging their suitcases, it was evident they were new students. Numerous upperclassmen gathered around the buses eagerly greeted them.
Hey.
Are you from our school? Which university are you attending? Excuse me, where is the bus for Beicheng University? Beicheng University. The mere mention of those 4 words drew glances of envy from those nearby. Beicheng University, a prestigious institution in the country, attracted only the elite from all provinces. Over here, Junior. The bus for Beicheng University is right here. The enthusiastic voice faltered upon catching sight of Li Jianmu's face. Upon recognizing her, Zhou Shuai experienced a moment of surprise, but recalling their previous interaction where she had read his fortune, he acknowledged the quality of the university he was attending. Hello. Zhou Shuai scratched his head, nearly doubting himself when he saw her calm demeanor.
It's you.
The screen had called her master, but now, standing before her, especially since she appeared even younger in person, he struggled to address her as such. Yes, it's me. Have you finished your paper, senior?
Li Jianmu inquirat.
The paper? That's right. You are indeed that metaphysics streamer, he realized. Not yet. I haven't had the heart to write these past couple of days. I came to help out an upperclassman with the welcome event instead. By the way, Junior, where did you come from? From the construction site. Li Jianmu was puzzled.
Didn't you watch my live stream?
I came from the construction site just 1 kilometer away to catch the bus and save a couple of bucks. Zhou Shuai responded so. The master really needs money, huh? Xiao Li, do you know each other?
Zhou Gang skrutenest Zhou Shuai.
Li Jianmu nodded, sort of. We interacted online before. Oh, I see. Zhou Shuai said warmly. You must be the Junior S brother.
Let me take that box for you.
You can't carry it. How could I not? I've been working out for years. There's no way I can't lift a suitcase. Oh. Zhou Shuai glanced awkwardly at the suitcase in his hand. Is there a block of iron in here? It's so heavy.
Zhou Gang chuckled.
Seeing this, Li Jianmu rolled up her sleeves. Let us handle it. With that, she lifted the suitcase and placed it onto the luggage rack Zhou Shuai had opened. Zhou Shuai's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, no exaggeration in the brick moving. Junior's strength is truly impressive. Once the luggage was stowed, Li Jianmu instructed Zhao Gang to return home. Zhao Gang was somewhat reluctant, intending to accompany her to the school to complete the registration procedures. However, Li Jianmu declined, repeatedly asserting that she was no longer a child, which ultimately persuaded Zhao Gang to depart. Once he left, Li Jianmu chose a seat by the window. The bus was equipped with air conditioning, dispelling the summer's restlessness. With only a few passengers aboard, Zhou Shuai was about to sit beside her for a brief chat when a delicate voice suddenly rang out from outside. Li Jianmu turned her head, her gaze steady. Chapter 19, A Child Senior. Could you help me move this? My suitcase is too heavy. Li Jianmu glanced out the window to see a girl in a white dress, her hair styled in 2 small braids, beaming with gratitude towards the senior beside her. She possessed a sweet appearance, and her charming voice, accompanied by a pure smile, drew the attention of several seniors present who had come to welcome the newcomers. This year's freshmen boasted quite a few beauties. Li Jianmu caught a murmured comment near her ear and glanced at Zhou Shuai. He fell silent, raising his fist to clear his throat. Master, I meant no offense, purely admiring, merely admiring. Li Jianmu averted her gaze, casting another look at the girl, or more precisely, at the shadow behind her. A small figure lurked beneath the girl's shadow, emanating a faint black glow. It seemed to sense Li Jianmu's gaze and turned to reveal a menacing grin, showcasing a toothless baby face that was both fierce and uncanny. Li Jianmu calmly turned her head away, clutching her backpack and closing her eyes to rest. Soon, the girl's suitcase was stowed, and she boarded the bus alongside the welcoming senior. "Little sister, find a seat and sit for a while. We won't depart for another half-hour," the welcoming senior cheerfully introduced before stepping off. The girl nodded in thanks, glanced around, and finally fixed her gaze on Zhou Shuai. Zhou Shuai was handsome and radiated warmth. Although his attire appeared unremarkable, those familiar with the brand knew his short-sleeve shirt alone cost several thousand. The girl, smiling sweetly, chose a seat across the aisle from him. "You must be a new student this year. Hello, I'm Zhang Yingying from Anqing." She extended a delicate hand, adorned with a valuable purple bracelet that sparkled in the sunlight. Zhou Shuai raised his eyebrows, promptly responding with a smile. "Hello, I'm not a new student. I'm your senior." Zhang Yingying's smile grew even sweeter as she immediately struck up a conversation with Zhou Shuai. As for Li Jianmu, she merely cast a cursory glance before losing interest. Lacking any valuables and dressed in a rather plain manner, she felt no inclination to engage. Li Jianmu only lifted her eyelids to glance at her when she boarded, then leaned against the bus window, shutting her eyes and tuning out the surrounding chatter. Zhang Yingying was quite sociable, and with Zhou Shuai's enthusiasm, they quickly fell into conversation. As time passed, more and more new students boarded the bus, excitedly arriving from various parts of the country. Some were simply dressed, while others carried themselves with an air of pride, yet all shared a fervent anticipation for their new school. Once aboard, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, with Zhang Yingying leading the charge in socializing. Meanwhile, Li Jianmu remained the quietest, leaning against the window and scarcely uttering a word. After half an hour, the bus finally set in motion. As the engine roared to life, the bus jolted, causing Li Jianmu to stir and open her eyes, her gaze clear and devoid of sleepiness. "Freshman, would you like to try this?" Wang Karen, a classmate, offered a piece of beef jerky he had brought from home. Li Jianmu glanced down, observing the dried jerky resembling a matchstick, unappetizing at first glance. "What is this?" Li Jianmu had been lost in thought and hadn't paid attention to the ongoing conversation. "Beef jerky, it's quite flavorful. Give it a try," Zhou Shuai encouraged. Li Jianmu accepted it, tentatively taking a bite. It was tough, quite difficult to chew. But as she slowly savored it, a hint of meaty flavor gradually emerged, remarkably delightful, with a pleasing chewiness. Li Jianmu took another careful bite. The novelty on her face was unmistakable. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her expression, engaged in a silent battle with the jerky, drew glances from those nearby. Zhang Yingying suddenly chimed in, "Classmate, you can't be trying beef jerky for the first time."
Can you?
Li Jianmu finished her last bite slowly before nodding. "I've never had it before." Zhang Yingying's gaze swept over her with a knowing look, tinged with sympathy. "That's all right. Beijing is vast. You'll find anything you want to eat here in the future." Although the others remained silent, they sensed that this quiet classmate came from a less affluent background. Sitting diagonally opposite, Wang Karen rummaged through his bag and cheerfully offered her another pack of beef jerky. "Classmate, this is for you. If you like it, you can come find me next time. My family has plenty of beef jerky." A full pack, weighing at least a pound, had previously been shared among the passengers, leaving each with just a piece. His generous offer instantly caught the attention of those around. Zhang Yingying laughed. "Wang, you are quite the gallant one. We aren't receiving such generous treatment. You must have taken a liking to this classmate at first sight." Laughter erupted among the group. Wang Karen's face turned crimson, his robust, slightly dark complexion now flushed with embarrassment. Li Jianmu, however, remained composed, reaching out to accept the pack of jerky, stating earnestly, "Thank you, I will return the favor." Wang Karen met her dark eyes, his face reddening further, stammering, "No, it's not necessary. I'm just glad you like it. Don't be nervous, I'm Li Jianmu, from the School of Management." Her tone remained calm, disregarding the teasing remarks, like a refreshing stream that gradually eased Wang Karen's tension. What a coincidence.
Wang Karen.
Also from the School of Management.
Li Jianmu.
What are we waiting for? Let us get together. We might be the first couple among the freshmen. Zhang Yingying continued to tease. Li Jianmu frowned. This girl was a bit too loud. Zhou Shuai, noticing her discomfort, quickly interjected, "Joking around with others is pointless." Zhang Yingying, "If you want a date, you can go for it. Don't be shy, there are plenty of excellent boys here, and if nothing else, there's a handsome senior available for you to choose from." Zhang Yingying seemed taken aback by Zhou Shuai's sudden interjection, glancing at Li Jianmu beside him. A flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. She suddenly smiled shyly. I can't. I'm not as composed as Li classmate. I hardly interacted with boys in high school, so how could I pick one so casually? Li Jianmu curiously tilted her head. You've never had a boyfriend? Of course not. High school was all about studying. I wouldn't want to mix with those troublesome boys, Zhang Yingying replied, shooting another glance at Zhou Shuai. But if there had been a senior as handsome as you in high school, I might have found myself single no more. Zhou Shuai was momentarily stunned. So, this girl's target was him? Li Jianmu lowered her gaze. Oh. Zhang Yingying, sensing their lack of response, grew impatient. She had subtly expressed her interest, and yet these two maintained such indifference. Li classmate, why are you suddenly asking me this? You don't like Zhou Senior, do you? Zhang Yingying tentatively probed the two. Chapter 20. Roommates. As the welcoming senior, Zhou Shuai had not shifted from his spot, remaining beside Li Jianmu throughout, making it hard for others not to speculate. Little did they know, Zhou Shuai was a fourth-year student, unlike the third-year seniors who were merely taking advantage of the opportunity to be lazy. What's your relationship with Li classmate? Did you know each other before? Others chimed in. A group recently emerged from high school, adept at teasing about matters of the heart, now looked at them with a knowing glint, eager to elicit a confession. Li Jianmu wore a composed expression, devoid of any embarrassment, and simply stated, a friend.
How could that be?
Senior, Zhou takes such good care of you, Zhang Yingying retorted without a second thought. Li Jianmu glanced in her direction and inquired, I noticed a child beside you earlier. Who is that? What child? Zhang Yingying paused, suddenly realizing something. Her complexion paling as her eyes widened in astonishment at Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu cast a sidelong glance at her, then deliberately shifted her gaze towards the space by her leg, as if someone were present there. Zhang Yingying's body trembled, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes, prompting her to shrink back into her seat. Yingying, what's the matter? A classmate beside her asked, puzzled. Zhang Yingying forced a smile and shook her head, nothing. Just feeling a bit short of breath. Perhaps it's motion sickness. This weather is sweltering even with the air conditioning. Senior, how much longer until we reach the school? Soon.
Soon.
Perseverance leads to victory. The conversation swiftly shifted, with everyone expressing curiosity about the school, chattering away as the seniors recounted tales of life at Beicheng University. Zhang Yingying, however, became increasingly withdrawn, exuding an aura of unease as she occasionally cast furtive glances at Li Jianmu. Hey, master, is something wrong with her? Zhou Shuai tugged at Li Jianmu's sleeve. While others might overlook Li Jianmu's words, Zhou Shuai would not. He had witnessed her extraordinary abilities during her live streams. Li Jianmu regarded him with a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Unrelenting, Zhou Shuai leaned in closer, continuing, the child you mentioned, is it that thing? Can you truly see it? Suddenly, Li Jianmu declared, Senior, allow me to offer you a free fortune-telling. Zhou Shuai sat up straight. What is it? Am I facing a great calamity? No, just a minor setback. What? Your graduation thesis is going to be rejected. Zhou Shuai. Beicheng University, a prestigious centennial institution and the highest academic establishment in the country, boasted a grand entrance that exuded a vibrant youthful energy due to the influx of new students these past few days. Thanks to Zhou Shuai's guidance, Li Jianmu swiftly completed her enrollment procedures and made her way to the dormitory. Her dormitory was located on the third floor and, with no elevator in the building, all luggage had to be carried up manually. Li Jianmu ascended the stairs with a large suitcase in tow, while Zhou Shuai struggled to haul a smaller one, panting heavily by the time they reached the dormitory door. I told you I could manage on my own, Li Jianmu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Zhou Shuai wiped the sweat from his brow, insisting, no, this is a matter of a man's dignity. Li Jianmu shook her head and stepped into the dormitory. The dormitory featured bunk beds with desks underneath, housing 5 students per room. Upon entering, they found one bed already made up, while another was being tidied by a girl. Hello, Li Jianmu greeted as she walked in. The young girl, who was cheerful and had a small toothy grin, turned around to respond. She radiated an innocent, kind, and optimistic energy. A smile crept across Li Jianmu's face. Hello. Wow, you're really beautiful, the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration,
Li Jianmu shuklad liguli,
causing the girl to blush instantly. Realizing her reaction, the girl quickly added, Hi, I'm Zheng Ling, your roommate.
Ieme Li Jianmu.
I'll remember your name. Zheng Ling repeated it carefully. Little Li, you can take this spot. It's next to me, and quiet.
All right.
Li Jianmu placed her luggage beside Zheng Ling's bed and began to unpack. Zhou Shuai pushed his suitcase over, the rolling sound finally alerting Zheng Ling to his presence. Little Li, is this your brother? Your family genes are exceptional. Yes, quite handsome. Junior, you've mistaken. I'm actually your senior, Zhou Shuai clarified with a smile. Then turned to Li Jianmu. Junior, I want to help you unpack any further. Let us exchange WeChat. If you need anything, just reach out to me. Zhou Shuai's eagerness was solely for this purpose. Li Jianmu, not one to hold back, accepted his contact. Zheng Ling, seeing this, chimed in. Wait for me. I want to add you too. After they exchanged contacts, Zhou Shuai took his leave, mindful not to linger too long in the girls' dormitory. Once he departed, Zheng Ling, brimming with curiosity, asked, Is Senior Zhou pursuing you? No, Li Jianmu replied, shaking her head. That's good. I've heard many seniors can be quite fickle, especially when it comes to charming pretty juniors. You're truly beautiful. Don't get deceived. Li Jianmu couldn't help but chuckle. The two continued to unpack, conversing in a casual manner. Zheng Ling, a local, had frequently visited the area after learning she was accepted to Beijing University and had compiled a list of delicious eateries nearby. Noticing how Li Jianmu's eyes lit up at the mention of food, she eagerly shared numerous recommendations. Dude, I don't want to stay in the dormitory. I prefer to live in an apartment next to the school. A delicate voice of complaint wafted in from the entrance, capturing both Li Jianmu's and Zheng Ling's attention. Calm down. Stay in the dormitory for a while. Your father is still upset. Once he cools down, I'll help you with this matter, Li Nan gently reassured. Dad is such a traditionalist. I'm just going to make minor adjustments. The disgruntled voice of Li Qingqing faded upon noticing the two girls in the dormitory, leaving her mouth agape in shock as she stared at Li Jianmu. Li Nan, puzzled, followed her gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Hello. You must be the new student from room 302, right? Hi, I'm Zheng Ling, and this is Li Jianmu. We're your roommates, she introduced with a warm smile. Li Jianmu offered a nod in greeting before turning to her unpacking. Why you, hello, I'm Li Qingqing, Li Qingqing stammered as she regained her composure.
Wow.
You and Little Li look so alike, Zheng Ling exclaimed in surprise. Li Qingqing and Li Yinan exchanged glances, both momentarily at a loss for words. Afterward, they chose their beds, placed their suitcases on the desks, and silently exited the room. Strange. Was there something important? Why did they leave without unpacking?
Li Jianmu musha.
Gazing thoughtfully toward the door. Chapter 21. The third unfathomable individual. Brother, have you noticed? That girl looks just like me. Upon reaching the corner, Li Qingqing grabbed Li Yinan, her youthful face filled with shock and disbelief. Li Yinan, too, appeared momentarily dazed, the esteemed heir of the Li family struggling to regain his composure. Do you think? Could it be that Dad had an affair and she's an illegitimate daughter? Li Qingqing speculated, biting her lip. Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. Li Yinan admonished hastily, though the lack of conviction in his voice was palpable. After all, Li Jianmu bore an uncanny resemblance to a younger Li Qingqing. The only difference was that Li Qingqing shunned such innocent looks, favoring a more fashionable and mature beauty, which led her to undergo surgery. With her current, meticulously applied makeup, it was easy to see how she might not have been recognized at first. Without her makeup, she would likely resemble Li Jianmu by at least 70%. Don't overthink it. There are plenty of people in the world who look alike, Li Yinan muttered, uncertain whether he was comforting himself or reassuring Li Qingqing. Just treat her as an ordinary roommate. I'll investigate further and let you know if I find anything, but Li Yinan hesitated, unwilling to speculate about their father. Yet, he couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility. Taking a deep breath, he added, even if the worst-case scenario were true, you needn't fear her, as she's merely an illegitimate daughter. Li Qingqing remained silent for a long moment before finally responding, perhaps we misjudged. I think I'll just wait for an opportunity to probe further. You've worked hard, Li Nan affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze gentle. If anything arises, just call me. Don't act rashly. Got it, big brother? Meanwhile, Li Jianmu had finished unpacking and was preparing to step outside. Upon entering the school earlier, Zhou Shuai had already assisted her in completing the necessary formalities and paying the fees. With 2,000 yuan remaining, she intended to rent an apartment off campus. Freshmen were not permitted to reside outside the campus, yet she had no intention of entirely abandoning her previous pursuits. Whether it was live streaming or offering fortune-telling services, It seemed that such activities were not meant to be openly flaunted in this world. The dormitory was inconvenient for her purposes. Xiaoli, are you going to eat? Shall we go together? Zheng Ling interjected eagerly. Li Jianmu paused slightly. I have a bit of personal business. You're all going to eat? May I join you? Before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted. Li Jianmu turned to see Li Qingqing standing at the doorway. Li Qingqing had composed her expression, yet being a naive young lady, she could not help but steal several glances at Li Jianmu. How intriguing. This was the third person who left her perplexed. Following the elusive Fuso who had lost her physical form and the accident victim whose attributes she could not discern. Li Qingqing's soul hovered above her body, yet she was not a usurper. This body indeed belonged to her. However, she was shrouded in the mists of uncertainty, unable to glimpse her past or foresee her future. Entangled in various faint threads of causality, like a fog that obscured the other end of those threads. Most importantly, she bore a faint yet potent force within her, reminiscent of something profound. Li Jianmu shook her head internally. No. A millennium ago, this land had already begun its regression in sorcery. And now it was indeed an era of dwindling magic, with spiritual energy scarce. How could she possibly witness divine brilliance in an uninitiated girl? All right, let's go together. We'll be roommates from now on, and this is our first gathering in room 302. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Zheng Ling declared cheerfully. Li Qingqing remained motionless, gazing at Li Jianmu. When their eyes met, Li Jianmu nodded without hesitation. Let us go. Off we go. Zheng Ling, having previously scouted North City University, inquired about their food preferences before leading them to a nearby snack street, eventually arriving at a skewer shop. There are 3 skewer shops nearby. I've done my research, and this one has the best flavors and the freshest ingredients, plus the best reputation. You 2 lovely ladies can order whatever you like. Today, I'll treat you. Li Jianmu glanced around. It appeared that many, like Zheng Ling, had heard of the shop's fame through various channels prior to arriving. The place was bustling with students, and the 2 large freezers were filled with patrons holding small baskets. Li Jianmu cast a cursory glance at the freezers, her eyebrows slightly raised, yet she remained at the entrance. Zheng Ling, oblivious, grabbed a basket and squeezed toward the freezers, only to be suddenly pulled back by Li Qingqing. What's wrong? Li Qingqing frowned, her eyes betraying a measure of discomfort. Are we really going to eat here? Are their ingredients clean? I can't shake the feeling that something's off. She surveyed her surroundings. It was peak dining hour, and the noise was overwhelming. The floor had not been cleaned properly, and the selection counters were crowded with diners chatting, making her worry about dust and spittle contaminating the food. The stools seemed either too glossily polished or overly greasy, reflecting the light. Most importantly, there was an indescribable aura in the air that made her uneasy. Li Qingqing had always possessed a keen intuition since childhood, so she voiced her discomfort. Why don't we choose a cleaner place? Zheng Ling hesitated. She had been eagerly anticipating this skewer shop. However, her new roommate appeared to be a bit of a princess, not quite accustomed to such settings. Before Zheng Ling could decline, a quiet mutter came from behind them. What's with the princess act? Complaining about the restaurant at its entrance, this new batch of freshmen lacks manners. The 3 turned to see a girl in a black jacket standing behind them. The soft mutter had been overheard, yet the girl seemed unfazed, sneering at them. If you're not eating, move aside. Don't block the way for decent folks. Are you out of your mind? Why are you insulting us? Li Qingqing, who had never encountered such a rude temperament, instantly turned pale. The girl scoffed. I'm talking about the ones blocking the path. If you don't want to be insulted, then clear out. Don't obstruct others from eating.
With that,
A glint of malice crossed her eyes as she pushed Li Qingqing aside. Hey, what's your problem? Li Jianmu steadied the pushed Li Qingqing. Her gaze fixed on the retreating girl. Although they had been standing at the entrance, they were not blocking the way. They were positioned to the side, allowing passage for others. Normally, a reasonable student would not resort to insults or shoving even if displeased by Li Qingqing's words.
indeed.
She noticed the girl swaggering into the kitchen after entering the restaurant. This was clearly a staff member. What kind of person is that? It's infuriating.
Li Qingqing fumat.
Stamping her foot. As a princess of the Li family, when had she ever endured such indignities? Forget it. She must be part of the staff. No wonder she couldn't tolerate our comments about the cleanliness. Let South find another place to eat. Zheng Ling hastily attempted to smooth things over, guiding her away. Li Qingqing remained agitated. Yet Li Jianmu suddenly interjected. Wait. Xiaoli, what's wrong? Li Jianmu did not respond. Instead, she walked directly toward the kitchen. Excuse me? Students aren't allowed back here.
Hey you, student.
As the staff called after her, Li Jianmu lifted the kitchen curtain. The girl who had just been rude was seated on a small stool, skewering meat. Upon seeing Li Jianmu, she glared. What do you want? Coming in here to confront me? Hello, I'm Li Jianmu from room 302 in dormitory 16. If you feel unwell in the coming days, feel free to seek me out. The girl looked bewildered. Are you crazy? Li Jianmu offered no explanation, glancing casually at the bowl overflowing with marinated meat beside her before leaving. The meat, marinated with various spices and speared with bamboo sticks, emitted barely audible sounds as they were pierced. Each poke seemed to awaken the shadows of cats and dogs lurking at the bowl's edge, their forms appearing increasingly menacing. What were you doing? You didn't apologize to that girl, did you?
Li kinkinaya Li Jianmu suspiciously.
Li Jianmu shook her head, refraining from further clarification. Let us go. We need to find somewhere to eat. Zhongling led them to another small stir-fry restaurant, where they ordered several dishes. This time, Li Qingqing did not voice any objections. Before long, the dishes arrived and Li Qingqing received a phone call and stepped away, leaving Zhongling and Li Jianmu to face a table laden with food. Zhongling sighed. Does she think this place is dirty too? Li Jianmu shook her head. I don't think that's the case. She probably has something to attend to. Let us eat for now. Zhongling sighed again, mentally crossing Li Qingqing off her list of dining companions. The little princess didn't appreciate peasant food. She wouldn't need to be invited next time. After finishing their meal, Li Jianmu declined Zhengling's invitation to go shopping, claiming she had some matters to attend to, and then they parted ways. Once separated, she wandered around the vicinity of the school before settling on an inconspicuous residential complex. The environment was quite poor, lacking security, and the building they occupied appeared to be a privately constructed structure by the landlord, a 3-story edifice housing over 20 rooms for students of North City University. It wasn't that she desired to choose poorly. This was simply the most affordable option. While larger rooms near the school typically cost around 1,200 yuan, this one was only 700, allowed for monthly payments, and did not require a hefty deposit. Li Jianmu rifled through her money, realizing she had no choice but to rent here for the time being. This is the only key. If you lose it, you'll have to find a locksmith. If anything breaks, you're responsible for repairs. I want to be involved. Remember to pay the rent on time if you plan to stay next month. With that, the landlord closed the door behind her. The room was sparsely furnished, containing merely a wooden bed, a table, and a chair. After casually wiping the table with a tissue, she placed her backpack down. Inside the backpack lay the vermilion powder and yellow paper she had purchased the previous day. The yellow paper was meticulously cut and evenly spread across the table. Dipping her brush into the vermilion, she employed her wrist strength to lightly tap the yellow paper, completing the incantation in one fluid motion. In the brief span of a breath, a flash of golden light signaled the formation of the talisman. Such talismans are commonly utilized by practitioners of the mystic arts, encapsulating the ethereal energies of the universe through intricate drawings, serving as excellent aids in warding off malevolence or engaging in fierce battles. The creation of talismans demands high-quality materials. The more adept the practitioner, the less stringent the requirements. A skilled practitioner can even conjure talismans in the void without any external aid. Li Jianmu, too, was capable of this. Yet having inexplicably arrived in this age of spiritual desolation, where the world's energies were severely depleted, she had only regained a mere 30% of her former prowess. Thus, employing these materials for void talismans felt somewhat wasteful for her current state. Moreover, paper talismans were the easiest to carry and trade. Li Jianmu dedicated an entire afternoon to meticulously crafting the yellow paper into basic peace charms. Once completed, she folded them uniformly into triangles, casually placed them into a plastic bag, and then stowed it in her backpack before departing. Not far from her rented room lay the back street, where she purchased some snacks, intending to return to her dormitory. Suddenly, she halted, turning her head. Across the street stood the skewer shop that Zhongling had taken them to for lunch, but where they had been unable to eat. The entrance was abuzz with commotion, and an ambulance was parked outside. Moments later, several individuals clad in white coats emerged from the shop, carrying a man. What had transpired? Had someone died? It seemed the owner of the truly fragrant skewers had collapsed from illness right in the establishment. Perhaps he had overexerted himself. The business was thriving, yet sometimes excessive success could be detrimental to one's health. Li Jianmu cast a distant glance. From her perspective, she discerned countless shadowy figures of cats and dogs energetically leaping upon the man, roaring and voraciously devouring his vitality. She averted her gaze and strode away. All things possess a spirit. This individual was not worthy of sympathy. The truly fragrant skewers would temporarily close due to the owner's hospitalization. Zhao Shuang, upon receiving the brief instruction from the proprietress, hurriedly departed. She closed the door and began to tidy up the disarrayed shop. As a waitress who had worked there for a year, she hailed from a small county and was studying in a city with a high cost of living. The burden on her family was substantial, compelling her to work part-time since her freshman year. Having held various part-time positions, the skewer shop was the one she had remained at the longest. Despite the demanding workload, the compensation was generous, and the proprietress was amiable. Even when Zhao Shuang arrived late due to academic conflicts, her wages were never docked, making it a significantly better experience than her previous jobs. She took pride in the establishment and couldn't tolerate any disparagement towards it, which was why she had clashed with Li Qingqing earlier that day. After tidying up the dining area and mopping the floor, she proceeded to the kitchen. Due to the sudden closure, the ingredients prepared for the day had not been fully utilized. While the items on display outside were manageable, there remained a substantial bowl of marinated meat that had yet to be skewered. She planned to place the entire bowl into the freezer. As she casually lifted the lid, intending to check the marination, she was met with a shocking sight of crimson. The lid clattered to the ground as Zhao Shuang staggered back, her heart racing as she stared at the bowl of marinated meat. What was that? The marinated meat should have been coated in spices, yet it appeared to be a bloody, indistinct mass, reminiscent of a freshly slaughtered animal. No, that couldn't be right. She must have misinterpreted it. Shaking her head, she cautiously approached the bowl to confirm her suspicions. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, she exhaled in relief. The bowl contained undeniably marinated meat, cubed pieces adorned with specks of chili powder. She had indeed misjudged it. Was it the result of too many late nights making her eyes deceive her? It seemed she needed to rest properly over the next couple of days. Muttering to herself, Zhao Shuang picked up the bowl and headed toward the freezer. As she lifted the heavy, white lid, ready to place the bowl inside, her eyes suddenly widened and her body froze. Within the expansive freezer, a jumble of small kittens and puppies of various colors and furs huddled together. As she opened the lid, they all turned to look at her with fierce, glowing eyes, as if poised to pounce and tear her apart. Zhao Shuang could no longer deceive herself into thinking it was merely an illusion. She could not even scream. Her throat stiffened as she stood frozen in place. The iron bowl fell with a thud, scattering the meat across the floor. As if breaking some forbidden taboo, she finally reacted, pivoting sharply to flee.
Meow. Woof.
The sharp sounds erupted around her, and Zhao Shuang clasped her ears in agony, hastening her escape from the kitchen. Help! Help! She screamed, dashing out as tears welled in her eyes. Behind her, the various cats and dogs surged forth from the freezer, their fierce barks matching her speed. Open the door! Open the door! Zhao Shuang cried, tugging at the door lock while glancing back. The creatures suddenly slowed, moving with an eerie elegance, their fur shedding in an instant, reminiscent of a horror film. Their bloodied, disfigured bodies were awkwardly supported by soft, sagging bones, with droplets of blood marking their path as they advanced upon her. The mournful, piercing sounds continued to assail her senses, torturing her nerves like a death decree. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. Meow. A cat's cry rang out, and a mass of flesh and blood suddenly lunged at her. At that moment, Zhao Shuang's trembling fingers finally managed to unlock the door, the small click echoing as the door swung wide open. She stumbled out, not daring to look back, scrambling desperately forward, as if fleeing for her life. Unbeknownst to her, the shadows of the cats and dogs remained trapped inside the shop, unable to escape. Zhao Shuang sprinted all the way to the university, the suffocating sensation in her chest finally forcing her to a halt. After a brief pause, she realized the cacophony of barks and meows had long since faded. Leaning against the wall, she gasped for air, unable to dispel the haunting images from her mind. What were those creatures, and why had they appeared in the shop? Previously, as a top student at North City University, she had always scoffed at such supernatural phenomena. Yet, what she had witnessed today undeniably shattered her understanding. What should she do? As she pressed her hand to her chest, an unexpected thought crossed her mind. She recalled the freshman she had encountered earlier that day. What had she said? That if anyone felt unwell, they could seek her out? At the time, Zhao Shuang had found the remark peculiar, yet now she felt an overwhelming intuition. Surely, the freshman was referring to these bizarre occurrences. She mentioned residing in dormitory 16, room 30. In the dormitory, all 5 residents of room 302 had gathered. Li Jianmu and Li Qingqing had already been encountered during the day. The 2 she met that evening included Zhang Wenjing, the daughter of a professor from the mathematics department. Hailing from a family of educators, yet she exuded no scholarly aura. Instead, she sported a head of voluminous waves, adorned with exquisite makeup, embodying a distinctly fashionable persona. When Li Jianmu returned, she was engrossed in a lively discussion about designer fashion with Li Qingqing, their rapport evident in their animated exchange. Another girl, Ge Xinhua, similarly hailing from out of town, donned black-rimmed glasses and sported a bob hairstyle. Having just received her textbooks, she had already commenced her studies with earnest diligence. Little Li, you're back. Where did you go this afternoon? I sent you a WeChat, but got no reply. Our class tutor just distributed the books to each dormitory. And I took yours back to put it on your desk, Zheng Ling remarked.
Li Jianmu nu depreciativeli.
A sharp whistle drew her attention. And she turned to see Zhang Wenjing with a mischievous grin, greeting her, "Hello, beauty. I'm your roommate, Zhang Wenjing, though I might not be very Wenjing myself." "I can tell," Li Jianmu replied, nodding with honest acknowledgement. Judging by her appearance, it was clear that Zhang came from a privileged background but possessed a rebellious and audacious spirit. "What's your name?" Zhang inquired.
Li Jianmu.
Zhang Wenjing raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at Li Qingqing beside her. "Are you sisters? I must say, you bear a striking resemblance to each other. Who is the elder?" Li Qingqing and Li Jianmu exchanged a knowing glance, concealing their complexities, before shaking their heads. "No. It's merely a coincidence. We didn't know each other before. Just to clarify, I am from Beicheng, while Li Jianmu is from Lin County and in province. How could we possibly know each other?" Li Qingqing's emphasis served both to clarify and reassure herself that there was no blood relation between her and Li Jianmu. However, to the others, it came across as the arrogance of a local looking down upon someone from a lesser-known county. The rest of the group wore subtle expressions,
choosing not to speak.
Li Jianmu, in contrast, seemed unfazed and simply nodded in agreement. She then turned her gaze towards Ge Xinhua, who appeared somewhat timid and socially anxious. Only when Li Jianmu's eyes remained fixed on her did she push up her glasses and whisper, "Ge Xinhua." Li Jianmu nodded, satisfied, before turning to organize her desk. Zhang Wenjing chuckled. "Our dormitory is filled with 2 major introverts. You 2 are quite amusing." Ge Xinhua blushed, retracting her neck, and turned back to her book. Unperturbed, Zhang Wenjing stretched languidly and rummaged through her cabinet, producing a bag. "Hey, don't get too busy just yet. My parents asked me to bring you all some gifts. Each one is different, so you can choose for yourselves." "What kind of gifts?" "Perfume. My aunt brought them from abroad. They're from niche brands with particularly unique scents. You should try them." The young women, unable to resist the allure of such offerings, quickly gathered around. 5 small bottles of various colors were displayed together, each distinct yet exquisitely crafted. "I like this one. You all choose among the other 4, Zhang Wenjing declared, selecting a pink heart-shaped bottle. Zheng Ling and Li Qingqing swiftly made their selections as well. Ge Xinhua, from a less affluent background, hesitated to accept someone else's gift, unsure of the perfume's value, and glanced towards Li Jianmu for guidance. However, Li Jianmu's attention was fixed on the pink heart-shaped bottle in Zhang Wenjing's hand. "Could I have that one?" The group fell silent. Zhang Wenjing caressed the small bottle in her hand, momentarily speechless. Zheng Ling quickly intervened. "Little Li, you also like pink? Why not take another one? The milky white with a hint of pink is quite lovely too." Li Jianmu's gaze remained steadfast, locking onto Zhang Wenjing's eyes. "Is that all right?" Zhang Wenjing paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "All right, since you're so beautiful, I'll oblige. I rarely refuse a request from a lovely lady."
With that,
she handed the pink bottle over to Li Jianmu. "Thank you." Li Jianmu accepted it with grace, ignoring the curious glances from the others. Zheng Ling remarked, "Little Li seems a bit naive regarding social niceties." Li Qingqing added, "This girl, suspected to be a love child, is rather brazen." Ge Xinhua expressed her concern. "One from a small county shouldn't offend the locals casually. What if she gets into trouble?" Li Jianmu disregarded their gazes and returned to her spot, pulling out 4 talismans she had drawn that afternoon. She considered herself fortunate. Her new roommates, apart from the somewhat inscrutable Li Qingqing, were all quite pleasant, and she was eager to foster a good relationship with them. "This is for you all." "What is this?" Zheng Ling was the first to take it, holding it up to the light. The folded talismans, triangular in shape, appeared yellow under the illumination. reminiscent of the inconspicuous yellow paper one might casually gather during the Qingming festival, unremarkable and seemingly worthless. Yet, those unfamiliar with such items might feel an inexplicable unease upon holding them. Li Jianmu explained earnestly, "These are peace talismans. Wear them close and do not remove them, as they can provide a sliver of safety in times of peril."
Huffed.
"I won't be encountering any danger. Isn't this just a curse?"
Li Qingqin returta.
Promptly shoving the talisman back into Li Jianmu's hands. Li Jianmu remained silent and turned towards the others. Ge Xingyue said nothing, simply stuffing it into her pocket. It bore no value, and accepting it required no obligation. Regardless of her belief in Li Jianmu's words, she did not wish to disregard her classmates' kindness. Zhang Ling followed suit, placing the talisman between her phone case. "Well, my phone is always in hand, so it counts as being kept close, right?"
Li Jianmu nudda.
"That's fine." Finally, her gaze landed on Zhang Wenjing, who toyed with the talisman between her fingers. Her freshly done long, pointed nails seemed poised to pierce the talisman at any moment. "I've heard that a genuine peace talisman will warm up and become hot to alert its owner of impending danger, only to turn to ash once the threat has passed. Is that true?" Li Jianmu confirmed, "Generally, yes, but if one encounters a malevolent spirit of considerable power, the talisman's efficacy becomes negligible and may not safeguard its owner from harm." Zhang Wenjing appeared intrigued, continuing, "I've also heard that talismans drawn by true practitioners are impervious to fire and water, making them hard to destroy. Is that accurate?" Li Jianmu obediently nodded again. Zhang Wenjing seemed to have been waiting for this, suddenly producing a lighter from seemingly nowhere. "Well, let's put that to the test. I'm quite curious." Before anyone could protest, the lighter clicked, and a small flame flickered to life. Friends, witness the moment of miracle.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of vigorous knocking abruptly shattered the peculiar atmosphere in the room, causing Zhang Wenjing to freeze. Zhang Ling, closest to the door, went to answer it. "I'm looking for Li Jianmu. Is this Li Jianmu's dormitory?" As soon as the door swung open, the person outside leaned in eagerly. "Yes, it is," Zhang Ling replied, a hint of recognition flickering in her eyes as she turned to Li Jianmu. "Little Li, someone is looking for you." Li Jianmu was unperturbed. She clutched the peace talisman that Li Qingqing had rejected and walked towards the door. Zhao Shuang's gaze brimmed with hope as she fixed her eyes on Li Jianmu. Having knocked on several dormitory doors, she had finally found her. A night filled with anxiety melted away at the sight of Li Jianmu. As Li Jianmu approached, Zhao Shuang swallowed hard and whispered, "You know why I'm here to find you, right?"
Li Jianmu nudda.
"Let us step outside to talk." Zhao Shuang obediently followed her out. Once they had departed, Zheng Ling murmured, "Little Li seems to have quite the network. But that girl, why does she seem so familiar?" "In the skewered meat shop at noon," Li Qingqing scoffed. "I wondered why she didn't react when I was getting scolded. Turns out she knows her." Zhang Ling finally pieced it together, her expression awkward. "Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Little Li seems quite amiable." Li Qingqing rolled her eyes. "Regardless, I think she is not simple." Zhang Wenjing nodded, her voice tinged with an enigmatic tone. "Indeed, Little Li is quite extraordinary." The group turned to look at her, all taken aback. There stood Zhang Wenjing, holding the peace talisman in her left hand and the lighter in her right. The flame danced wildly at the corner of the talisman but could not mar its surface in the slightest. The lighter was moved aside, and the talisman remained unscathed. Not even a hint of warmth lingering upon it. This phenomenon contradicted their understanding, rendering the group of girls momentarily speechless. Eventually, someone suggested, "Let us test it in water." Ge Xingyue quickly fetched a basin of water. The talisman was submerged, and after 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, it was retrieved, still pristine, not even a drop of water clinging to it. "It is indeed a genuine talisman," Zhang Wenjing spoke slowly. Unlike the other materialists, Zhang Wenjing, despite her entire family being educators, possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding such metaphysical matters. Yet, it was precisely because of this understanding that she recalled the true talismans wielded by genuine practitioners, each worth a fortune, often unattainable.
Now,
a new classmate had casually gifted them such a treasure. Li Jianmu's presence suddenly loomed larger in her mind. The four exchanged glances, silence enveloping them for several moments. Ge Xingyue hastily withdrew the talisman from her pocket. A small orb hung from her neck, which opened perfectly to accommodate the talisman. Zhang Ling also took out her talisman, handling it with care, yet struggling to find a suitable place to keep it. Upon noticing Ge Xingyue's actions, she expressed her envy. I'll buy a chain that can hold things too, to wear around my neck tomorrow. Li Qinxin glanced around before approaching Li Jianmu's bed and directly rummaging through her backpack. Chapter 24. A face covered in ringworm. Li Jianmu's backpack was stuffed to the brim, the topmost item being the plastic bag containing the talismans. The bag was unfastened, and with a slight movement, a pile of small triangular talismans spilled forth. Ugh. Zhang Wenjing struggled to articulate. I've heard my grandfather say that even the most inferior genuine talismans are worth tens of thousands, and they are rarely available, given the scarcity of true practitioners and the minuscule circulation of such charms. This bag contained no less than dozens, and if rounded, its value would easily exceed 1 million. Yet, such a valuable item was simply stored in a plastic bag and carelessly left on the dormitory table? Were they not concerned about theft? Li Qinxin felt a tremor in her hands. The monetary value was trivial. Rather, it was the rarity of such items that mattered. Steadying herself, she gingerly extracted one talisman, carefully repacking the others, securing the plastic bag, placing it in her backpack, and zipping it up neatly on the table. You all saw, I only took one. This is a welcome gift from my roommate. I didn't take more. However, wasn't it you who said you didn't want it earlier? Taking it now seems inappropriate, Zheng Ling timidly commented. Li Qinxin raised her chin, her neck slightly flushed. I was merely being polite. I didn't truly mean it. After speaking, she seemed to realize her own weakness, murmuring, then, when she returns, I'll offer to buy it, right? We're roommates. She wouldn't refuse to sell me even one, would she? The more she spoke, the more uncertain her voice became. Zheng Ling suddenly chuckled. It seemed this young lady wasn't as untouchable as she appeared. Zhang Wenjing abruptly stood. I have something to attend to. I won't be checking in tonight. You need not wait for me if I am not back. The remaining few exchanged puzzled glances. Li Jianmu, accompanied by Zhao Shuang, directly exited dormitory 16 and approached the small grove beside it. Li, classmate, you said you knew why I was here? Zhao Shuang hesitated, cautiously inquiring. Li Jianmu lowered her gaze, fixating on the ground near Zhao Shuang's feet. In the dimly lit school grove, dark entities lurked in the shadows. A black cat, a mere half a meter from Zhao Shuang's feet, bared its teeth at Li Jianmu. Before Zhao Shuang could anticipate Li Jianmu's response, she sensed something unusual at her feet and jumped in fright, hastening to Li Jianmu's side. Li, classmate, is that thing still here? Please help me, save me. Li Jianmu withdrew her gaze, speaking slowly. Let us first discuss what transpired at the shop this afternoon. Seeing her calm demeanor, Zhao Shuang's anxious heart gradually settled. Nothing much happened this afternoon. It was the new student enrollment day, and there were too many customers. The boss worried that the kitchen supplies might run low for the evening, so he went out to purchase more, returning around 6 o'clock. There were so many people in the shop that I was in the kitchen when I suddenly heard a commotion outside. The boss's wife rushed out, only to find the boss collapsed at the entrance. After accounting, Zhao Shuang suddenly recalled something, her pupils dilating. I remember now. I was the last one to leave the kitchen, and as I exited, I think I heard a cat cry. But it was chaotic at that time. People were calling for ambulances, making payments, and the boss's wife was crying. I didn't pay it much mind. Then later, I saw a cat and a dog, both ferocious, hiding in the freezer, scaring me, and they chased me relentlessly, their fur matted in blood, as if they had been torn apart. The more she spoke, the more terror gripped her. The images she had tried to forget on the way here now vividly assaulting her senses. She grasped Li Jianmu's hand. Those weren't my hallucinations, were they? There really are ghosts?
No, cat ghosts?
What exactly are they? They are the vengeful spirits of tortured animals. Li Jianmu gently pushed her hand away, patting the back of her hand lightly. Zhao Shuang's fear and agitation were momentarily soothed, leaving only the tranquil figure before her. But why would the vengeful spirits of tortured animals seek me out? I have never harmed any cats or dogs. Suddenly, Zhao Shuang recalled something and looked at Li Jianmu in disbelief. Li Jianmu nodded. Indeed, the meat skewers sold at your shop are made from cats and dogs.
Ugh.
Zhao Shuang turned away and vomited. The ingredients at the shop were not only sold to students, but were also consumed by the staff, who had often remarked on the boss's generosity.
Now,
the thought of having eaten skewers made of cat and dog meat for an entire year left her feeling utterly unwell. Simultaneously, previously unnoticed details began to resurface in her mind. For instance, the meat ingredients were always personally sourced by the boss, typically consisting of chunks the size of a child's fist, often pre-marinated, rendering it indistinguishable. Furthermore, The boss and his wife never ate the skewers from the shop, even declining invitations to do so, claiming they could no longer digest such greasy food due to their age. In retrospect, it was clear they had long been aware. The more Zhao Shuang pondered, the worse she felt, leading to further bouts of vomiting. Li Jianmu stood quietly beneath the tree, observing the black cat at her feet. The cat, seemingly sentient, now a spirit, leaped away at the sight of Zhao Shuang's vomiting, its eyes filled with disdain.
Sansing Li Jianmu sa casa.
The black cat felt provoked, turning to hiss menacingly at her. Li Jianmu suddenly burst into laughter. This cat must have been well cared for by its owner. Zhao Shuang felt as if her ears were malfunctioning. She was on the verge of vomiting again, yet Li Jianmu was laughing? She wiped her mouth, uncertainly glancing at Li Jianmu. Unfortunately, Li Jianmu had already returned to her impassive demeanor. Enduring her unease, she inquired, "Li classmate, are those cats and dogs seeking revenge?" "But this has nothing to do with me. I have never harmed those animals, nor did I know about the meat. Can you help me?" She had never tortured small animals and was unaware of the fate of those cats and dogs. Had she not heard the cats cry or witnessed the supernatural occurrences, she could have confidently argued that vengeance had its rightful targets, and even if the cats and dogs were seeking revenge, it would not concern her. However, the current situation indicated that she was already in their sights. Li Jianmu nodded, handing her a talisman. 2,000 for this.
What?
Zhao Shuang was taken aback, bewildered. Li Jianmu continued, "This is a talisman. Keep it and, tomorrow, resign from your job at the shop. After that, the vengeful spirits of the cats and dogs will no longer seek you out." Zhao Shuang remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the talisman, her lips pressed together. She was impoverished, managing her university living expenses entirely on her own. 2,000 yuan sufficed for 2 to 3 months. ISNT at your duty as practitioners of the mystical arts to combat malevolent forces and uphold justice in the world. This was how it was portrayed on television. Li Jianmu retrieved the talisman, turning to leave. "You should watch less television. Otherwise, it becomes apparent how your innocent and naive clarity shines through your eyes." Zhao Shuang opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately refrained from calling her back. 2,000 yuan was indeed an exorbitant amount. Upon returning to her dormitory, Li Jianmu sensed an unusual atmosphere within the room. Zhang Ling shot her a glance, but she was at a loss to decipher its meaning. Zhang Wenjing was absent, and Ge Xingyue cast furtive glances in her direction. Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow, perplexed. As she settled into her space, she immediately noticed her backpack had been tampered with. Turning her head, she fixed her gaze on Li Qingqing with precision. Li Qingqing cleared her throat awkwardly, forcing herself to sit up straight. "Well, after giving it some thought, that talisman was a gift from you to my roommate. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to refuse it, so I took one for myself while you were away." Li Jianmu continued to stare at her with an enigmatic smile. Li Qingqing, feeling inexplicably embarrassed, retorted defiantly, "I truly only took one. They can all attest to it. I didn't touch anything else of yours. You can check if you don't believe me. I trust you." Li Jianmu nodded. She merely found the girl's flustered reaction amusing. How peculiar. Li Jianmu turned back to continue organizing her belongings. The dormitory was designed with upper bunks and desks below, where a lamp and various storage compartments were arranged. She possessed numerous items. The suitcase was filled with various things packed by Zhao Gang, the contents of which she was unaware. While tidying up, Li Jianmu remarked, "However, please refrain from handling my belongings casually in the future. The talisman is harmless, but if there are any offensive charms later on, it could pose a significant danger to you." The three of them exchanged bewildered glances.
Li Qingqing curieux. Offensive charm?
Yes, such as thunder charms, fire charms, ghost-controlling charms, and so forth. The trio's expressions mirrored confusion. Zhang Ling swallowed hard, stammering, "Shaoli, what exactly does your family do?" The other two perked up their ears. "We run a Taoist temple," she replied, though the temple had long fallen into disrepair and ceased to attract devotees. "So, these talismans originate from your temple?"
Li Jianmu pausa.
Deciding to disclose everything. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a practitioner of the mystical arts. And these talismans, I drew them myself." Ge Xinyue's eyes widened. Zhang Wenjing mentioned that authentic talismans drawn by seasoned practitioners can fetch tens of thousands for a single piece.
Xiaoli.
If you can draw them yourself, doesn't that mean you could earn quite a bit? She felt envious. Initially believing she and Li Jianmu hailed from equally humble backgrounds, it now seemed she was the only one in poverty. Li Jianmu, however, was oblivious to such market values. Yet, she was not in it for profit. The amount of money was secondary to the individual's financial situation. She would not refuse assistance to those in need. The price she quoted Zhao Shuang was not arbitrary. Zheng Ling interjected. That seems unlikely. I just checked online, and it says that drawing genuine talismans is quite challenging. Many esteemed masters can only produce one in a day and require significant rest before attempting another. So that's how it is, Li Jianmu mused. Furthermore, there are specific requirements and expensive materials involved in drawing talismans. Look here. The three of them leaned in, engaging in an enthusiastic discussion about the various descriptions of practitioners of the mystical arts found online. Li Jianmu had opened her suitcase, staring silently at the abundance of items inside. The suitcase was divided into several small compartments, each labeled with a name. There were fried fish and meat prepared by Sister Zhang, a dress bought by Aunt Zhou, snacks from Uncle Lu, and a bracelet gifted by worker Wang. Li Jianmu felt a swell of emotion. The workers under worker Wang were from villages near her original home. Even if they were unaware of her fortune-telling, they treated her with great kindness. She believed that even without the fortune-telling incident, these gifts would still find their way to her. Xiao Li, you're a practitioner. Is everything they say online true? Wow, so many things. So this is what your suitcase is filled with. This fish looks delicious. Could you spare me a piece? Room 302 was filled with a warm atmosphere, while in another dormitory building, Zhao Shuang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her building was quite old, and she repeatedly reflected on the events of the day, her heart filled with unease. Fortunately, her roommates had returned, and the lively sharing of summer vacation stories eased her fears and tension. Once the lights were out and she lay in bed, she silently chanted, "Every grievance has its source. Every debt has its master," while repeatedly convincing herself that Li Jianmu was merely a heartless scammer. After such mental conditioning, she gradually calmed down and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Zhao Shuang awoke, clutching her throbbing head. Suddenly, one of her roommates exclaimed, "Zhao Shuang, what happened to your face?" Zhao Shuang froze, her mind racing with thoughts, and hurriedly jumped out of bed. Grabbing a mirror, she gasped in shock. Her cheeks were covered in unsightly patches overnight, nearly engulfing her entire visage, an appearance both horrifying and repulsive. One roommate cautiously approached, examining her closely. "It looks like ringworm. Do you have a cat? How could this happen? It wasn't he there last night. It's so strange how it appeared so quickly. You should really see a doctor." With so much ringworm, and in such an unusual manner, it would likely cost a considerable amount to visit the hospital. "Zhao Shuang, do you still have any money? If not, perhaps you should see the school doctor first," another roommate kindly suggested, knowing her frugal nature. Zhao Shuang's dazed expression suddenly shifted, and she dashed out without a second thought. "Hey, what are you doing? Change your clothes first. You're in your pajamas." Zhao Shuang paid no heed and rushed out in her sleepwear. Unfortunately, no matter how fast she ran, she saw no one. Li Jianmu had already left the dormitory. At 6 in the morning, Li Jianmu received a call from worker Wang. Lu Taidan had been located. Lu Taidan was the son of widow Lu, the one she had encountered at the construction site, speaking with a thick accent. After decades of waiting, she had finally made contact with the son she had longed to see, and it had only taken 2 days. Boss Chen from the construction site sent someone to drive Li Jianmu there. By the time she arrived at the site, it was nearly 9 o'clock. As she stepped out of the car, she spotted a group of people waiting at the entrance. The three at the forefront included the familiar worker Wang, and 2 others, one dressed in a suit and the other a portly man wearing a construction helmet. Upon seeing her approach, worker Wang hastily introduced, "Master Li has arrived. Allow me to present you. This is Boss Chen of the construction site, and this gentleman is." Li Jianmu's gaze fixed on the suited man, and she spoke slowly, "Lu Taidan." A moment of silence fell over the group. The suited man's lips twitched. Chapter 25. Opening the Ghost Gate. The suited man's momentary discomfort quickly dissipated. He raised his hand in a polite greeting. "Greetings, Master Li. I am Lu Shuisheng." Li Jianmu did not shake his hand, merely nodding coldly as she walked toward the construction site. "Follow me." Lu Shuisheng, unperturbed, calmly withdrew his hand and said to worker Wang and Boss Chen, who were following him, "I will accompany Master Li inside for a moment. Please wait here." Although everyone was eager to follow and see if there were indeed any supernatural entities, Lu Shuisheng's initiative made it awkward for them to insist on accompanying him. They could only nod awkwardly. Lu Shuisheng quickly caught up with Li Jianmu. The construction site had not yet begun operations, and there were few people around. with various piles of materials scattered about, appearing quite ordinary. The bright daylight alleviated any eerie ambience, making it difficult for anyone to associate it with ghosts. Lu Shuisheng walked at a leisurely pace. Once, there stood a venerable locust tree, grand and majestic. In my childhood, my friends and I often gathered its seeds to engage in playful games. How has this place been transformed to such heights? This was once the woodpile of my second uncle's home. I recall, at the tender age of 10, accidentally igniting their woodpile, an incident that has left my second uncle harboring resentment towards me for many years. I wonder if he has forgiven me by now. It seems they intend to construct a small fountain here. This area was previously a diminutive pond, nearly dried up. Nevertheless, it is for the best. Li Jianmu listened quietly as Lu Shuisheng reminisced about the past. It was only when he spoke of the pond that she interjected, the 5th year after your departure. That pond dried up.
What?
How do you know? Lu Shuisheng instinctively inquired. Turning to face her, he met Li Jianmu's somber gaze. Because your mother met her demise in that desiccated ditch that year. Lu Shuisheng froze, rooted to the spot. Li Jianmu let out a soft huff from her nose and continued walking forward. It was true that Lu's mother perished in that ditch. Yet her spirit was not confined there. Instead, it lingered, wandering restlessly at home. Unbeknownst to Lu Shuisheng, he pondered something as he lowered his head, attempting to compose himself before hastily catching up to Li Jianmu. Master, could you share with me details about my mother? They all speculate that you saw her that night. Apart from instructing you to find me, did she say anything else? Li Jianmu cast a sidelong glance at him. Why have you not returned all these years? Lu Shuisheng hesitated. I had my reasons. Li Jianmu glanced towards a shaded area where a structure was being erected, her tone turning stern. No matter how compelling your reasons, they do not suffice. Your mother waited all these years. Even in death, her attachment remains unbroken. You must provide her with closure. Lu Shuisheng remained silent, wiping his face. The grace and courtesy he once possessed evaporated, replaced by profound anguish and despondency. I fear you may find this amusing, but initially, I could not return. After learning of my mother's passing, I was too afraid to come back. He lowered his head, sighing deeply. When he was merely a teenager, he had the audacity to venture into the world, fueled by a daring spirit. In his first year away, he faced hardships, but swiftly earned his first fortune in a southern metropolis through clever dealings. The earnings from a single day then surpassed what his family had made in an entire year. He grew arrogant, feeling that earning money was effortless, and he was remarkably capable, which led to a sense of hubris. At that time, the southern region was a bustling hub for commerce, drawing many from their homes, an environment rife with both the cunning and the capable. Lu Shuisheng, newly wealthy, inadvertently offended numerous individuals and made grave mistakes, culminating in a near-fatal altercation that landed him in prison for 6 years. Upon release, he found himself destitute. In his village, accumulating wealth was a source of pride, yet imprisonment brought shame, a stain upon his ancestry. Moreover, with a lingering sense of discontent, he could not return home in disgrace, fearing it would tarnish his mother's reputation. Thus, he made a brief call home, intending to reassure them of his safety, while concocting an excuse to remain in the south, promising to return by the new year. However, upon placing the call, it was the village head who delivered the news of his mother's death. Why did you not return when you learned of her passing? Li Jianmu pressed, noticing the shadow beneath the structure beginning to waver unsteadily. With a sense of shame, Lu Shuisheng lowered his head, rubbing his hands together. Because I had no money at the time. The earnings I had made were spent compensating the family of the victim. Upon my release from prison, I had barely any funds left. Phone bills were exorbitant. After that call, I was left with only enough for a meal, and for several months, I survived by begging. Later, he met his wife, whose father was a wealthy merchant in Pengcheng. He was reluctant for her to associate with anyone from his hometown. As time passed, compounded by his mother's long absence, his thoughts of returning gradually faded. With reddened eyes, Lu Shuisheng lamented, I never imagined she had waited for me all these years. Over 20 years, and she still could not let go. If I had only known sooner. I am sorry, master. Li Jianmu replied coolly, you owe no apology to me. Your confessions should be directed to your mother. Taken aback, Lu Shuisheng, with tear-filled eyes, found himself swept into a vision by Li Jianmu's willow branch. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found the shadowy figure nearby, now clearer. Mother? He murmured in disbelief. Upon witnessing the figure move, he immediately knelt and rushed forward. Mother? Iron Egg, your Iron Egg, you have finally returned. The mother and son wept together, one kneeling in tears, the other beside him, yearning to weep but unable to shed tears. Lu's mother longed to embrace her son, to wipe away his tears, but as she lifted her hand, it passed through him. Seeing this, Lu Shuisheng's sobs grew more intense. I am an unfilial son, arriving too late. Mother, I am sorry, I am so sorry. Iron Egg, you have suffered. Mother. Iron Egg. Li Jianmu, clearing her ears, declared, you have 10 minutes. With that, she turned and walked away. Li Jianmu remained intrigued by the powerful aura that had unexpectedly manifested and then vanished. Regrettably, during her previous exploration, she had uncovered nothing, and this time proved no different. The only peculiar aspect was the spectral figure known as the male soul, Fusang. She absent-mindedly traced her fingers over the ornate beads at her neck, deep in thought. 10 minutes later, Li Jianmu returned to Lu Shuisheng. His eyes were red-rimmed, but his emotions had steadied. He was engaged in light conversation with Lu's mother. Mother, you have a grandson and a granddaughter. The granddaughter is 14 now, tall and remarkably beautiful. The boy is still small, mischievous as ever. Next time, I shall bring them to see you. Please do not mind his boisterousness. Good. I shall await their visit. Lu's mother smiled, her eyes crinkling.
Li Jianmu.
With a heartless demeanor, shattered their hopes. You cannot wait. Both the living and the departed turned towards her. Li Jianmu's gaze rested upon Lu's mother. Within a mere 10 minutes, the previously substantial form of Lu's mother had grown increasingly transparent, as if on the verge of dissipating. Lu's mother was not an evolved spirit nor a vengeful ghost. She had merely sustained her existence through sheer will and attachment over the years. Now, having seen her son, her attachment had waned, and she was bound to succumb to the natural laws of the universe. I shall escort you to the gates of the underworld. Lu Shuisheng immediately interjected, Master, please wait a moment. Can you not delay? I came in such haste. I will call my wife to bring the children so they may see their grandmother. Just for a moment, please.
Apologies, Li Jianmu siga.
Your mother has waited far too long and has expended considerable energy. Now that she has relinquished her attachment, if we do not send her on, she will vanish forever from this realm. Lu Shuisheng was engulfed in regret. The two things he loathed most were failing to return and see his mother, allowing her to rest, and doubting the phone call he received yesterday, which led him to leave his children and family behind. In contrast, Lu's mother, who had previously been insistent, now gazed at him with a tender, loving expression. Iron Egg, that is enough. I have seen you, and knowing you are well is enough for me. From now on, live well. Do not act impulsively or resort to violence. Treat your wife kindly. She has supported you for so many years and given you children. When you return, tell them that their grandmother, in this life, will never see them. But she loves them dearly. As the conversation unfolded, Lu Shuisheng began to weep once more. At last, the widow Lu turned to Li Jianmu and remarked, Little girl, you are truly a good person.
Thank you. Li Jianmu nodded in acknowledgement.
The widow cast one last glance at Lu Shuisheng, then resolutely turned away, saying, Take me away. Without hesitation, Li Jianmu formed a subtle seal with her fingers, and a strand of celestial energy swiftly coiled around her fingertips. Almost immediately, it shot forth behind the widow Lu. In an instant, a pitch-black ethereal door manifested, suffused with a foreboding aura that was distinctly unsettling for the living. The widow, unable to bear the sight of Lu Shuisheng any longer, turned and drifted into the portal. The next moment, the dark door vanished. Lu Shuisheng lunged forward, but it was futile. He collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. In a certain part of North City, one man remarked, Has the ghost gate opened? He bore a massive chain in his hand, dressed in an ill-fitting suit that appeared somewhat comical. What does Mr. Xie mean? Inquired the elder opposite him, puzzled. Xie shook his head. It seems a ghost gate has opened in North City. The elder's expression grew grave. Since the departure of Lord Xie a few years ago, the affairs here had been managed by a few of us living messengers. The opening of a ghost gate with the seal of the underworld suggests that a practitioner of significant prowess has arrived in North City.
Xie pondered this.
The elder furrowed his brow. Few from the mystical sect possess the ability to open a ghost gate. Recently, I haven't heard of any such individuals coming to North City. Could it be that Lord Xie has returned? Xie shook his head. It is not the Lord. The elder sighed. Well then, keep an eye on things here in North City for the next few days. If it is a member of the mystical sect, it may be manageable. What we fear is the presence of malevolent entities, which would spell great trouble for North City. Siedi instructed, tightening the iron chain. I shall take these malevolent beings back to report. The elder hurriedly said, Safe travels, Mr. Xia. Siedi produced a seal from his pocket, forming a portal in the air. The illusory doorframe appeared slightly more transparent than the one conjured by Li Jianmu, resembling a swirling mass of gray smoke that dissipated with a breeze. Grasping the entities bound to the chain, Siedi stepped through the door. In an instant, the ghost gate vanished. The elder contemplated for a moment before turning to his companion, Lao San, investigate any recent arrivals from the mystical sect to North City. Li Jianmu emerged from the construction site with Lu Shuisheng, the clock nearing 11. This indicated they had spent over an hour inside. Lu Shuisheng's cries had been so heart-wrenching that Li Jianmu felt utterly helpless. Boss Chun and Engineer Wang awaited anxiously, concerned for the duo's safety. Upon seeing them emerge, they exchanged knowing looks, refraining from asking questions about Lu Shuisheng's swollen eyes and nose. Have you completed the task? Boss Chun inquired.
Li Jianmu nudda.
It's almost time for lunch. Master Li and Mr. Liu have worked hard. Allow me to treat you both to a meal, Boss Chun offered. Initially skeptical of Engineer Wang and Li Jianmu, he had since been convinced by the gatekeeper's fervent account and his own inquiries, which confirmed the existence of Lu Taidan in the past. With his project already significantly delayed, each additional day incurred considerable costs, making it imperative to act. Having contacted Lu Shuisheng, he began to believe. After all, Lu Shuisheng was a prominent figure in Pengcheng, and the meager compensation for the demolition in the village was insignificant to him. He would not conspire with Li Jianmu to deceive. Observing Lu Shuisheng, who had evidently been weeping, now standing respectfully behind Li Jianmu, he knew how to proceed. This young lady was indeed a true master. Lu Shuisheng expressed his gratitude. Master, thank you so much today. Shall we go for a meal together? Li Jianmu did not decline. Both Lu Shuisheng and Boss Chun were affluent individuals, keen to cultivate a friendship with Li Jianmu, and thus chose a highly rated restaurant conveniently situated between the construction site and the school for her return. The restaurant served exquisite dishes, and Li Jianmu, unpretentious by nature, perused the menu, ordering everything that piqued her interest. Soon, a lavish spread graced their table. Li Jianmu savored the meal, the establishment living up to its reputation. After dining, Lu Shuisheng regained his businesslike composure, smiling at Li Jianmu. Are you a freshman at North City University? Li Jianmu wiped her mouth and replied, Yes. That's wonderful. My daughter is 14. In a few years, she will also be preparing for university. I hope she can be as clever as you, he remarked. Li Jianmu met his gaze. Feel free to speak your mind. Lu Shuisheng chuckled awkwardly. I cannot hide anything from you, master. I would like to inquire if you have any peace talismans or concentration talismans available. I wish to procure one for my child. Li Jianmu touched the peace talisman in her pocket and glanced at the eager Boss Chun. It seemed fortune was indeed smiling upon her today. Chapter 26. The senior is a great fool. Before stepping out, Li Jianmu had anticipated a stroke of good fortune, and her instincts proved correct. Lu Shuisheng was now prosperous and eager to befriend Li Jianmu, so even when she stated that the peace talismans cost 88,000 each, he did not flinch, purchasing 6 without hesitation. Boss Chun, typically astute, hesitated this time, as his knowledge of Li Jianmu was limited to hearsay. He had never witnessed her abilities firsthand. Nevertheless, to foster goodwill, he decided to buy one. Lu Shuisheng, fully aware of the situation, merely chuckled. Today marks a fortunate day. With Master Li's prowess, I dare say such peace talismans would fetch 300,000 to 500,000 in Pengcheng and Gangcheng.
Li Jianmu, intriga, respunda.
Have you encountered practitioners from the mystical sect in Pengcheng and Gangcheng? Indeed. While the belief in metaphysics is scarce in the mainland, it thrives in the southeast. However, many there are charlatans, while genuine masters remain reclusive, mingling primarily with the wealthy, inaccessible to ordinary folk. Thanks to my father-in-law, I have had the fortune to gain a superficial understanding of practitioners from the mystical sect, and indeed, master, you are one of them. He gave Li Jianmu a thumbs up. Though this matter involved his mother, Lu Shuisheng understood that such eerie occurrences, which had not escalated to a fatal dispute, were minor issues. Moreover, Li Jianmu had intervened without demanding substantial sums, choosing instead to fulfill a wish. A commendable approach that starkly contrasted the styles of the masters he had heard about from Gangcheng. Those individuals would not deign to engage with trivial matters lacking substantial profit. With this in mind, Lu Shuisheng raised his glass, Do you? Masterly, Li Jianwu shook her head. I do not drink. No matter, no matter. Let us assume you have partaken, Lu Shuisheng replied cheerfully, drinking on his own before setting down his cup. Master, my mother's grave was hastily constructed by the villagers. I wish to remain here a bit longer to relocate her grave and renovate the ancestral tomb. Do you have any expertise in feng shui? Would you be able to assist me in assessing some sites? Li Jianwu nodded. That is agreeable. Select a few locations, and I shall assist you in evaluating them. That would be splendid, Master. Let us exchange contact information, Lu Shuisheng suggested. They exchanged details, and upon saving them, Li Jianwu noticed a message notification on WeChat. Last night, their dormitory had formed a group chat, and her roommates were now frantically tagging her. She scrolled slightly upward to find Zhang Wenjing had initiated contact, mentioning an important matter. Seeing she had not replied, others joined in tagging her, eventually discussing a gathering that evening. Overall, it appeared to be lacking any specific urgency. Master, as the new semester has just begun, is there a matter at the school? We shall not take up any more of your time. Let us escort you back. Lu Shuisheng observed, suggesting with keen perception. Li Jianwu nodded in agreement. A few individuals exited the private room. As they descended the stairs, the lobby was sparsely populated, with only 3 tables occupied. At one of the tables by the window, a young man and woman were seated together. Upon noticing their presence, Li Jianwu keenly sensed something and turned her gaze precisely in their direction. An old acquaintance. Zhang Yingying, elegantly adorned, looked across at her companion. Her youthful visage radiant and flushed, her eyes shimmering with a mix of shyness and audacity. The man, seated with his back to Li Jianwu, was obscured from view, but his attire suggested he was not of advanced age. However, what captured Li Jianwu's attention was the small, darkly translucent infant squatting by Zhang Yingying's feet. The child clung to her calf, exuding a sense of attachment, appearing to be an ordinary human child. Yet, upon shifting her gaze to the man across from her, the infant's expression morphed into one of uncontainable ferocity. Li Jianwu raised an eyebrow. This little creature certainly had a temper. Master, what is it? Returning to the present, Li Jianwu shook her head. Nothing. She was not a zealot, quick to condemn what she deemed supernatural. This world was inherently divided between the realms of the living and the dead. Unless human lives were at stake, she refrained from meddling. For the moment, the infant had yet to be touched by mortality. It merely sought its mother's closeness. She had no reason to entangle herself in such karmic matters. Let us go. Zhang Yingying had naturally noticed Li Jianwu as well. After all, the lobby was quite empty, and she was surrounded by several men. Yingying, what are you looking at? Biting her lip, Zhang Yingying hesitated. I spotted a classmate, a new student who arrived at school by the same bus as I did yesterday. She mentioned her family was quite impoverished. I wonder how she could possibly afford to come down from a private room in such an expensive establishment. It's puzzling. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, as if genuinely perplexed. The man across from her turned to follow her gaze and scoffed. What's so strange about it? Today's new students, TC. The poorer they are from smaller towns, the more they have never seen the world. They come to Beicheng with dreams of courting wealthy patrons. I've seen plenty like that. They never end up well. Zhang Yingying forced a laugh. Perhaps she has relatives here. Let's not assume the worst of our new classmates. You are far too kind. Utterly unaware of the tricks those impoverished souls employ. Let me tell you about a senior I knew. The man continued, while Zhang Yingying's eyes involuntarily drifted outside. Li Jianwu was being invited into a car. Lu Shuisheng personally opened the door for her. It was a vehicle worth millions, one that Zhang Yingying recognized. Just as the food arrived, she inexplicably opened her phone, the camera discreetly aimed outside. Are you taking pictures while eating? A boy inquired. Zhang Yingying smiled. I want to send a photo to my roommates to make them envious, telling them I'm dining with a super handsome senior. They'll be so jealous. Haha. Then next time bring your roommates along, I'll treat. As Li Jianwu approached her dormitory, she spotted Zhou Shuai lingering outside. Today, the dormitory matron had officially begun her duties, meaning Zhou Shuai could no longer enter the girls' dormitory. He could only loiter at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Jianwu emerge from the car, he was taken aback. Master, is that car yours? Li Jianwu casually replied, a client. Did the owner get into some trouble? He asked, excitement evident in his tone. Li Jianwu shot him a look, prompting Zhou Shuai to fall silent. Speak. What brings you here? Nothing much. I just finished my paper today, and thought to invite you for a meal. Zhou Shuai scratched his head. Li Jianmu headed towards the dormitory building I told you. If your paper isn't approved, it will be returned to you. That's all right. If it gets sent back, I can revise it later. I can rest for the next couple of days, Zhou Shuai responded. Master, please grace me with your presence.
Buse.
I've arranged a gathering with my dorm mates. She had already made plans with her roommates on the way back. The girls in room 302 were all doing well. She found university life and dormitory living quite refreshing and thought it beneficial to nurture their camaraderie. Zhou Shuai immediately retorted, then I'll join you all. What do you want to do at a girls' gathering? Li Jianmu asked, perplexed. Is this meal so imperative to have today? I'll cover the bill, Zhou Shuai insisted. Li Jianmu replied, let me check. Zhou Shuai chuckled. Li Jianmu ascended the stairs, where her roommates were already waiting, each having made an effort to dress up. Donning skirts and leather pants, exuding youthful exuberance. She informed them about the generous fellow downstairs eager to treat them.
Li King Fronat.
Why would we bring a man to a girls' gathering? We're not lacking for the meal. Gu Xinhua added, isn't it a bit inappropriate to spend someone else's money? Perhaps we should go Dutch. Zhang Wenjing queried, could you share his name? I'm quite familiar with Beijing University, I know many people. Perhaps I know this so-called Sea King. Zhang Ling's face lit up with excitement. Is it the senior from yesterday? You mentioned he wasn't trying to pursue you, right? She recognized Zhou Shuai. Li Jianmu clarified, his name is Zhou Shuai, a senior in his 4th year. He is not pursuing me. I merely assisted him once. And he might have something to discuss with me. If you all mind, I can reschedule with him. Zhang Wenjing raised an eyebrow. Zhou Shuai, you say? I know him. What's the matter? Is he a scoundrel? Zheng Ling inquired. Zhang Wenjing shook her head with a laugh. He is not a scoundrel, just been scorned.
Ah?
Beijing University is neither too large nor too small. Zhou Shuai comes from a well-off family, is handsome, extroverted, and indeed a prominent figure at the school. His recent altercation with Zhao Yixing over a junior girl made quite the stir, landing him in the hospital. Zhang Wenjing quickly recounted the gossip. By your account, he is the campus heartthrob, wealthy, handsome, devoted, and generous. How could he be cheated on? Matters of the heart are unpredictable. We are not the parties involved, are we? Zhang Wenjing remarked, her expression one of seasoned understanding. Should we add him?
Yexinu vispred.
Zhang Wenjing turned to Li Qingqing. What say you, young lady?
Li King.
Feeling a bit embarrassed, murmured. Why are you asking me? Why not inquire with the others? Do you all agree? We're all fine with it, they replied. Then I shan't be the villain. Let us just say we're admiring a handsome man. Laughter erupted among the group. Before departing, Li Jianmu retrieved several talismans from her drawer and tucked them into her pocket. She had a premonition that the day's fortune had not yet concluded. The 5 of them descended the stairs, and Zhou Shuai exclaimed dramatically, wow, little Li, you only mentioned you had 4 roommates. But you didn't say they were all stunning beauties. Had I known, I would have tidied up before coming over. Look at me, I must appear quite rude.
Li King Shuklat.
Zhang Wenjing rolled her eyes. Gu Xinhua hid behind Li Jianmu, whispering, why is he so slick with words? Zheng Ling, overhearing, burst into laughter. Senior, you're being overly dramatic. You've scared us. My fault, entirely my fault for my blunders. So, lovely ladies, what would you like to eat? I'll treat you, as an apology. After the playful banter, Zhou Shuai led them to a bustling stir-fry restaurant. The establishment was lively, with chefs busily preparing dishes. As hot oil sizzled upon the addition of chili peppers, it made Li Jianmu, who had just eaten, feel a pang of hunger again. Zhou Shuai recommended several dishes. And after ordering, the conversation flowed smoothly. He was an outgoing individual, skilled at creating an engaging atmosphere, and soon, even the initially reserved Li Qingqing found herself drawn into the discussion. Ironically, Li Jianmu spoke the least. The ambience was lively, and as they dined, Zhou Shuai received a phone call. His expression shifted dramatically. What? You're setting out now? Did you not say to wait for my return? No, this is far too dangerous. Stop at the next intersection and wait. I'll drive over immediately. After hanging up, Zhou Shuai turned to Li Jianmu. Master, I need your assistance with something. Li Jianmu had anticipated this, and wiped her mouth. Go on. Zhou Shuai's expression was somewhat displeased as he remarked, I have a cousin who, while typically rather frivolous and disinclined to engage in serious matters, possesses an audacious spirit and an insatiable curiosity for the unusual. Last year, by mere chance, he released an adventure video that inexplicably went viral, earning him a substantial sum of money. Since then, he has become quite the fervent adventure blogger. just a couple of days ago. He informed me of his intention to explore a notorious site on the outskirts of the city, a place I have researched and found many to claim is malevolent. I cautioned him, yet he remains a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, asserting that this time he would be accompanied by 2 fans, confidently believing that nothing untoward could occur. The reason I sought you out today was to inquire if you had the time to join us. However, to my dismay, they have already set off ahead of me. Master, I find myself quite worried. Li Jianmu's expression was one of exasperation. In the past, upon hearing of a cursed location, people would take great care to avoid it. Yet, nowadays, there are those who deliberately venture into such places. It is indeed reckless. Zhou Shuai scratched his head. I tried to convey the same to him. But he simply refuses to heed my warnings, insisting that tales of ghosts are merely products of one's imagination. Li Jianmu shook her head and asked, "Are you planning to go?" Zhou Shuai hesitated momentarily, but then resolutely stated, "He is my aunt's only son. I cannot help but feel uneasy. Would you accompany me?" Li Jianmu scrutinized him closely. There was a faint aura of dark energy about him, subtle yet not fatal, and there had been no recent losses of family members. The situation does not appear grave, she concluded, retrieving several talismans. Each talisman costs 8,800. Should you sense anything amiss, I advise you to leave immediately.
Oh.
I see. Zhou Shuai took 4 talismans, transferred the necessary funds to her, settled his account, and hastily departed. Guo Xinyue was left dumbfounded, murmuring, "Over 30,000. Zhang Wenjing grimaced, "That's far too cheap. You've undersold yourself." Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow. "Shall I increase the price then?" "Absolutely not." Zhang Wenjing grasped her hand. Carefully taking the remaining 2 talismans from her palm, "I'll purchase them after the price rises."
Li Jianmu schmilat.
In the afternoon, Zhang Wenjing fervently tagged her in a group chat, clearly desiring to buy 2 more talismans. It was likely that she had not returned to the dormitory the day before because she was seeking advice on talismans from knowledgeable individuals. Although she did not disclose this, the payment was certainly made. Li Qingqing, upon witnessing this, suddenly declared, "I want one too. I wish to buy one for my parents and brothers, since they are inexpensive. It's worth the good fortune. Then I shall procure one for my parents as well," Zhengling resolved, even if it meant using her New Year's money. Guo Xinyue remained silent, quietly consuming more of her meal. Her roommates were quite affluent, and she felt a certain pressure. Chapter 27. Borrowing the path of the dead on the eastern outskirts of Beicheng lies a remote manor. It is said that it once belonged to a wealthy merchant who, one fateful day, met with a tragic demise along with his entire family within its walls. The circumstances of their deaths were horrifying, and despite police investigations, no viable leads have ever been uncovered. Over a decade has passed without the perpetrator being identified, leaving the case an unsolved mystery. There are rumors circulating online that villagers residing at the foot of the mountain have occasionally glimpsed lights flickering in the manor at night, and some adventurous teams have claimed to encounter spirits within its confines. Thus, as the legends surrounding the remote manor proliferated, the abandoned site became notorious among thrill-seeking explorers. Sun Shi scoffed at the rumors. Having been involved in adventure streaming for over a year, he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about the field. Most of the eerie tales were fabricated, often disseminated by the adventure bloggers themselves to add an air of intrigue to their explorations and appease the audience's curiosity, thereby reaping greater financial rewards. In truth, ghosts do not exist in this world. "Brother Sun, your cousin is being quite troublesome. Must we truly wait for him?" Qian Yu grumbled. They had already made significant progress on their journey, only to be delayed by Sun Shi's phone call. Seated in the driver's seat, Sun Shi lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, "That is my cousin. How could I abandon him when he asked me to wait?" Qian Yu huffed, muttering, "If he had mentioned needing an extra person sooner, we wouldn't be wasting time. We want to arrive before midnight. And then don't blame me if I deduct money." Li Darren, who had remained silent, quickly interjected, "That won't happen. My cousin will surely arrive shortly. Just a little patience. This is all in good fun, Miss Qian. You shouldn't jest with money." Sun Shi clicked his tongue. While he had told Zhou Shuai he was bringing 2 fans along, that was only partially true. Li Darren was an employee of his agency who occasionally joined him off-camera on adventures, but Qian Yu had approached him directly. After he live-streamed the announcement of their next exploration at the remote manor, she contacted him, eager to join. He was reluctant. He feared that having someone with him might hinder his exploration. Moreover, she was a woman. What if she panicked and screamed or suffered a heart attack? Who would be held responsible? However, Qian Yu was insistent. offering a substantial sum of money to accompany him. Li Darren, enticed by the prospect of financial gain, persuaded him for quite a while, assuring that he would take responsibility if anything went awry with Qianyu. Thus, Sun Shi reluctantly acquiesced. Once his cigarette was finished, Sun Shi stated, Miss Qian, temper your demeanor. Once we arrive, do not wander off. If any unforeseen incident occurs, we will have no obligation to protect you. So, do not hold it against us. Qianyu's expression shifted slightly, yet she retorted, what could possibly happen? Haven't you all said that the remote manor is merely a gimmick? Surely, there can't be real ghosts? Li Darren laughed heartily. Miss Qian, the absence of ghosts does not preclude the presence of people. And besides, you, a young lady, amidst 3 grown men, aren't you at all concerned? He chuckled, just be cautious. The mountain roads can be treacherous. Qianyu's face flushed with indignation. Sun Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Here comes my cousin's vehicle. The glaring headlights flashed, and a figure emerged from it. 2 minutes later, Zhou Shuai settled into the passenger seat beside Sun Shi. Brother, you finally arrived. I was about to doze off. Sun Shi lamented. Zhou Shuai wore a serious expression. This outing is imperative. Is there any chance of backing out now that we're here? Sun Shi, visibly displeased, responded. You can't just change your mind now that we've come. Zhou Shuai pressed his lips together, took a deep breath, and produced several talismans. Here, keep these close to you. What are these? Li Darren raised his hand. I know. These are talismans, said to ward off evil and ensure safety, correct? Sun Shi laughed heartily. Brother, do you really believe in such things? I hope you're not being duped. Take them, or don't go at all. Zhou Shuai raised his voice. Fine, I'll listen to you, brother, Sun Shi conceded. Come, you all should take one as well. Remember to keep them close. Li Darren complied and placed the talisman in his pocket. Qianyu, however, disdainfully recoiled from the hand offering her one, shaking her head. What superstitious nonsense. I refuse. Zhou Shuai turned, his tone stern. Take it, or get out of the car now. Sun Shi and Li Darren remained silent, both looking at Zhou Shuai. Qianyu defiantly retorted, I paid for this. You cannot command me. This is the last time I'll say it. Wear it, or leave the vehicle. Zhou Shuai's gaze was unwavering. Li Darren glanced around, chuckling to lighten the mood. Girls are often particular. If she doesn't want to wear it, let it be. Zhou Shuai ignored him completely, casting a pleading glance at Sun Shi. Sun Shi, with a hint of amusement, replied, I'll side with my cousin. With no other recourse. Li Darren gently urged, Miss Qian, just take it. If you don't like it, you can always discard it on the way back. Qianyu pressed her lips together, and amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the 3 men, she begrudgingly accepted the yellow paper talisman. She swiftly clasped it in her palm, quickly turning to gaze out the window. Zhou Shuai and the others assumed her behavior stemmed from embarrassment at being dismissed and paid no further attention. Thus, she did not notice the sudden shift in the other's expression to a pale, stoic demeanor as she grasped the talisman. The heat radiating from her palm caused the talisman to swiftly disintegrate into black dust. After finishing their meal, Li Jianmu and her companions meandered for a while before returning to their dormitory. Tonight marked the commencement of room inspections, necessitating their return before 10 o'clock. A group of girls chattered animatedly as they walked, their recent acquaintance brimming with fresh topics to discuss. She quietly trailed behind, listening intently, when suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly. Shaoli, what's wrong? Zhang Wenjing was the first to notice her halt. The others turned to look as well. Li Jianmu shook her head. I just remembered something. You all go ahead. With that, she turned and left.
Hey, Xiaoli, Foli.
Zheng Ling called out, perplexed. How odd. She doesn't even live here. What could be so urgent at the start of the semester? Li Qingqing, having conjured her own thoughts, pressed her lips together and swiftly dashed after Li Jianmu. Zheng Ling, are you going to handle something too, Qingqing? What else with these two? Acting all mysterious. Zhang Wenjing tugged at her, thoughtfully suggesting, let us just head back. Perhaps there really is something urgent. Li Jianmu deliberately chose a secluded path, her footsteps quickening. The others hastened to keep up, until Li Qingqing watched in disbelief as Li Jianmu entered a dead-end alley. Her brow tightened as she impulsively followed. However, upon entering the dim alley, she could see the end clearly. There was no one there. The person she had just seen had vanished before her eyes. A chill ran down Li Qingqing's spine. Could it be that Li Jianmu was a ghost? Li Jianmu had long sensed the presence trailing her. Yet, she lacked the inclination to engage in a game of hide-and-seek. Utilizing the blind spot around the corner of the alley, she swiftly tore open the ghost gate and stepped inside. The ghost gate not only served as a passage for the deceased to enter the underworld, but also as a conduit connecting the realms of yin and yang. It was akin to a world existing across two-dimensional spaces, one inhabited by the living and the other, a dim, shadowy realm. The two spaces corresponded infinitely, yet remained distinctly separated. By traversing the ghostly path, one could reach any location more expeditiously. Legend spoke of two methods of teleportation practiced by cultivators, one of which involved utilizing the ghost path. The ghost path, shrouded in darkness, rendered souls invisible even when a mere meter apart. Occasionally, the sound of clashing chains echoed, indicating the presence of the Impermanence Lord and his minions escorting the souls of the deceased back to the other side. Li Jianmu quickly pinpointed the ghost path coordinates corresponding to the earlier violent reaction of the talisman, arriving in a mere 2 minutes. Each talisman inscribed by a cultivator bears their unique mark. Thus, upon activation, the inscriber can sense it. Normally, even if the talisman reacted in the face of danger, there would be no need for her to come personally. However, Zhou Shuai was her first client during a live session, compelling her to investigate. Moreover, she was intrigued to discover who had so effortlessly shattered her talisman. As Li Jianmu stepped out of the ghost path, she found herself on a highway, the site where the talisman had last been destroyed. The vehicle had long since vanished. She sent a WeChat call to Zhou Shuai, who answered promptly. "Hello. Where are you now?" Li Jianmu's voice was cool in the night, sending an unsettling feeling through Zhou Shuai, who hastily replied, "We are almost at our destination, the Yuan Mountain Manor. Have you heard of it?"
Come back. What?
Zhou Shuai thought he had misheard. "Turn the car around immediately and come back," Li Jianmu reiterated. Zhou Shuai hesitated, his trust in her unwavering. The master would not make baseless claims. He turned to Sun Shi, saying, "You turn around." You can't turn around." A voice suddenly rang out, drawing nearer. In an instant, Qian Yu lunged forward, snatching Zhou Shuai's phone and hurling it out of the window. "What are you doing?" Zhou Shuai bellowed in anger, just as the car came to a screeching halt. The sudden stop jolting him painfully. Qian Yu offered no reply, her gaze fixed ahead, a chilling, eerie laugh escaping her lips, sending shivers down their spines. Before them stood the entrance to Yuan Mountain Manor, long abandoned for a decade. Overgrown with weeds, the weathered iron gate closed, separating two worlds. "We've arrived," Qian Yu whispered. Zhou Shuai swallowed hard, his instincts on high alert. He grasped Sun Shi's hand. "Let us go. Quickly drive away from here." Sun Shi's body stiffened. His gaze locked on the rearview mirror, his voice trembling. "Brother." Behind Zhou Shuai whipped around to see Li Daiden had collapsed, and Qian Yu, her hair disheveled, her face as pale as death, dark circles under her eyes starkly visible, rendered her a haunting figure in the dim light of the car. When she noticed Zhou Shuai's gaze, Qian Yu grinned, her sharp, bloodthirsty smile sending terror coursing through him. "You can't escape. A ghost. A ghost." Zhou Shuai screamed, panic flooding his mind. Trembling, he fumbled for the talisman, thrusting it toward Qian Yu. "Don't come closer. Don't come any closer." Qian Yu's expression shifted momentarily, but soon a cold smile returned, her eyes fixed on him, unyielding. It was as if the talisman held no power over her whatsoever. Zhou Shuai felt numb, his heart racing. He believed in metaphysics, had sought Li Jianmu for fortune-telling, and trusted the talisman. Yet, he had never confronted a ghost directly, nor comprehended how terrifying such a thing could be. Despair washed over him. Qian Yu scoffed, patting the paralyzed Sun Shi on the shoulder. "Be good. It's time to get out of the car." Sun Shi, terrified, found himself unable to resist, his legs turning to jelly. As he finally landed on the ground, he crumpled, unable to stand. Qian Yu snatched the keys from his hand, disdainfully kicking him. "Useless." She strode toward the manor gate. "Sun Shi, are you all right?" Zhou Shuai rushed over from the other side, quickly bending to assist him. Sun Shi was on the verge of tears. "Brother, what do we do? There really are ghosts in this world." Regret washed over him. Why had he come here? Why had he accepted Qian Yu's money? Their family didn't need it. Zhou Shuai regretted not stopping Sun Shi, but now was not the time for regrets. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. They had no means of defense. The only thing capable of confronting the supernatural was the talisman. But it was ineffective. No, that couldn't be. The talisman couldn't possibly be useless. Master Li was so formidable. Her talismans were surely powerful. Unless Qianyu wasn't a ghost, but a human. Zhou Shuai's mind raced furiously, while he endeavored to maintain an outward calm. Qianyu strolled to the entrance of the abandoned manor with familiarity, deftly locating a key from the crevice beside the door frame to unlock the gate. Zhou Shuai's suspicions deepened. If this woman were indeed a specter, what need would she have for a key? He steeled himself, picking up a stone from the ground and swiftly advancing. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the back of her head, causing Qianyu to collapse. Simultaneously, a sharp click echoed as the lock fell. Zhou Shuai bent down to retrieve the car key from Qianyu's hand, and as he straightened, the gate creaked open of its own accord. Chapter 28. The Malevolent Ground. Li Jianmu stood on the roadside, her heart sinking upon hearing the disconnection on the other end of the line. Realizing Zhou Shuai was in peril, lacking a location, she nonetheless caught a few words: Distant Mountain Manor. Entering those 4 characters into her map, the location was swiftly pinpointed. The desolate country road was devoid of life at this late hour. Li Jianmu no longer hesitated to unleash her spiritual energy. With a flick of her foot, she shrank the distance and sped towards her destination. 5 minutes later, she beheld the grand gates of Distant Mountain Manor and a vehicle that had screeched to a halt at its entrance. Beyond that, nothing else was in sight. A thick atmosphere of malevolence enveloped her. Fusa, the spirit, emerged from her ornamental bead, astonished. Li Jianmu's expression grew grave. This place was teetering on the brink of becoming a malevolent ground. Those who met untimely ends often found themselves ensnared by the laws of nature, trapped under specific conditions, such as lingering near a particular person or confined to a certain location. If spirits linger in such places without crossing into the afterlife, they become lost souls. And even skilled practitioners would not seek to collect them. However, if a spirit's hands were stained with blood, using the lives of the living and the souls newly severed from their bodies as a method of cultivation, that spirit would transform into a vengeful ghost. Such a ghost, as its power increased, could turn its prison into a malevolent ground, rife with dense malevolence, eventually forming a unique domain for itself. The living would find it easy to enter, but difficult to escape, and ordinary spirits would meet the same fate, as they would serve as nourishment for the vengeful ghost. Once a malevolent ground takes shape, the vengeful ghost can roam freely, impervious to sunlight, and can masquerade as a human. Yet, being inherently bloodthirsty, such a ghost often becomes a scourge upon humanity. Since ascending the mountain, Li Jianmu had not encountered a single minor spirit. It was likely they had all been consumed by the manor's vengeful ghost. She looked up at the pitch-black sky, devoid of stars. It was time to enter. She lifted her foot and stepped into the manor. Once renowned as a luxurious estate, even a decade of neglect could not tarnish its grandeur. The walk from the gates to the main building took Li Jianmu quite some time.
There were no stars, no lights.
Yet, in the darkness, she discerned dark red stains, perhaps remnants of blood, that had long since dried, splattered across the cobblestone path beneath her feet. On a stone pedestal to her left lay a severed head. As she glanced over, the eyes of the head suddenly sprang open, glowing with an eerie light. Li Jianmu turned expressionlessly. To her right, an even more grotesque sight awaited her. A dismembered mass of entrails hung from a fake mountain, viscera dripping blood in a nauseating display. Li Jianmu remarked, "It resembles the fresh offal of a butcher's shop." The dripping sound stopped abruptly. Soon after, an array of bizarre sights began to manifest around her. Dismembered limbs, brain matter, an unexpected hand emerging, and pieces of human skin. To an ordinary person, such sights could induce terror. For Li Jianmu, however, they felt somewhat tedious. Reaching the end, she kicked aside a severed leg and inquired, "Do you find this terrifying?" "Not at all. It's akin to an amusement park haunted house. Though, the brain matter is a bit off-putting. It makes me crave tofu pudding," replied Fusa, clicking her tongue. Li Jianmu paused, her expression difficult to convey. "Your thoughts are far more disturbing, aren't they?" "No, perhaps just a tad perverse," Fusa teased, her voice laced with playful mockery. Perhaps this relaxed demeanor exhibited by their souls offended the remnants of limbs surrounding them. Just as Li Jianmu was about to step into the main building, all the severed limbs in the courtyard suddenly surged towards her. Without turning, Li Jianmu raised her hand lightly. The talisman ignited without flame, forming a transparent protective barrier behind her, swiftly separating her from the chaotic onslaught. In the darkness, a sharp, distorted screech echoed, and the severed limbs turned to ash. Li Jianmu abruptly turned to face Fusa. The protective shield was semicircular, covering only her. Yet, in that moment, Fusa had darted aside, emerging unscathed. Fusa feigned interest in the architecture of the house, brushing off non-existent dirt from her sleeves. What a beautiful house. Yet the vengeful ghosts it breeds are so revolting, truly a stroke of bad luck. Li Jianmu remained non-committal, ascending the stairs. Zhou Shuai's life force was still discernible. Located upstairs. A sharp slap resounded against Zhou Shuai's face. Qianyu, her visage twisted with rage, exclaimed, "What a despicable man, daring to strike me. Why not continue your bravado? Go on, hit me again." As she spoke, she unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Zhou Shuai's face.
Li daban watch di no rifet disbelief.
Yet, the sight of Qianyu, now resembling a ghoul, and the impact of her physical blows against Zhou Shuai's restrained form somewhat alleviated their fears. If it were that one.
Li daban darat.
Half an hour prior, he had inexplicably fainted in the car, only to be roused by an inexplicable wind. As he stumbled out of the vehicle, groggy and disoriented, he was greeted by a scene he wished to never witness again, the courtyard littered with severed limbs. A stench of blood overwhelming his senses, and a floating male ghost idly toying with a segment of a skull. He wished he were still unconscious, but fear rendered his mind painfully clear. Then, Qianyu was awakened by the male ghost, who confiscated their talismans and ultimately imprisoned them within these confines. He could not fathom why that male ghost spared their lives, but what good could ever come from falling into the hands of such beings? Li Dabin gazed across the room with a face full of despair. Qianyu continued her assault on Zhou Shuai, who lay bound and helpless, curled up and barely clinging to life. Suddenly, amidst the slapping sounds, a distinct sound of footsteps emerged. Qianyu paused, her ears perked up. The rhythmic sound of footsteps grew increasingly clear, echoing upon the wooden floorboards with a captivating cadence, as if imbued with some enchantment. The clearer the sound became, the more her gaze dulled. Unconsciously, Qianyu loosened her grip on Zhou Shuai's collar. Li Dabin's face went blank, while Zhou Shuai abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes. Propelling himself upright, his bound hands unexpectedly lifted, and he seized the rope to strangle Qianyu. Thanks to his miserly parents, who feared being extorted, as their only child, he had learned various techniques for dealing with kidnappers, including methods for untying himself. Qianyu was no expert, and the knots were not insurmountable. Caught off guard, Qianyu's instinct for survival kicked in, prompting her to struggle, but Zhou Shuai's grip tightened mercilessly. Chapter 29. Master, do you also raise little ghosts? Qianyu's already pallid face grew even more ashen, her tongue flickering as if gasping for breath. The door creaked open. A melodious voice, tinged with playful mockery, chimed. "It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment." Zhou Shuai froze. Turning to see a familiar figure, he stood there, dumbfounded. Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow, noting that he hadn't been possessed, what had rendered him so dazed. In the next moment, Zhou Shuai released the rope in his grasp and suddenly let out a bellow. "Master, you have finally arrived," Li Darin exclaimed. "Is this master so young?" "Master, that person, no. That ghost has abducted my cousin. I don't know what they intend to do. You must hurry and rescue him. No, let us go together." With Li Jianmu seemingly serving as a pillar of support, Zhou Shuai instantly appeared remarkably fragile. Just moments ago, he had nearly choked Qianyu to death. And now the thought of Li Jianmu rescuing someone filled him with trepidation as they faced the unknown dangers ahead. Before Li Jianmu could respond, Qianyu, her face contorted with panic, shouted, "No. None of you can prevent the master from acting." Her expression was a blend of madness and ferocity as she glared at Li Jianmu, gritting her teeth. Suddenly, she seized a vase from somewhere and lunged at Li Jianmu. Disgust flickered in Li Jianmu's eyes as she delivered a swift kick, sending Qianyu sprawling against the cabinet door, gasping for breath. She felt no pain but continued to glare, shouting, "No, you cannot stop the master. He is on the verge of success. He will surely succeed. And no one can hinder him." Li Jianmu turned to leave, prompting Zhou Shuai to hastily follow. "Hey, brother, I'm..." Li Darin began to whimper. Zhou Shuai muttered a curse under his breath and quickly untied him. "Brother, is this the master who gave us the talisman? Can we trust her? Will she truly save us?" But it seemed the talisman had proven ineffective. "Be silent. The talisman is effective against ghosts. Qianyu is human. So of course it had no effect." Zhou Shuai lamented, regretting the talisman that Qianyu had taken, which had turned to ashes. Otherwise, it might still have been of use. Outside, as Li Jianmu descended the stairs, she inquired, "Did you find anything?" "No," Not a single ghost in the entire manor. Only some spectral illusions, Fusang replied, having drifted around the abandoned estate in a short span of time. Li Jianmu's gaze flickered. What about the basement? Fusang scratched his nose. I haven't been there yet. Yes, the basement. I heard Qianyu speaking with that ghost. It must be there, Zhou Shuai hastily chimed in. He then observed the empty staircase with confusion. Wait, master, who were you speaking to just now? Li Jianmu cast him a meaningful glance. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhou Shuai, causing him to shiver as he leaned closer to Li Jianmu. It couldn't be that thing, could it?
Li Jianmu nudda.
Zhou Shuai gulped, awkwardly chuckling. Master, do you also keep little ghosts? Are you insulting me? A clear male voice resonated in Zhou Shuai's ear. And he turned to see a man standing beside the staircase. No, a floating male ghost. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, he possessed a stern visage and a tall, imposing figure, exuding an air of sophistication that surpassed that of a living person, devoid of the oppressive aura typically associated with specters.
Yet,
this did not alter the fact that his body was transparent and his feet hovered above the ground. I am not a little ghost. My name is Fusang. Zhou Shuai bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, I was merely being clumsy, Lord Fusang. Fusang nodded and turned to Li Jianmu. Shall I check the basement first? Let us go together, Li Jianmu replied, taking the lead. Fusang followed closely beside her, causing Zhou Shuai and Li Darren, who had intended to stick closely to the master, to hesitate. Li Darren clutched Zhou Shuai's arm tightly, whispering, A ghost named after the sun? Zhou Shuai shot him a glare. You are remarkably bold. Do you think no one can hear you? The staircase on the first floor led directly to the basement. Zhou Shuai held his phone like a flashlight, cautiously illuminating the steps. The basement had been abandoned for a long time, emanating a musty odor of decaying wood mixed with an indescribable stench that was nauseating. Yet, as Zhou Shuai illuminated the basement with his phone, it appeared empty, even clean and tidy. The entire basement was devoid of anything. It was eerily spacious. Could it be that this isn't the only basement? Zhou Shuai frowned and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered out. Panic surged through him as he darted back to Li Jianmu, grasping her arm. It's coming. The master. That thing is coming. Li Jianmu, her expression unchanged, brushed his hand aside. It's just your phone running out of battery. Zhou Shuai paused. How do you know? Li Darren quietly tugged at his sleeve. You had a notification when you were descending the stairs. However, Zhou Shuai had clearly not heard it. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. Oh, I see, I didn't notice. Li Jianmu disregarded him and walked a few steps forward, reaching a section of the basement wall. Darkness swelled ominously around her. In a realm invisible to Zhou Shuai and Li Darren, the oppressive aura enveloped the entire space. Here, the malevolent energy was at its zenith. She lifted her hand and gently pushed against the wall. In an instant, the pitch-black basement was illuminated. Li Jianmu keenly sensed the absence of any living presence. Zhou Shuai, Li Darren, and Fusang had vanished. She remained motionless, gazing at the scene unfolding before her. In a brightly lit parlor, a gathering of elegantly dressed men and women engaged in lively conversation, laughter echoing throughout the space. She observed this spectacle with interest, pondering whether this was the manner of social interaction among the so-called upper echelons of society in this era. Suddenly, a servant approached her, his face twisted in anger. Feng Qi? Who allowed you to come here? Look at how you are dressed. Get out now, or the master will have you punished. Li Jianmu glanced back to see a young boy, no more than 10, clad in tattered clothing, ragged strips of fabric hanging from him, starkly contrasting with the opulence of the banquet. He averted his gaze, whispering, My brother sent me. He said if I wore this, I could come in. The servant hesitated, casting a glance towards the center of the banquet. There, Feng Tianxi, the favored young master of the Feng family, basked in the praise of his elders, a smug smile adorning his face. Chapter 30. Feng Qi, a bit of a tragedy. The servant urged him quietly, You must leave quickly, or the master will punish you. Feng Qi pursed his lips, torn. Feng Tianxi had promised that if he behaved, he would speak to their father about letting him attend school. He longed to learn. The servant pressed him again, but Feng Qi remained stubbornly rooted at the entrance. Just then, Feng Tianxi noticed him and hurried over with a few peers. A group of preteens approached, their faces twisted in mockery. Where did this little beggar come from? How did he sneak into my house? They jeered. Look at his clothes. His face. Little beggar, were you brought here by some servant? Don't be ridiculous. The servants in young Master Feng's household are not so thoughtless. Not necessarily. My family is large, and there are always some shameless servants, lacking both sense and dignity, breeding nothing but lowly wretches. The taunts grew increasingly cruel, and the boy stood frozen, on the verge of tears. In that moment, youthful pride surged within him. "What are you doing?" A commanding voice interrupted, compelling Feng Tianxi and the others to adopt a more subdued demeanor. Feng Tianxi frowned, a look of distress crossing his face. "Dad, look at my brother. Mother clearly had someone prepare new clothes for him, yet he comes dressed like this.
Is he dissatisfied with me?
Deliberately wearing this to make it seem like our family mistreats him at my birthday banquet?" The middle-aged man's face suddenly contorted with rage, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap to Feng Qi's face.
Beast.
"Have I not treated you well enough?" he exclaimed, as he seized Feng Qi's frail arm and dragged him out of the banquet hall. Feng Tianxi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with smug satisfaction. Li Jianmu's gaze swept over the malicious faces of Feng Tianxi and the other young men. The scene shifted abruptly. In a concealed basement, Feng Qi was unceremoniously pulled in by Mr. Feng, who deftly retrieved a whip from the wall. In the next instant, the whip lashed down with tremendous force, mercilessly striking Feng Qi's body. His anguished cries echoed throughout the basement. "I provide for you, clothe you, and you still wish to bring shame upon me. You ungrateful wretch. Just like your vile mother, both of you are products of lowly genes. I warn you, mind your behavior, or next time, I will end your life." Crouched in a corner, Feng Qi was in so much pain he could hardly weep, his body marred by the whip's brutal marks. It wasn't until he was on the brink of unconsciousness that Mr. Feng finally tossed the whip aside, straightened his attire, and resumed the persona of the genteel Mr. Feng. Feng Qi curled up, weeping silently. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, tears glistening as he looked toward Li Jianmu, his eyes gradually darkening with hatred. Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining calm and unperturbed. The scene shifted once more. At 14, Feng Qi was nearly killed by a Tibetan mastiff raised by Feng Tianxi, an ordeal that granted him the opportunity to pursue his studies. At 18, impeccably dressed and possessing exquisite features, he was presented by Mr. Feng to a business associate as a gift during a grand birthday celebration. By 22, Feng Qi adeptly navigated through a throng of women, assisting Mr. Feng in securing numerous business partnerships, thus becoming a renowned socialite in North City. At 24, he caught the eye of Feng Tianxi's fiancée, who insisted on marrying him. Enraged and humiliated, Feng Tianxi brutally assaulted Feng Qi, who, in his desperate struggle, was ultimately killed by Feng Tianxi and the colluding Mr. Feng. Scenes unfolded, meticulously reconstructing the past. Li Jianmu stood quietly at a distance, observing. Eventually, the image froze on Feng Tianxi and Mr. Feng's panicked departure. With Feng Qi's lifeless body lying in a pool of crimson, his eyes shut. 10 seconds later, those eyes abruptly opened, fixed intently on Li Jianmu. "Do you believe I deserve to die, master?" Li Jianmu replied coolly. "The question of life and death is for the underworld judge to determine. The laws of heaven and earth will dictate." A faint smile tugged at Feng Qi's lips as he slowly closed his eyes. The sanguine scene gradually faded, revealing a bright basement that succumbed to darkness until it vanished entirely. Before him lay the pitch-black basement once more, accompanied by the silent presence of Zhou Shuai and others. After a while, Zhou Shuai spoke softly. "Feng Qi's plight is truly tragic." Li Dayden sighed heavily. "If it were me, I would have wanted to kill Feng Tianxi and the others." Clearly, both had witnessed the scenes that Li Jianmu had just observed. A childhood marked by misery and indignity, subjected to abuse and brutality, reduced to being a plaything for others, and ultimately met with violent death, Feng Qi had seemingly never experienced a day of happiness in his life. It was not surprising that he harbored resentment after death, transforming into a vengeful spirit. Zhou Shuai and Li Dayden could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Li Jianmu remained silent, suddenly intrigued by Fusang's thoughts. She turned to the silently brooding male spirit and asked, "What is your perspective?" Fusang crossed his arms, responding indifferently. "He is merely stalling for time."
What?
Zhou Shuai and Li Dayden exchanged puzzled glances. Li Jianmu's eyes flickered with interest. She formed a gesture with her fingers, and in an instant, a beam of light flowed from her fingertips, soaring to the ceiling of the basement. With a resounding crack, the entire basement appeared to rupture like a membrane, revealing its grim reality.
Ugh.
Two retching sounds echoed as Zhou Shuai and Li Daden clung to one another, unable to bear the sight any longer. If the severed limbs and scattered brains outside were already nauseating, the basement was truly unbearable. The repugnant stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses, with heaps of human remains piled high, and the walls bore the most shocking sight. Several human skins hung neatly, starkly contrasting the chaotic scene below. Among them were familiar faces that Li Jianmu and the others had encountered in their visions, some of whom had tormented Feng Qi, while others were businessmen with whom he had had carnal relations. In the very center of the basement lay a person suspended in midair, eyes tightly shut. Sun Shi. Zhou Shuai covered his mouth and nose, stifling his urge to vomit, and exclaimed in shock. Simultaneously, this utterance seemed to activate a switch, and the scattered remains in the space suddenly sprang to life, infused with souls. As Zhou Shuai moved toward Sun Shi, the dismembered bodies immediately surged forward, obstructing their path. What on earth? Oh my God! Don't kill me! Stay away! Behind them, the severed heads flew wildly, prompting Li Daden to cling tightly to Zhou Shuai, screaming in terror. Li Jianmu narrowed her eyes, her fingers weaving intricate seals, and a protective barrier suddenly emerged around Zhou Shuai and Li Daden. At the same time, a glimmer of white energy surged from her fingertips, darting towards Sun Shi. In the blink of an eye, the previously inert Sun Shi flipped agilely, evading the attack and landing gracefully on the ground. His eyes sparkled with intensity as they met Li Jianmu's gaze. Zhou Shuai, oblivious, turned to see Sun Shi awake and felt a surge of excitement. Sun Shi, you're all right. By the way, this is the master I invited. Chapter 31. How innocent the first im. Li Jianmu flicked her wrist, sending dozens of talismans soaring towards Sun Shi. Zhou Shuai was taken aback. Master, no. That's my cousin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Shi's pupils contracted, and he swiftly darted in another direction, his feet barely touching the ground, moving inhumanly fast. Unfortunately for him, the talismans seemed to possess a will of their own, navigating turns and speeds with uncanny precision as they relentlessly pursued him. In the cramped basement, it wasn't long before Sun Shi was cornered. With a sizzling sound, akin to meat hitting a hot grill, wherever the talismans made contact with Sun Shi, dark smoke began to emanate. Even Zhou Shuai, once oblivious, now recognized the anomaly. This was not Sun Shi at all. Countless dismembered remains whirled about, obstructing the talisman's advance at Sun Shi's command. When the remains collided with the talismans, they disintegrated like the thinnest of papers ignited, vanishing in a puff of black smoke. Master, aren't you practitioners of the occult supposed to believe in cause and effect? The ones I have harmed deserved it. Why must you interfere? If you simply remove them and leave, I can pretend nothing happened, and I will treat this body well. I can offer you money. Lots of it. I can even assist you in your cultivation, helping you achieve immortality. The injustice of the world is overwhelming. How am I at fault? You practitioners of the occult only appear to wield justice when it suits you, yet you turn your backs on us, the vulnerable. What kind of heroes are you? Sun Shi's demeanor grew increasingly agitated, for every word he uttered was met with silence from Li Jianmu. The surrounding remains began to thrash violently, attempting to attack the group. Zhou Shuai and Li Daden trembled in fear, huddling together. Li Jianmu, witnessing the talismans being overwhelmed, finally grew exasperated. She raised a hand, channeling energy into her palm. A wave of oppressive force descended upon Sun Shi, akin to a colossal hand pressing down upon him, an unyielding pressure he could not escape. Instantly, the dismembered remains lost their momentum, crashing to the ground. Sun Shi, contrary to his expectations, felt little impact from the force. Just as he believed Li Jianmu to be merely a decorative figure, a surge of satisfaction welled within him. The talismans resembled temperamental children, finally free to chase after Sun Shi with unrestrained glee, pursuing him with relentless fervor, vowing not to cease until they had consumed a piece of his flesh. Within mere moments, smoke began to rise from Sun Shi's body, and the talismans were nearing depletion. Li Jianmu produced another handful of talismans. Sun Shi's eyes widened in realization as he spat out bitter curses. Wretched woman. He finally comprehended that Li Jianmu was not incapable of ending his life swiftly. Rather, she sought to exhaust his soul without inflicting harm upon his physical form, torturing him gradually with these relatively gentle talismans. Fusong's gaze narrowed slightly, a shadowy hue seeping from his being, almost imperceptible, yet it swiftly ensnared Sun Shi. The once agile Sun Shi, capable of evasion, was instantaneously bound, his entire soul trembling. The talismans, sensing their target was no longer fleeing, erupted with excitement, each eager to attach themselves. In an instant, Sun Shi was enveloped in smoke, his body convulsing and trembling as he let out a piercing scream. In the eyes of Li Jianmu and Fusang, the distinctly foreign soul was being scorched and dissipated. In the next moment, Sun Shi shuddered, rolling his eyes back as he collapsed onto the ground. A pitch-black, fragmented soul emerged, its surface marred with ghastly, burnt holes. Yet he paid it no heed, instinctively rushing outward. Li Jianmu had long been prepared. No matter how swiftly this wretched specter fled, it could not outpace her actions. With a swift gesture, a beam of light rapidly pursued Feng Qi, closely followed by a talisman. A horrific cry rang out as Feng Qi's ghostly form disintegrated into gray smoke, vanishing instantaneously. The talisman circled the area before falling to the ground with a thud. Li Jianmu approached, retrieving the slightly bulging talisman and tucking it into her pocket. The basement fell silent once more, and Li Jianmu cast a contemplative glance at Fusang. 10 minutes later, Zhou Shuai and Li Daiden hoisted Sun Shi and Qianyu into the vehicle. The car was somewhat cramped. How would they manage to fit? Li Daiden cautiously glanced at Fusang. With 5 people already crammed inside, accommodating a ghost was proving to be quite the challenge. Zhou Shuai remarked, "This is quite a predicament." He opened the trunk and unceremoniously tossed Qianyu inside. "Master, look, this gentleman." Li Jianmu nodded in understanding, her fingers brushing against the intricately carved beads around her neck. At that moment, Fusang vanished from sight. Zhou Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. The group embarked on their journey, departing from the estate. "Master, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, our lives would have been forfeit tonight." Li Jianmu shook her head. "Even without my presence, you would not have perished. Feng Qi seeks an identity that can walk in the sunlight, along with followers." "What do you mean?" Zhou Shuai inquired earnestly, with Li Daiden, who was driving, also keenly listening. Li Jianmu explained, "Temporarily possessing a ghost is not difficult. The challenge lies in replacing it without detection, fully merging with a human body. If I surmise correctly, tomorrow should be your cousin's birthday." She glanced at her watch. "Ah, indeed, today." Zhou Shuai paused, realization dawning. It's true. Feng Qi's birthday coincided with that of his cousin, and the two had the same hour of birth, separated by a cycle, yet remarkably compatible. As for the followers, they merely wished to mold the two of you into a likeness of Qianyu. One is a wealthy young master from a prosperous family, attending a prestigious university, with an extroverted personality and a multitude of friends. The other is a manager from a social media agency, well-connected with affluent individuals and influencers. Cultivating these two into followers would undoubtedly expedite Feng Qi's ambitions. Unfortunately, before the other party could fully merge with the body, she intervened. Li Jianmu felt a sense of relief, grateful for her timely arrival. Otherwise, while these individuals would not have faced mortal peril, they would gradually have become a malignant blight upon Beiqing. As Li Jianmu gazed out of the car window at the swiftly passing streetlights, a sudden realization struck her. The world is in a constant state of flux. The butterfly flutters its wings at all times. She could see through others' mundane lives, yet she too existed within that realm, also stirring her wings and influencing others. Without divine status, one cannot control the entirety of the situation. Today, she had nearly overstepped her bounds. A thread of clarity rippled through her mind, bringing a sense of comfort. Li Jianmu rolled down the car window as invisible spiritual energy coursed over her arm, flooding her body, invigorating her to the point where her pores seemed to open wide. She felt her cultivation gradually restoring. Chapter 32. The Tongue-Pulling Hell. Zhou Shuai was unaware of Li Jianmu's thoughts. He merely sensed a gentle breeze enveloping the car, soothing the restlessness in their hearts. Soon, they returned to the school. The dormitory doors had already closed, and since Li Jianmu's rented room lacked bedding and such, Zhou Shuai arranged a hotel room nearby for her. Li Jianmu placed a talisman upon Sun Shi. "Your cousin's soul is injured. He will be unconscious for 2 days. When he awakens, ensure he recuperates well and avoids the underworld. He should bask in the sun. As for Qianyu," Li Jianmu paused, "take her home." Having become a follower of a malevolent spirit, her values and reasoning had shattered. Now that the vengeful spirit was gone, Qianyu was bound to descend into madness. She was temporarily powerless to assist. "Do not worry, master. We will manage everything and report back to you."
All right.
After washing up, Li Jianmu reclined in the hotel room, finally having time to check her phone. The WeChat group for Dormitory 302 was bombarding her with messages, tagging her repeatedly. Xiaoli, Qingqing, why haven't you returned? They are about to conduct room checks. Respond quickly, there are only 10 minutes left. I heard the dormitory next door is being checked. Where have you been? After a brief silence, Zhang Wenjing interjected. I know the senior conducting the checks. I've managed to deceive them, but the dormitory closes at 11. If you can't return, find somewhere else to stay. It's not worth the trip back. She and Li Qingqing had not responded at all. The remaining three continued chatting in the group, speculating about the whereabouts of the two. As the clock approached 1, they were still engaged in discussion.
Li Jianmu shuklat.
Typing out a line, still chatting in the group while in the dormitory? Xiaoli, you finally appeared. Are you alright?
Li Jianmu replied. Iemme fine.
Already resting at the hotel. Where did you go? Why are you only responding now? After a moment's contemplation, Li Jianmu felt that such matters might become frequent, so she replied candidly. I went to assist a customer with a situation. The group fell silent for several seconds, as they all pondered the possibility of Li Jianmu being a master of metaphysics. Handling matters at midnight inevitably conjured thoughts of ghosts and spirits. Drawing talismans was one thing. Exorcising demons was an entirely different matter for them. After a while, Li Qingqing suddenly chimed in. Did you go ghost catching? Li Jianmu replied, yes. Li Qingqing responded with a simple, oh. Li Jianmu found herself puzzled by the meaning behind this response from the young lady. She shook her head, glanced at the time, and turned off her phone to sleep. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing furrowed her brow at her phone. Big brother, she is truly peculiar. Li Yinan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I had someone investigate. She is an orphan, taken in by an old Taoist priest, referring to him as her grandfather. She hasn't left the small town for over a decade, and her past before being taken in is a complete blank, as if she appeared out of thin air. Li Qingqing's eyes darted as she suddenly suggested, how about I steal a couple of her hairs for a paternity test with our parents? I'll take charge of the parental side. Li Yinan immediately agreed. The two siblings quickly reached a consensus. The following morning, as Li Jianmu enjoyed breakfast at the hotel, Zhou Shuai arrived. Li Jianmu appeared radiant, while Zhou Shuai bore a fatigued expression. Have things been resolved? Zhou Shuai gulped down a cup of coffee before nodding. All right. I informed my aunt and the others. They are not entirely convinced and sent Sun Shi to the hospital, but the doctors couldn't determine the cause of his coma. So they have just let him rest in the ward for now. Li Jianmu chuckled. Aren't you worried those doctors will employ all sorts of instruments to uncover the reason? He brought this upon himself, his audacity and disregard for advice. As long as he doesn't die, that's what matters. Zhou Shuai, filled with indignation, continued. By the way, regarding Qianyu, she was previously in contact with Li Dadong, and it was he who returned her. It sounds rather troubling. Qianyu's parents are insisting on filing a police report, claiming that Li Dadong did something to their daughter that drove her to madness. The police were involved, and I had to bail him out this morning. Although the evidence was insufficient, Qianyu's parents were causing quite a ruckus. Alas, what a nuisance. Li Jianmu remained silent. After Zhou Shuai had finished speaking, he finally broached the main point. Master, about the labor fees from last night, how should we settle that? Li Jianmu wiped her hands. In total, 32 peace talismans were consumed, each priced at 8,888. The pricing for travel, assistance, and ghost apprehension will be determined on a case-by-case basis. For yesterday, I believe a total of 400,000 is appropriate. Zhou Shuai exhaled in relief. It was far too little. Li Jianmu had truly demonstrated her prowess last night. If this were presented before the big shots in the metaphysics circle, it would hardly be less than a few million. Not to mention, it would require earnest entreaties. They might not even show up or resolve the issue decisively. He handed her a card. I can't keep letting you incur losses. Here's 500,000. Take it for now, consider it my payment. Once Sun Shi regains consciousness, I'll have him come and express his gratitude to the master. As for Li Dadong, he is currently entangled in legal troubles. We should wait and see. Li Jianmu said nothing and accepted the card back. Zhou Shuai had initially intended to purchase a few more peace talismans from her, but she temporarily had none at hand. The others were still in her dormitory. Seeing this, Zhou Shuai arranged to pick them up from her dorm later that afternoon and hurriedly left. Once he departed, Li Jianmu frowned and glanced in a certain direction behind her. The booth obscured her view, and at first glance, there seemed to be nothing. Yet, her gaze fixed on a small ghost peeking out from the corridor, revealing an ankle. She stood up and took a few steps over, only to find Zhang Yingying huddled inside the booth, fiddling with her phone. Upon noticing Li Jianmu approach, Zhang Yingying stiffened and slowly straightened. What a coincidence, classmate Li. Li Jianmu stared at her for a moment, her expression impassive. Have you heard of the 18 layers of hell, Zhang? Zhang Yingying, puzzled, replied, I've heard of it. But why bring this up so early in the morning? The first layer of the 18 layers of hell is the tongue-pulling hell. Those who instigate discord, slander others, and speak deceitfully. After death, they are cast into this hell where little demons pry open their mouths and use iron pincers to grasp their tongues, pulling them out slowly. Not in one swift motion, but gradually extending. Zhang Yingying's complexion gradually paled. What are you getting at? I have no grievances with you, classmate Li. Why would you say something so ominous early in the morning? Li Jianmu replied, Indeed, we have no grievances, but I hope you remember this line. With that,
Li Jianmu d'apartar.
Zhang Yingying's lips moved slightly, ultimately letting out a scoff. Crazy. At the entrance of dormitory 16, a group of girls clad in short sleeves and skirts emerged, vibrant with youth. In stark contrast, a woman shrouded in a long black trench coat, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and mask, appeared out of place beside the flower bed across the entrance. Zhao Shuang was in a state of distress. She had failed to wait for Li Jianmu yesterday and had gone to the hospital in the afternoon, only for Li Jianmu to return to the dormitory briefly at that time, never to return that night. Moreover, the cat ringworm on her face had spread to her neck within just one day. The initial spots on her cheeks had begun to fester and ooze pus. Chapter 33. A most disgusting face. Zhao Shuang avoided the myriad gazes of passers-by, her eyes fixated on the dormitory entrance. Just as she was on the verge of despair, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Zhao Shuang. She turned her head, her eyes brightening. Li Jianmu stood in the backlight, holding several bags, resembling a deity and instilling hope within her. She rushed forward, grasping Li Jianmu's hand. Classmate Li, please help me. You can save me, right? That talisman. 2,000 yuan.
I want to buy it. Can I?
Li Jianmu glanced at her face. It seemed the excitement of seeing her had caused Zhao Shuang's mask to slip down halfway, revealing the oozing, pale pus-filled sores beneath. Quite a tragic sight. Let's go. Where to? To the dormitory. The peace talismans are there. Zhao Shuang hurriedly followed her. 302 was tranquil. Zhang Wenjing and Zheng Ling had yet to rise. Gu Xinyue opened the door, the diligent child already poring over her new books in preparation for class. Shaoli, you're back. Two heads popped up from the upper bunk, their eyes sparkling. Shaoli. Yes, come down to wash up. I brought you breakfast. Shaoli is so kind. We want tea, be polite. Li Jianmu set the breakfast down and ushered Zhao Shuang inside before returning to her spot and retrieving a peace talisman to hand to her. Zhao Shuang eagerly took it. The moment she held the talisman, her face began to throb with pain. She let out a gasp, pulling down her mask to reveal her face covered in pus-filled sores, prompting a startled cry from Gu Xinyue. Zhang Wenjing and Zheng Ling quickly got out of bed to see what was amiss. What happened to you, classmate? Zheng Ling stammered, her gaze involuntarily shifting to Li Jianmu. Zhao Shuang gasped in pain, unable to speak. Li Jianmu tilted her head, implying, client. Her roommates suddenly understood, and, glancing at the peace talisman tightly held in Zhao Shuang's hand, the realization dawned on them. I thought you could even cure skin diseases. Zhang Wenjing feigned nonchalance as she went to wash up. Zheng Ling and Gu Xinyue nodded in understanding, each returning to their own activities, no longer fixating on Zhao Shuang's face. Zhao Shuang felt grateful, but had no time to express her thanks. Her fingers trembled as she longed to touch her burning cheeks but dared not, instead seeking help from Li Jianmu.
Glasmatali.
Just wait a moment. Li Jianmu understood what she wanted to say. Zhao Shuang leaned weakly against the cabinet, racked with pain, unable to utter a sound. In a brief span, the pus-filled sores on her face seemed to undergo a rapid progression, first breaking open and oozing, then quickly scabbing over.
Ugh, so disgusting.
An unexpected voice made Zhao Shuang turn her head. Li Qingqing stood at the door, a look of disdain on her face, unwilling to step inside. She directed her ire at Li Jianmu. Could you refrain from bringing your friends to the dormitory, especially such an unpleasant person? Before Li Jianmu could respond, Zheng Ling hurriedly interjected. She's not a friend. This classmate is Xiao Li's client. Aware of the past grievances between Li Qingqing and Zhao Shuang, she emphasized the word client to prevent any disruption in dormitory relations. Li Qingqing paused, seemingly contemplating something, and slowly approached Zhao Shuang, daring to glance at her face, only to wrinkle her nose in disgust. Xiao Li's client? You didn't happen to provoke a ghost, did you? What kind of heinous act did you commit to have a little ghost clinging to you? Zhao Shuang turned her head, ignoring her, focusing instead on enduring the pain on her face. Li Qingqing scrutinized her profile, suddenly frowning. Why does it look like cat ringworm? Did you steal a little ghost cat? Li Qingqing was insufferably annoying. Zhao Shuang had initially intended to forego retaliating out of consideration for her being Li Jianmu's roommate. But she could no longer contain her anger and retorted. What is it to you? Li Qingqing laughed. It's none of my business. I just enjoy watching the spectacle, especially the one unfolding in our dorm. If you don't want to be the subject of amusement, then you should just leave.
Li Qingqing.
Li Jianmu's voice carried a warning tone. Li Qingqing opened her mouth, meeting Li Jianmu's gaze, and for some reason, she felt compelled to restrain herself from further provocations. However, the young lady's temper is quite unpredictable. This sensation lasts but a fleeting moment, and in the next breath, she mutters in dissatisfaction. What is it? I brought you breakfast. It's on your desk. Li Qingqing huffed, turning back to her own bed. 3 minutes later, the pain on Zhao Shuang's face gradually subsided, eventually vanishing altogether. Li Jianmu extended a piece of tissue toward her. Wipe it. Zhao Shuang stared blankly as she received it, dabbing her face. The tissue bore a layer of scabs, accompanied by some skin flakes, appearing rather unsightly, yet it filled her with immense joy. Is there a mirror? She managed to suppress her excitement and inquired. Li Jianmu shook her head.
No.
Zheng Ling chimed in, I have one. With that, she handed over a mirror. Although the others did not crowd around, they cast furtive glances in that direction. Zhao Shuang held the mirror to her face and wiped it thoroughly. That foul-smelling, repugnant abscess seemed to have never existed, leaving behind only smooth skin, with the delicate pores invisible in the morning light. My skin is so much better than before, she exclaimed. The skincare products she had purchased for hundreds of dollars, which she applied daily, didn't compare to this 2,000 yuan talisman. Zhao Shuang had sought out Li Jianmu as a last resort after visiting several hospitals without receiving accurate treatment from the doctors. She hadn't expected such a swift and simple solution. In an instant, she felt that the 2,000 yuan spent was indeed worth it. Oh, money. Zhao Shuang hurriedly took out her phone to transfer money to Li Jianmu. Master, let us add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the money. Li Jianmu opened the QR code. The WeChat payment of 2,000 yuan was completed. Zhao Shuang thanked her profusely before leaving in excitement. Once she was gone, Zhong Ling exclaimed, Xiaoli, this is incredible. How did you manage this? Is this some sort of mysticism? It's so mysterious. Her skin looks so good now. I want to have that too. If I carry a talisman with me, will my skin also transform like that? Not advisable, Li Jianmu responded. Zhao Shuang's face was afflicted by the malevolent energy of a cat spirit, and the talisman's effect restored her, although she appears to have returned to normal. It came at the cost of her vitality, which is limited and can impact health and longevity. Cat spirit?
Li Jianmu nudda.
Cats, when tortured to death, can harbor resentment and become vengeful spirits. Li Qingqing interjected, Are you implying that Zhao Shuang tortured cats? I always knew that woman was not good. Why would you bother saving her? Li Jianmu shook her head. She did not inflict harm. She merely became entangled in the karmic consequences. Otherwise, she would have long been unconscious. The others nodded, somewhat understanding. Be mindful of your words in the future. Idle talk can affect your fortune, she admonished, directing her words at Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing touched her nose, huffed lightly, and turned her head away. Suddenly, she turned back. Wait. Chapter 34. The Water Ghost. The group looked over. Li Qingqing said, You mentioned that the resentment from tortured cats is why Zhao Shuang was afflicted. Yet you say she did not harm any cats, but merely became entangled in karmic consequences. You also mentioned that those who commit the torture would have long been incapacitated. She swallowed hard and continued, Could it be that the one who tortured the cats is the owner of that Tanchandan? They sell meat skewers, right?
What?
Are you talking about the really fragrant skewers restaurant? What do you mean? Is that place selling cat meat? It can't be, they're so popular. Surely that's not the case. Zhang Wenjing looked at Li Jianmu, her eyes pleading for help, already sensing a bad omen. Indeed, she saw Li Jianmu slowly nodding.
Ugh.
Zhang Wenjing covered her mouth and hurried to the washroom. She had grown up near the university and had tried all the famous snacks around, including that Tanchandan, which she frequented often. The others exchanged glances as they heard the sounds of retching from the washroom. At 9 in the morning, all the new students gathered on the playground. The homeroom teacher of Li Jianmu's class arrived, took attendance, and selected a deputy class monitor, who turned out to be Zhang Wenjing. Zhang Wenjing was familiar with Beijing University and knew the faculty well, making communication and handling matters more convenient. After military training, once everyone got acquainted, they would hold another election for class leaders. At 10 o'clock, the instructors invited by the school arrived, clad in camouflage uniforms. Each was tall and slender, only slightly older than the students. The instructors stood at the front of the line, exuding an impressive demeanor. The atmosphere in the ranks instantly became lively. However, it was evident that these dashing soldiers would not soften their demeanor due to the students' praises. Instead, they maintained stern expressions. Attention! At the command, the crowd fell silent. In the following 2 hours, under the guidance of the instructors, Li Jianmu's class rearranged their formation, understood the instructors' rules, learned to report their numbers, and memorized the names of those around them. While it sounded simple, many students found it quite exhausting. At noon, as soon as dismissal was announced, a chorus of complaints erupted from the once quiet line. Li Qingqing rubbed her arms. What kind of devil is this? My legs are aching. Let us eat. Shall we head to the cafeteria together? Zhang Wenjing looked pale and was not particularly keen on eating. The military training uniforms have arrived. I'll find a few people to help me pick them up, and you all can bring me some buns for lunch.
All right.
The group from 302 dispersed, and Li Jianmu, Zheng Ling, and others went to eat. I've heard the food at the third cafeteria is the best. They have various regional dishes on the second floor, and we can order. Let us go try it. Zheng Ling, true to her foodie nature, suggested. Li Qingqing shot her a glance. As long as it's not like that Tanchandan you recommended last time. Zheng Ling replied. The third cafeteria was located in the old campus across the street, quite a distance away. Along the way, they spotted many people hurrying toward the third cafeteria, their faces reflecting naive excitement, unmistakably new students. The campus grounds at Beijing University were beautifully landscaped, featuring several artificial lakes, and at that moment, the surface of the lake was adorned with large lotus leaves, creating a picturesque scene. One freshman suddenly exclaimed, "Lotus leaves? This is my first time seeing lotus. Are there water chestnuts underneath?" I don't think so. The lotus leaves are just for decoration. Who would plant water chestnuts here? A friend advised. Yet the boy was unconvinced. Isn't it said that where there are lotus leaves, there are water chestnuts? Let me take a look. Wait, be careful, don't slip. Don't worry, even if I fall in, it's fine. I swim really well. Ignoring the warnings, the boy rolled up his pants and leaned over, pushing aside the lotus leaves. After parting 2 large leaves, he found no water chestnuts, but instead a clump of aquatic plants and a plastic bag. Who lacks civic sense to throw a plastic bag in here? We're all university students. How can the quality be so low? The boy muttered as he casually fished the plastic bag out. However, the bag had long entangled itself with the aquatic plants, and he hadn't anticipated it being so tightly bound. After a feeble tug failed to free it, he pulled harder, and his already precarious balance faltered. Watch out. With a slip, the boy fell into the water. Jiang Huai, help. The boy surfaced, his face pale with panic, mouth agape as his body began to sink. Logically, this artificial lake shouldn't be very deep, especially near the shore. Jiang Huai had merely slipped a foot in. Yet in the blink of an eye, he seemed to be engulfed. His companions rushed to grab him, but in an instant, they saw him move back a meter. Damn, are you doing this on purpose? Do you want me to pull you up or not? Hurry, give me your hand. If the teacher sees you, you're doomed. The water was already rising to Jiang Huai's mouth, his eyes filled with urgency, unable to articulate his distress. It truly wasn't he that he was deliberately avoiding their grasp. It was his foot. Someone was tugging at it. No way. How could there be someone lurking in this lake? Could it be a ghost? Jiang Huai's complexion grew even ashen, and he desperately tried to break free, relying on his excellent swimming skills to escape. Yet it felt as if he were bound tightly, unable to move an inch. Jiang Huai's friends finally sensed something amiss, quickly calling out, while a few boys stripped off their clothes and prepared to jump into the water. Li Jianmu and her companions happened to pass by. From a distance, Li Jianmu caught sight of the shadow beneath Jiang Huai's feet. Her eyes narrowed slightly as her fingers deftly summoned a wisp of ethereal energy, ready to direct it, when suddenly she sensed something amiss. She turned her head to glance behind her.
There stood a teaching building.
At the third floor, an open window revealed a shadowy figure leaning against the frame, intently observing the surface of the water below. Then, with a swift motion, he gestured toward the water, sending a wave of ominous energy plunging beneath the surface. The water spirit recoiled in pain, casting a reluctant glance back at the teaching building before swiftly retreating into the depths. Jiang Huai felt the constricting force around his feet vanish in an instant, and his previously restrained body regained its autonomy. An instinctive drive for survival compelled him to swim toward the shore. However, barely a second into his effort, he found himself embarrassed, standing upright in the water, which barely reached his chest. His companions who had jumped in. What the heck? The onlookers among the students. Pfft. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You just wanted to get your clothes wet and trick us into jumping in with you. I mean, you're Jiang Huai. How could you not know how to swim? You're putting on quite a show. You're done for. Someone already went to report you to the dean. You'll see the consequences of your little trick soon enough. Jiang Huai shook his head, firmly convinced that the place he had just been in was unfathomably deep, not merely a shallow puddle. There had to be something unusual about it. Never mind, he decided he would explain later. First, he needed to leave this peculiar water hole. Yet, as soon as he reached the shore, before he could clarify with his friends, the bespectacled dean hurried over. Student, is there something troubling you? You must cherish your life. Jiang Huai. He and his companions were escorted away by the dean, whose face was ashen, while the crowd of onlookers dispersed. Li Jianmu's gaze remained fixed on the shadow in the opposite teaching building. That shadow had saved a life and appeared to be in good spirits, casually leaning against the window frame, enjoying the gentle breeze while smiling at every passing student. Sensing someone watching, the shadow turned to look at Li Jianmu. He was momentarily taken aback. Could this girl really see him? That was impossible. Just as he was dismissing the thought, the girl gave him a slight nod before shifting her gaze away. He couldn't help but smile. If only she hadn't walked away. He would have liked to chat with this intriguing girl. As Li Jianmu moved further away, she queried, "What building was that just now?" "Oh, that's the biology building. It houses all sorts of chemicals and biological specimens, skull-shaped bottles and whatnot. By the way, isn't there a lot of trees around here?" The streetlights at night cast a dim light, and the wind rustles through them, creating an eerie atmosphere. That's why the campus online claims it's one of the scariest spots. Some even say they've seen ghosts here at night, so everyone avoids it. Ghosts? What's there to fear? After all, we have Li Jianmu with us.
Li King Kaim Din.
The group exchanged glances and laughed. That makes sense. As long as we stick with Li Jian, we won't fear any demons or monsters.
Li Jianmu's milad legally.
Reasoning that if there were truly malevolent spirits in the teaching building, something would have happened by now. Since nothing had occurred, perhaps the rumors were merely fabrications. Moreover, not all supernatural beings were malevolent. Perhaps some might even serve as guardians of a sacred space. Guardians? Are there really deities in this world?
Li Jianmu Musha.
As for that, she was uncertain, especially since she was someone who had once failed a tribulation. The meals at the third canteen were indeed delightful, rivaling those of renowned restaurants outside, and astonishingly affordable, costing less than 10 yuan per meal. After lunch, with plenty of time to spare, the group returned to their dormitory where their military training uniforms had already been distributed. Once clad in the uniforms, Li Jianmu climbed onto her bed and began her afternoon nap. Before drifting off, she glanced at her phone, noticing 2 messages, one from Lu Shuisheng proposing a time to discuss feng shui, and another from Zhao Shuang simply asking if she was available. They were to undergo 7 days of military training, 3 days on campus, 1 for a large assembly, and 3 days off campus. Fortunately, they could take a leave of absence on the assembly day. Thus, she arranged to meet Lu Shuisheng in 3 days to discuss feng shui. As for Zhao Shuang's message, she chose not to respond, assuming he could guess her intentions. Her phone tucked beneath her pillow, she succumbed to sleep. At 1:45 p.m., the students in room 302 began to stir. Seizing the opportunity while Li Jianmu was in the restroom, Li Qingqing, while drying her face, strolled over to Li Jianmu's bed. Li Qingqing was tall and, with a slight lift of her foot, could easily see everything on Li Jianmu's bed, the neatly folded quilt resembling a perfect tofu block, the pristine and tidy bed as if no one had ever slept there, and a pillow devoid of any stray hairs. How could anyone sleep so cleanly, so orderly, and not shed a single hair? What are you doing? Li Qingqing thought to herself, startled. She turned her head, blinking in astonishment. Li Jianmu, your bed is so tidy. How did you fold the quilt?
Can you teach me?
I heard the instructors will come to check the dorms, and you definitely pass with flying colors. Li Jianmu said nothing but walked over to demonstrate the folding technique. Li Qingqing nodded vigorously, claiming she understood, and then returned to her own spot. Just as they were about to leave, Li Jianmu casually glanced back, noticing that Li Qingqing's bed remained in disarray. The afternoon training became slightly more challenging, and many students, accustomed to sitting in classrooms all day, struggled to adapt, lamenting in chorus. Amidst their complaints, Li Jianmu stood like a young poplar, perfectly straight and motionless, drawing the attention of both instructors and classmates alike. Unbeknownst to them, while her exterior appeared resolute, her thoughts and consciousness had already drifted away. As the afternoon training concluded, Zheng Ling and Li Qingqing plopped down on the ground. "Oh my goodness, let us rest a bit before heading to eat. My legs feel like noodles. I need to recover." Zhang Wenjing laughed. "You two are so out of shape. You should join me for exercise every day." Zheng Ling waved her hand dismissively. "I can't subject myself to that kind of torture. I'd be dead after just one day of training." Besides Li Qingqing and Zheng Ling, several other students were sprawled on the ground. A few boys turned to Guxinhua, asking, "Guxinhua, are you really this fit too?"
Yexinhu blushed.
Unabashedly mentioning her home life. "I'm used to working in the fields at home." "Impressive." A boy gave her a thumbs up, using this topic to strike up a conversation, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Li Jianmu. After several exchanges, one brave boy finally asked Li Jianmu, "Li, your military stance is excellent. Your family must have a military background, right?" Li Jianmu shook her head. "I." "Little Li." The group turned to see Zhou Shuai approaching with a bag in hand. "There are so many new students this year. I had to search several fields to find her class. Here." He handed the bag to Li Jianmu. She opened it to find several brightly colored bottles of drinks inside. Selecting a green one, she passed the rest to Zheng Ling. "Thank you." Unscrewing the cap, she said to Zheng Ling and the others, "I have something to do. So, I want to be having dinner with you tonight." "All right. Come back early." Zhang Wenjing waved her hand. Soon, the group watched as Li Jianmu and Zhou Shuai departed. The boys wore glum expressions.
Who was that?
"Is he Li's boyfriend?" The girls in room 302 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Don't even think about it. Even if he's not her boyfriend, you don't stand a chance. Little Li is amazing. This ordinary guy doesn't match her at all." The boys looked dejected, groaning as they collapsed onto the grass. Zhou Shuai had come to retrieve a talisman from Li Jianmu, but he also brought some news. "Qian Yu's parents have some connections and a bit of money. I heard they pressured the police department. Li Dazhan was taken back to the police station this morning. He called me this afternoon saying he had revealed everything that happened at the Yuan Mountain Manor. Of course, the police didn't believe him." Zhou Shuai shrugged. "Do not speak of the police. Were it not for his personal experience, Zhou Shuai himself would scarcely believe it. In any case, prepare yourself in the coming days, as individuals from the precinct may come seeking your account."
Li Jianmu nudda. Understood.
Before departing, Zhou Shuai added, "Master, you haven't streamed in several days. Those fans have been messaging me, inquiring about your absence. If you have the time, perhaps you could resume your broadcasts?" This notion, needless to say, had already crossed Li Jianmu's mind, as she intended to allocate time for a live stream today. After Zhou Shuai left, she purchased a few snacks and returned to her rented apartment. As she opened the plastic bags of snacks, she activated her streaming room. The broadcast commenced. Tomato Live Room. The streamer you follow, Qing Xianmen, is now online. Come and watch. Chapter 35. I am a policeman. Li Jianmu had not streamed for 2 days. Being an inconspicuous newcomer, she never anticipated that anyone would be particularly attentive. To her surprise, as soon as the stream began, several familiar usernames appeared rapidly. LSP, I thought the sister had taken a break to become a singing and dancing host instead of appearing here with her metaphysical content. Director of the Snake Psychiatric Hospital. When will you report to our hospital, sister? I promise no other patients will bully you. Hua Hua loves to paint, master. The police have had the item appraised, and my jade pendant is indeed an antique. Lili lied, and the pendant has been returned to its rightful owner. Thank you, master. Li Jianmu disregarded the comments from LSP and the director and spoke gently. Since it has returned to its rightful owner, take care of it moving forward. Not only is that jade pendant of immense value, but you must also honor your grandmother's intentions. She chose to bestow it upon you, hoping you would be strong, independent, and live well with it. He Hua, upon hearing this, clutched the pendant around her neck, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. When the incident with Li had escalated to the police station, the school officials had not believed her and had even notified her guardians. After her grandmother's passing, there was no one left in her hometown, and the school's notification had reached her uncles and aunts. Upon realizing the potential value of the jade pendant, her unwelcoming relatives had rushed to her side, feigning concern and support. Finally, when the police had sought expert appraisal and confirmed the pendant's high worth, her relatives began to persuade her, claiming it was her grandmother's inheritance and they too deserved a share, urging her to sell the pendant and divide the proceeds. She felt overwhelmed by their words. Yet, at this moment, gazing into Li Jianmu's serene eyes, a sense of resilience began to stir within her. She said nothing, but the master's comforting words seemed to encourage her to stand strong. Her grandmother had often remarked on her gentle disposition, which made her susceptible to bullying. If only she could assert herself. She had always promised to do better, but until her grandmother's departure, she continued to endure mistreatment. Her grandmother would surely not wish to see her in such a state. In an instant, Hihua's expression solidified with determination, and she earnestly typed a few words. Hua loves to paint. Master, I now know what I must do. Without delay, she closed the streaming page and dialed her uncle. Uncle, it's me. Regarding the inheritance you mentioned today, I would like to confirm that if the inheritance is to be redistributed, then the house my grandmother left behind, as well as the compensation my parents received upon their passing, should also be considered my share, correct? After Hihua exited, only a handful remained in the streaming room. Today, without traffic support or a construction site backdrop, many who entered only saw a girl engrossed in her meal and promptly left. Some even inquired in the chat if the host was simply eating, questioning why she had purchased so much food. Before Li Jianmu could explain, the Inquisitor had already exited the stream. Li Jianmu felt somewhat helpless. Just then, LSP sent another message. LSP, sister. Would you like to check out how other streamers conduct their broadcasts? The streaming theme can be displayed on the page. You should explore how to operate it. Or, it will delay your meal. Thank you, Li Jianmu replied, intrigued, as she began to fiddle with her phone. In her efforts, she inadvertently positioned the camera at an awkward angle, yet surprisingly, it did not capture any unflattering images. Rather, her cherubic, rounded chin appeared rather endearing. Perhaps it was the charm of her chin, as she managed to retain a few viewers. A metaphysical streamer? This little girl is offering readings? How amusing. In this day and age, money is hard to come by, and even young girls are out here scamming. I think I've seen this streamer before. Wasn't she just working at a construction site? Did she return from there today? As viewers trickled into the stream, Li Jianmu finally managed to edit the theme, placing it in the upper right corner of the screen to clarify the content of her metaphysical stream. Once completed, she resumed her focus on her meal. The combination of sour and spicy noodles with a grilled gluten stick made her feel as though she were savoring a culinary masterpiece. Suddenly, a flamboyant graphic burst onto the screen, accompanied by a sound effect. It was not a deep-water bomb. Li Jianmu, slurping her spicy noodles, raised her curious gaze. The effect lingered, dazzling the entire screen, and upon checking, she discovered it was a $3,000 carnival gift. Wei, young lady, at your age, you should prioritize your studies and learning. If you encounter difficulties, consider applying for the Sunshine program. Avoid engaging in frivolous online streaming. It is not a sustainable path. Li Jianmu remained silent. What sort of innocent and youthful face did she possess that prompted these viewers to continually offer her advice? Wei, truly, do not believe those online streamers who claim that broadcasting leads to quick money. In reality, only a minuscule fraction truly earns, while most are exploited by companies. Others, in pursuit of profit, gradually lower their standards. You are still young. Do not step into this murky waters. While you have yet to be approached by any teams, seek another path to live well. Wei, as long as you are eager to learn, the Sunshine program can certainly assist you, dear child. Turn back before it's too late. This individual spoke earnestly, and while persuading her, they had also sent 2 carnival gifts. Their generous gestures and maternal tone silenced the other viewers. To prevent further gifts, Li Jianmu felt compelled to respond. Thank you for your concern. However, I am not streaming for money. In fact, I am currently enrolled at North City University, have savings, and am living quite well. Wei paused for a moment before typing another line. Wei, that is good to hear, very good. Li Jianmu replied, if it's not too much trouble, could you send me your photo? I would like to offer you a reading. She sensed that this individual had a story to tell. The other party hesitated for quite some time before replying. Wei, can you truly read fortunes? Indeed.
Li Jianmu nudda.
No sooner had she spoken than a video call request came through. Li Jianmu accepted, and on the screen appeared the face of a middle-aged man. The streaming room fell momentarily silent, as if time had frozen. The viewers had imagined a nagging, furrow-browed middle-aged man based on his previous earnest advice and generous demeanor. Perhaps he was well-dressed and of modest means. Yet the reality was that the face before her was rather fierce, sporting a buzz cut, dressed in a t-shirt, with broad shoulders and a robust appearance. I can't believe it. I thought he was a nagging old man, but instead, he's a tough guy. He hardly resembles the person who just offered those comforting words. Do you all not recognize who this is? Who? Is he famous?
No.
I feel like I've seen that aura before. If I had, I certainly wouldn't forget it. Li Jianmu carefully examined the man's features and slowly spoke. Sir, if you wish to read for a loved one, please provide her birth date and time along with a photo, so I may glean more detailed insights. Jiang Wei's gaze suddenly hardened, fixating intently on Li Jianmu. How do you know I wish to seek fortune for my kin? Li Jianmu remained unperturbed, responding with calm detachment. From your facial features, it is evident that your parents' palace is shrouded in darkness, suggesting you were orphaned at a young age. You have navigated through tumultuous waters, achieving a modicum of success only in your 30s. Thereafter, life has favored you. You married and had children, and your business flourished. Yet, as you reach the zenith of middle age, cracks appear in your children's palace, the ties to your offspring growing tenuous. Thus, your daughter has gone missing, and you now seek to divine her fate, do you not? Jiang Wei was momentarily taken aback, his lips pressed into a thin line. His daughter, raised with utmost affection, had never endured hardship. His rise to affluence had been marred by unscrupulous dealings, creating many adversaries, compelling him to shield his daughter from harm.
Now,
with her disappearance lasting over a year, he had enlisted both the underworld and the authorities in a discreet search, wary of alerting his rivals, which would only hinder his efforts. Had it not been for the informant who tipped off the girl before him, he would have dismissed her as merely another charlatan. After all, his entry into this live stream was nothing short of serendipity. A flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Wei as he silently transmitted his daughter's photograph and birth details to Li Jianmu. In the image, his daughter appeared as a striking young woman in her 20s, adorned with elegance and a hint of haughtiness in her demeanor. As Li Jianmu scrutinized the birth chart, her brow furrowed deeper with concentration. Observing her expression, Jiang Wei felt an inexplicable anxiety swell within him. After a prolonged silence, Li Jianmu relaxed her fingers. Jiang Wei, barely able to contain himself, inquired, "What do you see? Is she alive?" The gleam in his eyes belied the ferocity of his countenance, now betraying his excitement. "Can you discern where she is, or when she will return?" Li Jianmu countered. "How did she vanish?" Jiang Wei exhaled deeply. "A year ago, we clashed over her career choices. Her mother and I wished for her to join our family business post-graduation, to hone her skills for a couple of years before taking the helm. However, she was influenced by unsavory opinions and insisted on forging her own path. Though we were concerned, we admired her ambition and allowed her to pursue her dreams. Little did we know, her so-called career led her to become an internet celebrity. She would extol the virtues of influencer culture, the potential wealth from short videos and live streaming, dismissing our counsel entirely. Our arguments escalated. At one point, she even blocked us on social media. Eventually, I resolved to support her aspirations, reaching out to acquaintances about live streaming, hoping to find her a professional team to guide her. But then, communication ceased entirely. As he recounted the events, a shadow of regret crossed Jiang Wei's face. Had he not quarreled with her? Had he offered his support sooner? Perhaps he would have detected the warning signs earlier. The police investigation led to a hollow shell of a so-called influencer incubator, a scam preying on young women's aspirations. Besides his daughter, several other victims emerged, but they were all lost to the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Wei shook his head, sighing in despair. Li Jianmu nodded gently, beginning to understand the fervent generosity Jiang Wei had shown her earlier. "Do you possess any of your daughter's belongings? A flammable item will suffice," she instructed. Realizing he was likely at his office, Jiang Wei hesitated before retrieving a framed drawing from his desk. "This is a portrait she made of our family. Will this do?" Li Jianmu acknowledged with a nod. Reluctantly, he relinquished the cherished artwork, prioritizing the search for his daughter over sentimental attachments. He ignited the drawing, watching as wisps of smoke ascended, his grip unwavering, his gaze fixed on Li Jianmu across the screen. As the smoke coiled upward, Li Jianmu squinted, her eyes narrowing in concentration, before slowly closing them. Moments later, The smoke dissipated, and she opened her eyes. A small village, she began. At the entrance stands a large stone mill, accompanied by a willow tree. Within 100 kilometers to the southwest of your current location. Jiang Wei was taken aback. That's impossible. The southwestern direction within 100 kilometers points to the outskirts of the North City. We have already searched those villages. How could this be? Li Jianmu's expression turned serious as she shared her contact information. You must not be mistaken. Have someone investigate this village further. You may reach out to me with any inquiries. Skeptical yet desperate, Jiang Wei noted her details. This past year had exhausted every avenue. Sending someone to investigate the southwestern region seemed trivial in comparison. If you truly help find my daughter, I shall grant you any request you desire, he proclaimed, casting a deep glance at Li Jianmu before abruptly severing the connection and hastily exiting the live stream. It was evident that, despite his outward skepticism, he was impatient to validate her claims. Li Jianmu paid him no mind, glancing at the comments flooding the screen. In a brief span, the live stream had attracted numerous viewers, their comments surging in frequency. Wow, it's Jiang Wei. No wonder he was splurging on the sunshine planned these past months. He's been accumulating merit for his missing daughter. Isn't Jiang the one from the underworld? Could it be his past misdeeds are catching up to him? Wouldn't charity be a better path? The host is impressive. I now believe she possesses genuine divination skills. No ordinary person would dare deceive someone of his stature. If she really locates Jiang's little princess, I will return to shower her with gifts. Following for updates. Suddenly, a familiar name appeared in the chat. A user who had been silent until now. Shui. Host, check your backend messages. Li Jianmu, noticing the message, opened her backend and was taken aback.
Shui, Li Jianmu.
I am Officer Xiao Qi from the North City Police Department. May I inquire as to your current whereabouts? Li Jianmu. The police are seeking me? Chapter 36. Anti-fraud application. Xiao Qi had only recently become acquainted with Li Jianmu. The heir to the Yen family had suffered a car accident days prior and had yet to regain consciousness. The Yen family adamantly insisted that the accident was deliberate, exerting pressure on the police for answers. Xiao Qi was responsible for the case, tirelessly pursuing every lead, yet had yet to identify a suspect.
Today,
he finally caught a break, feeling a sense of relief when he stepped out of his office and saw a colleague engrossed in a live stream. Shouldn't we be addressing a case? What are you watching? No slacking off, he admonished. Team leader Xiao, I'm not slacking. This streamer is related to the case I'm working on, Yu Xiuyu replied, pointing at Li Jianmu's face on the screen. This girl is Li Jianmu. Yesterday, we received a report about a girl named Qian Yu who went on an adventure with an exploration vlogger and returned in a state of frenzy. Qian Yu's parents reported her missing, and we have identified a suspect named Li Darren, who claims he did not harm her and concocted a bizarre tale about their adventure being haunted. As she spoke, Yu Xiaoyu's skepticism was palpable. As a staunch materialist and police officer, she had little faith in the supernatural. He found Li Dazhen's words to be mere nonsense. Yet they lacked the evidence required to substantiate any claims of persecution against Qian Yu. Furthermore, the narrative spun by Li Dazhen was both absurd and curiously plausible. With no means to take action against Li Dazhen and unable to apprehend anyone according to protocol, the host, Sun Shi, lay in bed still unconscious, while Zhou Shuai was as tight-lipped as ever, weaving tales even more vivid than Li Dazhen's. Thus, Yu Xiuyu could only turn his attention to the last individual, Li Jianmu. Upon retrieving her information, he was astonished to discover that she was the metaphysics streamer he had followed just days prior. He had been drawn to her first broadcast hoping, out of professional concern, to prevent the young woman from straying down a misguided path and had inundated the chat with messages urging her to reconsider her choices. To his dismay, his words had fallen on deaf ears, and she had since entangled herself in legal troubles. Yu Xiuyu shook his head with a sigh. How could this girl be so misguided? Young, beautiful, a top student from Beijing University, her future is boundless. Why would she resort to such deceitful practices? If it turns out she is indeed linked to Qian Yu's case, her entire life could be ruined. Xiao Qi furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes as he observed the figure on the screen. In the footage, Li Jianmu conversed with the intimidating and fierce-looking Jiang Wei, her demeanor unwavering as she articulated her deductions with a composed confidence that exuded a persuasive aura. Yet, she was indeed a fraud. You say her name is Li Jianmu? He inquired. Indeed, an uncommon surname and an unusual name as well. Please provide me with her information. Yu Xiuyu, somewhat perplexed, Complied and passed along Li Jianmu's details. The time frame is limited. I could only retrieve a few records from the school. Xiao team. Aren't you responsible for the Yen family case? Are you interested in this as well?
No.
I just want to confirm something. I've seen this Li Jianmu at the scene of Third Master Yan's accident. Xiao Qi continued to peruse the documents without lifting his head. Indeed. It was Li Jianmu, not Li Qingqing. She hailed from a remote village, not Beicheng. She was not Li Zhongting's daughter. But why was she present that day? Why would Li Zhongting lie on her behalf? Surely, the head of the Li family wouldn't he mistake his own daughter? Or could there be a connection between the Yan family's accident and the Li family? As conspiracy theories swirled in Xiao Qi's mind, he felt a headache coming on. None of the prominent families in Beicheng were uncomplicated. Are you suggesting that this girl is linked to the accident? Uncertain. Let me inquire further. Do you know where she is currently? The school records state she is a boarding student. I don't know her current whereabouts. Should I investigate? Yu Xiaoyu asked. I'll ask first. Xiao Qi bent down and sent a message to Li Jianmu through Yu Xiaoyu's account. Soon, they witnessed Li Jianmu pick up her phone. It seemed she had switched to the back end, bringing her face closer to the screen. Then, she abruptly returned the phone to its place, her expression strange. The fans in the live stream noticed her unusual demeanor and began to inquire about her well-being.
Li Jianmu candit li raplia.
A fan claiming to be a police officer is asking where I am. The live stream erupted in chaos. Is this for real?
Huh?
Is she about to be summoned for promoting superstition? No way, the old Taoist in the neighboring stream is still selling talismans. How could the host be questioned just for saying a few words? Could it be Jiang Wei threatening to shut her down? A shutdown would involve the moderators directly. Why involve the police? It might be a scam. I suggest the host download the National Anti-Fraud app. Once the suggestion was made, the chat erupted in agreement, urging Li Jianmu to download the app. Thus, Xiao Qi and Yu Xiaoyu watched as Li Jianmu nodded. That makes sense. It could be a scam. So I'll block them first. The screen darkened and Rudosui was ejected from the live stream. Xiao Qi and Yu Xiaoyu exchanged speechless glances. I'll give her a call. Xiao Qi stated. The file contained a phone number. Yu Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Miss Li, this is Officer Xiao Qi, he began, taking a deep breath. This anti-fraud app is useless. Did I dial the wrong number? Li Jianmu mumbled before abruptly hanging up. Xiao Qi remained silent for a few seconds, only to be interrupted by Yu Xiaoyu's laughter. Li Jianmu was well aware that Rudosui was not a scammer, as it was the same kind-hearted individual who had urged her to reconsider since her first broadcast. However, she had no desire to engage with the police. Upon entering this body, she had absorbed some fundamental knowledge of this world, and her methods were inherently sensitive. The police sought her out solely regarding the Qianyu matter, and her explanations would merely echo Li Dazhen's. Most importantly, she did not wish to meet them at this late hour. The live stream was disrupted by the call, leaving Li Jianmu with no inclination to continue. In addition to the message from Rudosui, there was also contact information left by Jiang Wei, which she noted down. Her rented room lacked bedding and essential supplies. Li Jianmu opted to return to her dormitory. It was only 9 o'clock, and with 10 minutes to reach her place, she had ample time. Recalling the scene she had witnessed in the biology building earlier, she took a slightly longer route through the back street. The back street of the school bustled until 2 in the morning, and she accompanied an elderly gentleman to select several late-night snacks before heading back. The campus was brightly lit, yet upon reaching the biology building, the trees loomed large and dense, casting shadows that obscured the streetlights, which only managed to emit a fraction of their glow. It was indeed dark enough to be somewhat frightening. Few students were on the path, most having taken another route. Alone, Li Jianmu turned into the biology building. The edifice was deserted, the entire structure shrouded in darkness. Rumor had it that the building housed numerous experimental apparatuses, including various animal tissues, organs, and bones. Huh? Li Jianmu called out, and the automatic lights in the stairwell flickered to life. Step by step, she ascended to the 3rd floor, clutching fragrant snacks that made both the living and the lurking spirits salivate. On the 3rd floor, a figure wrinkled its nose, muttering, "These new students are so undisciplined, eating such strong-flavored food at this hour." "Old sir," the figure jumped back, retreating 10 meters in an instant, and then peered suspiciously at Li Jianmu. She stood in the light of the stairwell, holding a bundle of plastic bags filled with food, gazing at him with bemusement. "Is that the girl I saw earlier?" The old man steadied himself, asking with suspicion, "Child, can you see me?"
Li Jianmu badian li nudda.
She lifted the bag in her hand, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought a few things while passing through the back street. Care to try? The old man fell silent for a few seconds. Since she could see him, perhaps she was not an ordinary person. Therefore, he need not worry about the negative energy around him harming the young girl. He approached her, smiling. I appreciate your kindness, but I can't partake in such things. The most torturous aspect for a spirit was to see food they could not consume, especially when it was reminiscent of what they once enjoyed. He vividly recalled the flavors of each snack, and the thought of never tasting them again filled him with sorrow and longing. But you can smell it, can't you?
Lijian mukaria.
The old man was taken aback. Indeed, he had sensed the aroma of food today, something that had not occurred before. He gazed at Li Jianmu's gentle and smiling countenance, and a flicker of incredulity crossed his mind. He raised his hand and, astonishingly, accepted the food she offered. Are you a metaphysician?
Lijian munudda.
The two, one human and one spirit, sat on the steps, with the old man relishing the snacks. While Li Jianmu rested her chin on her hands, patiently awaiting the unfolding of their encounter. At long last, the final spoonful of soup was consumed, and the elderly gentleman, devoid of any semblance of refinement, patted his belly with satisfaction. Ah, how delightful.
Lijian mushmilat.
How many years had the old man been here? 30, or perhaps 50. He had bid farewell to generation after generation of students, the exact number now lost to time. The old man's tone was tinged with nostalgia. Li Jianmu nodded and spoke softly. It's fading away. The old man fell silent, letting out a deep sigh. He had been harboring an unspoken premonition. Of late, he found himself increasingly unable to keep pace. Once, he could traverse the entire campus with ease. Now, his range of movement dwindled, and his memories grew fewer. In the past, no mischievous spirits dared to wreak havoc at Beijing University, yet now, water spirits were snatching people right beneath his nose. And he felt almost powerless to intervene. Do you wish to venture to the underworld?
Lijian muinkirat.
A flicker of confusion crossed the old man's eyes before he quickly shook his head. What I've sought throughout my life is to educate and nurture. To witness the tender blossoms of our homeland grow into pillars that uphold our nation and its people. The thought of the underworld has never crossed my mind. To descend into the underworld, to be reborn without memories, how could that ever be considered truly me? Li Jianmu furrowed her brow. Your soul is nearing its limit. In less than a month, it will vanish from this world. The old man continued to shake his head. Child, I recognize your great abilities and your kind heart. But truly there is no need. Since I chose to remain here, I am aware of the outcome. You need not worry for me.
With that,
he rose. Thank you for treating me tonight. It is almost time for the dormitory check. You should return and rest. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Li Jianmu bit her lip, gazing at the staircase where the old man had disappeared, a flicker of perplexity crossing her features. Ultimately, she gathered her thoughts, tidied up,
and departed.
On her way, she wiped the ornamental beads around her neck. Fuza appeared, walking alongside her. Without waiting for Li Jianmu to speak, he anticipated her question. The old gentleman had guarded this institution for so many years, harboring profound attachments. To lose his memory and be reborn in the underworld would be tantamount to becoming another person. For him, this was akin to the dissolution of his very soul. He likely could not bear to part with his memories and the students he cherished. Li Jianmu remarked, the past influences the present. Even if he were to be reborn without memories, some imprints remain etched in the soul. Perhaps 2 or 3 decades hence, he would still emerge as an outstanding educator. Fuza chuckled, yet the current old man will never behold his next incarnation. Li Jianmu nodded in agreement. Indeed. She walked forward in silence for a few paces before suddenly pondering aloud. I wonder if the underworld is in need of any emissaries. Fuza raised an eyebrow. You wish for him to become an emissary? Becoming an emissary of the underworld entails numerous stipulations. Li Jianmu's gaze grew intense, causing Fuza to halt his words. A disembodied soul, clad in elite attire, utterly oblivious, yet aware of the requirements to become an emissary of the underworld? Fuza turned his head away, feigning ignorance of her piercing gaze, and forcefully shifted the topic. If you can feed him, why didn't you buy me a second ice cream at half price earlier?
Lijian mushuklat sufli. Ah.
Fuza rubbed his nose, trailing behind her at a slower pace. After a few seconds of silence, feeling dejected, he vanished back into the ornamental beads. Li Jianmu hurriedly made her way back to the dormitory, arriving just in the nick of time. The dormitory inspectors had already arrived. 3 girls stood with notebooks in hand, loudly asserting their presence. Not here means not here. Saying she's in the restroom? Freshman, your tricks are outdated. The leading girl scoffed. Li Jianmu, marked absent. Sorry, senior. I'm here, Li Jianmu replied from the doorway. The trio of inspectors turned in unison, taken aback. The leader quickly regained composure, frowning and speaking sarcastically. Did you not say you were in the restroom? How did you return from outside? Where have you been loitering? Li Jianmu glanced at her phone. 9:59, I haven't exceeded the time limit, and as for my whereabouts. Isn't that beyond your purview, senior? The leading girl stifled a breath, tugging at the corners of her mouth. Consider yourself lucky this time. I hope next time you can be just as punctual. I will be, Li Jianmu assured with a nod. Chapter 37, Spontaneous Combustion of Hair. The inspecting seniors left with stern faces. Once they departed, Zhang Wenjing slammed the door shut with a loud bang. What nonsense. Acting all high and mighty.
Li Qingqing remarca.
Touching the mask on her face. Is this the quality of the student council? Truly, it was an eye-opener. Zheng Ling frowned. Could they be targeting our dormitory intentionally? The others instantly turned their gazes toward her. What do you mean? Zheng Ling shook her head. I simply find it strange. The leader, Fang Yu, is a senior in our department and a veteran of the student council, active on campus networks. Everyone says she's straightforward and has a great personality. She isn't the type to be so rigid. Even if rumors were mistaken, it shouldn't be such a stark contrast, right? Perhaps one of us inadvertently offended her. The group exchanged glances, their focus landing on Li Qingqing. After all, she was the only one prone to speaking her mind, often acting impulsively. Li Qingqing, feeling unjustly accused, retorted fiercely. Why are you looking at me? I don't know anyone named Fang Yu, or anything, it's not me. Whoever she is, we shall conduct ourselves according to the rules. Little Li, especially you, try not to return so late in the future. It's easy to get caught. Li Jianmu nodded. I will do my best. Her dorm mates had all finished freshening up, and with no one vying for the bathroom, Li Jianmu quickly completed her routine and climbed into bed. Just before sleep, her phone lit up. Emotionless, she glanced at the WeChat message from Zhao Shuang. Are you there? She turned off her phone, not replying, and drifted into slumber. The next day, the new students were to engage in military training for half an hour before breakfast, and the freshmen of dormitory 6 rose early. While the members of room 302 were still searching for their socks, Li Jianmu slipped out of the dormitory building, taking advantage of the dim morning light. Not far behind dormitory 6 lay the training grounds, bordered by a road and enclosed by iron railings. Standing in the middle of the field, one could see the grayish-white dawn outside the iron railings, with a hint of soft orange rising like a gently cracked egg, seamlessly blending into the horizon. Amidst that pale orange, the sun was slowly ascending. Facing east, Li Jianmu took a deep breath, feeling the invisible spiritual energy surging within her. 5 minutes later, as movement began to stir on the field, she gradually opened her eyes. The first streak of morning purple indeed served as the finest nourishment for her spiritual energy.
Li Jianmu.
Up so early? A man in military green jogged toward her. Good morning, Instructor Wang, Li Jianmu acknowledged with a nod. Instructor Wang smiled. Not earlier than you. You're the first to arrive, right? These days, there are few students who don't sleep in. He complimented, then jogged off to complete his laps. By the time he returned from his run, the new students finally hurried onto the field, floundering about in a chaotic attempt to form ranks. The morning was spent in a flurry of adjustments and drills. As the training intensified, merely standing at attention and executing a proper march drained the students' energy. At 11:50, Instructor Wang dismissed them early. Li Jianmu supported Li Qingqing with her left hand and helped Zheng Ling with her right, as they followed Zhang Wenjing's lead to exit the campus for a meal. After such a grueling morning, we surely can't settle for the 5th cafeteria.
Li Qingqing exclaimed.
Sitting upright, we must go out for something delicious. She then leaned against Li Jianmu, groaning, help me a bit, I'm so tired. Li Jianmu glanced at her with a peculiar expression. Ultimately, they found a small stir-fry restaurant across the street from the school, where they enjoyed a meal together. Upon exiting the restaurant, Li Qingqing abruptly received a phone call. After exchanging a few words, she informed her companions, my elder brother needs me for something. You may head back first. I will return later. All right, do keep track of time. We have roll call in the afternoon, Zhang Wenjing reminded, before leading the others back to school. Li Jianmu, noticing this, quickened her pace to join them, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing swiftly turned into a nearby cafe. Elder brother, did you obtain it?
Li Nan inquiret impatiently.
Li Qingqing nodded enthusiastically. I managed to snag several strands from her. Along with the hair follicles, it's definitely sufficient. As she spoke, she rummaged through her pocket and produced a wad of tissue.
Li nen, exhibiting remarkable professionalism.
Retrieved a transparent sealed bag. Upon opening the tissue, indeed, several strands of hair were revealed. However, in that instant, the siblings could only watch in astonishment as the hair spontaneously ignited, reducing to a small pile of ash in the blink of an eye. Both were left dumbfounded. How could this happen? An exorcist is one who frequently interacts with sorcery and malevolent entities. Over countless centuries, the means of these entities have diversified, employing human tissue to craft formations, curses, and various forms of dark magic. A competent exorcist must possess the fundamental skill of safeguarding one's hair and skin flakes from external contact. Thus, Li Qingqing's endeavor to procure a single hair from her roommate may have appeared straightforward, yet it was, in fact, utterly implausible. Dejected, Li Qingqing returned to her dormitory. Her roommates had already reclined on their beds for a midday rest. Upon hearing the door open, Zheng Ling, who was closest, remarked, "Qingqing, you're back? There is still time. You should take a short rest."
Oh.
Li Qingqing cast a glance at Li Jianmu's bed. Li Jianmu lay supine, her eyes gently closed, sleeping as still as a corpse. She muttered quietly to herself, "What an eerie girl." During the afternoon military training, Li Qingqing found her gaze drifting toward Li Jianmu intermittently. Alas, no matter how intently she stared, the latter maintained an air of serene indifference, seemingly oblivious to her scrutiny. As training concluded, Li Jianmu checked her phone and noticed a missed call from Jiang Wei. Perhaps due to her lack of response, he had also sent her several messages. Just as she was about to reply, she suddenly heard Instructor Wang calling her. "Instructor?" She turned to look. Unbeknownst to her, two individuals had appeared beside Instructor Wang, standing straight and exuding an aura of righteousness that rivaled his own. "Li, you must be a relative of Captain Xiao. No wonder your military posture is so commendable," one remarked. Captain Xiao? Her gaze settled on Xiao Qi, instantly recognizing him as the police officer who had handled the car accident that day, and who had initially intended to interrogate her, only to be rescued by Li Zhongting. It appeared he was the one who texted her the previous night. But when had she become related to him? "Little Li, your relative is looking for you. Shall we speak over there?" Yu Xiaoyu interjected playfully. Instructor Wang nodded in agreement. "I will mark you excused from tonight's military theory class. You may go, Li." Li Jianmu nodded, informing her roommates briefly before following Xiao Qi and Yu Xiaoyu. Once they left the training ground, Li Jianmu asked, "What brings you two police officers to seek me?"
Li Jianmu.
"We suspect you may be connected to two cases we are currently investigating, and we hope you can assist us at the station," Xiao Qi replied, his gaze piercing. Li Jianmu responded, "If this pertains to the matter of Qianyu, my account aligns with that of Li Dabin and Zhou Shuai. Whether you choose to believe it is your prerogative. As for the car accident that day." She locked eyes with Xiao Qi and continued, "You must have discovered my occupation. If I were to say that I merely witnessed a few recently departed spirits and sought to get involved, would you believe me?"
Ha!
What a farcical jest. Yu Xiaoyu exclaimed dramatically, "Little Li, you are a university student, attending Beijing University, no less. Do you think we are uneducated enough to entertain such absurdity?" Li Jianmu tilted her head, noncommittal, and focused on Xiao Qi. "Officer Xiao, do you believe me?" Xiao Qi did not respond but instead queried, "Then why does Mr. Li Zhongting claim you are his daughter?" "That question should not be directed at me. Perhaps you should inquire with Mr. Li himself?" Xiao Qi frowned. "Li, you are being quite uncooperative." Li Jianmu shrugged, "I am being cooperative. Everything I say is the truth. However, if you refuse to believe me and dismiss my words due to your fixed mindset, that is a matter of your worldview, not mine." Yu Xiaoyu, exasperated, laughed in disbelief. Where did this little girl come from, so adept in sophistry? Li Jianmu shook her head in resignation. "There is nothing to be done then. Unless you find evidence linking me to the victims of these cases, you cannot intrude upon my life. Apologies, but I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you to the police station." She had only arrived not long ago, but she was not ignorant of the law. Moreover, Zhou Shuai had informed her yesterday that they could only request her cooperation. "Where are you going?" Xiao Qi frowned, watching as Li Jianmu exited the school gates. "Personal matters, I cannot disclose," she waved dismissively. Following the images and license plate number Jiang Wei had sent her via WeChat, she located a car and got in. Xiao Qi and Yu Xiaoyu exchanged glances. "Captain Xiao, should we pursue?" "Yes." Inside the vehicle, Li Jianmu quickly sensed a car following closely behind. The driver noticed as well. Master Li? It's fine. Let them follow. It may prove useful later, she replied without looking up, texting a few responses to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei's subordinates, having heeded her earlier broadcast, spent the day locating the village, she mentioned. They identified the large stone mill and willow trees, confirming their suspicions. The village was named Deyulio Village, where the willow trees at the entrance allegedly had stood for over a century. Initially, the villagers lived in poverty. But as Beicheng was designated as the capital and urbanization increased, Deyulio Village flourished alongside it. Though they had not yet reached the point of becoming millionaires through urban redevelopment, they had prospered from agricultural and sideline industries. Thus, in Jiang Wei's view, such a village should not be embroiled in human trafficking. He discreetly inquired around Deyulio Village, yet uncovered no leads concerning the missing daughter. Doubts began to creep in regarding Li Jianmu. However, she urged him to remain patient and suggested they search the village again that evening. Jiang Wei wanted to trust her one last time. But when they returned that night with a group, the village chief prevented their entry at the gate. It was then Jiang Wei sensed something amiss and promptly summoned Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu had already sensed that the secrets surrounding Jiang Xinjin were concealed. Consequently, she could not ascertain the exact location, only providing vague glimpses. Now that Jiang Wei had located the village, she felt compelled to see for herself why the village's secrets were shrouded. The car journey lasted 2 hours, and night had fallen by the time they arrived. The tailing vehicle remained closely behind. Initially, Xiaoqi attempted to conceal their presence, but as he observed Li Jianmu's car veering onto increasingly deserted roads, he realized there was no point in hiding and brazenly followed. Upon reaching Deyulio Village, he parked his vehicle openly. Several luxury cars already occupied the space before the stone mill at the village's entrance. As Li Jianmu's car halted, Jiang Wei approached her.
Miss Li, Li Jianmu nudda.
Jiang Wei appeared even more imposing in person than on screen, yet it was of no consequence to her. Her gaze fell upon the gray-haired man beside Jiang Wei. Behind him stood several tall men, dressed in commonplace attire, yet their expressions bore a hint of hostility, setting them at odds with the suited men accompanying Jiang Wei. However, as the two leaders maintained a semblance of harmony, neither party made a move. Jiang Wei introduced the elderly man with graying hair beside him, stating, "This is the village chief of Daliashu village, surnamed Liu." Li Jianmu nodded gently and suddenly inquired, "How many years has Chief Liu been in Daliashu village?" Chief Liu, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless responded, I was born here and have never had the opportunity to venture far. I've lived for over 50 years, and it has all been in this very place." Li Jianmu nodded in understanding. Then Chief Liu must be intimately familiar with the affairs of the village? Naturally, Liu replied, "In this day and age, there are few young people willing to remain in the village. Most are elderly fellows past their prime. The population is dwindling, and there is no secret that can remain hidden." After speaking, Chief Liu cast a glance at Jiang Wei, continuing, "So, Jiang boss, if you have any inquiries regarding our village, feel free to ask me directly. It would be far more efficient than running about asking others. Some of the older villagers struggle with disturbances, especially at night." He subtly gestured toward the cars and the suited men behind Jiang Wei, implying a reluctance to allow them into the village. Jiang Wei's brow furrowed, an imposing aura emanating from him. He was prepared to turn the village upside down if it meant finding his daughter. He had no concern for who might be disturbed. As the village chief noted, there are only a handful of households here. Who doesn't he know each other? If he truly found his daughter in this village, none of the residents or informants would be spared from his inquiries. Li Jianmu gazed into the distance at a certain direction within the village and inquired slowly, "What is being constructed over there?" Chief Liu quickly glanced and then averted his gaze, responding, "That is our ancestral hall. Outsiders are not permitted entry." Jiang Wei let out a cold laugh. After years of navigating the underworld, Chief Liu's demeanor immediately raised red flags for him. Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Chief Liu may not be aware of our true purpose. I forgot to mention, we are here investigating a case in conjunction with the police from Beicheng."
What?
Police? Chief Liu appeared startled, as if he had just heard something astonishing. Li Jianmu nodded and gestured toward the two who were still hesitating in the car, beckoning Xiaoqi and Yu Xiaoyu to join them. Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Captain Xiao, is she asking us to get out? She can't possibly have any ulterior motives, right? I feel something is off. And what about these suited men? Did we act too impulsively? Are we in danger?" Chapter 38. The wooden man Yu Xiaoyu's anxiety intensified. They were in plain clothes, without even a firearm. Following them here, they had no idea where they were, and the presence of so many stern-faced men in suits made it seem increasingly perilous. Could it be that they had intentionally lured them here, through Li Jianmu, to eliminate them? What if they concocted some tale of supernatural occurrences afterward? Yu Xiuyu's imagination spiraled, earning an eye roll from Shao Qi. Shao Qi unbuckled his seatbelt. What kind of expression is that? That's Jiangwei. Didn't Li Jianmu say yesterday she was going to help him find his daughter? She must be around here somewhere.
Ah, Jianwei?
But his daughter has been missing for a year, and if no one has uncovered anything, how could this girl possibly have the answers? Yu Xiaoyu mused, stepping out of the car. Shao Qi remained silent, having already swiftly moved to Li Jianmu's side. Li Jianmu addressed him. Officer Shao. Chief Lu seems skeptical about your identity as police. Would you mind showing him your badge? Shao Qi instinctively pulled out his identification, only to pause afterward. What does this have to do with me? Aren't they the ones intruding into the village at night? The people's police serve the people. There are allegations of human trafficking in Daliashu village. As a police officer, this certainly concerns you. Jiang Wei interjected promptly. Shao Qi frowned but remained silent. Chief Lu quickly countered, You mustn't speak carelessly, Jiang boss. There are only a few households in Daliashu village, and each is honest and upright. Who would dare engage in criminal activities? You cannot make baseless accusations. Whether or not accusations were baseless would be determined through a search, Li Jianmu stated. Her gaze drifting toward the ancestral hall. The area was shrouded in darkness, yet somehow she felt as if she could see through the night. Chief Lu, feeling anxious, exclaimed, What is this girl thinking? The village is home to elderly residents. Why must you constantly seek to disturb their peace? Do you hold a grudge against our village? Enough of this chatter. You've seen the police badge. We are here lawfully to assist in the investigation. If you wish for your villagers to retire early, you should cooperate with us and allow us to finish our search promptly. Jiang Wei declared, his expression darkening, issuing commands with an air of authority. Even without Shao Qi, he could have forced his way in. Now that he had justification, he felt no need for restraint. Village chief. The young men behind Lu called out, stepping in front of Jiang Wei to block his path. Jiang Wei narrowed his eyes, and his subordinates stood their ground, advancing defiantly. He turned to Chief Lu. Are you planning to resort to violence against us, Chief Lu? Lu gazed at him steadily, inhaling deeply, and finally gestured to the villagers. If they wish to search, let them do so. Jiang Wei let out a cold laugh as the reluctant young villagers stepped aside. Jiang Wei waved his hand, signaling his men to commence a thorough search. Li Jianmu proceeded toward the ancestral hall. Jiang Wei paused for a moment before following closely behind her. Shao Qi and Yu Xiuyu, having come for Li Jianmu, instinctively trailed after her. The village, dense with trees, boasted considerable distances between houses and lacked streetlights. After a few steps, the sounds of commotion seemed to fade into the background. Li Jianmu maintained her focus, her footsteps directed toward the ancestral hall. As they walked, the air around them felt increasingly humid. The narrow, dark path echoed with only their footsteps. None of the four spoke, yet an eerie tension filled the air, palpable against the backdrop of darkness. Yu Xiuyu, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, spoke up, Li, where are you leading us? It feels like we're wandering deeper into secluded paths. You weren't invited to follow, Jiang Wei interjected. Yu Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, muttering, I just wanted to witness the prowess of a master. By the way, Jiang, you're a big business owner. How do you believe in such superstitions? Do you really think Li can help you find your daughter? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beam of light flickered on. Yu Xiaoyu jumped, instinctively exclaiming, What the? He turned to find Shao Qi had silently activated his phone's flashlight. Captain Shao, you startled me. Why turn on the light all of a sudden? He exclaimed, then chuckled. You're not afraid of the dark, are you? Shao Qi did not respond, instead focusing on the beam of light, murmuring, The fog has rolled in. What? Yu Xiaoyu's expression hardened as he switched on his own flashlight. The beam illuminated the surroundings, revealing a white mist enveloping everything, making it difficult to see beyond a meter. Only Shao Qi and Jiang Wei remained distinct, while even Li Jianmu ahead appeared somewhat obscured. Not only had the fog descended, but it was thick, reducing visibility to nearly nothing. This season, fog should not be present near Beicheng. Furthermore, they had only left the village entrance moments ago. Yu Xiaoyu's expression grew tense, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. However, he refrained from voicing any thoughts that contradicted his understanding of the world, forcing a smile. The weather has been quite peculiar lately. How could it be foggy in just a few months? Meteorologists should really investigate this, haha. But the sound faded. Jiang Wei shattered his self-deception. Daliasha village was not extensive. Only moments ago, they could hear the noises of Jiang Wei's subordinates conducting their search, yet now silence enveloped them. Leaving only the sounds of their own movements, even the chirping of insects in the grass had ceased. Yu Xiuyu felt a surge of panic and grasped Xiao Qi's arm. Captain Xiao. Stay close to Li Jianmu, Xiao Qi instructed, his gaze fixed intently on the silent figure of Li Jianmu. Suddenly, she halted her steps. Miss Li, what is it? Jiang Wei inquired, puzzled. Li Jianmu came to a halt. There's no path left. What do you mean there's no path? Isn't there a road ahead? Yu Xiuyu responded, puzzled, as he shone his flashlight at the ground before Li Jianmu, revealing a small path measuring half a meter. Li Jianmu ignored him, instead turning to survey the surroundings. After a moment, she deftly pinched her fingers twice and then pivoted her steps to head left. Stay close to me and don't wander off, she instructed. Jiang Wei complied obediently, and Xiao Qi followed closely behind. Yu Xiuyu, perplexed, linked arms with Xiao Qi as they trailed behind. With a surge of unexpected courage, he stepped towards the two small paths that Li Jianmu had not taken. Isn't this a path? He murmured. With a sudden plummet, Yu Xiuyu felt as though he had fallen into water, disappearing into the thick fog. Xiao Qi barely had time to utter a warning before Yu Xiuyu's grip on his arm tightened, and in the blink of an eye, he was pulled down with him. In an instant, both were shrouded in darkness, the beams of their flashlights extinguished. Jiang Wei could hear the rapid thumping of his heart. Despite having weathered many storms, nothing compared to the chilling eeriness of this moment. Officer Xiao? Officer Yu? He called out, but received no answer. Miss Li, this. It can't be good, right? How do we save them? Jiang Wei spoke softly, testing Li Jianmu's resolve. This is a formation. We first need to locate its core, she replied. Forcing our way through is an option, but not only would it consume an immense amount of spiritual energy, it could also endanger others caught within the formation, such as Xiao Qi, Yu Xiuyu, and even your daughter. Jiang Wei refrained from further inquiries, his steps growing increasingly cautious as he followed Li Jianmu. She guided him through the winding paths of the small village of Diuliu, and after nearly half an hour, they finally reached the ancestral hall she had calculated. Based on her initial sense at the village entrance, the direct distance to the hall should have been less than a few hundred meters. This formation is quite intricate, Li Jianmu mused, a hint of intrigue blossoming within her. Ahead, two large red lanterns hung prominently beneath the eaves, the words ancestral hall barely visible through the dense fog, evoking a scene reminiscent of a horror film, eerily terrifying. Even Jiang Wei, a grown man, felt his legs weaken. Yet, Li Jianmu appeared unfazed, striding forward to push open the hall's door. The ancient door creaked ominously, sending an uncomfortable shiver through the air. Upon entering, they were greeted by a flickering glow of candlelight. Rows of red candles emitted a dim light, illuminating the memorial tablets that, rather than feeling warm, only intensified the hall's gloom. Kneeling with his back to them was a figure. Someone is here. Jiang Wei sighed in relief, though he furrowed his brow. Are you a villager? What brings you here at this hour? The figure offered no response, leaving Jiang Wei feeling increasingly uneasy. Unlike Yu Xiuyu, he did not rush forward, but instead glanced at Li Jianmu. She squinted, her fingers poised, and suddenly a yellow talisman shot toward the figure's shoulder. The figure did not change posture, but swiftly evaded the talisman, moving with an unnatural speed that was far from human. Jiang Wei gasped. Then, the figure turned abruptly, its eyes wide in a grotesque manner, nearly causing him to faint. What stood before them was no human, but a wooden effigy with a rigid face and a jarring, mocking smile. The piercing, eerie laughter echoed throughout the ancestral hall, prompting Jiang Wei to recoil in fright. Li Jianmu's voice turned cold as she unleashed another talisman. Enough of this charade. This time, the talisman struck the wooden figure squarely, silencing its unsettling laughter. Instantly, it began to emit dark smoke, the blood-red smile stretching unnaturally wider. Flee swiftly. Flee swiftly. The eerie laughter resumed. Li Jianmu, unable to tolerate it any longer, clasped her hands together and swiftly performed a hand gesture, channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Flames erupted from her fingertips, aimed directly at the wooden figure. Boom! The flames ignited the wooden figure as though it had encountered oil. engulfing it in a conflagration that seemed to obliterate the hall's sinister atmosphere, alleviating some of Jiang Wei's fear. Without hesitation, Li Jianmu continued her assault. She executed multiple hand gestures, igniting various parts of the hall. In an instant, a fierce blaze illuminated the night sky. From a distance, the villagers, including the village chief, stared in shock. "Chief, the ancestral hall is on fire. They're actually burning it down. This is outrageous." A young man seethed, ready to grab an axe in anger. The village chief's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the blazing inferno. After a moment, he sneered, "Let it burn. Anyone daring to set fire to our ancestral hall has forfeited their right to live. The authorities will not let them go." The others exchanged glances. Reflecting on the figure within the hall and the potential fate of those responsible, their fury somewhat tempered. Meanwhile, the destructive power of the fire was immense. Within 5 minutes, the flames, infused with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, had already laid waste to many items within the hall. Li Jianmu stood leisurely in the courtyard of the hall, arms crossed, watching the still-burning wooden figure. Moments later, amidst the crackling of flames, a series of swift, stealthy sounds approached. It was as if reptiles were slithering across the ground or branches were rapidly sprouting. A smile crept onto Li Jianmu's lips. Finally, they emerged. In less than a second, countless willow branches surged forth from all directions, resembling massive hands, alive with purpose, rushing straight toward Li Jianmu and Jiang Wei. "Be careful." Li Jianmu's gaze sharpened as she leaped into the air. With her fingers outstretched, she seized one of the branches and flung it aside, causing it to shatter into pieces, leaving only a 2-meter segment in her grasp. Armed with the makeshift willow branch, now imbued with a thin layer of spiritual energy, it transformed into a formidable weapon, fearless against the onslaught of dozens of branches, effectively shielding Jiang Wei. The branches, however, were relentless, surging forth in greater numbers, attacking with fervor. Li Jianmu appeared to struggle, her strength waning. Finally, after holding her ground for 2 minutes, she was forced to relinquish her protection of Jiang Wei. Without her shield, Jiang Wei was quickly ensnared by several branches and dragged toward the rear of the hall. Li Jianmu, now navigating the swirling branches, soared higher. She surveyed the hall, keeping an eye on Jiang Wei's precarious position, and at last, her eyes brightened. She had found it. With a swift toss of the willow branch, she gathered her energy, palms pressed together. The surrounding branches quickly enveloped her. Unfazed, she conjured a brilliant white light in her hands. As the light emerged, the nearby branches recoiled in terror, retreating rapidly. Meanwhile, something in the rear courtyard began to stir. But it was too late. The white light surged from her hands, crashing toward the moving object in the courtyard.
Boom.
In the darkness, an explosion reverberated, the white light illuminating half the sky. In the next instant, tranquility returned. The dense fog of Deyuliu village dispersed in that moment. The formation was broken. What just happened? I heard an explosion. It seemed to come from that direction. Wait, the fog has cleared? What a strange place this Deyuliu village is. Jiang Wei's subordinates scratched their heads, bewildered. Just moments ago, the sudden fog had transformed the village into an eerie spectacle, and now it had reverted to normality. We must find the boss. Meanwhile, the villagers, including village chief Liu, turned pale. Not good. Quickly, to the ancestral hall. Chapter 39. A Close Call. Li Jianmu bent down to pick up a piece of wood, about the length of a palm and as thick as an arm. Affixed to the wood was a yellow talisman, which seemed to possess a certain vitality as it stirred slightly upon her approach. However, its struggles were feeble, and it soon returned to a state of calm, transforming into an unremarkable piece of willow wood. Li Jianmu tucked the wood away and then pulled Jiang Wei out from a tangle of willow leaves. In the September weather, the willow leaves were lush and verdant, nearly enveloping Jiang Wei entirely. Gasping for breath, a smile broke across his disheveled face. Little did he expect that after traversing the world for so many years, he would almost meet his end here today. Taking a deep breath, he rose with the assistance of Li Jianmu, all doubts he harbored about her dissipating entirely. Not only was Li Jianmu a genuine practitioner of the arcane arts, but she was also a formidable one. After all, the height of 5 to 6 meters above the ground was beyond the capabilities of any practitioner he had ever known. Not to mention the visible ferocity and lethal intent of her techniques. What are you doing? This is the ancestral hall of our Daliashu village. Who permitted you to set it ablaze? Do you even know where you are? I will call the police. I will file a complaint. "You lawless individuals! You must compensate us for our ancestral hall. Everyone come and see." The village chief Liu, accompanied by a throng of people, rushed over, brandishing a torch that illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. In the blink of an eye, Li Jianmu and Jiang Wei found themselves surrounded. However, Jiang Wei's subordinates were no pushovers. They quickly arrived to confront the villagers. The fire in the ancestral hall had long extinguished for unknown reasons, yet many ashen objects could not be restored to their former state. The village chief, his expression dark, glared at the charred remnants of the hall and coldly addressed Jiang Wei. "Mr. Jiang, you only mentioned coming here to look for someone. Yet you failed to mention that you would also set our ancestral hall ablaze. This is where the ancestral tablets of our Daliashu village have been worshipped for generations. Mr. Jiang, I am aware of your family's considerable power, but today you have violated the taboos of our ancestors. We of Daliashu village are not so easily intimidated. You must provide us with an explanation." Jiang Wei's expression hardened, a cold smile forming on his lips. Just as he was about to speak, Li Jianmu, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, "Perhaps Daliashu village should first provide an explanation to the police." "What did you say?" The village chief squinted at her. Li Jianmu had disregarded these people thus far, continuing to circle in a small area behind the ancestral hall. At this moment, she cast a penetrating glance at the village chief. With her fingers flayed, she grasped a vine, and with a forceful flick, the vine on the ground seemed to ignite with a white light, resembling a wire as the radiance spread forth rapidly, extending into the distance. Like a serpent, it slithered swiftly, reaching 100 meters before exploding with a resounding bang. The echoing sounds filled the air, revealing 8 points of collapse. Each of these depressions contained a coffin. Among them, 3 coffins were decayed and dilapidated, dating back many years. 2 coffins were somewhat new, though they bore the marks of time. 2 others were pristine, having been buried not long ago. The final coffin was ajar, its lid not fully closed, and within its expansive interior, 2 individuals were tied together with willow branches, appearing weak and powerless. Yu Xiuyu had not anticipated that a casual misstep would land her in a coffin, inadvertently pulling Xiao Qi down with her. The walls of the coffin were not particularly high, and given their capabilities, they should not have been trapped. Yet, the 2 found themselves ensnared in a separate space, seemingly unheard by the heavens or the earth, bound by a strange assortment of ropes. Initially, they were unable to retrieve their phones, oblivious to their surroundings. Now that the formation had been broken, the coffins had emerged into the world, and they were less than 100 meters from the ancestral hall. The hall was brightly lit, allowing them to finally see their environment. Indeed, they were in a coffin. "Xiao. Captain Xiao." Yu Xiaoyu trembled. Chapter 40. 8 coffins. Are those Officer Xiao and the others? How could they be in a coffin? Jiang Wei, taken aback, recognized Yu Xiaoyu's voice. Li Jianmu, however, did not focus on that coffin. Instead, her gaze shifted to 2 others. The 2 coffins had been buried for less than 7 days, previously hidden by the formation. Their life force had been obscured. Now, with the formation gone, the vitality of the individuals beneath these coffins became apparent, one of which was Jiang Wei's daughter. "Mr. Jiang, your daughter is inside." She pointed towards the 2 coffins. Jiang Wei's complexion paled dramatically, his body trembling. A sealed coffin buried underground would not allow a living person to survive for more than half an hour. And it was evident that this coffin had not been buried for just half an hour. Therefore, his daughter, the towering man's eyes brimmed with tears, his entire being rendered rigid, as if he could not move his feet. Li Jianmu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, slapping her forehead. "She's still alive. We must open the coffin at once." "What?" Jiang Wei turned to her in a daze, still reeling from overwhelming grief. Once he comprehended Li Jianmu's words, he hurriedly summoned people to open the coffin.
"No. You cannot do that.
"Stop. Everyone halt." The village chief Liu, along with his followers, sought to prevent them. Jiang Wei's men were struggling to contain the villagers' opposition amidst the chaos. Li Jianmu's gaze sharpened, a fleeting glimmer of light in her eyes. In an instant, the villagers froze in place, as if ensnared by an invisible, soft ribbon that rendered them immobile. Their eyes widened in fear, helplessly watching as Jiang Wei and his men proceeded to open the coffin. Li Jianmu approached the coffin where Yu Xiaoyu and Xiao Qi were crouched. Yu Xiaoyu was desperately attempting to free herself, while Xiao Qi sat in the coffin, lost in thought. "Are you alright?"
Li Jianmu inquirat. Xiao Qi nodded, "Ie me fine."
Li Jianmu extended her hand. Xiao Qi glanced at her slender hand, then grasped it. With a swift movement, he stepped on the edge of the coffin and leaped up. Yu Xiuyu was left dumbfounded. Whoa, Captain Xiao, when did you untie those vines? Xiao Qi shot him a look that seemed to question his intelligence. You could return to the police academy for another 2 years of training. Yu Xiaoyu swallowed nervously, mumbling. But the police academy didn't teach us how to handle supernatural events. However, with Xiao Qi no longer beneath him, he calmed down slightly, noticing that the vines had loosened considerably, making them easier to untangle. Soon Yu Xiaoyu was pulled up as well. Finally, they were able to survey the entire scene before them. 8 coffins, a burned ancestral hall, and the furious villagers, rendered immobile. These coffins, Xiao Qi hesitated. If I'm not mistaken, the individuals within must have been acquired illegally, Li Jianmu stated. Xiao Qi's pupils constricted. I will call for assistance. With 8 coffins, aside from the 2 newly buried individuals who were still alive, 5 had long since turned to corpses, implicating a homicide case involving missing persons, a significant matter wherever they went. Clearly, the 2 of them could not handle this alone. It would take a considerable time to summon help from the police station at night. Amidst this, Jiang Zhenjin and another girl were rescued from the coffins. Both had been buried for 3 days, and when the coffins were opened, they were adorned with exquisite makeup. Their hands peacefully resting on their chests, bound with various willow branches. Fearing for his daughter's safety, Jiang Wei hurriedly arranged for someone to drive the 2 girls to the hospital. Once they departed, Yu Xiaoyu remained in disbelief. Did I see that correctly? Those coffins were sealed tight, buried for at least 3 days. Yet those 2 girls are still breathing? This is too strange. Not surprising. This ancestral hall employs the life force of the living as a formation. Those placed within the coffins can survive for 7 days. After 7 days, their vitality ceases, and after 49 days, their souls become nourishment, obliterated from existence, Li Jianmu explained. Yu Xiaoyu gasped, even after experiencing the supernatural event. Hearing Li Jianmu's words elicited a profound sense of realization within him. It is indeed true that spirits exist in this world, and malevolence lingers. Alongside enigmatic practitioners like Li Jianmu, can you unravel the mysteries surrounding this ancestral hall? Is it the ancestors of Daliashu village who are causing this upheaval? Or is it some malevolent entity? Yu Xiaoyu inquired with keen interest. Li Jianmu cast a glance at the villagers of Daliashu, still ensnared in their predicament, and responded slowly. Perhaps you should inquire of them. They possess a clearer understanding. Yu Xiuyu paused momentarily, realizing that it was indeed time to interrogate these villagers. He hurried towards them. Li Jianmu took a step forward, making her way to the village entrance. Xiao Qi observed silently, as she gradually distanced herself from the brightly lit ancestral hall. The darkness enveloped her once more. A shadow emerged stealthily from the intricately carved beads, trailing quietly behind Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu arrived beneath the towering willow tree at the village's entrance. Upon her initial arrival, the tree stood robust, its branches lush and verdant even in early autumn, exuding vitality. Yet now, it drooped as if it were an aged elder nearing the end of its days, its leaves carpeting the ground. Li Jianmu reached out to touch the trunk of the willow, closing her eyes slowly. A seed, carried by the wind, gently settled on the earth, enduring the elements as it strived to sprout and emerge. Hidden among the surrounding flora, it grew steadily, inch by inch, until it reached 1 meter or 2. By the time it was discovered, it had transformed into a small tree, upon which children climbed, crafting whistles from its branches, playing joyfully beneath its shade. As children grew into adults and adults into parents, generations sought solace beneath its boughs, often deliberating on the notion of felling it, yet ultimately deferring for various reasons. The willow continued to thrive, standing sentinel at the village's entrance, safeguarding the inhabitants of Daliashu year after year, until one day, a group of villagers returned, wielding hoes, grumbling as they settled beneath the tree. Why have we been excluded? That De Wang's Wang is merely 2 li away, yet it has been designated a redevelopment zone. What a pity! Last year they promised us a quota, and now we are left with nothing. I had already secured a place for my son in a city school, and now with the demolition, we are excluded from the compensation. What are we to do? Well, the decisions from above are beyond our control. Let's not dwell on it. Clearly, we are not fated for such reparations. Bah! It must be that old Zhao's doing. Who doesn't know he has always looked down upon us? Ever since he took office. Our village has seen no fortune. Our village has indeed been unfortunate in recent years, village chief. Should we not seek someone to examine whether our feng shui has gone awry? The village chief, seated upon a tree stump, took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke as he replied slowly, "I will find someone." Then came a night shrouded in darkness, when a group appeared at the tree, carrying a bucket reeking of blood. Chapter 41. The Waltz Under the Streetlight. Li Jianmu noticed a man shrouded in black cloth, his head bowed, obscuring his features.
Emanati na ominuora.
He commanded the villagers to pour the bloodied liquid at the roots of the tree. In an instant, the willow seemed to consume a potent elixir. Clarity returned to the world. The tree shot upwards, its branches stretching joyfully, soon casting a shadow that enveloped the village entrance, creating a unique vista. In that moment, the willow awakened to consciousness. In its nascent understanding, it discerned neither good nor evil, nor the balance of yin and yang. It only knew to obey the commands of the man in black, nourishing itself with human lives, activating a formation to channel.
Suddenly, darkness enveloped Li Jianmu,
who swiftly opened her eyes and retreated a step. With a thunderous sound, akin to a bolt of lightning, the willow split in two at its roots, revealing a viscous, dark substance, foul and repugnant. "Be careful." Fuso's deep voice resonated in her ear, as a gentle force steadied her. Li Jianmu regained her footing and turned, finding Fuso retracting her hand, touching her nose and glancing away. She regarded him with a profound look before returning her gaze to the willow, sighing softly. What a pity! Had it not been for human interference, this willow, with its extraordinary spirit, possessed the potential for cultivation. Perhaps it would have taken another 20 or 30 years. But it should not have been so easily severed from its roots by malevolence, nor should it have recognized such evil as its master. Still unversed in the ways of the world, yet already a harbinger of calamity. It is fortunate that its awakening came late. Otherwise, in another 10 or 8 years, the toll would not merely be 7 victims, Fuso whispered. Li Jianmu, as if in a trance, murmured a response before abruptly inquiring, "Lost? Unable to recall their name?" Fuso rubbed her head, puzzled. Is the malevolence of this willow yet to dissipate? Why does my head ache so?
Li Jianmu scufaligli.
Master, what has transpired? Are you unharmed? Shao Qi approached, having run from the direction of the ancestral hall. Fuso's gaze lingered upon him for a fleeting second, her expression shifting, fading into the ether. Without Li Jianmu's prompt, Shao Qi stepped closer, quickly observing the tragic state of the willow. The tree had exploded from its roots, the gaping wound oozing a dark blood that was unsettling to behold. He switched on his phone's flashlight, leaning in for a closer look, perplexed. What kind of blood is this? Human blood, Li Jianmu replied calmly. Shao Qi's expression shifted dramatically. He stood beside the willow for a few seconds, wiping his face before turning back. The police are on their way, Master. Today, I thank you immensely. Thus, the mystery surrounding Qianyu's case was resolved, wasn't it?
Li Jianmu inquirat.
Shao Qi nodded. Since Li Jianmu's profession was indeed authentic, then Li Dabin's assertions could not be dismissed as mere fabrications. It was entirely plausible that Qianyu had encountered a spirit. Soon, a flurry of police arrived, illuminating the small village. Li Jianmu released her hold on the villagers of Daliashu, taking a final survey of the village to ensure all was well before departing ahead of the others. Shao Qi entrusted the scene to Yu Xiaoyu and personally escorted Li Jianmu home. It was already past 2 in the morning, and even the bustling Beicheng had succumbed to the night, with few vehicles and pedestrians on the roads. As they turned onto a road leading towards the university town, the number of people was particularly sparse. In the distance, beneath a streetlight, a man clad in a suit was dancing with his hands raised. His slicked-back hair framed a handsome face, and his movements were elegant, his smile and posture suggesting he was in the presence of his beloved. The rhythmic sound of his polished shoes echoed as he remained entranced in his own world. Occasionally, a couple of passers-by caught sight of this spectacle and hurried away in fright. Yet, the man seemed oblivious, lost in his dance, the melody of his heart resounding in his ears. At the red light, Shao Qi halted the vehicle. His adherence to the law was evident. Even in the dead of night, he observed traffic regulations. Noticing Li Jianmu's gaze fixed on the man, Shao Qi unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her, saying, "That man is He Chun. Would you like to hear his story?"
Li Jianmu nudda.
I would be most interested. In truth, He Chun could be considered your senior. He too was once a student at Beijing University, majoring in business management. Hailing from a wealthy family, he was handsome and had a wide array of interests. Becoming a prominent figure at the university, everyone believed he was destined for a bright future, yet ultimately, he succumbed to madness. In his junior year, He met a girl in the dance club, a junior of his. They fell in love and planned to marry after graduation. Alas, her family was of modest means, and as you might expect, Hee-chen's mother harbored traditional views regarding social status, vehemently opposing the union. They fought against this, but Hee-chen's family wielded considerable influence, nearly forcing the girl to withdraw from school. Eventually, they parted ways, and she returned home to marry. Later, it was rumored that during childbirth, she faced complications and perished, leaving Hee-chen shattered. Every Wednesday evening marks the anniversary of their initial encounter at the dance society. A day etched in his memory despite his madness, rendering him unrecognizable to anyone. Thus, he makes his pilgrimage to their cherished rendezvous, dancing fervently until dawn breaks. Lee Jianmu remains silent as the green light illuminates their path. Xiao Qi starts the engine and remarks, "Some students at Beijing University, upon hearing this tale, have concocted a perfect ending. They claim that on this night, the girl's spirit comes to dance with Hee-chen. Some even insist they've heard the sound of her high heels tapping in rhythm. After today, I find myself inclined to believe in ghosts, however. If every soul departed from this world lingered here, chaos would surely ensue." He shakes his head as the car passes by Hee-chen. Lee Jianmu glances back and clearly sees a long-haired girl in a flowing white dress, twirling gracefully in Hee-chen's embrace. The hem of her dress sways, forming exquisite arcs, while her heels strike the ground, creating a distinctive cadence. "So, even a master such as you can be moved by such a tragic love story?" Xiao Qi inquires with a smile. Lee Jianmu shoots him a cold glance. What of that girl's children and husband? Xiao Qi is momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. "I hadn't considered that perspective." Without further comment, Lee Jianmu instructs him to stop at a small inn beside the university, for the school gates have already been locked. After Xiao Qi departs, Lee Jianmu secures a room at the inn, resolute in her decision to purchase bedding for her rented apartment the following day. As per her routine, before sleeping, she glances at the dormitory group chat. Once a revered figure in her sect, burdened with the hopes of her lineage, she had devoted herself solely to cultivation, rarely interacting with peers of her age. Now, the vivacious young women in the dormitory intrigue her, and she finds herself eager to engage with them. Chapter 42, Stalled. The dormitory group chat has reached a count of 99 messages. Lee Jianmu scrolls to the top, patiently reading each one. Initially, her peers share delightful tales of their evening meals, followed by inquiries about her return to the dormitory, culminating in the disheartening news. The student council is conducting room inspections, and she has been noted by Fang Yu. Beijing University enforces strict rules for freshmen, and failure to return to the dormitory may result in point deductions. Each infraction costs a point. Exceeding 5 could jeopardize her chances of joining the student council, while 10 or more would likely summon her to a discussion with the class supervisor. Nevertheless, Lee Jianmu has no intentions of joining any student council, nor does she fear a conversation with the supervisor. She buries her head under the blanket, determined to avoid reaching 10 infractions. As she drifts into slumber, a nagging feeling of forgetfulness tugs at her. Oh no, it seems she has forgotten to eat dinner. Several unidentified corpses have been unearthed in Daliu village, each buried for varying lengths of time, yet all had their blood drained before death, a gruesome and uncanny affair. Such a significant criminal case has kept the police department exceedingly busy, and with Yu Xiaoyu and Xiao Qi having witnessed Li Jianmu's extraordinary abilities firsthand, they no longer keep a close watch on her. On the 4th day of military training, the instructors visit each dormitory in the morning to conduct inspections, followed by free time in the afternoon and a mandatory assembly in the evening to teach the freshmen military songs. The following day, they're set to embark on a 3-day training exercise at a nearby military district. Li Jianmu's dormitory is among the first to be inspected, and after the initial group finishes around 9, she seizes the opportunity to leave. Having previously arranged to assist Lu Shuisheng with a feng shui relocation, she steps out of the dormitory, only to feel a hand suddenly clasp around her neck from behind. Li Jianmu's eyes flash with intensity as she contemplates her surroundings, suppressing the urge to react. Li Jianmu, where are you off to? Mind if I join? Calls out the only one in the dormitory who addresses her by her full name, Li Qingqing. With a cold gaze, Li Jianmu replies, I do mind. Li Qingqing's expression falters as she slowly retracts her hand. What's with you? We're dorm mates, why the hostility? We share the same surname, perhaps we are even distantly related. Is it fair to our ancestors that you treat me this way? Her reasoning is delivered with a sense of entitlement.
Li Jianmu interrupts.
I am going to assist someone with a grave relocation. It would not be appropriate for you to accompany me.
Ah, a grave relocation?
That sounds rather ominous and unsettling. Li Qingqing hesitates, her expression conflicted. Li Jianmu's enigmatic nature has left her intrigued. Aside from that day, when her hair spontaneously ignited, she's been searching for an opportunity to uncover more about her. However, the idea of accompanying her to a graveyard is daunting. After a moment's contemplation, she decides, fine. It's just a grave relocation, nothing to fear. I'll go with you. Yet as she rushes down the stairs, she discovers that Li Jianmu has already vanished. Lu Shuixing personally arrives to pick up Li Jianmu. Given that most students at Beijing University are locals, the appearance of a luxury car does not draw undue attention. But with Li Jianmu as the passenger, many cast curious glances. As Li Yinan turns off the ignition, he spots Li Jianmu approaching the vehicle. Suddenly, a man emerges from the car.
Li Yinan's brow furrows. Liu Shuixin.
What connection could this peculiar girl have with the affluent individual from Pengcheng? Is Lu Shuixing planning to establish himself in Beijing? Brother, quick. Follow that car. Li Jianmu is in it.
Li Qingqing interrupts Li Yinan's musings,
Urging him as she points towards the departing vehicle. Without hesitation, he accelerates. On the road, he queries, what is going on? How does Li Jianmu know Lu Shuixing? Lu Shuixing?
Who's that?
Li Qingqing is taken aback. The owner of that car, a wealthy businessman from Pengcheng. Oh, didn't you know? I heard she was assisting someone with a grave relocation today, Li Yinan responds, astonished.
A grave relocation?
Yes. Didn't I mention? Li Jianmu claims to be a practitioner of the arcane arts. The talismans I gave you were purchased from her. Although she hasn't elaborated, I suspect she might also be able to exorcise spirits and tell fortunes. She seems rather impressive. Li Yinan shakes his head, impossible. You must have been deceived. Didn't you witness her hair spontaneously combust? How could that be a trick?
Li Qingqing protests.
Still unaware of the rarity of a versatile practitioner in the realm of metaphysics, Li Yinan explains, each expert has their own specialty. Not all practitioners are the same. To be proficient in talisman crafting, spirit exorcism, and fortune-telling, along with providing feng shui consultations, such versatility is beyond even the most esteemed masters in the metaphysical community. Li Qingqing gasps, so you think she is a fraud? Li Yinan ponders before elaborating. Perhaps she possesses some skill. But she may have just begun her journey and resorted to deception. Her modest ability might have been exaggerated. However, true practitioners usually have reputable mentors. If we cannot ascertain her background through closer inspection, I could enlist someone to trace her lineage. It may reveal her past before she was taken in by a master. After a pause, he adds, the talisman you brought back last time was indeed crafted by a genuine practitioner, so her lineage should not be too difficult to uncover. Though it may require assistance from the Yan family. He glances teasingly at Li Qingqing, aware that their family has little dealings in this realm. While the Yan family next door is rumored to have connections with the metaphysical community, particularly with the esteemed Yan Sanyi, Li Qingqing quickly straightens her posture. If you need help, just ask Yan Sanyi. Why are you looking at me? Li Yinan chuckles, but Yan Sanyi is still in the hospital, unconscious. Perhaps we should consult Zhou Junyan instead? He is favored by Sanyi. Li Qingqing falls silent, contemplating the implications. I have heard that you have been ignoring Junyan's calls these past few days. He was involved in a car accident with Uncle Yan, and you haven't even visited him in the hospital? Li Qingqing wore a frustrated expression, wishing she could strike someone. Why does he say everything out loud? It's infuriating.
Li Yinan chuckled heartily.
In the car ahead, the master remarked, there's a car trailing behind us. Is everything all right? Li Jianmu cast a helpless glance back. Being followed yesterday and today, why do the police in North City and my roommates enjoy this sort of thing? It's fine, no need to worry, he replied. With that, Li Jianmu rolled down the window and tossed out a yellow talisman. The talisman floated gently to the ground, only to be crushed beneath Li Yinan's vehicle. With a sharp noise, the car stalled. Li Yinan hurriedly exited to inspect the situation. 10 seconds later, he exclaimed, we're stranded. Chapter 43. A fortuitous sight. Leaving one's homeland is no easy feat. Lu Shuixing had prepared several potential burial sites for his family, all situated not far from their former home, merely close to the construction site. As the car approached the entrance of the site, they spotted Engineer Wang and Boss Chen from the construction team already waiting. Li Jianmu exchanged a questioning glance with Lu Shuixing. Lu Shuixing quickly understood, smiling, I didn't expect Boss Chen to be here today. Implicit in his words was the suggestion that he hadn't summoned Chen. As for Engineer Wang, given that the previous site work remained unfinished, he was unlikely to be gallivanting about. Li Jianmu felt a surge of contemplation as she alighted from the car alongside Lu Shuixing. Boss Chen exhibited a significantly warmer demeanor than before, greeting Li Jianmu effusively. Master Li has arrived. You must be weary from your travels. Where's that milk tea I asked you to fetch, Xiao Wang? Hurry and bring it over. Here it is. Boss Chen grinned as he handed the milk tea to Li Jianmu, his face crinkling with joy. I heard young people love milk tea. Master Li, do try it and see if it suits your taste. Li Jianmu scrutinized him for a moment. Boss Chen was known for being stingy and rarely rising early unless there was a profit to be made. His current flattery suggested he had something to request. With that in mind, she accepted the milk tea, taking a hearty sip. Instantly, her senses brightened. The taro flavor was delightful. After establishing an altar at the site of Lu Shuixing's ancestral home, which was also within the construction area, they were then led to 3 prospective burial sites. Boss Chen and Engineer Wang could not accompany them for this portion. The first site was the closest to the construction area. During the previous village demolition, the area had been designated for burial after a reform in traditional practices. With a small fee, one could relocate their ancestors' graves here. As the site had already been evaluated by a feng shui master, Li Jianmu observed the location briefly. It was an unremarkable yet safe choice for a grave, emphasizing proximity to home with familiar neighbors, ensuring a lively atmosphere. The second site was a bit farther and slightly off-center, yet it was blessed with mountains and water, circulating good fortune. Indeed, a commendable locale. Li Jianmu inquired, Mr. Liu, have you consulted a feng shui master beforehand? Lu Shuixing shook his head with a smile. Not at all. While I have only recently begun to delve into metaphysics, I understand the wisdom of not involving multiple parties in a single matter. How could I commission Master Li and seek another's opinion? He sighed. I regretted not being able to provide my mother with a good life when she was alive. And now that she is gone, I wish to ensure she rests in a good place. I have been studying introductory feng shui texts these past few days and have examined several burial sites nearby. I don't know much, but I figured that a location with mountains, water, and flora must be good. Li Jianmu nodded with a smile. Next, they proceeded to the third location. This site was the most extravagant and also the priciest. Upon arrival, they noticed a group of people gathered nearby. A young man held an array of instruments, measuring diligently and chattering away. Finally, he stood upright and declared, mountains govern lineage, waters govern wealth. This site, backed by mountains and flanked by water to the north, with soil that is firm yet subtly moist, is indeed an excellent choice for a burial ground. The others sighed in relief, chiming in, that's good. I always said this is the finest burial ground in the vicinity. Over the years, many affluent families have interred their ancestors here. Surely, they must have consulted feng shui experts. Zhang Chao, you should relocate your father's grave here. Your descendants will surely prosper. Another added, yes, and with the management of the cemetery, it won't be like rural areas where a careless mistake can lead to issues. The speaker abruptly halted, chastising himself as he glanced cautiously at the man opposite him. The man, with a sullen expression, remained silent. Li Jianmu's gaze flickered with surprise. She recognized the dark-faced man as the owner of the incense shop, previously having his ancestral grave desecrated, with personal burial items placed on his son. Zhang Chao sensed something amiss, and turned to see Li Jianmu. His expression turned slightly awkward. She had helped him retrieve the beads from his beloved pet, and had also predicted the troubles with their ancestral grave, which was truly remarkable. However, having been deceived before, he was hesitant to trust such a young woman. Caught in a state of uncertainty, he opted to seek another master. In the incense business, as long as one wasn't a staunch atheist like before, they would inevitably find their way to a practitioner, and thus, he found himself before the young man.
Yun Yi.
Though Yun Yi appeared only a few years older than Li Jianmu, he was recognized as a direct disciple of the Xianyi sect and had gained quite a reputation in the metaphysics community at a young age. Zhang Chao believed he was far more trustworthy than Li Jianmu. The rules of the metaphysics community dictate that one should not involve multiple parties in a single matter. To avoid awkwardness, he cleared his throat and feigned ignorance of Li Jianmu's presence. With a slight smile, Li Jianmu disregarded it, turning her attention back to the burial site Lu Shuixing was considering. Close to Zhang Chao's chosen location, the feng shui appeared comparable, lacking any notable attractions. Based on the current assessment, it was indeed a commendable site for burial. Hearing Yun Yi's remarks, Lu Shuixing leaned closer to Li Jianmu, whispering, Master, is this place truly as good as the gentleman next door claims? Li Jianmu gently shook her head, lowering her voice. It is, and yet it is not. What does the master mean? Opt for the second site we just examined. Lu Shuixing held complete faith in Li Jianmu and promptly nodded. All right. I shall heed the master's advice. He turned to lead the group away. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Wait. Li Jianmu turned to see Yun-Yi approaching. She and Lu Shuixing had believed their conversation to be discreet, but practitioners are often keenly perceptive, and Yun-Yi had overheard them. He scrutinized Li Jianmu from head to toe, his brow furrowing. The young woman appeared youthful and beautiful, exuding an ethereal calmness. Her features imbued with a lively aura that rendered her instantly likable. Yet this could not change the fact that she radiated no spiritual energy. If she was not of the metaphysics community, was she merely a fraud? In this era, the metaphysics realm is in decline, with genuine practitioners being exceedingly rare. Most are charlatans, and he had grown accustomed to encountering various swindlers. However, witnessing a girl so young engaging in deceit was disheartening. He glanced again at Lu Shuixing, who was clad in a high-end suit and flanked by several subordinates, clearly not a man to be trifled with. Should he rashly expose her? This young lady might find herself in dire straits. After a brief hesitation, Yun-Yi spoke. Young lady, I am Yun-Yi, a direct disciple of the Xianyi sect. Are you also of the metaphysics community? Chapter 44. Relocation of Graves. Li Jianmu nodded. I am from the Qingxian sect, Li Jianmu.
Qingxian sect.
Yun-Yi murmured, attempting to piece together the three characters, ultimately realizing he had never heard of it. A sigh escaped his lips, laden with a deep sense of resignation. As he slowly articulated, Miss Li, to be candid, we have already surveyed all the nearby burial sites upon our arrival, and this location stands as the finest option. If you are to assist this gentleman in selecting a resting place for his ancestor, it would be prudent to settle on this one. He believed he had expressed himself with sufficient delicacy. Should the young lady recognize the value of knowing when to concede and embellish his words with a few agreeable remarks, he could readily assist her in smoothing over the matter, hoping she would ultimately pursue a righteous path and refrain from further deception. However, should she remain obstinate, there would be no salvation for her. Yet, to his surprise, Li Jianmu gently shook her head. While this site indeed boasted excellent feng shui for the next 5 years, its long-term prospects were uncertain. What do you mean? Lu Shuixing inquired, his faith in Li Jianmu unwavering, as he recalled the esteemed reputation of the Xianyi sect. He was eager to understand why two individuals, one a direct descendant of the Xianyi sect, the other a master he had witnessed open the gates of the netherworld, would arrive at divergent conclusions regarding a mere burial site. Listening intently was Zhang Chao, the proprietor of a local incense shop. Li Jianmu slightly inclined her body and gestured towards the west. What lies yonder? Lu Shuixing glanced in that direction, responding, Are you referring to the construction site? My hometown? Li Jianmu nodded, indicating the site under construction, which would soon evolve into a suburban residential area. Lu Shuixing had not contemplated purchasing property in this vicinity, perhaps due to his unawareness of the official plans for these developments. This area, along with the neighboring construction to the south, was designated for residential use, while the western section was earmarked for a proposed amusement park and shopping center. Furthermore, a scenic route was planned to connect to the nearby mountains. According to the blueprints, these facilities were projected for completion within 5 years, with the tallest buildings expected to soar above 30 stories. Li Jianmu turned to the suddenly pallid Yun-Yi. Does Mr. Yun still believe this burial site possesses favorable feng shui? Given the proximity to high-rise buildings, it could generate adverse energies, and with the development of an amusement park, it would not bode well for the peace of the ancestors, Yun-Yi murmured. Li Jianmu added, if the mountains behind are developed into a scenic area, the northern route would be the most feasible for access. The winds from this mountain path could transform this site into a dumping ground, which is one of the taboos associated with burial sites. Yun-Yi found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly lowered his head, frantically searching for related news on his phone. Indeed, what Li Jianmu had stated was accurate. The official plans were clear, and some projects were already underway, such as the construction site overseen by Mr. Chen, which was part of the broader development. Even after Li Jianmu and Lu Shuixing had departed, Yun-Yi and his companions remained in a daze, peering through their compasses as they scrutinized the horizon, meticulously verifying Li Jianmu's assertions.
On the way,
Lu Shuixing could not suppress a chuckle. I seldom defer to others, but Master Li is truly among the rare talents I have encountered. Li Jianmu regarded him quizzically. What kind of compliment is that? With a smile, Lu Shuixing continued. I previously thought a master capable of opening the gates of the netherworld might not have the patience for such minor matters as feng shui. I had no idea you had thoroughly reviewed the official plans before your arrival. I am truly at a loss for words in my gratitude. Having encountered the haughty demeanor of various tycoons from Pengcheng and Gangcheng, he was momentarily taken aback by the diligence and preparation displayed before him. Li Jianmu, however, shook her head. Feng shui is no trifling matter. A well-chosen burial site can bring prosperity to the family and future generations, while a poor choice can lead to ruin and sever lineages, severely damaging one's ancestral virtue. Seeking a master to assess feng shui is akin to entrusting the fates of one's descendants. How could it not be approached with the utmost seriousness? Trusting her, she would never engage in actions that could cause harm. Despite this, such masters as Li Jianmu were indeed rare in this world. Lu Shuixing observed, I see that the master from the Xian Yi sect appears to be somewhat naive. Li Jianmu replied, his foundational skills are reasonably solid, but he is inexperienced and tends to think superficially. With time and experience, he will improve. Another possibility is that he maintains only a casual relationship with the family, merely selecting the best option currently available without regard for the future. After all, the world is in constant flux, and burial sites are no exception. What was once a feng shui treasure for emperors a millennium ago might now be a place of great misfortune, especially for burial sites adjacent to urban areas, where change occurs rapidly. Lu Shuixing viewed Li Jianmu's modesty as unmerited. She appeared significantly younger than Yun Yi, yet she was even more formidable. Ultimately, they resolved to relocate the grave of Lu's widow to the designated second burial site. However, just as they finalized their decision, Yun Yi and Zhang Chao approached. Yun Yi had thoroughly verified Li Jianmu's claims and confirmed that the feng shui of the third site would indeed be adversely affected in 5 years. After consulting with Zhang Chao, they decided to follow Li Jianmu's vehicle. Upon arrival, Yun Yi and his companions did not immediately approach Li Jianmu's group, but instead first took their compass and meandered around the vicinity. Ultimately, they concluded that the feng shui of the site was indeed quite favorable. Although it could not compare to the current vibrancy of the third site, it possessed stability and was surrounded by natural features, presenting a significant potential for improvement over time. After Yun Yi nodded in agreement, Zhang Chao proceeded to secure the site. While Zhang Chao negotiated with others, Yun Yi approached Li Jianmu. Miss Li, thank you for your guidance earlier. My client has now decided to choose this location. Li Jianmu smiled lightly. I am glad you do not find my input unwelcome. Not at all. You were entirely correct. I had overestimated myself, believing my knowledge was sufficient. Yun Yi admitted, scratching his head. My master was right. There are always greater talents and realms beyond our own. Practical experience is essential for expanding one's understanding. By the way, Miss Li, I presume your sect is not located in Beicheng, as I have never heard of the Qingxian sect. Li Jianmu fell silent. The Qingxian sect was once the foremost sect in the realm of metaphysics. Even without her prospective ascension, it housed countless experts and remarkable individuals. What could have transpired over the millennia to allow such an ancient lineage to fall into obscurity, to the extent that its name vanished from the world of metaphysics? Noticing Li Jianmu's reticence, Yun Yi refrained from pressing further and instead requested her contact information. Li Jianmu, eager to understand the current state of the metaphysical community, found that Yun Yi seemed to hold a significant position, and thus they exchanged contact details. Afterward, Yun Yi took his leave. With the site confirmed, preparations for the relocation of the grave commenced. Chapter 45. Hush, do not cause a fuss. Relocating a grave involves numerous considerations, with timing being paramount. The relocation can occur during the day or night, though it is generally preferable to choose the morning, avoiding the time past noon. However, if it must be done after noon, the coffin is to be paused at noon, covered with black cloth, and then moved afterward. Li Jianmu meticulously directed the intricate details of the process. Lu Shuixing complied without hesitation, following her instructions to the letter. Zhang Chao had initially intended only to select a site today, not to proceed with the relocation immediately. He was not only relocating his father's grave, but also the family ancestral grave, a substantial undertaking that required selecting an auspicious date. Yet, upon observing the orderly execution of the task under Li Jianmu's guidance, he and Yun Yi exchanged glances, and a spark of inspiration ignited within them. Consequently, Zhang Chao quickly contacted his family to instigate the immediate relocation of the grave. Meanwhile, Yun Yi discreetly blended into Li Jianmu's team, observing the relocation process while absorbing her teachings, mentally cataloging all she imparted. For the metaphysical community, grave relocation is a commonplace matter, with the processes being largely consistent. Only certain unique birth dates or untimely deaths warrant special attention. While intricate, it is a subject most have some familiarity with. Yet, listening to Li Jianmu's instructions, Yun-yi found himself greatly enriched. Many of her remarks, casually mentioned, had never been imparted by his master, and they were thought-provoking insights. Were she not so engrossed in directing the relocation, he would have relished the opportunity to engage her in a more profound discourse. The true nature of the Qingxian sect remains a mystery, leaving one to ponder its formidable reputation, which had previously gone unnoticed. Zhang Chao and Yun-yi were preoccupied with the cumbersome task of relocating ancestral graves, utilizing the neighboring exhumation procedures. However, while Zhang Chao was tasked with moving numerous coffins, Lu Shuixing focused solely on his mother's grave, allowing him to work at a faster pace. By the time they concluded their endeavors, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Li Jianmu exchanged a brief greeting with Yun-yi before waving goodbye and departing. Zhang Chao opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately felt too ashamed to speak. It was not until the vehicle had disappeared from view that he let out a deep sigh. "What's the matter, Mr. Zhang?"
Yun-yi invited, puzzled.
Zhang Chao offered a wry smile. "I fear that Miss Li may hold a grudge against me." Yun-yi was confused. Zhang Chao then recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Yun-yi's brow furrowed, discomfort settling in his heart. Should this come to the attention of other practitioners, it could indeed sour relationships. Yet, recalling that he too had initially perceived Li Jianmu as a charlatan, he understood Zhang Chao's skepticism. It was merely awkward now. He placed a reassuring hand on Zhang Chao's shoulder, saying, "Miss Li possesses a kind and gentle nature, otherwise she wouldn't have assisted us in choosing this burial site. I believe you're overthinking it. Just avoid provoking her in the future." Zhang Chao responded with a vague acknowledgement, remaining silent. He recognized Li Jianmu's formidable qualities and desire to befriend her, but his prior actions were less than honorable. Observing the amiable demeanor she exhibited towards Yun-yi, he contemplated whether he might convey his apologies through him, unaware that Yun-yi had not grasped the nuances of his words.
Sigh.
Upon returning to the construction site, Li Jianmu was greeted by Engineer Wang and Boss Chen, who had been waiting all day. The two warmly invited Li Jianmu and Lu Shuixing to join them for dinner. Li Jianmu accepted, well aware that Boss Chen likely had matters to discuss. The dining venue was situated in the city center. During their journey back, they passed the spot where Li Qingqing's vehicle had broken down, and to her surprise, she discovered that the siblings were still waiting there. After several hours, they remained beside the stranded car, waiting for her. She observed Li Qingqing squatting beside the vehicle, cupping her face in her hands as she gazed longingly towards their car. Appearing quite pitiful, Li Jianmu's brow furrowed slightly. Was this the individual who had gained admission to Beijing University? She appeared somewhat dim-witted. Before long, Li Qingqing recognized their vehicle and leapt to her feet, enthusiastically waving and attempting to flag them down. "Is that car broken?" Engineer Wang hesitated. Lu Shuixing recognized this as the vehicle that had previously trailed them and turned to Li Jianmu. "Master?" Li Jianmu replied coolly, "Just drive on." From the back seat, Engineer Wang remarked, "It's nearly dark, and traffic is sparse on this road at night. Should we not offer them a ride?" "No need to concern yourselves. They are fine," Li Jianmu stated impassively. A dim-witted young lady and a foolish heir of the Li family, surely they would know to call for assistance if their car had broken down. It seemed they were merely playing a role for her benefit. Lu Shuixing understood and, without further hesitation, pressed down on the accelerator, causing the car to speed past Li Qingqing and her brother. The vehicles behind them followed suit, disregarding the presence of anyone by the roadside. Watching the vehicle depart, Li Qingqing's face contorted in frustration as she swatted away the dust, exclaiming, "Ugh. Li Jianmu did that on purpose." She absolutely did. Li Nan crossed his arms and retorted, "Didn't you say she was cold-hearted yet soft-hearted? Why didn't your pity ploy work?" "How could I know? That woman with the scabby face helped without a second thought, and yet I've been waiting here all day without so much as a glance from her. It's infuriating. I was even considering that if she were my father's illegitimate daughter, as long as it wasn't her fault, I might begrudgingly let it slide." Li Qingqing lamented, her voice tinged with indignation. Li Nan, exasperated, replied, "That's only the worst-case scenario. Don't overthink it."
Li Qingqing pouta.
Given Li Jianmu's appearance, she increasingly resembled her unaltered self from the past, making it impossible for her not to be related to them. She had prepared for the worst. concluding that there was no opportunity for a proper introduction today, and they should return home. Li Nan made a phone call, instructing, "Bring the car over." 3 minutes later, a small car slowly approached from a narrow alley obscured by bushes. Li Qingqing, brimming with anger, launched into a tirade as soon as she settled into the car. She took to her phone, unleashing a flurry of messages in the dormitory group chat, continuously tagging Li Jianmu. "Li Jianmu, you're inhuman. You clearly saw me. What is the harm in giving me a ride? Don't think I don't know. Our car is the one you caused to break down. I saw your yellow talisman. Why is it that you helped that Zhao Shuang woman, but you refuse to assist me? What is wrong with me? Am I that unlikable? Let me tell you, I'm genuinely angry. If you don't come to pick me up, I'm staying here in the wilderness today. And if anything happens, it's all your fault." The other roommates in room 302 exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond to her outburst. Day after day, this young lady exhibited peculiar and mysterious behavior. Sometimes, her peers believed she was out of place, yet she insisted on mingling with them. Occasionally, they felt she harbored a fondness for Li Jianmu, gravitating towards her, while at other times, they sensed her disdain, her words laced with barbs. It was indeed strange. Zheng Ling and the others hesitated to reply, allowing Li Qingqing to vent her frustrations unchecked. After a lengthy pause, Li Jianmu suddenly sent a message. "Be good. Don't make a scene." The trio in room 302 stared in disbelief at the chat, exchanging glances. What was happening? They sensed an inexplicable hint of affection in her words. Zheng Ling felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Wenjing found it difficult to express. "Be good? Don't get too involved. It will only lead to trouble." The exceedingly gentle tone, particularly the word good, sent chills down Zheng Ling's spine, causing her to shudder. In what state of mind did Li Jianmu utter this phrase, particularly amidst Li Qingqing's manic tirade? Yet, unexpectedly, her words proved effective. Following Li Jianmu's message, Li Qingqing's outburst finally ceased. After a moment, she replied with a simple, "Oh." It was as if a neglected cat, desperate for attention, quieted down after receiving a perfunctory pat from its owner. Room 302 fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting in laughter. Having calmed the agitated feline, Li Jianmu tossed her phone aside. At the dinner table, the three men refrained from ordering beverages, consuming their meals swiftly. Boss Chen stammered and flattered without addressing the matter at hand, prompting Lu Shuixing to fabricate an excuse and take his leave. After his departure, Boss Chen continued to meander aimlessly, still avoiding the main topic. Li Jianmu, losing her patience, turned to request takeout for several hearty dishes. "Master Li enjoys the elbow and the hairy crab from this restaurant. Perhaps we should also get a couple of portions of lobster and king crab. Those dishes are quite good too," Boss Chen hurriedly suggested. Li Jianmu shook her head. "No need for that. These takeout items will be charged separately. Later, please have Uncle Wang take them back for Zhao Go and the others." Zhao Gang had messaged her yesterday, inquiring whether she was adjusting well at school, rambling on about various topics. Today's schedule was packed, leaving her unable to visit, but she would make time to return soon. Engineer Wang insisted. "You shouldn't have to pay for this. Let me handle it." Li Jianmu waved her hand, smiling gently. "Uncle Wang, please don't argue with me. I simply wish to express my gratitude for everyone's care recently." Upon hearing this, Engineer Wang ceased his protests. Boss Chen's eyes flickered as he remarked, "While we can waive this expense for Uncle Wang, perhaps next time, the master could allow Uncle Wang to treat us." Li Jianmu turned to face him. Boss Chen chuckled. "I have discussed with old Wang, and we have decided to entrust the work in Lu's village to him. This project is quite substantial and will last a considerable time. Old Wang, you must put in your best effort. If you perform well, you can always rely on me for future jobs." Engineer Wang was taken aback. Previously, when issues arose at Boss Chen's construction site, very few teams dared to step in. He had contemplated whether, having resolved the supernatural incidents, he could rally his coworkers to take on this task, but he lacked complete confidence. As far as he knew, on the day Widow Lu was taken away, Boss Chen had mentioned in the group that the site's troubles had been resolved, and several teams had already reached out to him. Wang's team was small, with few specialists, and not all were young and vigorous. They typically only secured minor projects and often collaborated with other teams for scattered tasks or subcontracts. In any case, even when working at construction sites, they were at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Utilizing Li Jianmu's connections, he had earnestly sought to negotiate with Boss Chen multiple times. But the latter's responses had always been ambiguous. When had he ever promised to finalize anything? Wang's thoughts whirled as he recalled Boss Chen's warm demeanor towards Li Jianmu earlier that day. He quickly smiled and said, "Indeed, Boss Chen, we must thank Xiao Li. You know our team doesn't always have work throughout the year. Sometimes, we can be idle for months. If we secure this job, everyone will be able to bring home gifts for the new year and enjoy a few drinks with their uncles." Li Jianmu smiled gently, seamlessly continuing the conversation. "All right. I will have my grandfather warm up some good wine for Uncle Wang." With just these few words, the distance between them closed further. Boss Chen glanced between the two and formulated a plan. The wine for the old man must be of the finest quality. I wouldn't dare to negotiate on price.
Haha.
So, old Wang, are you free tomorrow morning? We should discuss the contract. I assure you, it will allow you and your coworkers to enjoy a prosperous new year. Then let me express my gratitude to Boss Chen on behalf of everyone, Wang replied, his smile deepening with the creases on his face. Seeing Li Jianmu also smiling faintly, Boss Chen finally mustered the words he had been holding in all night. A man as astute as he would not have broached such a topic lightly. Li Jianmu inferred that his request must be rather complex. However, she was unprepared for Boss Chen's revelation that he wished for her assistance in exonerating a murderer. At first hearing, Li Jianmu's brow furrowed in confusion. Boss Chen wiped his face and slowly recounted this family matter. Like engineer Wang, he too was not a local of North City. His hometown was not a remote place, but it was not conducive to the aspirations and dreams of the youth. 20 years ago, he had come to this great city with his brother. In contrast, he came to pursue his studies while his brother sought employment at construction sites. Boss Chen's brother, Chen Sheng, had a fiery temperament and had dropped out of school early. He was strong and had a sense of brotherhood. In an era when legal order was not as established as it is now, Chen Sheng managed to carve out a niche for himself on the construction sites of North City through sheer strength and camaraderie. He and his companions formed a team to undertake work, initially tackling minor tasks, much like Wang's team today. As time passed, due to his generous distribution of earnings and favorable treatment of his brothers, he became bold enough to demand overdue payments, thus attracting more followers. Concurrently, the contracts he received grew larger. I was nearing graduation when my brother told me about impending reforms. His method of leading a group of brothers in haphazard work would soon be deemed as factionalism. To secure contracts in the future, he would need to register a company. He was impatient with such matters and asked me to assist him after my graduation. I would handle the administrative side while he took care of the practical aspects. We were certain we could build a successful company together, one that would only grow larger. Boss Chen sighed deeply, his gaze complex. The night before we registered the company, we spent the hours dreaming of the future, talking about making money, bringing our parents to North City, and marrying beautiful wives. He even said that once he became a boss, he would temper his temper and refrain from using foul language. You see, how could someone with such a clear vision for the future possibly commit murder over a debt of 20,000 yuan? Li Jianmu remained silent. Boss Chen's tone grew fervent. They claim my brother had a volatile temper and had threatened the deceased multiple times. The deceased's wife has adamantly insisted that it was my brother who did it. Yet, aside from that, there is no other evidence, and they have labeled him a murderer. Is that reasonable? It is utterly unreasonable. As he spoke with increasing intensity, the weight of the matter had lingered in his heart for years. Ever since his brother's incarceration, he had yearned to clear his brother's name. Initially, he was powerless, met with nothing but cold shoulders. However, leveraging the connections his brother had left behind, he had successfully built a company and, after earning some money, began to uncover clues. Yet, he sensed that someone was obstructing his investigation from the shadows. This realization only heightened his excitement. If someone was actively hindering his inquiries, it meant his suspicions were correct. The true culprit remained at large. Unfortunately, the opposing party wielded considerable power, rendering him unable to confront them for the time being. What do you wish for me to do? Master, I have heard that you can help people see ghosts. I wish to ask you to locate the spirit of the victim from that time. He must know who killed him and certainly remembers the details of the event. If we can exploit those details as a breakthrough, we will surely find the flaw. Boss Chen was convinced that every deed left behind traces in this world. Li Jianmu's brow furrowed slightly. Boss Chen, according to the normal procedures of the underworld, after a spirit passes away, they forget most of their memories upon crossing the river of forgetfulness. Moreover, after all these years, the victim may have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. Boss Chen was momentarily stunned. But what about Lu Shuixing's mother? Lu Shuixing's mother is an exception. She remains in the mortal realm due to her obsession. However, Even if she does not wait for Lu Shuixing, she too will gradually fade away. Boss Chen pursed his lips and lowered his head, falling silent. After a long pause, he slowly asked, "Is it possible for the master to discern through facial features who has committed murder?" He gazed hopefully at Li Jianmu.
Li Jianmu nudda slowly.
"It is possible." Boss Chen exhaled deeply, his mind racing with thoughts. "Then, that will suffice. I have already identified several suspects. As long as you can help me confirm them, I can focus all my energy on monitoring them. Sooner or later, he would help his brother clear his name." Boss Chen was not anxious about the matter. The victim's family had left North City after his death, and their whereabouts were now uncertain. Thus, Li Jianmu would need to wait for Boss Chen to provide more detailed information. After finishing their meal, Boss Chen saw Li Jianmu back, while Engineer Wang returned to the construction site with a plethora of food. Upon reaching the school gate, Boss Chen transferred 200,000 to Li Jianmu. "I may need to trouble Master Li frequently from now on. I hope you will not take offense." Li Jianmu nodded and got out of the car. North City University did not have evening classes for second-year students, so the school gate was currently bustling with people heading out for leisure. She had barely taken 2 steps after getting out of the car, when suddenly a figure rushed towards her. Master, you have returned." A woman, wearing glasses, a mask, and a cap, with her entire face obscured, emanated a foul odor as she charged towards Li Jianmu. Instantly, she drew the attention of those around. Li Jianmu took a step back, puzzled by the woman's identity, when she suddenly noticed a black cat appearing at her feet. The black cat circled the woman twice, emitting a warning growl that seemed to caution Li Jianmu against interfering. Realizing the woman's identity, she turned her head and precisely spotted the evasive figure of Zhao Shuang hidden within the crowd. Zhao Shuang was dodging, afraid to meet Li Jianmu's gaze. She was aware that the owner of the skewered delicacy shop was cruelly mistreating cats and dogs, and she understood that their revenge upon him was deserved. However, the proprietor and his wife had always treated her kindly. After her ringworm had healed, she visited the hospital to see the owner, only to discover that he had been issued a critical illness notice. His wife and other employees had contracted ringworm as well, with the wife suffering the most. Her face overtaken by oozing sores. Heartbroken by their plight, she had attempted several times to broach the subject with Li Jianmu. Yet, each time she initiated a conversation on WeChat, Li Jianmu remained unresponsive. Finally, this morning, the hospital issued yet another critical notice regarding the owner, one more severe than any preceding it. The owner's wife, unable to withstand the weight of the news, fainted. Overcome with empathy, she revealed the matter of the animal's revenge and mentioned that Li Jianmu was a master. Subsequently, the owner's wife brought her to the school gate to wait. Noticing Li Jianmu's evasion, the owner's wife smiled awkwardly, keeping her distance, and softly inquired, "Master, do you have a moment? I have a small favor to ask." Li Jianmu's eyes flickered slightly as he asked, "What is it?" The owner's wife hesitated for a moment before pulling down her mask. The thick, repugnant discharge adhered to the mask, emitting a stench that was almost unbearable. This was no mere case of ringworm. Li Jianmu cast a mild glance in her direction but said nothing. Yet, the owner's wife was filled with hope. In recent days, everyone who had seen her face had reacted with disgust. Even the doctors had been reluctant to treat her, but this individual was the only one who had not flinched. Could this mean that, as Zhao Shuang had claimed, he could indeed heal her face and save her husband? Her eyes gleamed with excitement, and she reached out to grasp Li Jianmu's hand. "Master, I heard from Zhao Shuang that you healed her face. You can certainly help me too, right? And my husband? He can be saved as well, can't he?" Li Jianmu took a step back, evading her touch. The owner's wife, undeterred, insisted, "Master, please accompany me to the hospital. If you can save my husband's life and restore my face, I will grant you anything you desire." Li Jianmu nodded in agreement. But before the owner's wife could express her joy, he added, 20 million. The owner's wife nearly thought she had misheard. But Zhao Shuang had said it was only 2,000. Li Jianmu glanced towards Zhao Shuang, who shrank back, silent as a chicken. Were the costs for treating a cold and cancer truly comparable? The owner's wife was taken aback. 20 million. Once the funds were transferred, she would go to the hospital. If they fell short by even a penny, they would be left to their own devices. With that, Li Jianmu turned to leave. The owner's wife was left speechless. Human life was indeed precious, but for them, 20 million was an astronomical sum, utterly unattainable. The school was holding a new student assembly, and tomorrow they were scheduled to embark on a 3-day training session at the military district. Due to the numerous precautions associated with the military district, All new students gathered in the square to listen to the instructor's briefing. Li Jianmu arrived a bit late, but thankfully, attendance was not taken. And the crowd was large and raucous, with their major not seated at the front. She cautiously made her way to her roommate Zheng Ling and tapped her shoulder.
Hey.
Little you're back. Zheng Ling whispered excitedly, shifting her position. Look, I saved a spot for you and Qing, didn't he let anyone else sit here? Though I thought you might not make it back in time. Li Jianmu sat down and quietly asked, is Li Qing back yet? She came back not long ago. But she went straight to the dormitory. Seems like she's in a bad mood, Zheng Ling replied. Li Jianmu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Chapter 48. The Insect-Repelling Charm. Zheng Ling, unwilling to miss the opportunity for gossip, nudged Li Jianmu with her shoulder and asked eagerly, come on, tell me, how did you provoke that young lady? The chaos in the group today was something else. Oh, so thrilling. Li Jianmu nearly rolled her eyes. This girl was wonderful in many respects, but she had an insatiable appetite for drama. Focus on the instructor. He explaining how to shoot. Don't get distracted. Zheng Ling quickly straightened up. While other matters could be ignored, the shooting instructions were crucial, as they would be using real firearms. The assembly concluded at 9 o'clock. Aside from Zhang Wenjing, who needed to discuss some matters with the class leaders, Zheng Ling and Ge Xinhua headed back to the dormitory with Li Jianmu. Zheng Ling was eager to obtain the answer she had not received, inevitably revisiting past events. So, how exactly did you get on Li Qingqing's bad side? She's probably sulking in the dorm. When you return, are you two going to argue? You should clarify what happened so we can decide which side to take when the fight breaks out.
Li Jianmu.
Ge Xinhua chimed in littly. We're all roommates here. If there's been a misunderstanding between you two, it's better to clear the air, don't you think?
Li Jianmu pausa.
Just when Zheng Ling and Ge Xinhua thought she was about to say something significant, she instead rubbed her stomach and asked, is there food available at the cafeteria at this hour? The two exchanged glances, speechless. As it turned out, there was food available. Although the cafeteria stopped serving meals after 7 in the evening, numerous snack stalls lined the entrance, offering fried noodles, cold skin, and yogurt. Li Jianmu purchased 2 servings of handmade yogurt and a portion of cold skin. Ge Xinhua opted out, while Zheng Ling bought a few skewers. With their food in hand, the three returned to their dormitory. Upon opening the door to room 302, Li Jianmu was met with an exasperating sight. Li Qingqing was leaning against the bed frame, arms crossed, glaring intensely at the entrance, her expression unmistakably conveying her displeasure. Zheng Ling jumped back, patting her chest in shock. Qingqing, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Li Qingqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Li Jianmu. Zheng Ling and Ge Xinhua exchanged worried glances, not daring to breathe. Li Jianmu entered unperturbed, but Li Qingqing stepped forward to block her path, insisting, explain. Explain what? Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow. Explain why you've been stalking me repeatedly? Li Qingqing's breath caught, her anger deflating slightly. Well, you can't just give me the cold shoulder. We're roommates, after all. Li Jianmu offered her a box of yogurt. Want some? Mango flavor. Li Qingqing hesitated, eyeing the yogurt. Was this a peace offering? She slowly softened, snatching the yogurt and lifting her chin. I'll let this slide, but you were the one who sabotaged my car, right? Don't deny it. I saw the yellow paper talisman. Feigning surprise, Li Jianmu responded, it wasn't he fully burned? Despite the speed at which her talismans burned, her eyes were sharp. She could easily distinguish the details. Noticing her roommate's amused expressions, Li Qingqing quickly bit her tongue. I didn't he crawl on the ground to inspect it?
Well.
You've damaged my car, so you figure out how to make amends, Li Jianmu casually replied, handing over the cold skin. That's all I have. I'm keeping the other yogurt for myself. Li Qingqing looked incredulous. You think a serving of cold skin can smooth things over? Is that not enough?
Li Jianmu feignat innocència.
Li Qingqing stared at her for a long moment before finally accepting the cold skin. Fine, I'll let it go this time.
Li Jianmu smilat.
Li Qingqing returned to her seat, opened the cold skin, and frowned. Why is it in red oil? I'm from the old northern city. I prefer sesame sauce. Noted for next time. Li Jianmu replied without turning back, organizing her desk. Li Qingqing huffed, next time. Buy me from that cold skin stall at the end of Back Street. They have the best and most authentic flavor. Don't push your luck.
Li Jianmu replied in a calm tone.
Li Qingqing turned her face away, annoyed. After packing her belongings and the clothes she needed for the next day, Zhang Wenjing returned. Observing everyone else preparing their things, Li Qingqing also began to gather her items. Although it was only for 3 days, she seemed to be packing her entire home. struggling to fit 2 large suitcases and a sizable travel bag filled to the brim. Zhang Wenjing reminded, the instructor has explicitly stated that cosmetics are prohibited, and only sunscreen and moisturizing cream are allowed. Many of the items you have here are unacceptable. If discovered, not only will they be confiscated, but you will also incur penalty points. Li Qingqing looked perplexed, but I was allowed to bring these items previously. A silence enveloped the room. Although they were aware of this young lady's distinguished lineage, they hadn't anticipated her connections extending even to the military district. Furthermore, she could carry an array of bags. The disparity between people can be quite disheartening. Zhang Wenjing snapped back to reality. You weren't attending as a student before, but now as students of Beicheng. We must adhere to the rules. The instructor stressed the importance of discipline today. Qingqing, let us consider our class as honor and leave these items behind.
Li Qingqing hesitata.
Yet reluctantly complied, slowly sifting through her suitcase until only one remained. Just as she was about to close it, Zhang Wenjing interjected, those bottles and jars are also unacceptable. The Beicheng military district is nestled in the deep mountains, and during the season, there are swarms of mosquitoes. Their bites are particularly vicious. A single sting leaves a painful welt. Insect repellent and anti-bite ointments are not permitted. We will all return looking quite unappealing.
Li Qingqing protesta indignantly.
Upon hearing this, the others began to ponder. Indeed, with so many mosquitoes in the mountains, what would they do without some form of medication? I have sensitive skin. If I get stung or bitten, it will be quite a trial. Zhang Wenjing hadn't considered this aspect either. She too didn't wish to compromise her appearance, yet. Zheng Ling suggested, why not communicate this concern to the instructor? Zhang Wenjing replied hesitantly, it's unlikely to be effective. Other classes haven't raised this issue. And if we bring it up out of the blue, the instructor will likely think we are being overly delicate. After all, they have managed just fine for years. Li Qingqing pouted, while Zheng Ling sighed. Gu Xinhua proposed, how about we all wear long sleeves and pull our hats lower? A little protection is better than none. We just need to survive 3 days. Li Jianmu, finishing her last stroke, remarked no need. She blew on a paper talisman until the ink dried, deftly folding it into a small triangle and placing it aside. Only then did the others notice that Li Jianmu had been drawing talismans, and she already had a small stack ready. Is this a safety talisman? You can draw them so quickly? I heard that practitioners take ages to create one, sometimes 10 days or more. Li Jianmu stood up and distributed the paper talismans to them, saying, this is an insect repellent talisman. Carry it on you. And the mosquitoes wouldn't come near. The group was overjoyed. Chapter 49, The Daily Task of Teasing Cats. Zhang Wenjing clutched the talisman, professing, Xiao Li, I adore you. Zheng Ling inquired, Xiao Li, how much for this? I'll transfer the money. Gu Xinhua watched her anxiously. Li Jianmu replied, roommate benefits. It's free. Instantly, room 302 erupted in cheers.
Li Jianmu smiled legally.
After drawing 10 insect repellent talismans and distributing them, she went to take a shower. Upon emerging, Zhang Wenjing approached her. Xiao Li, how much do these talismans cost? Can I buy 2? I have a few friends who are also freshmen, they. Li Jianmu pondered briefly and casually set a price, 200 each. Are you serious? Zhang Wenjing's eyes widened.
Li Jianmu nudda.
Then I'll take them all. I want all of them. Zhang, the class leader, waved her hand extravagantly. Li Jianmu, however, remained resolute. That's not possible. What?
Li Jianmu insista.
Leave 2 for me. Understood. Zhang Wenjing promptly transferred the money to Li Jianmu and left with the talismans. She returned just before lights out, excitedly announcing that she had already given the insect repellent talismans to her friends. Of course, some friends believed she had been swindled, but Zhang Wenjing kept quiet about it. The truth would soon reveal itself. Before sleeping, Li Jianmu also received a commission from Lu Shuisheng. Lu hadn't inquired about her pricing, but given her diligent attitude in recent tasks, which surpassed those of so-called big shots from Gangcheng and Pengcheng, he generously transferred 5 million to her. He concluded with a message stating that he planned to return to Pengcheng the next day and would visit again with his family. Li Jianmu replied briefly before drifting into sleep. She fell asleep quickly, seldom dreaming. However, on this rare occasion, she dreamt of a singular scene. Ethereal clouds enveloped the landscape, obscuring the faint outlines of mountains, while hints of green emerged below, indistinguishable as either verdant hills or azure waters. She could not alter her perspective nor discern her location. Yet she felt the air brimming with spiritual energy, suffused with the melodious chirps of birds and the fragrance of flowers. as if her very soul were transcending into a state of bliss. In the morning, Zhang Wenjing roused her from this delightful reverie, and she found it difficult to detach herself from the lingering emotions. Xiaoli, hurry up. Otherwise, you'll miss breakfast.
Xiaoli.
Why didn't you go for a run today? Hey, Li Jianmu, you're not feeling ill, are you? The others noticed her demeanor and expressed concern. Li Jianmu shook her head. I'm fine. She promptly leapt out of bed. As long as you're well. Based on the experiences of previous year's seniors, the 3 days of training at the military district will be incredibly exhausting. The bus will only take us to the foot of the mountain, and then we must hike for 2 hours to reach our destination, so we must seize the time for breakfast. It's best to bring along a couple of eggs as well, understood? Got it, class leader Zhang, you've repeated it numerous times. Is it wrong for Xiao Li to not have heard? So, should I repeat it again? The girls chattered as they hastily finished packing and rushed to the nearest cafeteria. After eating, they stuffed their pockets with easy-to-carry items before hurriedly heading to the school gate. At the entrance, several buses awaited. The freshmen assembled by class, maintaining a chaotic yet lively order. After half an hour of commotion, they finally boarded the bus. For their class, one bus was insufficient, necessitating a mix of students from another class. As the class leader, Zhang Wenjing led her roommates onto the second bus, while the first was entrusted to the academic committee member. As soon as Zhang Wenjing and the others boarded the second bus, a whistle echoed from the rear. The teenage boys, spotting several unfamiliar beauties, unabashedly expressed their astonishment. Beautiful girls sit here. Which class are you from? Let us get acquainted. There's space over here. A group of bold boys stirred a lively atmosphere within the bus. The instructor, with a stern expression, admonished, "What is going on back there? You lot, sit still. Don't act like hooligans." Laughter erupted in the bus, causing the boys in the back to flush with embarrassment. They were not true ruffians after all. They still possessed a sense of shame. One boy, particularly flustered, turned a deep shade of red, his dark skin unable to conceal his blush. As Li Jianmu and the others settled into their seats, the rowdy boys in the back whispered, "Are those girls from the art department? They're all so beautiful. Are you daft? They're from our school of business. The one leading is Zhang Wenjing. I've seen her before. To be honest, I want to pursue her. I think the one behind is lovely. Her smile is sweet and lively. The third one is stunning. She exudes the aura of a young lady with a touch of stubborn pride. Do you think it would be too forward to ask for their WeChat now? Too forward? Look at how you resemble a toad." The boys teased each other until someone poked Wang Karen, who had been silent. "Heizi, who do you think is the most attractive?" Wang Karen glanced in the direction of Li Jianmu's seat, only catching a glimpse of the back of her head. "I'm asking you." Wang Karen cleared his throat. "They're all beautiful. Isn't it said that no girl is unattractive at 18? Each has her own charm." "Damn, it's still you, Heizi." The bus journeyed for 2 hours, swaying from the city to the mountains, lulling everyone into a sleepy stupor. Li Jianmu and Li Qingqing sat together, with the former cradling her face as she gazed out the window. As her shoulders sagged, Li Qingqing leaned her head to the side. She glanced over and adjusted her posture. In that moment, Li Qingqing's face loomed large before her eyes, lips, and nose. Li Jianmu delicately traced the contours of her features with her fingertips in midair. From their first encounter, she discerned that Li Qingqing had undergone some alterations. The native visage they shared bore a striking resemblance. The secrets that enveloped this girl eluded her comprehension, yet she felt an inexplicable connection, as if they were bound by fate. Unlike her usual demeanor towards others, she harbored a peculiar sentiment towards Li Qingqing, one that left her perplexed. Lost in thought, Li Jianmu was suddenly jolted back to reality as her fingers were grasped. I knew you were coveting my beauty, plotting to ambush me while I slumber." Li Jianmu felt no shame at being caught. She withdrew her hand and remarked coolly, "You drooled on my shoulder." Instantly, Li Qingqing turned crimson, hastily sitting up to wipe her mouth. "There's no drool," she protested, glancing at Li Jianmu's shoulder, which bore no marks of moisture. "Li Jianmu, you're deceiving me." "Indeed." "What do you mean by indeed?" "Admitting to deceiving you. You're infuriating. How could anyone with such an unassuming demeanor utter such vexing words?" 2 hours later, their vehicle halted at the foot of the mountain. As expected, the instructor announced that the remainder of the journey would require the students to traverse on foot. A chorus of lamentations erupted, but it did little to deter the instructor from ushering everyone off the bus. Soon, they were left wailing as the coach departed, carrying their luggage up the hill. Chapter 50, Trust in Science. So many trees.
How high?
How long must we walk? Instructor, I can't go on any longer, truly. Can the bus come back? I'm exhausted. Please help me. The cries of despair echoed from midway up the mountain, where a group of students, accustomed to long hours at their desks, found their stamina waning. The instructors, seemingly deaf to their plight, led the various classes ahead, occasionally casting disdainful glances in their direction. Today's freshmen are truly becoming more feeble. We've only walked a few minutes. Li Jianmu felt as though she were dragging two burdens along with her, the lethargic Zheng Ling on one side and the incessantly complaining Li Qingqing on the other. Zhang Wenjing was panting, barely managing to keep pace, while Gu Xinyue moved with grace, as if walking on level ground. At last, as the protests grew louder and fatigue began to overwhelm the students, they reached their destination. Upon ascending the final step, Li Jianmu felt a sudden clarity. The air fresh and invigorating. Not far ahead lay a cluster of low, white buildings, concealed amid the lush greenery, appearing almost ethereal. Each group was instructed to rest for 10 minutes before entering in an orderly fashion. The chief instructor, holding a megaphone, relayed the instructions before retreating inside. The students who had made the arduous climb let out collective sighs, collapsing onto the ground. I'm utterly spent. Finally, we've made it. Honestly, the choice of this military district is quite splendid. The air here is far more pleasant than at school. Li Jianmu glanced at the speaker. It was not the quality of the air that dictated the location of the military district, but rather the formation established here that concentrated spiritual energy, rendering it richer than elsewhere. Ordinary people would be oblivious, attributing the pleasantness solely to the surrounding greenery. This gathering formation centered on the entire compound, drawing in the mountain's spiritual essence, enveloping the nearby training grounds within its embrace. As Li Jianmu surveyed her surroundings, she felt a mix of joy and melancholy. The formation had not been established long, no more than 20 years, and the signs of recent enhancements suggested that the authorities did not entirely dismiss metaphysics as mere superstition. Rather, there was a collaboration between the two. Moreover, this formation was merely the most rudimentary version, for an army, a critical pillar of the nation. To utilize only a basic gathering array indicated a decline in the metaphysical realm. Even in an age of spiritual desolation, such a state was unbecoming. After a millennium of her own tribulations, how much had truly changed? Ugh, how itchy. Goodness, so many mosquitoes. No wonder it's the mountains. Even the mosquitoes here are larger than those at our school. Stop sitting around, get up. Yikes, there are bugs in the grass. The startled cries sent the new students, who had been lounging on the grass, leaping to their feet, and chaos ensued within the ranks. The instructor, hearing the commotion, approached with a furrowed brow. What's all this ruckus? This is a military district. Maintain silence. Instructor, there are bugs. Just a bug. Why the fuss? Tomorrow during grass training, there will be plenty of bugs. Perhaps I should serve you a dish. The instructor chuckled at their misfortune. Indeed, a chorus of lamentations arose. The members of dormitory 302 exchanged glances and smirked. Little Li's talisman is truly effective. I've sat here for ages without being bitten. Zheng Ling remarked. A classmate overheard and eagerly inquired, what talisman? Is it a mosquito repellent ointment? Can I try some? My skin is sensitive and I can't afford to be bitten. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing several large welts on her fair arms, which were already turning red from scratching. Zheng Ling proudly lifted her chin. It's an insect-repelling talisman drawn by Little Li. Have you heard of it? Mosquitoes retreat and dare not approach. It's exceptionally powerful. What? A talisman? Isn't that superstition? Zheng Ling frowned. What are you talking about? Deceitful practices are called superstition. My Little Li is the real deal. Remember how I sat with you and Li Qingqing? We were fine because we both have Little Li's talisman. The girl looked skeptical. Is it really that remarkable?
Can we see it?
The other students, intrigued, gathered around to witness and discuss the metaphysical. Zheng Ling, ever the social butterfly, readily produced the insect-repelling talisman from around her neck. Alongside it, she also presented a safety talisman, explaining its significance. This is a safety talisman, even more powerful than the insect-repelling one. Let me tell you. A crowd formed, captivated by Zheng Ling's animated storytelling, which grew increasingly fantastical.
Li Jianmu,
The subject of her claims, found herself bemused. Li Qingqing stifled a laugh, leaning against Li Jianmu. Look at how proud she is, acting as if those talismans were her creation.
how vain.
Zheng Ling abruptly turned. Li Qingqing, I heard that. Oh, I was speaking directly to you. Zheng Ling placed her hands on her hips. I'm merely promoting Little. I didn't lie. The safety talisman and the insect-repelling talisman are indeed powerful. A male voice interjected. Has this student been deceived? Everyone turned to see a boy from the adjacent class. Originally, the discussion had been confined to the girls from Li Jianmu's class, but given the proximity of the two classes, eavesdropping was inevitable. The boy raised his chin, disdain evident in his tone. Classmate, we must avoid superstition. Mosquitoes do not bite indiscriminately. It often relates to blood type. Generally, type O blood is most appealing to mosquitoes. Perhaps neither you nor your roommate has a blood type that attracts them, but it certainly has nothing to do with those talismans. His words were met with a chorus of agreement. Exactly, we've all been accepted into Beijing University. How can there still be such believers in superstition? That Li Jianmu, quite beautiful, yet she would deceive her roommates like this. Li Jianmu never concealed her identity as a metaphysician. Even as society frequently vilified metaphysics as superstition, she had never hidden her profession. She never deemed her identity as a practitioner of metaphysics as something to be ashamed of. While she could accept that some might not believe in the mystical arts, she could not tolerate such blatant defamation. Without uttering a word, she strode directly towards the young man. Her frosty demeanor, even devoid of wrath, left the onlookers momentarily stunned, silencing them all. Li classmate, I merely speak the truth. Do not persist in your delusions and deceive others. There are no spirits in this world, nor any talismans. You should embrace science instead. The boy took a step back. Suddenly, Li Jianmu reached out her hand towards him. Classmate, what are you trying to do? You're not contemplating a fight, are you? I must inform you that this is a military district, and engaging in violence will result in repercussions. Without warning, Li Jianmu lunged her hand towards the boy's head. The young man, named He Jin, lacked major shortcomings aside from his penchant for boasting and seeking the limelight. In reality, he was all bark and no bite, and had no courage to act. Even though Li Jianmu appeared delicate, her sudden motion compelled him to instinctively shield his head. A few nearby boys and their class leader hurried over, fearing an actual altercation. Li Jianmu cast them a glance and gently removed a worm from He Jin's hair. The plump, fleshy worm, approximately 3 centimeters long, writhed helplessly in her grasp. The nearby girls recoiled in horror, covering their mouths. He Jin, sensing the silence around him, realized his own cowardice. Straining to appear composed, his gaze fell upon the worm before him, rendering him speechless. It was not the worm that frightened him, but rather the rarity of encountering a girl who would so boldly grasp one. Li classmate, is this really necessary? That worm is quite repulsive, He Jin faltered. Upon seeing Li Jianmu open her right hand to reveal the worm within her palm, she produced a talisman from her pocket. Remarkably, as the talisman approached the worm, still half a meter away, the creature seemed to sense something amiss. The once feeble worm began to writhe in a panic, attempting to escape in the opposite direction. However, it was too late. As the talisman drew closer, the worm was propelled away from her grasp, swiftly disappearing into the grass. Gasps erupted around them. Li Jianmu turned to He Jin. Did you witness that? He Jin, still in shock, nodded. I saw it clearly. Is this superstition? He Jin's expression wavered, stammering defensively. A mere worm cannot prove anything. It could merely be a coincidence.
Li Jianmu, expressionless.
Abruptly seized his collar and forcefully pinned him to the ground. You cannot assault a classmate. He Jin's class leader exclaimed in alarm. Li Jianmu paid no heed, turning He Jin's face towards a melted piece of candy on the ground. Moments ago, someone had carelessly dropped half a candy, and in mere minutes, a horde of tiny insects and ants had swarmed over it, presenting a most unsettling sight. Li Jianmu thrust the talisman forward. Instantly, the small insects and ants scattered at an astonishing speed. Those capable of flight took to the air, while those who could not seemed to be blasted away, leaving the area around the candy desolate. Goodness, how astonishing! Is this the power of talismans? Indeed, pests retreat. A chorus of awe filled the air. I yearn to possess one. This time, He Jin need not speak. The surrounding students were already left in awe. Li Jianmu regarded He Jin. Did you see that clearly? Yes, I saw it clearly, He Jin murmured, suddenly looking at her with newfound interest. Li classmate, do you have any more of those talismans? I would be willing to pay for one. Li Jianmu released him, responding coolly. Not for sale. He Jin faltered, rising with a sheepish grin. Oh, come now. I apologize for my earlier rashness. We are all classmates. Consider my ignorance and sell me one. I'll treat you to a meal later. His audacity was remarkable. He could shamelessly flaunt his atheism while equally brazenly apologizing. Ignoring him, Li Jianmu turned back to her group. As she walked a few steps, she remained the center of attention, but this time, the gazes were filled with wonder rather than skepticism. The girl who had earlier suffered from hives bit her lip. Li Jianmu, could you spare me one of those talismans? If it's for free, I could trade you something, or I could take notes for you in class, reserve seats, anything. She had overheard Li Jianmu's earlier statement about not selling. Unexpectedly, Li Jianmu tossed the talisman she held towards her. 200. The girl caught it, momentarily stunned, before comprehending Li Jianmu's words. Her face lighting up. Let us do it. I'll add you on WeChat to transfer the money. The others murmured, so she just one T-cell to He-jin. How stingy. Who told him to be so obnoxious? If I were Li classmate, I wouldn't T-cell to him either, chimed in Wang Karen.
Hey.
Which side are you on, Wang? Wang Karen remained silent, gazing at Li Jianmu, now encircled. After a brief exchange among He-jin and his classmates, he suddenly touched his face and whispered, Hey, Karen, what do you think about me pursuing Li classmate? Wang Karen frowned, his sturdy, dark complexion tightening. You just offended her. Oh, come on, that's a trivial matter. Didn't I apologize? What's the worst that could happen? I can just apologize again when we return to school. Wang Karen remained displeased. But you just said Zhang Wenjing was pretty on the bus. That's different. Li classmate He-jin reflected on how Li Jianmu had gripped his neck. Though her actions were somewhat rough, causing him slight discomfort, he couldn't help but feel a flutter of attraction. Wang Karen stared at him incredulously. You must be out of your mind. There aren't enough talismans to go around. Many girls had sensitive skin, and a single mosquito bite left them with a welt. Li Jianmu could not favor one over the other, especially among her classmates. Ultimately, she instructed Zhang Wenjing to tally the orders from their classmates, pricing each at 200, to be completed by the end of the day. The other classes would have to remain envious, as she had limited paper talismans and would be pressed for time with upcoming training. After a while, the instructor finally arranged everything and led the newcomers to their accommodations, granting them 2 hours to rest and dine. Unlike the 4-person rooms with private bathrooms at school, here, each room housed 10 individuals. Li Jianmu and her roommates were assigned to the same dormitory alongside a few other girls. With so many people, it was easy for noise to escalate. Yet Li Jianmu's dorm remained remarkably tranquil. A group of girls meticulously unpacked their belongings, occasionally glancing at Li Jianmu, who was diligently drawing talismans at the table. Her wrist was strong, the vermilion brush gliding across the yellow paper with an elegance that was both swift and fluid, exuding an aura that commanded respect and made it difficult for others to gaze upon her for too long. Li Jianmu disliked leaving debts unpaid, having accepted the money. She was determined to complete the task promptly. Within an hour, she had barely managed to unpack her own belongings, just finishing the last of the drawings. After instructing Zhang Wenjing to deliver the completed talismans, she released a sigh of relief, keeping one final talisman for herself before calling for Li Qingqing and others to join her for a meal. The military district had designated a mess hall to cater to them for the next 3 days. When Li Jianmu arrived, the dining hall was already bustling with students in uniforms, a lively atmosphere surrounding them. Chapter 52. The Old Tree Stump. Several tables in the cafeteria were abuzz with discussions about the talismans. At the time, the line for the new students had been long, and only 2 classes had witnessed the scene with Li Jianmu and He-jin. Yet, in just a short hour, it seemed that all the new students were aware of a girl in Class 1 who could draw talismans. Some believed, while others remained skeptical. However, without exception, this topic had become the most talked about phenomenon. As Li Jianmu and her friends entered the cafeteria, nearly every table was engrossed in conversations about this very subject. At the most boisterous table, He-jin animatedly recounted a tale so vivid that it seemed to transport his listeners into a fantastical realm, where ants and insects were scattered away. Upon concluding, he lingered on the excitement, lamenting, Alas, if only I were a classmate of Li, I could acquire the insect-repelling talisman. Otherwise, I would surely demonstrate to you what it means to have all insects retreat. A classmate chimed in, Are you certain it's not because you've offended Li? Of course not, He-jin replied. Li is very fair. She only sells to her classmates, and others cannot purchase it, so your efforts would be in vain. Just then, he caught sight of Li Jianmu approaching, and his spirits lifted. Before he could even smile, he noticed Li's gaze resting upon Wang Karen beside him. Wang, this is for you. Before Wang stood the fabled insect-repelling talisman, its reputation preceding it. A hush fell over the crowd. Wang, in disbelief, rose to her feet. For me? Li Jianmu nodded with a smile. Last time I mentioned I'd reciprocate, but I couldn't find the right moment. I hope you won't find it lacking. It turned out she remembered her after all. Wang Karen scratched her head, a bashful smile gracing her lips. I thought you might have forgotten me. How could I? She had merely been busy lately, with no time to deliver her gratitude. After exchanging the gift, having settled her debt, Li Jianmu proceeded to dine with her roommates. Wang Karen hurriedly called out, Li? Li Jianmu turned back. Wang, suppressing her embarrassment, said, I still have some beef jerky and also my hometown's delicacies, cheese crisps and milk tofu. They're quite delicious and authentic. Would you like to try some? Li Jianmu paused for a moment. Then I shall buy some from you. Now that she had a bit of money in her account, she was no longer that construction site girl who had to think twice about adding an extra chicken leg. Wang Karen, not one to be overly naive, thought that simply offering it outright might come off too forward and scare her off. Skipping that concern, she excitedly took out her phone. Let us exchange contact information first. I'll bring it to you when we return to school in a few days. Sure. It wasn't until Li Jianmu and her roommates departed that Wang Karen's group of mute friends finally reacted. Damn, Heisey, you've made it big. You actually know Li. Why didn't you say so sooner? Can you share her WeChat ID? I want to discuss purchasing the insect-repelling talisman with her. Heisey, sell me the talisman. I'll pay 300. I'll offer 500. I'll pay 1,000. Wang Karen hastily tucked the talisman into her pocket, shoving the noisy friends aside. Stop shouting. The talisman is not for sale, and I want to share my WeChat ID. Just give it up. Damn, brothers. Let us beat him up. In an instant, Wang Karen found herself besieged by a group of boys. Once her roommates had vented their frustrations, she quietly picked up her phone and sent a message to her mother, who was far away on the vast prairie. Mom, I miss home. Could you send me another box of local specialties? After receiving her mother's affirmative response, she put her phone away. It should take about 3 days for the package to arrive from the prairie to the school, right? The light-hearted banter during lunch that morning was the last bit of joy for everyone. From the afternoon onward, they officially entered training. The fatigue was threefold compared to their training at school, leaving the freshmen devoid of any inclination to discuss anything else. After the evening's activities concluded, a group of them washed up and collapsed into bed. In the dead of night, the tranquil mountains swayed gently in the breeze, a rustling sound echoing through the stillness. A 1-meter-high, pitch-black tree stump swayed freely, pretending that its bare branches still bore leaves, yet its exaggerated movements only dislodged a few rotten branches, lacking any semblance of grace. The following day, before dawn, at 5 o'clock, while the freshmen were still lost in slumber, a thunderous clap of thunder shattered the silence. The students awoke, bewildered, sitting up in bed as the sound of an exercise routine blared from a loudspeaker. Concurrently, the instructors outside began knocking on doors. The whistle, the trumpet song, and the knocking created a cacophony that swiftly roused the dormant dormitory. 10 minutes to gather downstairs. Latecomers will run an additional lap for every 5 minutes they are tardy. Hurry, hurry. A frenzy ensued as everyone scrambled to wash up and change clothes, some neglecting to brush their teeth, others putting on shoes incorrectly, limping as they rushed outside. Li Jianmu's dormitory was no different, but thankfully, they managed to arrive within the 10-minute window. Reporting. Instructor Wang nodded. Form up. Then they continued to wait, as many had yet to arrive. Watching the time slip away, Instructor Wang's expression darkened as he glanced at his watch, eyeing the dormitory building. The neighboring class was in a similar predicament. 10 minutes passed, and only half the students had arrived. Another 5 minutes passed, and they reached 2/3. Finally, after another 5 minutes, they were all present. Excellent. It appears that some of you will be running 1 or 2 extra laps today. Splendid. The students remained unfazed. What us, an extra couple of laps. At worst, we'll just get more food after. Instructor Wang found their expressions amusing, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention. Morning exercises in the military district are not held on the playground, but rather involve running around the mountain. Since you are merely here for military training practice, we will run in a smaller inner circle, and each lap will take about half an hour. Finish running and you can eat. Those who have to run an extra lap will catch only the leftovers in the cafeteria, while those running 2 laps will unfortunately find themselves starving until noon. The group erupted in chaos, cries of despair filling the air. What kind of university military training is this? ISN-T military training just about practicing standing at attention and at ease? Why were they subjected to such hardship? Despite their grumbling, they still had to run. Instructor Wang wasted no words, leading the group out the door to begin their run. The sky was still dimly lit, with darkness obscuring their classmates' features. A chorus of voices echoed as they chanted slogans, while in front and behind them were the lines of students from other classes, forming a long snake that wound around the mountain trails. Li Jianmu moved with grace, her roommates huffing and puffing beside her, yet she found herself lost in thought. The mountain air was rich with vitality. She circulated her energy, absorbing the pristine morning essence, feeling increasingly invigorated. Suddenly, she glanced to her left at the mountain peak. Along the sides of the constructed path, there were slopes adorned with low shrubs and flowers. A rather lively, anomalous aura seemed to follow the students' procession along the hillside. Chapter 53. What are you? Suddenly, a classmate stumbled while running. Those behind had no time to break, and in an instant, they all fell to the ground. Exclamations of pain filled the air. The instructor rushed over. What is going on? What happened? Instructor, something tripped me. The first fallen classmate was helped up, rubbing their knee. The instructor approached and indeed spotted a small, palm-sized twig on the ground, his expression darkening. It's just a little root. No need to make a fuss. After confirming that the student was uninjured and could continue running, the instructor moved on. He quickened his pace, shouting, "There are many small stones and roots on the mountain path. Be careful not to twist your ankles while running." One student muttered, "If I twist my ankle, doesn't that mean I can skip training?" The instructor immediately turned in the direction of the voice, sternly demanding, "Who said that? Step forward. You'll run 3 extra laps." Suddenly, silence reigned, and everyone obediently resumed their run. However, whether it was this remark that opened a new avenue of thought for the students or the abundance of small stones and roots on the mountain path, after the first person fell, many more students stumbled in the following 20 minutes. Though none were seriously hurt, the frequent trips slowed the entire group's progress. Eventually, when a small piece of wood unexpectedly appeared beneath Li Jianmu's foot, she could no longer contain herself. She raised her foot and kicked it, sending the piece of wood soaring as if it had gained eyes, flying out of the line and striking a moving wooden post on the hillside with precision. With a startled exclamation, He Mu Zhuang's aged voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the running team and their chants, failing to attract any attention. Meanwhile, Li Jianmu unleashed a flicker of spiritual energy from her fingertips, instantly immobilizing the tree stump in place. Beside her, Li Qingqing gaped slightly, her eyes darting towards Li Jianmu's gesturing fingers as she ran. What had she seen? A glimmer of white light emanating from Li Jianmu's fingertips? What could that possibly be? A spell? A torrent of questions flooded Li Qingqing's mind. She yearned to inquire of Li Jianmu, yet the throngs of people around them silenced her curiosity. Having completed the first lap, the sky began to brighten, and those who had arrived on time could return for breakfast. The remaining students had to endure a second and third lap. Li Jianmu informed Zhang Wenjing of her intention to run another lap. A decision met with no surprise by her peers in Class 302, who were well aware of her dedication to fitness. Only Li Qingqing, sensing something unusual, immediately clutched her arm. "I want to run another lap with you." "You? Has the sun risen in the west? Qingqing, you're actually volunteering for extra practice?" Zhang Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qingqing raised her chin defiantly. "What is wrong with that? Unlike you, I'll push myself if my stamina is lacking. You just slack off, right? I take pride in my laziness, young lady. You focus on your training, we won't disturb you," Zhang Ling retorted, unbothered by any provocation. Li Qingqing clung tightly to Li Jianmu's arm. "Let us go." Li Jianmu sighed. "How are you going to run like this? What are you running for? You're not even trying to run." She glanced around, leaned in closer, and whispered, "Don't think you can fool me. I saw you casting a spell over by the roadside. Is there something strange over there? Show me, I want to see." Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow. "You saw it? What did you see?" "The white light?" It dawned on Li Qingqing that no one else had spoken up earlier because ordinary people couldn't see that white light. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Does that mean I'm exceptionally gifted, a natural spirit body, a rare talent in cultivation?" Li Jianmu remained stoic, shaking off Li Qingqing's grip as she sprinted towards the trapped tree stump. "Hey, I was joking. I just read a few cultivation novels recently. They all say things like that. Wait for me, don't run so fast, it's exhausting." Li Jianmu continued her jog along the track, gradually distancing herself from the other punished students. She was exercising of her own accord, and the supervising instructor paid her no mind. Before long, only she and Li Qingqing remained on that stretch of the track. Upon reaching the bound black stump, Li Jianmu came to a halt.
Li Qingqing pantà.
Her eyes alight with curiosity. Is this the spot? What on earth is it? Li Jianmu did not respond. Instead, she pushed aside the low shrubs lining the path and ventured further in. Li Qingqing trailed behind, glancing around. The morning light was faint, and the silence felt eerie once the clamor of students faded away. She swallowed hard, decisively grasping Li Jianmu's arm, matching her pace.
Hey.
It wouldn't be a ghost, right? Li Jianmu looked surprised. You're afraid of grave relocation, but not of ghosts? Well, that is somewhat different. Grave relocations happen in desolate areas, but this is a military district. It's been a military district for many years. Even if there were ghosts, they'd surely be benevolent spirits, fighting for the nation and its people. Li Qingqing reassured herself, as if convincing herself somehow. She straightened her back, emboldened. Li Jianmu smirked. Your resolve is commendable. Li Qingqing beamed, her interest piqued, casually plopping down on a nearby stump to boast. Of course. My uncle is a soldier, quite impressive. He used to be stationed in this military district, but he got reassigned a couple of years ago. If he were still here, I could probably get a sick leave and skip some training. Li Jianmu noted her wistful tone without comment. Li Qingqing then inquired. You still haven't told me. Is it a ghost? Or perhaps a mountain monster or a spirit? It's the stump you're sitting on, Li Jianmu replied. Li Qingqing blinked in surprise. What? Little girl, you're looking for me. The stump finally could no longer contain itself and spoke. What could be more terrifying than a stump suddenly coming to life beneath one's seat? Li Qingqing leaped back, pale-faced, retreating behind Li Jianmu. Her eyes widened as she pointed at the stump, looking to Li Jianmu. It can talk? Li Jianmu nodded. Yes. Then you. Li Qingqing was so startled that her speech faltered for a moment before she finally blurted out. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. The old stump chuckled. You young lady, if you hadn't sat on me, I wouldn't have been able to speak at all. Even after this revelation, Li Qingqing remained in disbelief. She clutched Li Jianmu's clothing tightly. What on earth is this? A chance encounter. The old pine stump awakened by the mountain's spiritual energy, Li Jianmu explained slowly. The old stump grinned. I've grown so dark and charred, and yet you can still recognize my essence. Are you a little practitioner? Li Qingqing frowned. Practitioner is practitioner. What do you mean by little practitioner? It sounds rather disrespectful. The old stump replied. Hey, how old are you too? I've existed for over 1,000 years. Witnessing countless practitioners rise and fall, referring to her as a little practitioner is hardly inappropriate. 1,000 years?
Li Jianmu glança sidawais.
Li Qingqing scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? A stump that's 1,000 years old can't possibly be this thin. If you truly lived that long and still can't withstand a single attack, then your 1,000 years have been rather unimpressive. The old stump fell silent. After a long pause, it remarked softly, Young lady, your words are rather unkind. Li Qingqing rubbed her nose, realizing she might have struck a nerve. What practitioners have you seen? Li Jianmu suddenly asked. The old stump remained quiet for a moment longer before its aged voice finally emerged. I can't recall clearly. Some said they were from the Xianin sect, others from the Zhengyang sect. There was also the San Shangguan, known for its excellent geomancy, where many practitioners would come to either seclude themselves or establish sections. Li Jianmu nodded. Indeed, this place had favorable geomancy, even without an official gathering array. The spiritual energy was higher than elsewhere, making it suitable for practitioners to reside during this decline of the spiritual era. Have you heard of the Qingxian sect? The old stump seemed taken aback. Qingxian sect. There are still people who know of the Qingxian sect? It appeared he had indeed heard of it. This was the first time Li Jianmu had learned of her sect since arriving in this world. She couldn't help but speak with urgency. Why can't you know? Have you seen practitioners from Qingxian sect? I haven't seen them, the old stump replied regretfully. When the Qingxian sect fell, I had only just begun to awaken my intellect. However, I have heard tales of the grandeur of the foremost sect in the realm of metaphysics.
Fell. Li Jianmu's pupils constricta sharply.
Her throat felt dry. When did this happen? What do you mean by fell? Let me calculate. Precisely 1,000 years ago, the old stump stated. Li Qingqing interjected. You've lived so long, and you remember it so clearly? The old stump let out a cold laugh. Of course. Even if I were to fade away, I would never forget that year. I stood at the peak of this mountain, laboring for hundreds of years, finally awakening my spiritual intelligence to cultivate, when suddenly, the heavens unleashed a great fire. Had I not severed my branches to survive, who knows what would have become of me? Li Qingqing muttered. Wasn't it said that the sect was destroyed? Li Jianmu narrowed her eyes. So the Qingxian sect was also consumed by that great fire? Indeed, the old stump confirmed. That fire ravaged half of Huaxia's territory, obliterating many renowned sects of that time. The Qingxian sect suffered the most devastating blow. It is said that none survived. After the fire was extinguished, the Qingxian sect's grounds remained lifeless for 3 centuries. Li Jianmu stood there, her expression icy, radiating a cold aura of slaughter. She had contemplated that perhaps her sect had long since vanished. Such was the law of nature. Prosperity must lead to decline. She could accept the gradual decline of her sect due to poor inheritance, the emergence of traitors, the end of an era, or the machinations of those in power, leading to its eventual disappearance in the annals of history. However, she could not come to terms with such a sudden calamity. Strangely, the Great Fire had little effect on the common folk, yet it wreaked havoc upon various mystical sects, resulting in the obliteration of numerous esoteric arts, leaving behind but a handful of capable individuals. This mountain, once a stronghold of a mystical sect, also fell victim to the fiery retribution, bringing ruin to all living beings upon it. Alas, I too am unfortunate. Many speak of the mystical sects as claiming to communicate with heaven and earth, yet in truth, they exploit the loopholes within the natural order to divulge celestial secrets. Thus, they have incurred the wrath of the heavenly path, which unleashed the purging fire. Since then, the mystical sects have seldom flourished. Instead, they have retreated into the mountains, with the number of practitioners dwindling. Apart from you, the last time I encountered a practitioner was 18 years ago, yet that young mystic was woefully inept, unable to keep pace even with me. The old tree stump expressed its disdain. Li Jianmu cast a glance at the old tree stump. Having attained sentience a millennium ago, this pine tree, in its current state as a stump, had cultivated for 1,000 years, capable of speech and able to traverse the mountain, indicating its remarkable innate quality. Yet, despite this, the charred, blackened shell it bore could not be cleansed, attesting to the fact that the inferno it spoke of was indeed no ordinary flame. After extracting this information from the old stump, Li Jianmu liberated it from its bindings and departed. Li Qingqing, linking arms with Li Jianmu, inquired curiously, "Are you not going to take him with you? Aren't practitioners and spirits adversaries? The heavens bestow equal life upon all beings, and every entity possesses a spirit. Strictly speaking, practitioners are also humanoid spirits, no different from a stump that has cultivated through the essence of heaven and earth. It is merely that humanity stands at the apex of creation, thus imbuing them with distinct significance. Practitioners and spirits are not inherently opposed unless one has shed blood."
Li Jianmu replia.
The old stump bore no blood debts. On the contrary, despite its ashen exterior, it possessed remarkably pure spiritual energy. However, now, apart from itself, there were no other spirits on the mountain, and having refrained from speaking with anyone for decades, it found itself delighting in mischief. The military district personnel were highly vigilant. No stone or stump would be easily toppled, so each year, the new students undergoing military training became the targets of its antics. Quite a wicked sense of humor. Li Qingqing remarked, "What if he has killed someone? What would you do then?" Li Jianmu halted her steps, slowly responding, "Eliminate." A shiver ran through Li Qingqing, and she swallowed hard. She inexplicably sensed a murderous aura emanating from Li Jianmu in that moment. Li Jianmu had no intention of taking the old stump with her. After a millennium on the mountain, it had its own destiny and fate. Yet, the old stump seemed quite eager to follow her. The following morning, as was customary, they rose before dawn to partake in physical training. This time, without the old stump's interference, the group ran in unison, though this was true only for the others. Positioned on the outer circle, Li Jianmu, upon the darkened mountain path, noticed a small, child-sized, blackened stump making its way into her pocket at the opportune moment. Li Jianmu furrowed her brow slightly and casually tossed the stump away. The old stump fell stunned but grew increasingly tenacious. 5 minutes later, it again aimed for her pocket. With an impassive expression, Li Jianmu continued to throw it away. The old stump persisted in burrowing into her pocket. She kept tossing it. This continued until the old stump grew weary. Li Jianmu finally completed her run. On the last occasion, standing at the finish line, she observed the eager stump at the roadside and warned softly, "Should you cause any more trouble, do not blame me for being unkind." At the same time, a thin layer of spiritual energy enveloped her palm, brimming with potential. The stump darted away, skirting the lush grass. A classmate behind them remarked, "I think I just saw a rat scurry by pitch black." Li Jianmu. Witnessing everything and hearing Li Jianmu's words, Li Qingqing burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This old fellow has latched onto you. If you don't take him with you, will he not resent you?" Li Jianmu remained silent. That evening, 5 new students went missing. Chapter 55. Didn't he mention exorcising longworms? This incident, curiously enough, was somewhat related to Li Jianmu. The verdant mountains, abundant in flora and rich in spiritual energy, were not only suitable for human habitation but also for small creatures. During the morning assembly for the mountain run, He-jin, still groggy from sleep, was late and punished with 3 laps. Based on yesterday's experience, completing 3 laps left no time for a meal. To spare his roommate from hunger, as He-jin's unfortunate friend, Wang Karen went ahead to the cafeteria to purchase 2 buns, waiting for him at the entrance. Upon completing 3 laps, as He-jin wiped the sweat from his brow while walking over, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head, halting in his tracks, his eyes widening in astonishment. The cafeteria's pork and cabbage buns smelled delightful, but due to a purchase limit, each person could only take 4. "These 2 were saved for my teeth, remember? You owe me a meal." Wang Karen, bewildered, handed over the buns. He-jin, however, paid no mind to the buns. Sweat streamed down his face as he growled, "Don't move." Wang Karen was taken aback, following He-jin's gaze, and felt a shiver run down his spine. On the adjacent path, a large snake coiled within the grass. Its vibrant, multicolored scales blending seamlessly with the surrounding flora, making it nearly undetectable at first glance. Yet its cold, piercing eyes were impossible to ignore. It was said that the more flamboyant the snake, the more potent its venom. The 2 stood frozen, eyes locked onto the snake's head, unable to make a move. Just then, a few other classmates who had also been punished came ambling down the path, casually muttering about the instructor. Wang Karen, directly facing them, desperately gestured for them to be quiet, but the others failed to grasp his meaning, joking, "Hey, what are you 2 doing here, playing statue with those buns?" Suddenly, their voices startled the snake. The large serpent lunged from the grass, attacking the source of the noise. Its soft, slithering body glided smoothly across the ground, causing several boys to flee in terror without a second thought. The one who had just spoken became the snake's primary target. Having just completed 3 laps, the boy unleashed his full speed, not only running fast but also thinking quickly. Just as the snake was closing in, he reached out and grabbed Wang Karen, pulling him back. Wang Karen, caught off guard, fell to the ground with a thud. The snake was upon them. In the next moment, he felt neither the pain of a bite nor the constriction of being ensnared. Turning his head, Wang Karen saw the large snake extending its neck by half a meter, hissing and flicking its tongue at him, yet it dared not advance. The 2, a boy and a snake, maintained a distance of about 1 meter, both motionless. The frantic runner ahead, noticing the sudden stillness, observed the peculiar standoff and, growing bold, ceased his flight. Wang Karen swallowed hard.
He took a step back,
And the snake mirrored his movement, maintaining the distance. This snake did not seem unwilling to attack, but rather unable to approach. Fearful? Wang Karen's muddled mind struggled to find clarity, and finally, he recalled something, trembling as he retrieved the insect-repelling talisman from his pocket. As the talisman emerged, the snake indeed recoiled. Elated, Wang Karen cautiously rose, brandishing the talisman towards the snake. The snake again retreated a meter. It truly worked. You better leave now, or I'll summon someone to deal with you.
Go.
Quickly. He feigned a fierce demeanor, threatening the snake with the talisman. The snake, whether understanding his words or realizing it could not close the distance, hesitated for a moment before reluctantly slithering back into the grass, disappearing quickly. Wang Karen, feeling a rush of relief, found his legs weak. Li Jianmu is incredible. She said this thing repels insects, but I didn't know it also repels large snakes. I must find her, and by one. He-jin, having witnessed everything, shouted in exasperation. The boys, who were also observing everything, fixed their keen gazes upon the talisman for repelling insects held by Wang Karen. Is this the talisman that the people spoke of yesterday, distributed by Class 1? One remarked. It's not distributed. It's purchased for 200 yuan each. However, as you can see, it can repel snakes. Such a price is truly a bargain. Unfortunately, only Class 1 has access to it. Alas, we cannot obtain it, He-jin responded, familiar and casual. The boys exchanged glances and chuckled. Just because others could not acquire it did not imply they were equally incapable. Money can make the world go round. They were not lacking in funds. Thus, that afternoon, they procured several talismans for a hefty price from Class 1. Although they had witnessed Wang Karen repel a snake, they were still eager to experiment with this novel item themselves. After the afternoon training concluded, the 5 of them, disregarding dinner, exited the military camp. Subsequently, they never returned. Initially, everyone assumed they had gone to explore the camp, as the instructors had mentioned certain areas were open for visitations, and some students would take the opportunity to look around during breaks. It wasn't until the evening roll call that they realized those 5 individuals were missing. For hours had already elapsed since their last sighting. At first, it was merely noted that a few students from the international class were absent. Concerned about a potential incident, the instructors instructed the class leaders to disseminate a message seeking the missing individuals. In Class 1's group chat, Zhang Wenjing posted the message listing the names of the 5 missing students, stating, "If anyone saw these individuals this afternoon, please contact me privately." After sending the message, she did not follow up. Zheng Ling, drying her hair, wondered aloud which class's students could be missing. It couldn't possibly be from our School of Management, could it? No, they're students from the international class, all of whom are wealthy and influential, audacious to the extreme, and look down upon the instructors, believing them to be mere laborers. They have likely wandered off to engage in some mischief, Zhang Wenjing scoffed. Beijing University attracts the nation's elite. Yet it does not imply that all students within are paragons of virtue. Some privileged youths manage to ascend to lofty positions solely due to their financial prowess. Take the missing students, for example. Such individuals are typically fearless, relishing in chaos. The idea that they would dare to roam freely within a military camp is perplexing. Zhang Wenjing believed there was little overlap between her class and the international class. However, she was surprised when, after sending a routine message in the class group, someone promptly messaged her privately. The individual who contacted her quickly revealed that they had sold the talismans to the group of 5 who were now missing. Zhang Wenjing was at a loss for words. I can hardly believe it. Countless individuals outside desire to purchase authentic talismans, yet Shaoli sells them for 200 yuan each as a gesture of camaraderie, and they have taken on the role of resellers. Angrily, she shared the screenshots of their conversation with the instructors. Coupled with the information from Wang Karen and others, the instructors soon concluded that these individuals had ventured off to explore with the talismans. The talisman and the name Li Jianmu were intrinsically linked. Therefore, while the instructors continued their search for the 5 missing students, they summoned Li Jianmu. Chapter 56, The Enlightened Serpent. Report. Li Jianmu stepped out and saluted Instructor Wang, who awaited her outside. Initially, she presumed he would interrogate her regarding the sale of the talismans. However, Instructor Wang merely scrutinized her for a moment before asking, "Are you truly a talisman master?"
Li Jianmu nudda afirmatively.
Apart from repelling insects, what else can you do? Can you locate individuals? Li Jianmu remained silent. Instructor Wang elaborated. You must have heard about the situation concerning those students from the international class. They're your classmates, and they possess your talismans. According to the methods of a talisman master, it should not be difficult to find them, correct? Li Jianmu hesitated before inquiring. Why do you place such faith in my abilities, Instructor Wang? Ah, you're being modest. Did team leader Xiao not inform you that we were former classmates? Although one of us joined the military and the other became a police officer, we have been good friends for over a decade. He mentioned that you, Li, are quite remarkable. Otherwise, when Xiao Qi sought your assistance, he would not have readily arranged for your leave, Instructor Wang replied. Understanding dawned upon Li Jianmu, and she shifted the topic. Did team leader Xiao discuss the fees with you? What? Instructor Wang was taken aback.
Li Jianmu earnestly explained, Instructor.
Talisman masters charge for their services. Those students are still your classmates, and they are in possession of your talismans. She continued, if you purchased a frozen fish from the supermarket and used it as a weapon to commit murder, would you hold the supermarket accountable? Instructor Wang fell silent. He regarded Li Jianmu's earnest expression for a long moment before finally chuckling. Very well, Li. I commend your business acumen. Let us discuss the fees. If you merely desire their locations, it will cost 200. If you require me to locate them and bring them back, the fee will depend on their circumstances. Li Jianmu whispered, her tone imbued with an air of mystery. Instructor Wang felt a chill run down his spine, but ultimately, he opted to allow Li Jianmu to accompany them in the search. He was unsure whether the students were trapped somewhere or simply wandering about. If they calculated their location now, the missing individuals might have already relocated. Li Jianmu and Instructor Wang exited the military district. just as they reached the entrance. Instructor Wang smacked his forehead. Wait, should I not first retrieve the personal belongings of those boys from the dormitory? There's no need. Li Jianmu shook her head. Then how will you ascertain their location? I've heard that talisman masters typically require a medium, Instructor Wang queried.
Li Jianmu raplia nonchalantly.
I am not an ordinary talisman master. She felt the black wooden stump in her pocket, which had indeed found its way there as anticipated. After being threatened by Li Jianmu that morning, it had fled, seemingly thinking it could escape. However, it reappeared by noon, following her closely and almost getting discovered several times, causing some to murmur about the military district's otherwise perfect conditions being marred by the presence of rodents. Li Qingqing, aware of the truth, found it amusing. Ultimately, Li Jianmu had no choice but to allow the old tree stump to remain comfortably in her pocket, as it had informed her that it knew the whereabouts of the missing students. Instructor Wang mistakenly believed Li Jianmu was merely arrogant, though speechless. He had no choice but to follow her lead. Upon exiting the military district gates, Li Jianmu purposefully turned to the right. Initially, she followed the main path used for drills, but after a while, she veered onto a narrow pathway. The route became increasingly constricted, with soft grass beneath her feet and wild vegetation flourishing on either side, indicating that this was seldom traversed. The lights of the military district gradually faded from view, and the path became ever more treacherous. Instructor Wang snapped a twig to clear the low bushes, muttering in frustration, "What are these young people doing? Wandering off to such remote places? They clearly have not been tempered by nature. They are asking for trouble." Li Jianmu wholeheartedly agreed, especially when they reached a clearing and noticed traces of blood. Instructor Wang, having missed the sight, caught the scent of blood, his expression shifting to one of seriousness.
Blood.
Fresh blood, at that. He pulled out his phone and activated the flashlight. Not far from them, 2 branches were thrust into the ground, with pieces of meat tied atop them and a small pile of wood beneath. It was evident that someone intended to start a fire for cooking. However, the meat, Li Jianmu averted her gaze slightly, was hanging from a tree directly opposite the woodpile, 3 snakes dangling from it. Strictly speaking, they were dripping with blood. The snakes' heads drooped, their skins crudely processed, making for a gruesome sight. Instructor Wang's countenance darkened. He bit his lip, observing the scene for a considerable time before suppressing his inner chill and stating, "Let us find the others." Li Jianmu nodded, indicating a direction. The 2 individuals walked briskly. Yet as they advanced, they soon realized something was amiss. They had unwittingly entered a dead end. A dense thicket of low shrubs and various thorny plants intricately wove a barrier ahead, rendering passage impossible for any sensible person. "Is this truly the place?" Instructor Wang queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Li Jianmu gazed intently at the thicket, silently questioning the black wooden stake nestled in her pocket. The voice of the elder echoed in Li Jianmu's ear, laced with a hint of excitement, confirmed, "It is indeed that raised patch ahead. That large snake has been cultivating for an unknown period. By the time I, old pine tree, became aware, it was nearing sentience. On multiple occasions, I attempted to capture it for conversation, but it disregarded me, preferring to remain ensconced in its burrow, endlessly digging, twisting and turning in a labyrinthine manner, such a bore." Li Jianmu's gaze shifted to the thicket, where, hidden amidst the brambles, lay a dark, low mound resembling half a grave sprawled on the ground. She furrowed her brow slightly, searching for an entrance. Instructor Wang crouched down, using his flashlight to scrutinize the surroundings. The dense grass bore traces of serpentine movements, and as a man accustomed to the mountains, he quickly discerned certain signs, confirming that indeed, a large reptilian creature had traversed this area. However, as he observed the drag marks, he murmured to himself, "Since when have such thick snakes existed in the mountains?" A sudden premonition of dread flickered in his mind. "There's blood,"
Li Jianmu exclaimed suddenly.
Upon hearing this, Instructor Wang rushed over. Circling around to where Li Jianmu stood, he couldn't suppress a gasp. The thicket, densely entwined, formed a circular shape akin to a pot lid, leading deep into the thorns, resembling a slide at an amusement park. Yet, this slide lacked any sense of whimsy. Its perimeter was riddled with spikes, each stained with blood. More accurately, it appeared that someone had been dragged alive into the depths of the thicket, creating this cylindrical trap. The unfortunate individual was likely riddled with wounds. Instructor Wang remained silent for a considerable time before asking, "Are they still alive?" His spirit waned. Initially, he had hoped for the safety of the students, but now, given the circumstances, he simply wished for their survival.
Li Jianmu nudda.
There were indeed 5 living presences beneath. Are they inside? How do we get in? We can't possibly crawl in there, can we? That would cost us half our lives. Moreover, who knows what lies within? I'll find someone to clear these thorny vines, he suggested. There's no time, Li Jianmu replied, shaking her head. From her pocket, she retrieved a piece of yellow paper. Channeling her energy through her fingertips as if wielding a pen, she swiftly inscribed a symbol upon the paper. In an instant, a golden light flickered. And the talisman was complete. She folded the talisman into a triangle and ignited it in her palm. As the ashes scattered towards the thicket, tiny sparks of flame flickered upon contact, vanishing almost instantaneously. Before she could ponder her ethereal symbol crafting, she noticed the flames extinguishing. Instructor Wang instinctively remarked, "The fire is too small to ignite. Let me find some dry leaves to make it larger." Yet, before he could finish, the thicket seemed to come alive, suddenly parting to reveal a narrow path.
Es lichts milagrassa lisiammus lips.
Thank you. Instructor Wang was left astounded. Has this thorny vine gained sentience? It has always possessed life, Li Jianmu replied nonchalantly. Not only that, but it also exhibits remarkable awareness. The thicket had directly opened a path to the entrance of the earthen mound. The half-meter-high mound revealed a slight hollow, and when illuminated, it exposed a pitch-black space below. Drip, drip, drip. The subterranean cavern was low and oppressive, rendering it difficult to breathe. The silence was only disturbed by the rhythmic dripping sound, which could easily lull one into a stupor. In the corner, a dark serpent coiled, nearly blending into the cave itself. Only its cold, sinister eyes remained visible, fixated on the cave's ceiling not far away. There, 5 long serpents were coiled around 5 individuals, their tattered clothing and numerous wounds evident. Blood dripped down, pooling onto the ground with a rhythmic patter. Among these blood-loss victims, one stirred slightly, roused by an unsettling sensation of weightlessness, causing him to feel nauseous. As he opened his eyes to the scene before him, his pupils dilated sharply, and he screamed. Suddenly, the constricting force around his abdomen tightened abruptly, as if his very organs were being crushed. The air in his lungs was squeezed out, and his scream was swiftly silenced. In the narrow passage, not far away, Li Jianmu and Instructor Wang exchanged glances. The cave's passage was predominantly low, compelling them to stoop as they navigated its maze-like structure. Despite having descended for several minutes, they had encountered several snakes, but had yet to find any humans. This scream served as a beacon, guiding them forward. Inside the cave, the awakened student's face was flushed crimson, his eyes bulging, and blood continued to flow from him at an alarming rate. The constricting force around him intensified. Just as Li Jianmu and Instructor Wang approached, they were astonished to discover that the cave was brightly illuminated. The next moment, they saw that the individual, gasping for breath, was on the verge of being strangled. Li Jianmu's expression shifted slightly. She raised her hand, and a beam of light shot forth, quickly striking the student at the waist. The serpent coiling around him was injured, and swiftly released its grip. The student fell to the ground with a thud, grimacing in pain. Zhong Ziheng, Instructor Wang exclaimed, instinctively moving forward. Yet, in the next moment, he halted in his tracks, dumbfounded as a large serpent slithered toward them from the corner. The serpent rose to a height of 1 meter, its body as thick as an adult's thigh, with chilling eyes that resembled 2 large, luminous beads, both striking and terrifying. Even for someone seasoned, Instructor Wang was left in a state of shock. He swallowed hard. Though he had heard tales of giant pythons in tropical jungles and watched numerous documentaries, he never imagined encountering such a specimen in the northern city military district. This was no cinematic illusion. It was a living creature before his very eyes, imbued with a certain intelligence. Li Jianmu, we must leave, he urged, his tone urgent as he reached for his pocket, where a dagger for self-defense lay. Perhaps it could buy Li some time. Li Jianmu seemed oblivious to his concerns. Gently pressing down on his hand, her gaze locked onto the great serpent.
Hello.
The serpent paused, its cold eyes scrutinizing her. Li Jianmu attempted to convey her goodwill. This serpent had already attained a degree of intelligence. While it was not yet capable of speech, it could comprehend human language. Most importantly, there was no overwhelming aura of malice surrounding it, and its spiritual energy was remarkably pure. Instructor Wang was left bewildered, murmuring, "Can it understand us?" Li Jianmu nodded yes. It seems to possess a gentle disposition and would not strike first. No sooner had she spoken than the serpent opened its enormous jaws. unleashing a long forked tongue towards Li Jianmu, its gaping maw seemingly capable of swallowing their heads whole. Caught off guard, they both darted in opposite directions, retreating hastily. Instructor Wang stumbled backward, landing heavily on the ground, dazed and seeing stars. Clutching his head, he noticed that the serpent did not pursue him but rather continued its advance toward Li Jianmu.
Li Jianmu leapt nimbly.
Utilizing every ounce of her agility within the confined space, each movement covering considerable distance. Yet, despite her efforts, the serpent continued to close in. What is happening? Instructor Wang was dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be gentle? Li Jianmu was equally perplexed. The serpent's sudden aggression left her at a loss. Her aura was remarkably pure, which should have rendered her highly compatible with the flora and fauna that thrived on spiritual energy. However, it was utterly absurd to find herself being pursued and attacked by this gentle giant of a serpent upon their very first encounter. In the confined space, her escape was somewhat clumsy, prompting Li Jianmu to abandon her peaceful intentions. She pivoted, stepping onto the rocky cave floor, and began to form a spell, preparing to retaliate. Yet, her movements were so expansive that a piece of blackwood tumbled from her pocket. Instantly, the enormous serpent coiled its body and slithered directly towards the blackwood stake. Li Jianmu's eyes flickered as she continued to cast her spell. Before the serpent could reach the stake, she erected an invisible barrier in its path. The serpent's head collided with it with a resounding thud, causing it to rebound and flip onto its back. Li Jianmu leaped down and, under the serpent's watchful gaze, retrieved the blackwood stake. Upon looking back at the serpent, she could see its eyes filled with a newfound fury. She tapped the blackwood stake and inquired, "Do you have a grievance with it?" The stake replied sheepishly, "Just a minor issue, nothing of great consequence." Chapter 57. The Spirit Lock Pearl. Li Jianmu crossed her arms and regarded the suspended blackwood stake with a cold gaze, while the serpent remained just a step away, thwarted by an unseen barrier. What exactly is this minor grievance? Please elucidate. The aged stake sighed heavily for a considerable time. Seeing that Li Jianmu was unmoved and determined to hear an answer, it finally relented and spoke candidly. Choosing its words with care, it said, "Well, it's not particularly significant. I previously mentioned that the spiritual energy here is abundant, and that a practitioner of the arcane arts once secluded himself in this vicinity over a century ago. Upon his passing, he left behind a spiritual artifact that is beneficial for cultivation. I had every intention of acquiring it, but to my dismay, this wild serpent appeared out of nowhere and whisked it away. I have attempted to reclaim it several times." Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow. "With your millennia of cultivation, you couldn't overpower a newly awakened serpent?" This remark was rather unflattering. The old stake retorted, "What's wrong with that? It's perfectly normal for an old man like me to be outpaced by the youth. Besides, my foundation has been damaged by a great fire, hindering my cultivation speed. Most importantly, I am a peace-loving pine tree, unlike the serpent, which is all about combat and ensnaring students." The undertone was unmistakably evident, inciting the serpent's ire. It glared menacingly, its previously coiled form snapping back into an aggressive stance as it hissed at the old stake. The stake, undeterred by the invisible barrier, shook its head in mockery. "Oh, great black serpent, don't open your mouth so wide. You might ingest dust. You are making quite the spectacle. Yet you can't even land a single blow on a mere novice." The black serpent swiftly darted forward, colliding once more with the transparent barrier. The old stake basked in its triumph, its aged voice dripping with arrogance. "Look at you, such a massive creature. Yet you can't even handle a simple trick from a small practitioner. What a disgrace." The black serpent roared in frustration, thrashing its tail, while the old stake pranced about, unleashing a barrage of taunts. Li Jianmu merely flicked her fingertips, and the transparent barrier vanished without a sound. The serpent's tail swung through the newly unimpeded space, unaware of the absence of resistance, its eyes lighting up with delight. Before the old stake could react, the serpent lashed out with its tail, sending the floating stake crashing to the ground, dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent coiled around the stake, smashing it against the cave walls and the ceiling in a relentless display of chaos. Fragments of the stake scattered as it was mercilessly battered. Li Jianmu edged along the cave wall, maneuvering past the two combatants, making her way towards the adjacent room where Instructor Wang and the others were. The serpent's eyes flicked towards her but did not intervene, continuing its relentless assault on the old stake, which lamented in a cacophony of cries. Meanwhile, Instructor Wang, hearing the cacophony from just a wall away, felt a surge of trepidation. He had already rescued the students from their precarious predicament. The cave's low ceiling allowed him to easily extricate those who were bound above. Upon entering the room, Li Jianmu was met with the sight of her classmates lying unconscious on the ground. "You didn't kill the serpent, did you?" she inquired. Instructor Wang swiftly shook his head. No. I merely frightened them off with the insect-repelling talisman you gave me." The serpent, now awakened, had no fear of the talisman. But the common snakes did. The students had likely been captured for attempting to harm the serpent. Thus, he could not afford to slay it now.
Li Jianmu nudda.
Surveying the cave's interior, Instructor Wang crouched down to assess the 5 students, except for Zhong Ziheng, who was gravely injured. The others were in slightly better condition but had still lost considerable blood, their faces pale. "Li, these individuals need to be transported to the hospital immediately. And what about that serpent?" Li Jianmu's gaze fell upon the luminous orb in the corner, and she reached out to pluck it from its resting place, responding, "Do not worry, take them out." Suddenly, the serpent materialized at the entrance, causing Instructor Wang to freeze in place. As the orb was removed, the lighting in the room shifted. Li Jianmu turned to face the serpent blocking the doorway. This situation was instigated by these students. "Allow me to exchange this spirit lock pearl as a form of atonement, if that is acceptable?" The serpent contemplated her words for a moment before swaying its tail and easing aside, granting access to the entrance. Instructor Wang was astonished. It agreed? Li Jianmu nodded. "There is no signal here. Let us make a call and get them out."
All right.
Instructor Wang exclaimed, shouldering Zhong Ziheng and cautiously moving towards the exit. As he passed the serpent, he was noticeably more careful. However, the serpent merely cast a cold glance in his direction, showing no interest. With newfound courage, Instructor Wang quickened his pace. Li Jianmu examined the spirit lock pearl closely. This type of pearl, a product of the post-magic era, served as a method for storing spiritual energy. Yet, the technique required a high level of proficiency from practitioners. Even ordinary ones struggled to gather energy, let alone lock it away. Moreover, the amount of energy a spirit lock pearl could store was limited, and the process itself consumed energy, making it somewhat impractical for the average practitioner. 2 types of individuals found such pearls useful: those who reveled in combat, seeking to prevent their spiritual energy from depleting, and those who, on the brink of death, extracted their remaining energy to leave a gift for their descendants. It was yet unclear to which category this pearl belonged. However, the energy within this orb was both pure and abundant, suggesting that the deceased practitioner had been quite formidable. The serpent had only awakened for a little over a century, and its instinctual awareness recognized the value of the pearl, yet it lacked the knowledge to utilize it. Nevertheless, the energy radiating from the pearl had accelerated its cultivation significantly compared to ordinary spiritual entities. If it could fully absorb the energy contained within, it might soon achieve human speech. Unlocking someone else's spirit lock pearl was not a simple task. It involved deciphering various magical signatures left by the practitioner. Li Jianmu stowed the spirit lock pearl in her pocket and negotiated with the black serpent, promising to assist it in unlocking the pearl within a month, enabling its cultivation. The serpent's response was to contort its massive form, swiftly shedding weight until it transformed into a small black serpent, approximately 20 centimeters in length. It coiled its head and tail together, forming a circle, and adjusted its position before closing its eyes, becoming still. Instructor Wang, returning to carry out the second rescue, witnessed this transformation in awe and silently gave Li Jianmu a thumbs up. After making a phone call, Instructor Wang soon had military personnel arrive. He also managed to drag out the 5 students. Li Jianmu instructed him to take them further away. Once they had distanced themselves from the small mound, she turned back and directed a surge of spiritual energy at the thorny bushes, which closed in again, concealing the small mound and the underground cave. After all, she couldn't allow the serpent to return home to find it had been lost forever, could she? Chapter 58. Insufficient Aptitude. Li Jianmu exchanged pleasantries with Instructor Wang, stifled a yawn, and made her way back. Just before her departure, that elusive old tree stump once again slipped into her pocket. She absent-mindedly caressed it and, to her surprise, smirked. This serpent was rather formidable. The stump must have endured quite a beating. Otherwise, how could it feel a size smaller to the touch? Upon her return, the dormitory was already shrouded in darkness. She cautiously opened the door, inadvertently causing some noise. Zhang Wenjing turned over and whispered, "Xiaoli, you're back?"
Yes.
"Did you find the person?" In the dimness, the collective breaths of her companions grew lighter. Li Jianmu nodded. "I found them." Instantly, The remaining silence shattered as everyone craned their necks in anticipation. I heard that many personnel from the military district were dispatched but couldn't locate them. Where did you find them? Indeed, some in our class even speculated in the group chat whether they had been abducted by ghosts, perhaps ensnared by some illusion. Otherwise, how could the soldiers here fail to find them? Shaoli, did you find them? You're truly remarkable. Are all practitioners as formidable as you?
Shaoli.
Can you tell fortunes? Would you mind helping me with mine? Wonderful. Not a soul has fallen asleep. Li Jianmu wondered why they weren't tired. She certainly was. She yawned and replied, "You'll all find out tomorrow." She could divulge everything, but the military might not be so forthright, as speaking the truth could incite panic. Thus, it was prudent to await the instructor's explanation the following day. The others, unable to pursue their curiosity further, suppressed their inquisitiveness. Indeed, the next day, the official statement made no mention of the serpent or the serpent's den. It merely conveyed that the 5 individuals had idly wandered off to hunt in the wilderness, capturing and cooking snakes, only to be retaliated against by the snakes. As night fell, they hastily fled and accidentally tumbled into a thicket, resulting in their entrapment. Ultimately, the instructor delivered a stern warning. The wilderness harbors many dangers, even in bases with military presence. The creatures you encounter are vastly different from those in a zoo. They are wild, fierce, venomous, and may even band together. Do not emulate those social media influencers who undertake wilderness adventures. While roasting game and camping may appear idyllic, they are part of a team. You are not. Avoid harboring a false sense of security and refrain from harming small animals. Understood? Understood. The group replied in unison. Instructor Wang nodded, then abruptly added, "Whether you understand or not is inconsequential. You're leaving this afternoon. If you disobey and something unfortunate occurs, the ones who suffer will be you, and the ones who mourn will be your parents. This is not our concern." The students, there's no need for such remarks at this moment. In the morning, the military's restrictions tightened, forbidding students from entering or exiting freely. In the afternoon, each received 5 bullets and cued to shoot. This was the moment everyone had eagerly anticipated. Who among them had not harbored a dream of becoming a soldier? Who did not wish to handle a firearm? For many, this might be their sole opportunity to touch a gun in their lifetime. However, after 2 hours of waiting, they had a mere 30 seconds to shoot. Lying prone on the ground, bracing the rifle, they hadn't even aimed when the instructor urged them on. The sounds of comrades firing echoed in their ears. The training ground was a cacophony, making concentration impossible. Their fingers had already pulled the trigger, unleashing bullets at the target before them. Once the 5 bullets were expended, the instructor shouted, and they quickly stood, turned, and departed in another direction, marking the end of the exercise. The entire experience lasted less than a minute, leaving them with a distinctly unsatisfactory impression. At 4 in the afternoon, the familiar bus appeared at the military district's entrance. This time, they didn't have to walk down the mountain. The vehicle would take them directly back to school. Instructor Wang and Li Jianmu sat together. The instructors accompanied them to school, as the evening would feature a farewell gathering in their honor. "When can I arrange for the parents of Zhong Ziheng and the others to meet you to express their gratitude?" Li Jianmu inquired. "How are those individuals faring?" Aside from Zhong Ziheng, who had lost too much blood and was admitted to the intensive care unit last night, the others had regained consciousness, though their spirits were somewhat diminished. The events of the previous night might cast a long shadow over their lives. Li Jianmu nodded. "They deserve this." Instructor Wang was momentarily taken aback. "Since they are not in grave danger, let us settle the final payments." He hesitated before asking, "How much?" "Except for Zhong Ziheng, who is the most severely injured, the others shall receive 500,000 each." "And Zhong Ziheng?" 1 million. Instructor Wang responded, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Li Jianmu's gaze swept over him. "Is their life not worth that much?" "Not that. I merely feel the sum is somewhat high, and they might voice objections later." Li Jianmu regarded Instructor Wang. "This is below the market rate in the realm of metaphysics. I have already granted them a discount, considering our camaraderie." "That's a discounted price?" Instructor Wang appeared perplexed. "Do practitioners earn this much?" He glanced at the balance in his bank account, then at his paycheck. Suddenly, he turned to her. "Masterly, how do you assess my foundational aptitude? Perhaps I should study metaphysics under your tutelage?" Li Jianmu replied, "You're not serious." Instructor Wang maintained a solemn expression. Li Jianmu scrutinized him for a moment. "Your aptitude is far too lacking. You should focus on being a soldier." Instructor Wang sighed. "My dreams of earning 1 million a month are shattered. At 8 in the evening, the farewell gathering commenced. Students changed out of their military training attire and donned their casual clothes, with entire classes clustering together on the grass. North City University was filled with talent, and these freshmen harbored various skills. Without the hierarchical dynamic of instructors and students, everyone became significantly more lively, singing, dancing, performing skits, and everything in between. As one class showcased their talents, others gathered around, eventually forming a large group engaged in merriment. Li Jianmu quietly rose. In the distance, Mr. Zhongshan Ling observed the students playing with an amused smile, his lips curving upward. Li Jianmu took a seat beside him. The old gentleman turned and remarked, "Student Li has lost weight. It seems the military training was quite taxing." It was merely 3 days of military training. How much weight could I possibly lose? Li Jianmu opened a bottle of milk tea and offered it to him. The old gentleman took a sip, smacking his lips, quite fragrant and truly sweet. Is this what young people drink nowadays? In my day, even a bit of brown sugar water felt like a luxury. Life has truly improved. Li Jianmu refrained from responding to that and instead asked, "Have you made your decision, sir?" The old gentleman paused, then cheerfully took another sip of milk tea. "My answer remains unchanged. I shall not be reincarnated. You, on the other hand, should not worry about this old man, but rather concern yourself with other matters." Li Jianmu was perplexed. The old gentleman continued, "Can you guess how I managed to leave the biology building today? The young practitioner has a visitor looking for you. A rather handsome young man, quite decent. Upon hearing I couldn't leave the biology building, he even took the time to teach this old man a spell, allowing me to move about a bit more. Today's youth truly know how to respect their elders. It's quite commendable." Chapter 59. Black Pineapple. Friend? A friend who can perform spells? Li Jianmu pondered briefly before recalling Yunyi. Had he mentioned wanting to see her about something? Lowering her head, she opened WeChat and searched for his messages but found none. The old gentleman shook his head. "I'm not sure. He seems to harbor hostility toward this old man. If it weren't for that student who invited me to check on my health, he might have mistaken me for a ghost." After a moment of contemplation, the old gentleman muttered, "Then again, I am a ghost. You are a teacher in life and a respected figure in death. The students hold you in high regard." "You are no ordinary specter," Li Jianmu asserted. The old gentleman chuckled. "Though your demeanor may be cold, your words are quite pleasing."
Xiaoli, come hier.
In the distance, Zheng Ling was suddenly waving excitedly at her. Li Jianmu glanced at the old gentleman. He waved his hand. Go. Young people shouldn't always linger with an old man like me. Go enjoy time with your classmates." Li Jianmu rose, hesitating as if she had something to say, but ultimately decided, "Old sir, please refrain from leaving the biology building again. That spell is not something good." His soul was in a state of ethereal disarray. Previously trapped within the confines of the biology building, he found himself unable to confront the water ghost. Now, having employed a certain technique imparted by Yun Yi, he had unwittingly expended his soul's essence, which had originally afforded him a month's existence. Now, he feared he had less than 10 days remaining. The old gentleman nodded dismissively. I understand. You're quite long-winded, girl. Off you go now." Li Jianmu sighed inwardly, lowering her gaze as she made her way to class. The old man also rose, gazing out at the lively throng of new students, finishing his last sip of milk tea before strolling away, hands clasped behind his back. He, too, wished to linger a few more days, but the exuberance of the newcomers was overwhelming. He was uncertain when he might cease to exist. He longed to thoroughly explore the school one last time. "Li, come here. He has something to say to you." Li Jianmu turned her attention toward the crowd. A circle of students sat encircled, having somehow procured a speaker and microphone. He-jin stood at the center, nervously clutching the microphone while casting shy glances at Li Jianmu. "Classmate Li, I wish to sincerely apologize for my previous doubts regarding you and the metaphysical during our time at the military district. I am truly sorry." With that, he bowed deeply to her. Li Jianmu nodded. "I accept your apology." As she prepared to take her seat, she noticed her roommates gesturing frantically at her. Confused, she followed their gaze back to He-jin, who appeared flustered and awkwardly held the microphone.
Lili, está marat.
Li Jianmu was puzzled. What was with the blushing? A sense of foreboding briefly flickered in her mind. The next moment, amidst the teasing shouts and whistles from the crowd, He-jin mustered his courage. "Classmate Li, to express my remorse, I shall sing you a song. I hope you enjoy it." Before Li Jianmu could react, the music began to play. Not wanting to interrupt, She found a place to sit, her gaze fixed on He-jin, who was nervously clutching the microphone and frequently glancing her way, momentarily at a loss for words. Black pineapple, those eyes are moving, Lee Jianmu thought, her expression akin to that of an elderly man on the subway peering at a mobile phone. What is this? Zhang Wenjing stifled a laugh. A Cantonese song. Lee Jianmu replied, Is that how Cantonese sounds? Don't deceive me. I've heard Cantonese before. Zhang Ling covered her mouth and leaned in to add, It's just that he doesn't sing it very accurately, but the song is called I Like You. You understand, right? Li Qingqing rolled her eyes. What is there to like about someone you've barely met? Don't tell me this is some grand moral coercion in public. Lee Jianmu, if you're unhappy, don't hold back. Just leave. If you don't go, I'll use a forklift to drag you out. Lee Jianmu maintained an impassive expression. As the song concluded, the boys from He-jin's class hurriedly presented a bouquet of flowers. He-jin, holding the flowers, cast a glance toward Lee Jianmu, and the crowd erupted in cheers. With a flushed face, he took a deep breath and approached her. Classmate Lee, He-jin, stand here a meter away from you. The surrounding students held their breath, eagerly awaiting. Lee Jianmu tilted her head slightly, observing him with a composed demeanor, as if waiting for him to finish his thought. However, He-jin found himself speechless, his words lodged in his throat, his face crimson, unable to articulate a sound. The crowd waited in anticipation, and seeing his continued hesitation, they began to whistle. He-jin, are you going to say anything? Don't be timid. Come on. Express your feelings boldly. Quickly, say something, or we'll have to speak for you. He-jin's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He desperately wanted to speak. He wasn't being cowardly. Yet, the words eluded him. It felt as if his throat had gone dry, his mouth glued shut, unable to produce a sound. In a daze, he gazed at Lee Jianmu, who sat unwaveringly in her place, and suddenly, an understanding dawned upon him. The light in his eyes dimmed as he comprehended her unspoken message. His throat moved, and he turned to leave. This time, there were no impediments. What's going on? He-jin? Were you going to confess? He-jin's face turned beet red as he shot a glare in that direction. Who's confessing? What confession? You want to confess to someone? Take the flowers. Laughter erupted among the crowd. He-jin returned to his seat amidst a chorus of teasing gazes.
Li Qingqing skufa.
You can't even muster the courage to confess, yet you dare to put on this show? Zhang Wenjing chimed in. If you confess, you'll whisk Li away. If you don't, you're ridiculed for being cowardly. You've been criticized from all angles. Li Qingqing raised her chin defiantly. I simply disdain anyone who is unworthy of Lee Jianmu, yet lacks the self-awareness to know it. Here we go again. Zhang Ling finally posed the question. Li Qingqing, can you honestly tell me, do you dislike Lee Jianmu or do you like her? Li Qingqing shot a quick glance at Lee Jianmu before looking straight ahead. I dislike her. Suddenly, Lee Jianmu stood up. Li Qingqing quickly added, actually, it's not that I dislike her that much. It's just occasionally a little bit. That's acceptable, right, Lee Jianmu? You can't expect everyone to like you every moment, can you? You're right, Lee Jianmu nodded and turned to leave. Is she angry? Li Qingqing inquired of the person beside her. Zhang Ling rolled her eyes. You're really strange. If it were me, I would have been furious long ago. Only Lee Jianmu has such a good temper. Gu Xinyue nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Lee Jianmu received a phone call from Xiao Qi. Jiang Zhenjin had been awake for a day, her condition somewhat poor, while Madame Jiang had fallen ill. And Jiang Wei needed to care for both. He had heard she was in military training and didn't he want to disturb her. Miss Li, when do you have time to visit the hospital? Chapter 60. Growing old, fearful of death. Lee Jianmu's major was marketing, the greatest advantage being fewer classes compared to finance and accounting. She glanced at her schedule. She had only one class tomorrow morning. Therefore, she arranged to meet Xiao Qi for the following morning. After hanging up, she noticed that Zhou Shuai had also messaged her, stating that Sun Shi's family wished to see her. Upon checking the hospital address, it was Huan Private Hospital. Excellent, it all came together. Unfortunately, Zhong Ziheng and others were in the military hospital. Otherwise, they could have collaborated on customer follow-up work. After finishing her calls and responding to messages, her classmates had already dispersed, and the instructors had left. Li Jianmu returned directly to her dormitory. On her desk, she found a cup of handmade yogurt. She turned to look at Li Qingqing. I noticed you seemed to like this flavor last time, so I bought one, Li Qingqing coughed. Thank you, Li Jianmu nodded, her demeanor relatively pleasant. Li Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, however, Li Jianmu asked Zhang Wenjing, Can first-year students at our school apply to live off-campus? Zhang Wenjing was taken aback. In theory, it was possible to apply for off-campus living, but if approved, the dormitory might assign someone else to her room. Guxingyue. Li, is there something about our habits that you find unfavorable? You can tell us, and we can adjust. Living off-campus is both expensive and unsafe. Li Qingqing interjected, if you're angry, just say so. You can scold me, and I won't take it to heart. Why do you need to move out? Zheng Ling, unlike the other two, immediately thought, is it inconvenient for you to go out at night to deal with ghosts? The group recalled Li Jianmu's previous nighttime outings. Zhang Wenjing responded, if it's a special circumstance, I can communicate with the instructor to allow for some leniency during night inspections. If you want to stay in the dormitory, you can if you prefer to live off campus. That's fine too. How does that sound? Is that acceptable? Li Jianmu did not comprehend. Zhang Wenjing waved her hand reassuringly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Having been at North City University for so many years, I can manage a few words. Moreover, Li Jianmu was not engaging in any wrongdoing. The next day, after class, Li Jianmu took a taxi to Huan Private Hospital. This hospital was reputed to represent the pinnacle of medical expertise in North City, home to countless skilled specialists. Li Jianmu is visiting for the second time. The last occasion was to help Fusong find a body, but there was no progress whatsoever. Now returning, the Huan Private Hospital remains a cacophony of voices, bustling with activity at midday, where the energies of life and death intermingle, with both humans and spirits jostling within its halls. The cries of newborn joy intertwine with the lamentations of loss and the agonies of illness. This hospital witnesses the most mundane sorrows and joys of the human experience. Zhou Shuai escorted Li Jianmu to the 10th floor. Son, she has been wanting to thank you in person these past few days, but I told him you were occupied with military training, so he refrained from bothering you. I appreciate you making this trip today, Master Li. Curious, Li Jianmu inquired, what symptoms does Sun Shi exhibit? Logically, he should have been discharged by now. So, why is he still in the hospital? Zhou Shuai's expression shifted subtly, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Well, Master, you'll understand once you see him. My aunt and uncle tend to spoil their child, which has contributed to Sun Shi's character. 3 minutes later, Li Jianmu comprehended the extent of this spoiling as she entered the spacious, single room. Sun Shi lay on a large hospital bed, a video of his adventures playing on the television before him, with snacks of potato chips to his left and freshly squeezed juice to his right. His mother was folding clothes while his father peeled an apple for him. Our dear child has suffered this time. We won't let you continue as a streamer. We are not short on money, after all. Why risk your life in dangerous places? Sun Shi, with food in his mouth, retorted. I don't want to be labeled as someone who relies on their parents. What of it? They say you can't be blamed for not having an elder to lean on. Your father and I would be quite content if you stayed at home forever, as long as you avoid bad habits like gambling. We have plenty to ensure you and your future family can live comfortably for generations. Sun Shi pouted. His father then stuffed a piece of apple into his mouth, saying, This time, listen to your mother. Even if you wish to work, don't seek out something so perilous. Your mother and I will find you a more leisurely job. Just sit, sip tea, and read the news daily. Zhou Shuai, unable to endure his aunt and uncle's lecture any longer, knocked at the door. Aunt and uncle, Master Li has arrived. Sun Shi's mother brightened, quickly putting down her clothes. So this is Master Li. Oh, how lovely. I didn't expect someone so young to possess such remarkable abilities. Master Li, thank you sincerely. Without you, we would have been at a loss as to what happened to our dear child. Thank you. Please take a seat and enjoy some fruit. This apple was air freighted in this morning. It's delicious. Do try it. The couple from the Sun family exhibited great warmth, showing no skepticism towards the supernatural and treating Li Jianmu with the utmost respect, likely due to the groundwork laid by Zhou Shuai and Sun Shi. After confirming that there were no major issues, they primarily inquired about Sun Shi's health and its potential implications. Li Jianmu replied, young people possess abundant yang energy. Simply basking in the sun will do wonders for him. Pausing, she glanced at the languid Sun Shi, adding, moderate physical exercise is also beneficial for recovery, rather than feigning illness while having no actual ailment. Sun Shi rubbed his nose. The Sun couple promptly affirmed their commitment to supervise his exercise regimen. Master, I've heard that those possessed by spirits can easily attract the attention of other entities. Is this true? Li Jianmu shook her head. Individuals with lighter destinies are more susceptible to such influences, but Sun Shi does not fall into that category. The couple exchanged glances, and Sun Shi's mother, with a hint of embarrassment, smiled. I still feel a bit uneasy. He is our only child, and we fear for his future. Masterly, do you have anything that could ward off misfortune?
Li Jianmu understood.
They were seeking talismans. I have a few peace talismans I can offer you. 3, please. As Li Jianmu turned to her, she continued, we are getting older and fear death. 1 for self-defense would be appreciated. Agreed, Li Jianmu ultimately provided them with 3 talismans. The Sun couple, not hesitating, promptly transferred 2 million to her. With another client to attend to, Li Jianmu accepted the payment, bestowed the talismans, and bid farewell. Just before departing the ward, Sun Shi, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke up. Master, may I have your contact information? Li Jianmu turned back, meeting Sun Shi's earnest gaze, and nodded. Of course. Upon exiting the 3rd floor, Li Jianmu proceeded to the 12th floor. If the conditions on the 10th floor were already commendable, the 12th floor was the epitome of VIP accommodations. With only 3 rooms on this floor, there was no need to search. Upon stepping out of the elevator, she immediately spotted several men in dark suits standing at one of the doors, undoubtedly the room belonging to Jiang Wei's family. In stark contrast to Sun Shi's feigned illness, Jiang Zhenjin was genuinely unwell. Inside the room, a young woman curled herself against the wall, her body trembling in fear as she suddenly sensed an impending danger. She raised her head, terror etched across her face, before screaming and scrambling off the bed. For a brief moment, she expanded her body, only to quickly retract and curl up tightly beneath the bed. At the doorway, Shao Qi sighed. This is how Jiang Zhenjin has been since she woke up a few days ago, silent, sleepless, and perpetually curled up, as if she has suffered a great shock. Li Jianmu inquired, have you consulted a psychologist?
We have.
Jiang Wei brought in the most renowned psychologists in the country, but it was fruitless. Jiang Zhenjin cannot communicate. Despite numerous attempts, nothing seems to capture her attention, as if nothing in this world holds any significance for her.
Li Jianmu furoret herbroth.
Shao Qi wiped his face, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Masterly, could you perhaps use metaphysical methods to assist Jiang Zhenjin? If she does not awaken soon, grave consequences may ensue. The case from Daliashu village now rested on his and Yu Xiuyu's shoulders. The villagers there were implicated in various heinous crimes, including abduction, murder, and connections to a cult. Confirming their guilt was no simple task, and the investigation into several bodies was ongoing. Even if all charges were substantiated, the law would not permit capital punishment for all involved. Jiang Wei was increasingly dissatisfied. Though he had ostensibly turned over a new leaf, his past was tainted with blood. And he was well aware of it. The police lacked conclusive evidence, yet everyone recognized his history. In recent days, he had been exerting tremendous pressure on the police. Should Jiang Zhenjin's condition fail to improve, he might very well resort to violence. Li Jianmu pondered for a moment before asking, what if the girl rescued alongside Jiang Zhenjin? She is in a similar state, but unlike Jiang Zhenjin, she does not scream or exhibit fear. She appears soulless, her gaze vacant and unfocused, resembling a walking corpse. After a pause, Shao Qi exhibited a flicker of compassion. This girl, named Li Mei, went missing 3 months ago. We managed to contact her parents, but they have been divorced and remarried for many years, showing no concern for her, claiming she is an adult and thus no longer their responsibility. Furthermore, she dropped out of school at a young age to work, sending her earnings to her grandmother for medical treatment, who unfortunately passed away last month upon learning of her disappearance. Li Jianmu nodded, her expression contemplative. Is she aware of this? She, master. You have arrived. Jiang Wei exclaimed, his face lighting up as he approached hurriedly. Li Jianmu turned to face him, taken aback. Jiang Wei indeed appeared unwell. His collar was tattered and wrinkled, his stubble long overdue for a shave, and dark circles under his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. With his daughter descending into madness, his wife hospitalized from heartbreak, and the police dragging their feet on sentencing, Jiang Wei felt like a tightly wound spring, on the verge of snapping. Upon encountering Li Jianmu, he endeavored to soften his demeanor, speaking gently, Masterly, have you come to see Zhenjin? Is there any hope for her awakening?
Li Jianmu nudda.
Jiang Zhenjin's 3 souls and 7 spirits were intact, yet she had endured immense psychological trauma, resulting in a diminished sensory perception and a closed consciousness. Her awareness remained trapped in a realm of terror, endlessly replaying her most frightful memories, rendering her unable to perceive the present world and forcing her body to react solely to the horrors of her mind. Li Jianmu instructed Jiang Wei to cut a lock of hair from both himself and his wife, then proceeded to draw a calming talisman on sight. After encasing the hair within the talisman paper and ensuring that others remained outside, Li Jianmu entered the hospital room alone. Jiang Jinjin remained motionless, curled up and immersed in her own world, entirely oblivious to the presence of another. It was not until Li Jianmu reached out to touch her head that she lifted her gaze in confusion, her eyes devoid of focus. He placed the calming talisman gently against her forehead. Jiang Jinjin had been ensnared in a suffocating darkness for what felt like an eternity. This oppressive fog appeared endless. No matter how she moved, the surroundings remained an unchanging expanse of white. She could not discern what lay ahead or behind her. Within the mist lurked ravenous beasts, and any sound she made risked awakening them. These monsters could ensnare her with their long limbs, devour her flesh with their gaping maws, and pierce her skin with their myriad tendrils, leaving her battered and broken. The pain was excruciating. She longed for death, yet each time the monsters tormented her, she found herself resurrected, doomed to relive her demise repeatedly. Gradually, she lost her sense of identity, forgotten her home, and only knew she needed to escape this mist. Yet she felt powerless, left to weep on the ground after yet another death. Suddenly, a crimson thread ensnared her. "Is it coming again?" Jiang Jinjin gasped, fear flooding her eyes. Despite enduring this torment countless times, she could never prepare herself. The agony of being devoured was a sensation she could never become numb to. However, this time felt different. The blood-red thread, though seemingly sharp, was astonishingly gentle, softly guiding her forward with unwavering resolve. Jiang Jinjin was bewildered. Was this thread leading her home? But where was home? Everything appeared the same. The fog enveloped her in uniformity, trapping her within. She opened her mouth to address the thread but hesitated, fearful that any sound might disturb the lurking beasts. Yet the thread showed no concern, steadfastly pulling her along with a gentle yet unyielding force, moving swiftly. Time lost meaning as she traversed the mist, her mouth agape in astonishment. In the distance, amidst the endless fog, a door emerged, revealing a world beyond. Jiang Jinjin abruptly opened her eyes. Simultaneously, the calming talisman against her forehead flickered and disintegrated into ashes. She moved her lips, producing a soft sound, though faint.
Yet, Li Jianmu understood.
"I am the mystic summoned by your father. Greetings, Miss Jiang." After a prolonged silence, Jiang Jinjin finally spoke, her voice hoarse as she gazed intently at the now upright Li Jianmu. "Hello, I am Jiang Jinjin." At last, she remembered her name. A faint smile graced Li Jianmu's lips as he extended his hand. "Miss Jiang, welcome home." Jiang Jinjin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped his hand and stood. Unaccustomed to supporting her weight, she swayed precariously, nearly collapsing, but Li Jianmu was there to steady her. Leaning against him, she inhaled his soothing scent, finding tranquility in her heart. Chapter 62. Why not look at postpartum care for sows? Jinjin. Jinjin, my daughter. Jiang Wei's wife could no longer contain herself. Pushing open the door, eager to embrace her, yet hesitant, she cautiously inquired, "Jinjin, do you recognize who I am?" Jiang Jinjin, with tear-filled eyes, stepped forward and enveloped her mother in a warm embrace. "Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you. All is well. All is well." Jiang Wei's family rejoiced in their reunion, emotions running high. Li Jianmu and Shao Qi discreetly withdrew, allowing them their moment, and turned to head towards Li Mei's hospital room. Li Mei's room and medical expenses were borne by Jiang Wei, who had indeed performed numerous good deeds over the years. Li Jianmu chuckled, "Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to coexist with him so amicably." Shao Qi's countenance, though seemingly composed, held an underlying intensity, suggesting a deep-seated aversion to malevolence. Were Jiang Wei truly a cold-blooded villain, Shao Qi would not be so courteous, nor would he worry about Jiang Wei potentially committing a grave error. Li Mei's room was adjacent. Just as Li Jianmu and Shao Qi were about to enter, a voice filled with surprise came from behind them. "Qing, you've come to see me? You're not angry?" Zhou Junyan, upon recognizing Li Jianmu, froze momentarily, then said apologetically, "I mistook you for someone else." Li Jianmu nodded and entered the room. Zhou Junyan, carrying a lunchbox, couldn't resist stealing another glance at Li Jianmu's retreating figure. The resemblance was striking. Yet if not for the girl's ethereal demeanor, he might have truly been deceived. Moreover, since Li Qingqing had become even more refined and beautiful, the likeness was further diminished. Fortuitously, Qingqing had not been present earlier. Had she known he misidentified her, she surely would have scolded him. Yet, the thought that Li Qingqing had not spoken to him in over 10 days weighed heavily on Zhou Junyan's heart. He approached the third room on the 12th floor. "Uncle, when will you be discharged? I'm still a student. I can't manage all the company matters alone. My girlfriend hasn't he spoken to me in ages." In a single armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window, a man sat with his long legs crossed, engrossed in a book. Even upon hearing Zhou Junyan's complaints, he did not glance up, his attention fixated as if he were perusing confidential documents. "Uncle, are you listening to me?" "I am," Yan Dongyue replied, lifting his cup for a sip of tea while still focused on the book. Zhou Junyan, exasperated, placed the meal on the table and protested, "You're clearly well. So, why haven't you been discharged? Why can't anyone visit? Grandfather is worried sick. There's no rush. You're not in a hurry, but I am." Zhou Junyan suddenly leaned over, placing his hands on the book. "Uncle, you can't just ignore my girlfriend running off because you prefer being single. Do you know how many days Qingqing has ignored me? 14 days. What if she falls for another guy?" Yan Dongyue raised his gaze, his dark eyes glinting with sharpness. Zhou Junyan recoiled, retracting his hand, retreating slightly. Only then did Yan Dongyue lower his gaze, turning a page of the book. "She ignores you because you are fickle. It has nothing to do with me. It's a misunderstanding. I had no idea that in turn would suddenly throw herself at me, and I pushed her away immediately. Do not explain it to me." Qingqing 1T listen. "Uncle, my dear uncle, please help me out. Qingqing listens to you. Just give her a call for me to have a chance to explain. I beg you, uncle." Yan Dongyue turned another page, his lips parting slightly as he uttered, "Get lost." Zhou Junyan's expression faltered as he glanced at the book in his hands, scoffing. Why not read Postpartum Care for Sows instead of 100 Methods for Tree Planting and Maintenance? A teacup was hurled in his direction. But Zhou Junyan was quick to anticipate, sprinting out and shutting the door. The cup, filled with tea, froze just before colliding with the door. It then swiftly returned to Yan Dongyue's side. Yan Dongyue reached for it and took a delicate sip, wrinkling his brow at the taste. It was quite unpleasant. He set down the cup and the book, gazing intently towards a particular direction, as if he could see the person in the adjacent room through the wall.
Li Jianmu.
Upon seeing Li Mei, exhibited a look of surprise. Li Mei bore a malignant mole at the outer corner of her eyes, her philtrum was short and narrow, and her tear hall was marred with an abundance of intricate patterns, marking her as a quintessential embodiment of a solitary and reclusive fate. Her disposition was introspective and sensitive, with tenuous connections to her parents and relatives, and her offspring palace was frail, making conception a challenge, while her romantic endeavors were fraught with obstacles. For individuals like her, barring any unforeseen circumstances, leading a life akin to that of ordinary people is a formidable endeavor. Marital discord is likely, and difficulties in conception could breed conflict. Coupled with her inherent timidity and vulnerability, she often endured grievances in silence, yet her sensitive nature amplified her sense of injustice, which, over time, could either deplete her vitality, leaving her a mere shell of her former self, or provoke extreme thoughts of vengeance against those who wronged her. However, Li Mei possessed a certain uniqueness. Her exceptional roots and bones, combined with her solitary fate devoid of kinship or marriage, rendered her particularly suited for cultivation. When Li Jianmu and Xiao Qi entered, they found Li Mei seated by the window, her gaze unfocused as she stared outside. A nurse was administering an injection, her arm raised limply, resembling a mere vestige of a limb, devoid of any strength. Xiao Qi quietly explained, "Her physical condition is stable, her limbs are intact. Her arm is not useless." Li Jianmu nodded and took a seat opposite Li Mei, observing her quietly as they awaited the nurse to complete her task. Before long, the nurse departed, yet Li Mei remained motionless, maintaining her outward gaze. Li Jianmu, too, remained still, simply watching her. As time passed, even Xiao Qi, usually composed, began to feel a sense of urgency. He was unsure of what Li Jianmu awaited, having treated Jiang Jinjin swiftly just moments ago. Nonetheless, he refrained from speaking out, fearing he might disrupt Li Jianmu's plans, opting instead to frequently check his watch. After what felt like an eternity, Li Mei finally stirred. Her eyes gradually regained focus as she coldly regarded Li Jianmu, inquiring, "What is it that you want?"
Es liegt milagrasa Li Jianmu's lips.
Though timid, Li Mei had grown up in a disharmonious household, where her parents favored males, subjecting her to both mistreatment and abuse. While Jiang Jinjin could not bear it and had succumbed to despair, Li Mei, however, endured. This was partly due to Jiang Jinjin's year-long disappearance, which subjected her to even greater torment. Additionally, Li Mei had spent her formative years in an environment rife with abuse until she was eventually raised by her grandmother, affording her a brief respite. Jiang Jinjin had retreated into her consciousness out of fear, whereas Li Mei genuinely sought an end to her existence. Neglected by her parents and bereft of her only source of affection, her grandmother, she found no meaning in her existence within this world. Had it not been for the VIP ward and the vigilance of Jiang Wei outside, she might have already leapt from the window to conclude her seemingly futile life. Li Jianmu met Li Mei's beautiful yet vacant eyes and spoke softly. I want you. Chapter 63. Nourishment. Li Jianmu took Li Mei away. Before leaving, she encountered Jiang Wei once more. Jiang Wei, immersed in the joy of his daughter's awakening, also remembered the significant role played by Li Jianmu. He had intended to invite her to dinner, but sensing his desire to be with his family, she graciously declined. Before parting, Jiang Wei earnestly stated, Master Li, you are Jinjin's savior, a benefactor to our entire family. Henceforth, please do not hesitate to reach out. Whatever I, Jiang Wei, can do, I shall not falter in my duty. Li Jianmu nodded and took out her phone, saying, That is agreeable, Mr. Jiang. Let us settle the expenses for this occasion first. It is better to settle the accounts than to engage in pleasantries. Jiang Wei paused, laughing heartily as he reminded her, WeChat has a limit. Understood. I will provide you with my bank account number. Please ensure it is settled. With that, Li Jianmu waved her hand and departed. After Shao Qi assisted in finalizing Li Mei's discharge paperwork, he too intended to take his leave. For he was a team leader at the police station and had numerous tasks awaiting him. However, with Jiang Wei's situation stabilized, matters concerning Daliasha village could now proceed through the appropriate channels. Before leaving, Shao Qi mentioned, by the way, the residents of Daliasha village have indicated that their descent into crime began years ago when the urban expansion of Beiqing overlooked their village. While neighboring villages thrived from demolition and urbanization, Daliasha village was left behind, which led them down a nefarious path. It is said that they were misled by a dark-clad practitioner who instructed them to pour black dog blood at the roots of a willow tree, subsequently venerating it, which eventually brought them prosperity. Because of this, they hold great trust in this practitioner, revering him as a master.
Jiang Jinshin, Li Mei.
And those corpses were all brought by this dark-clad practitioner. Master Li, as you are a person of the mystical arts, please take note of this individual. Li Jianmu let out a light scoff, her tone ambiguous. Suddenly, Li Mei interjected, No, there is no practitioner. It was the villagers themselves who did this. Shao Qi turned to Li Mei. Are you suggesting that the people of Daliasha village are lying? Li Mei nodded, then looked at Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu gently inclined her head in agreement. Shao Qi's expression turned serious. Ladies, would you be willing to accompany me to the police station to provide a statement? To which Li Jianmu and Li Mei replied, Very well, as law-abiding citizens, we shall cooperate with the people's police. Thus, the two followed Shao Qi to the police station. The precinct was bustling, and during the mealtime rush, the officers barely glanced at Shao Qi as he returned with two individuals, quickly returning to their tasks. Only Yu Xiaoyu, upon spotting Li Jianmu, nearly choked on his noodles.
Captain Xiao, Lily.
Li Jianmu cast a glance in his direction, and Yu Xiaoyu cleared his throat, wiping the sauce from the corner of his mouth, preparing to enter when Shao Qi called out to him. Right, Xiaoyu, please help us by bringing back some meals. Yu Xiaoyu replied, The higher-ups have a way of oppressing the lower ranks. How infuriating. 10 minutes later, he pushed open the office door. Captain Xiao, the meals are here. He placed several takeout boxes on the desk and, with a flattering demeanor, pushed one towards Li Jianmu. Master Li, this is yours. I specially added a portion of sweet and sour ribs for you to try. Shao Qi glanced at his own stir-fried cabbage and the chicken leg in Li Mei's box. His expression darkening. Yu Xiaoyu, do you dare to be any more obvious? Yu Xiaoyu ignored him, pouring glasses of water for Li Jianmu and Li Mei. Out of respect for Li Jianmu's presence, Shao Qi could only glare fiercely at Yu Xiaoyu without voicing his displeasure. After their meal, they resumed taking statements. Li Mei recounted her ordeal following her abduction. She had previously worked in a factory, where she met someone named Lu Xian. According to her, the factory was particularly busy at the time, and in her eagerness to earn more, she worked both day and night shifts. She first encountered Lu Xian one night when, seeking a shortcut, she ventured through an old district alley. Like many tales of heroes rescuing damsels, she was accosted by a group of ruffians, and it was Lu Xian who appeared to save her. Lu Xian claimed to be an accountant from a neighboring factory, wearing glasses and exuding an air of gentility, which endeared him to her. Their relationship quickly blossomed, but Lu Xian seemed perpetually busy, and with Li Mei's heavy workload, their meetings were infrequent, mostly occurring after her night shifts when he would wait for her at the alley's entrance. Li Mei lacked close friends at the factory, so nobody was aware of her clandestine relationship. Lu Xian treated her kindly. Despite their limited encounters, he would bring her snacks and clothes. And when he learned that her grandmother was ill and required money for treatment, he suggested they work hard together to earn enough to bring her to Beijing for care. In short, the love-starved Li Mei quickly lowered her defenses around the gentle Lu Xian. Therefore, one evening, when Lu Xian mentioned that his mother had fallen gravely ill and wished to see her future daughter-in-law before passing, Li Mei, without a second thought, agreed to accompany him back to his hometown. He never mentioned where his hometown was before, and it was only that night I discovered he was from Daliashu village. I thought Daliashu village wasn't too far. A few hours' drive would suffice just to meet an elderly person, so I didn't even take a day off. Who would have thought that upon arrival, I would find out that Daliashu village was a hub for human trafficking?
Li Mei's demeanor was tranquil.
As if she were recounting someone else's story. However, they are quite cautious. Lu Xian cast such a long line and chose to reel it in that day because he had already secured a buyer for me. They possess an information network that stealthily photographs targeted goods and delivers them to each customer in need. Only after the customer has confirmed their selection will they send someone to deceive them. Dayulia village serves as a transit point. They are very united and do not keep abducted individuals in the village for long, making it difficult for outsiders to notice and providing us little opportunity to escape. Xiao Qi took note of everything and inquired, "Why weren't you sent away in the end?" Li Mei shook her head. "I don't know. I was almost sent off. Then they decided to keep me. Out of about 10 people, I was the only one left. The others were taken away. Later, they locked me in a cellar, where Jiang Jinjin had been held before, but when I met her, she had already gone mad." Xiao Qi frowned as he reviewed the notes.
Li Jianmu interjecta.
There is an ancient saying regarding the tomb tree. The willow is one of the Yin trees, possessing a heavy Yin energy and a formidable ability to bind souls. A skilled practitioner can create a soul-binding willow from it, capable of restraining a soul from reincarnation for eternity. The willows of Dayulia village have not yet reached the stage of becoming spirits. Rather, they have been artificially damaged using black dog blood to destroy their spiritual roots, nourished by human blood and bodily nutrients. This coercive nurturing method leads to an extremely high demand for nutrients from the willows. Li Mei and Jiang Jinjin have lighter life paths. Their souls are more ethereal than the average person, making them ideal nourishment for the willows. Chapter 64. Can I have it on credit? The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Xiao Qi and the others gazed at her in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Yu Xiuyu suddenly shivered and rubbed her arms. Is the air conditioning set a bit too low? Why is it so cold? I'll adjust it. Xiao Qi mentally grappled with the concepts of absorbing nutrients, taking a deep breath. He was a police officer. He needed to maintain his composure. But how could he remember all this? Xiao Qi felt a headache coming on, yet Li Mei had finished her account. I have provided all the necessary cooperation. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Xiao Qi stood up. I'll see you out. Wait. Yu Xiaoyu entered with a tray of tea. Smiling brightly. Masterly, there's something I would like to ask for your assistance with. Li Jianmu replied, Speak. Yu Xiaoyu had been serving food and drinks all day, and it was evident she had a request. She glanced at Xiao Qi. He closed his notebook, crossed his legs, and remained seated. Yu Xiaoyu had no choice but to swallow her frustration. You see, I have a relative who may have encountered something sinister lately. I'd like to ask you to take a look. She explained, It's like this. My distant relative is quite wealthy, and his son was previously dating a girl from a less fortunate family. My relative and his wife were somewhat opposed to their relationship. The girl, possessing her own pride, chose to break up and returned home to marry. Xiao Qi interrupted. That relative's child is He Chen. We've met him before. Li Jianmu immediately recalled. The senior dancing under the streetlight at Beijing University. Yu Xiaoyu was puzzled. You know He Chen? I mentioned him to the master. Please, go on about how he encountered this sinister thing. Li Jianmu asked, Are you referring to his dancing under the streetlight every Wednesday? Not that, if it were just dancing, it wouldn't be an issue. However, he hasn't been himself these past few days. Yu Xiaoyu lamented. His girlfriend passed away when she got married and had a child, and he went a bit mad. But to call it madness seems exaggerated. He still retains some self-sufficiency, and he knows to dress handsomely every Wednesday to go outside Beijing University. His family has accepted this for quite some time. but just in these past few days. It's said his symptoms have worsened. He sometimes bursts into laughter at home and talks to the air, calling it darling several times. His expression as if someone truly were there. Occasionally at night, he doesn't turn on the lights, engaging in conversations in the living room, frightening the maid to the point of wanting to resign. Xiao Qi asked, have you considered the possibility of a mental illness? Imagining a fictional world and people? Yu Suyu replied, of course we did. We even took him to see a doctor. However, this morning, He Chen's mother came to my house in tears, saying that at around 5 in the morning, while going to the bathroom, she saw a woman in a white dress on the balcony. He Chen's family and Yu Xiaoyu's parents live in the same neighborhood. Xiao Qi turned to Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu handed over 2 talismans. Find a way to place these on He Chen and his mother, keeping them close and not removing them at night. If you wake up tomorrow to find them turned to ash, contact me. If they remain intact, I suggest taking He Chen to see a psychologist. All right. Thank you, Master Li. Li Jianmu replied, no need for thanks. Each talisman costs 888 yuan. Would you prefer to pay via WeChat, Alipay, or bank transfer? Yu Xiu gulped nervously and raised her hand cautiously. Can I have it on credit? Yes, but remember to have the He family transfer the money to me tomorrow morning. Li Jianmu left her bank account number and departed with Li Mei. Upon exiting the police station, Li Mei curiously asked, aren't you afraid they will default on the payment? Li Jianmu replied, no one dares to default on a practitioner's debt. The consequences are too severe for them to bear. Li Mei fell silent. Li Jianmu turned and suddenly said, one day, you will also be able to utter those words. Li Mei forced a smile, unsure of what this girl saw in her. Yet, she had promised that she could help her see her grandmother one last time. She believed it. That's why she left the hospital with her.
Now,
knowing of her deep research into metaphysics, she felt a flicker of hope regarding her promise. Surely, she would be able to see her grandmother again, wouldn't she? In the afternoon, Li Jianmu brought Li Mei back to school, settling her into her own rental apartment. She transferred some money to her for the necessities. Afterward, Li Jianmu headed to class. She arrived just in time, and her roommate had saved her a seat. Zhang Ling leaned in, intending to whisper to her. But upon noticing her pulling out a notebook and writing a flurry of incomprehensible notes, she refrained from interrupting. Li Jianmu wrote rapidly, dedicating the entire afternoon to the small notebook. By the time class ended, her pen cap was closed. Without waiting for her roommate to call her, she hurriedly left. Returning to her rental apartment, the once simple space had been completely transformed. The windows were spotless, the bed neatly made, and a small table had been added, adorned with some supplies, bringing a sense of life to the room. Masterly, Li Mei stood slightly stiffly, waiting for her superior's inspection. Li Jianmu handed her the small notebook she had written in the afternoon. Take this, see how much you can understand. You don't need to grasp the deeper meanings. Just follow the postures and incantations to meditate and perceive. Li Mei accepted it, her face scrunching in confusion. Li Jianmu's handwriting was beautiful, she recognized every character. But strung together, they were particularly difficult to read, let alone comprehend the overall meaning. It required careful consideration. She timidly murmured, I dropped out in the 3rd year of middle school. That's unimportant, as long as you can recognize the characters. If you don't know some, look them up in the dictionary. In any case, you can decipher each word and sentence slowly. Don't fear being slow. Fear not reading or pondering. Li Mei paused and nodded, I understand. After saying this, she embraced the small notebook and began to read it meticulously. Li Jianmu walked to the table and pulled out a piece of yellow paper from her bag, realizing it was the last one. She unfolded the yellow paper and took out the soul-locking pearl. As soon as the pearl appeared, the large black snake on her wrist stirred. Simultaneously, the black wooden stake that had somehow crawled into her bag also leaped out, landing on the table, a small sprout emerging from the stake, stretching towards the soul-locking pearl. Li Jianmu casually set up a barrier. In an instant, the cacophony of the outside world faded into oblivion. She scrutinized the spirit lock pearl intently, one hand cradling it while the other formed intricate seals, rapidly dismantling the marks and formations left by its original owner. The spiritual energy in the air gradually intensified. Unbeknownst to her, the great black snake had slipped off her wrist at some point, swaying drunkenly on the table. Unable to resist the burgeoning spiritual energy. Chapter 65, The Great Compassion Mantra. On the surface, Li Mei appeared to be meticulously studying her notebook, yet her gaze had long since wandered to Li Jianmu. When the black snake and the ancient wooden stump emerged, she could not help but ease her breathing. As the spirit lock pearl continuously overflowed with spiritual energy, the entire room transformed dramatically. She could not articulate what felt amiss. Yet she distinctly sensed her once dull mind becoming considerably clearer. The phrases that had previously seemed obscure and convoluted now appeared endearing, and the first sentence she had struggled to comprehend suddenly coalesced in her mind, illuminating her with profound understanding. From that moment on, her attention was entirely devoted to the light, as she meticulously read through the remaining phrases. Some she understood, others she did not, while some were only partially grasped. Yet, the material no longer felt tedious or perplexing. The diminutive spirit lock pearl, once deciphered by Li Jianmu, consumed over an hour of her time. Once all the formations and marks were unraveled, the once massive pearl had shrunk to a mere fragment. However, the richness of its spiritual essence was undeniably tantalizing. The great black snake hissed excitedly, flicking its tongue at Li Jianmu, its body writhing with enthusiasm, while its tail swept incessantly across her wrist. The intent ambiguous, either flattery or a threat. The nearby ancient stump was equally insistent, tender shoots sprouting from its dark wood, stretching toward Li Jianmu's other hand in a playful manner, seeking her favor. Li Jianmu gently pushed away the tender shoots, declaring, "This belongs to the great snake." Aware that this was a transaction, she refused to seize the snake's possessions merely because she was stronger. The young sprout paused momentarily before retracting slowly. The great black snake seemed to cast a triumphant glance at the young sprout, and at that moment, as Li Jianmu tossed the spirit lock pearl, it opened its mouth to seize it. The ancient stumped shoots, eager to snatch the pearl, were thwarted by the black snake's swift tail, which sent the stump tumbling to the ground. The ancient stump, wobbling as it rose, disregarded the presence of others in the room and huffed, "So stingy. Do you not know to respect your elders and cherish the young?" The black snake, having no time to heed its complaints, succumbed to the overwhelming energy of the spirit lock pearl and collapsed. Li Jianmu had anticipated this. The great black snake would likely sleep for half a month. She tucked the coiled snake into her pocket and stood, addressing the grumbling stump. "We are leaving." The black stump murmured its discontent, but precisely leaped into Li Jianmu's other pocket. "You are leaving?"
Li Mei exclaimed in a flurry.
Li Jianmu nodded. "Rest well. When you have the chance, review that set of introductory metaphysical techniques. It is your most important task ahead. If you run low on funds, let me know." After a pause, she added, "I don't have enough supplies today. Tomorrow I will procure some items, and tomorrow night at midnight, I will assist you in meeting your grandmother." Li Mei's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly replied, "You still need to attend classes. If there's anything you need to buy, just tell me, and I will fetch it." Li Jianmu replied, "That works." She retrieved paper and pen, jotting down the necessary items. The list consisted of common offerings found in incense shops, which were not difficult to obtain, though some hot meals and drinks eluded her understanding. However, Li Jianmu remained silent, and Li Mei did not inquire further. Li Jianmu transferred some funds to her, advising her to purchase only the finest quality before departing the rental apartment. As night fell, the black stump expressed its dissatisfaction by causing a ruckus in her pocket, incessantly wriggling. Li Jianmu, unyielding, pressed down firmly, and it finally settled into stillness. Choosing not to return to the dormitory, she stepped out of the rental and, from a distance, calculated the time, then tore open the gate to the underworld. 2 minutes later, she emerged in a desolate wilderness via the ghostly path. Within the ghostly realm, the reappearing Siet seethed with frustration. "Damn it. I was a step too late again." In the cold, desolate night, Li Jianmu wrapped herself tighter in her clothing and casually settled on a stone stump. She then produced her phone, set it to music mode, and blasted the Great Compassion mantra at full volume. Simultaneously, she formed delicate seals with her fingers, causing the sound to become ethereal, as if it could penetrate souls through their ears. The black stump leapt out, exclaiming, "Little metaphysical master, are you not a Tao practitioner? Why are you playing Buddhist music?" Li Jianmu cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "I am a metaphysical practitioner." The black stump fell silent. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the intricately carved bead, gradually taking a seat beside Li Jianmu. The black stump jumped in alarm, then shrank back for a moment before darting away. Li Jianmu turned her head. "You frightened the old pine tree." Fusang offered a disingenuous apology. "My sincerest regrets." Li Jianmu remained unimpressed. As Fusang sensed the growing commotion in the distance, he turned to observe the relaxed posture of the young woman. "You intend to attract these wandering souls and wild ghosts using the Great Compassion mantra, planning to trade them with the underworld?" Li Jianmu was not surprised that Fusang could deduce her intentions. Apart from their initial meeting, he had almost never concealed his peculiarities. Any pretense of forgetting his name was merely a facade. However, she was more curious about his presence beside her and his apparent deep understanding of the underworld. Not one from Beiqing's metaphysical sect, but rather a wanderer from the underworld. That esteemed elder from Beiqing University has safeguarded the institution for many years. His aura of merit astonishing, obliterating the very fabric of existence. It would be a pity to waste such potential. I aim to procure a Yama seal. Moreover, regarding Li Mei, her grandmother had passed some time ago. If all went as anticipated, she would likely be queuing at the Naiha Bridge after crossing the Wangchuan River. To summon her, it was imperative to enlist the assistance of the Yama. While Li Jianmu could retrieve her grandmother from the underworld, such an endeavor would be excessively cumbersome and deplete too much spiritual energy, not to mention, her current body could hardly withstand it. Unlike the one she had possessed a millennium ago, nurtured by abundant spiritual energy. Hence, enlisting the Yama's assistance was the swifter option. These wandering souls and wild ghosts would serve as recompense for the Yama. Most of these souls lingered due to various circumstances, having missed their time to depart for the underworld without transforming into malevolent spirits, thus drifting aimlessly, awaiting obliteration in the endless flow of time or becoming prey to unexpectedly emerging vengeful spirits. However, should a highly adept individual offer them salvation, they could return to the underworld and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The Great Compassion Mantra is a melody meant to liberate all souls, calming and centering the minds of those who hear it. For wandering souls and wild ghosts, to listen to such music means they believe the one playing it can deliver them from their plight, prompting those souls desiring passage to the underworld to hasten toward it. By liberating these departed souls, Li Jianmu would enhance the Yama's performance, aid the wandering ghosts in re-entering reincarnation, and simultaneously achieve her own objectives. This was the most effective strategy she could devise. Fusang sighed lightly. The birth rate in the human realm is declining annually, and the souls awaiting reincarnation in the underworld are queuing almost to the Wangchuan River. Given the normal circumstances of Li Mei's grandmother's passing, she may not have made it through the queue, which could take a year or two. Chapter 66. I am a good person. First liberate me. As soon as Fusang finished speaking, a gaunt male ghost emerged to interject. Your words are mistaken, my lord. Not only 1 or 2 years, but even 3 or 4 years, or 10 or 20 years may pass before one is admitted to the underworld. At the very least, once they enter, they need no longer worry about inadvertently being consumed by the sun. Another aged ghost appeared, chiming in. Indeed, my grandson has already passed away. I have no attachments left and have longed to be reborn, yet I have waited for over a century, without an opportunity. What is 2 years in the underworld? A spirit floated from behind a rock, adding, moreover, it is said that souls liberated by masters do not suffer at the hands of ordinary Yama. How could we not come? The multitude of ghosts chimed in, their voices a chorus of restless yearning. Li Jianmu rose to her feet and gazed into the distance. On the lush grassland, phantoms surged forth from all directions. Some bore expressions of despair, their faces still reflecting the agony they experienced before death, while others appeared half-consumed by malevolent spirits, leaving them in a state of disarray. A few were particularly translucent, on the verge of vanishing into the void. It resembled a scene from a horror film, with a throng of specters quickly encircling a small stone. Li Jianmu felt somewhat astonished. There seemed to be an overwhelming number of spirits in this desolate wilderness. Fusang, seemingly aware of her thoughts, remarked. The fertility rate of the living has been declining year by year, yet the number of Yin officials in the northern city underworld has also diminished. Numerous wandering souls, once they miss the opportunity to enter the underworld, become trapped here. Over time, the accumulation of lost souls indeed becomes substantial. Fewer Yin officials in the underworld? Li Jianmu seized upon this information. Fusang gently nodded. The two exchanged a glance, and Li Jianmu felt a sense of calm wash over her. As she surveyed the ever-increasing spirits, she closed the Great Compassion Mantra. The souls that had not arrived in time lamented their delay, while those who had made it were secretly grateful for their swiftness. Master, can you truly lead us to the underworld? Master, can you open the ghost gate? There are not many young practitioners like you nowadays. Master, do you have connections in the underworld, perhaps to open a back door for me to enter the human realm? I haven't done many good deeds. I'm afraid of being reborn as an animal. Master, I am a good person. Please allow me to be liberated first. The incessant chattering made Li Jianmu's head ache. She coldly commanded, "Enough." Her voice, laced with a hint of spiritual authority, instantly penetrated the ears of each ghost, silencing them. Li Jianmu scanned her surroundings and declared, "I will perform a rite of passage for each of you, guiding you to the underworld. However, once you enter, whether you become a resident spirit there or are reincarnated, I have no authority over that. Whether you are reborn as a human or condemned to the realm of beasts is beyond my purview. It is solely determined by the records of the judge of life and death. Those willing to go to the underworld, please remain. Those unwilling may leave." Given their presence here, none were truly wicked. Otherwise, they would have long since devoured their companions and transformed into malevolent spirits. Thus, not a single ghost departed. Observing this, Li Jianmu stood beside the stone and gestured for everyone to crouch down. She then formed a hand seal. The seal expanded in her grasp, swiftly enveloping the surrounding lost souls. She murmured incantations, an ancient and arcane sutra spilling from her lips, resonating in the hearts of each ghost. They found themselves compelled to bow their heads, listening to the incomprehensible words, as if in that moment of cosmic awakening. The boundaries between heaven and earth had become sharply defined, and chaotic thoughts were being orderly arranged, providing a sense of unparalleled comfort. Not far away, a ghost gate flickered into existence. Sieti emerged from the ghost gate, squinting at the scene before him. The gathered spirits bowed their heads, accepting the rite. What a formidable practitioner, Sieti pondered when suddenly sensing something. He turned to look behind Li Jianmu. That particular soul was strikingly different from the surrounding spirits. As the other ghosts submitted and bowed, it fixed its blazing gaze upon the practitioner in the center. Noticing the attention, the spectral form returned the gaze. In the pitch-black night, despite the distance, Sieti could clearly discern the entity's deep, dark eyes. Through the distant mountains and the throng of spirits, that penetrating gaze bore down with tremendous pressure, piercing his heart and instinctively causing him to hold his breath, yet he could not escape the suffocating sensation. "Moment latte." The soul averted its gaze. Sieti gasped for air, beads of sweat forming on his pale face. He neglected to wipe them away, instead clutching his heart, which felt as if it had been crushed, drawing in deep breaths. This pressure was even greater than that of Lord Xiaocheng. Who was this? A practitioner? But when did such a powerful practitioner appear in the northern city? A malevolent spirit? Yet, why was there no trace of bloodlust surrounding them? Sieti's expression was one of confusion. He hesitated to approach. He had been following the location of the ghost gate opened by Li Jianmu, but, much like last time, he had been unable to find the person. However, he soon noticed the gathered lost souls racing toward a singular direction, prompting him to follow and locate Li Jianmu. He had assumed that such a rite of passage for the deceased would be performed by a benevolent practitioner of considerable skill, yet he had not anticipated the presence of another formidable figure nearby. Upon completing the recitation, Li Jianmu opened her eyes and looked at Sieti. A hint of perplexity flickered in her gaze. A living Yin official? The number of lost souls she had been guiding was no fewer than several hundred. Such a commotion should have attracted not only the likes of Heibai Wuchang but also the soul collectors, Niu Tu and Ma Mian, or even Lord Wuchang to manage the situation. Why was a living Yin official here? Had the vacancies in the underworld reached such dire straits? Sieti seemed to grasp Li Jianmu's implication. He cleared his throat and produced a chain. "My lord, although I am a living Yin official, my duties differ from those of others who traverse the human realm." Li Jianmu inquired with curiosity. "In what way?" Sieti replied, "My surname is Xia, and my ancestor is Lord Xia Bian, the White Wuchang." Li Jianmu was taken aback. Is there really nepotism in the underworld?
Sieti bowed slightly.
"I have been traversing the human realm since the age of 6, diligently serving as a living Yin official for over 20 years. While I cannot claim to rival the Yin officials of the underworld, I am certainly a seasoned veteran. If you require assistance in guiding these lost souls to the underworld, I would be willing to help you, ensuring everything is handled meticulously." His disjointed speech, combined with his ill-fitting suit, gave off a peculiar air of disarray.
Li Jianmu replia.
"Then I would be grateful for your assistance, Mr. Xia. It is I who should be thanking you, my lord." Sieti paused before adding, "Is there something else you wish to instruct me on?" A practitioner would not casually venture into the wilderness to deliver results without a purpose. Generally, such actions would be motivated by a request. Being a seasoned employee, Sieti understood this well. Li Jianmu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. There are a few matters I would like to trouble you with. I have a disciple with remarkable potential, but she possesses a solitary fate. Recently, Her only grandmother passed away, and she was unable to say her final goodbyes due to being in another location. Thus, she wishes to bid farewell to her grandmother's spirit. Requesting a spirit to appear was not a challenging task. Many practitioners often had clients with similar needs, and practitioners would typically enlist the help of officials, offering a small token of gratitude afterward. Given the magnitude of Li Jianmu's performance, one could say that finding a single grandmother was trivial. Even finding 10 would pose no issue. Xiadi eagerly agreed, but upon noticing a hint of hesitation on Li Jianmu's face, he astutely inquired, "My lord, is there anything else?" Li Jianmu, not wishing to conceal her intentions, stated plainly, "Mr. Xia, what are the conditions for obtaining a seal from the underworld? Your lordship is a practitioner. If you wish to assist the underworld, we would naturally welcome you with open arms. There would be no need for any conditions." Xiadi replied with a smile. Li Jianmu shook her head. "Not for myself, but for another." "Another practitioner?" Li Jianmu shook her head again. "A spirit." Xiadi's expression grew serious. A living official. To traverse the human realm, the primary requirement was to be a living person with sufficient fortune. Interacting with both the human and spirit realms, living officials essentially held part-time roles. Conversely, spirits serving the underworld could not be living officials. They could only be ghost officials, which were akin to permanent positions. Becoming a ghost official was not an easy feat. One must account for one's deeds in the ledger of life and death and undergo rigorous selection before having the chance to become a ghost official. More importantly, setting aside who Li Jianmu was referring to, Xiadi had yet to ascertain Li Jianmu's true nature. His current politeness was merely a sign of respect for a powerful practitioner. However, he did not outright refuse. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "To be frank, I cannot provide a definitive answer on this matter at the moment. Rest assured, I will return to report to my superiors and will certainly provide you with a response." "Thank you." Li Jianmu exchanged contact information with Xiadi and sent him the address where she would bring her grandmother the next day. Xiadi secured the wandering souls he had exorcised with iron chains, organizing them neatly as they proceeded towards the ghostly portal. The portal appeared tenuous and unsteady, alarmingly narrow, and with so many spirits, the process took longer than anticipated, nearly jeopardizing its stability. Li Jianmu raised her hand, and a beam of white light surged forth, solidifying the portal significantly.
Xiadi glanced at Li Jianmu, nodding in gratitude.
At last, all the souls departed. Li Jianmu surveyed the desolate wilderness, then turned to walk in another direction. Fusong raised an eyebrow, quickly following her, his tone laced with curiosity. "Why not exit directly through the portal? Is there something else?" Before he could finish, Li Jianmu abruptly turned, channeling a hand of golden light forcefully towards him. Fusong's eyes narrowed, instinctively retreating and raising his hand. A thick black mist coalesced before him, blocking the golden light. The two energies collided violently between them, unleashing a gust that singed the parched grass beneath. Li Jianmu crossed her arms, observing him with a composed demeanor, a ghost cultivator. Fusong froze for a moment, hastily shaking his hand in response to her gaze. As the black mist dissipated, he concealed his hand behind his back, attempting to act as if nothing had transpired. However, the expression on Li Jianmu's face indicated that he could not evade the truth this time. He bit his lip. "When did you figure it out?" Li Jianmu tilted her head. "The great compassion mantra for saving all beings cannot reach you, and the soothing melody for the departed cannot rattle your mind in the slightest. Moreover, your aura is so precise it even startled the living emissary. If I'm not mistaken, that overwhelming energy we encountered when we first met was emitted by you. Correct?" Fusong touched his nose, feeling guilty, and remaining silent. Li Jianmu smirked slightly, her eyes devoid of any mirth. Such overwhelming energy could be so thoroughly suppressed in her presence, indicating a profound understanding of the underworld, sufficient to intimidate Xiadi. It was no wonder she felt deceived. "Now, speak. Why have you come to my side? What is your name, and what is your purpose?" Fusong, gauging her expression, felt a flicker of trepidation. After a considerable pause, he finally gathered his thoughts. "You may not believe me, but initially, I truly remembered nothing. I thought I was merely a wandering soul." Li Jianmu's gaze remained inscrutable as she watched him with remarkable patience. Fusong, growing anxious, insisted. "I swear, it's true. At first, I had no idea why I appeared at that construction site, or who I was. I suddenly became aware, realized I could pass through walls, and found it terrifying. Then you appeared, and fearing you might discover my anomaly, I tried to hide in the wall, only to be pulled out by you. Li Jianmu remained unmoved. And then? Fusong hesitated. Then I remembered. Why not leave? You could have returned to your body. She stated this as a fact. Fusong fell into a deeper silence. It lingered long enough that Li Jianmu's patience began to wane before he finally spoke, his voice ethereal and uncertain. Because I like the name you gave me, Fusong. It represents the place where the sun rises each day, reminding me that everything can begin anew. His gaze was profound as he looked at Li Jianmu, his earnest expression imbued with an almost palpable sorrow that made it hard to resist. Let us not dwell on my past. He shook his head, his gaze earnest. I wish to start afresh. Li Jianmu, may I stay by your side and begin anew, yes? His eyes held a deep, fervent plea. Li Jianmu's expression softened slightly. Suddenly, the old wooden stump, having returned at some point, jumped onto Li Jianmu's shoulder, chattering loudly. Little Xianshi. He's trying to play the sympathy card. Fusong immediately cast a death glare at him. The old stump swiftly dove into Li Jianmu's pocket. Seeing that the surroundings were still, it cautiously peeked out. It could also be a beauty trap. With his heavy energy, he surely isn't a good person. Little Xianshi, don't fall for it. In an instant, a wisp of black mist darted towards the little sprout. However, just as it was about to engulf the sprout, Li Jianmu waved her hand, deflecting it. Fusong turned to Li Jianmu. She gently tucked the old stump sprout back into her pocket. The old pine might be chatty, but he means no harm. Cultivating is arduous. So please forgive any offense. Severing that sprout would cost no less than 50 years of cultivation. Fusong pondered over her words, feeling somewhat displeased as he realized that the old pine had been accepted as one of them, while he himself was being sidelined. A light sigh rippled through the air. He hung his head, despondent. Are you going to drive me away? The atmosphere around them seemed to pause. The old tree stump also became still, holding its breath as it awaited Li Jianmu's decision. After a long silence, Li Jianmu finally declared, no causing trouble, no deceit, and no harming or attacking companions. She turned to Fusong. If you can adhere to these principles, we may become partners in the future. A smile broke across Fusong's face. Of course. With that, a wisp of gray smoke floated towards the carved bead. Li Jianmu raised her hand to touch it. A fleeting red glow shimmered across the carved bead, the warm sensation warming her fingertips. Chapter 68. There are indeed ghosts in my home. Hija. Madam, he tightly clutched the talisman given to her by Yu Xiuyu as she entered her home. The interior was enveloped in silence. Her husband had yet to return, likely staying out once more tonight. A wave of sorrow washed over Madam He. Ever since Ning Xiaoning passed away 2 years ago, Hichin had fallen ill. Initially, he merely stopped speaking, dancing under the streetlight near North City University every Wednesday. Now, he had begun conversing with the heir. Due to their son's condition, her husband rarely returned home. He might have found solace in someone else, or perhaps he was merely trying to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Yet, she could not escape. She could not bear to watch her son descend into madness for the rest of his life. Reflecting on the scene she witnessed on the balcony at dawn, Madam He took a deep breath and headed to Hichen's room. After knocking for quite some time, Hichin finally opened the door. Mom, is there something you need? Hichin smiled gently as he opened the door, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Madam, he pushed the door open, intending to enter. Today, the maid took a day off, and your bedsheets haven't been changed yet. Let me help you tidy up.
No need, Mom.
Hichin quickly interrupted, smiling. Mom, Xiao Ning said that I'm old enough to learn to clean my own room and can't be a mama's boy. Upon hearing Ning Xiaoning's name, Madam, he faltered momentarily. She forced a smile. All right then, you clean up yourself. By the way, you haven't taken your medicine today, right? The maid left it in the kitchen. Hurry and take it. Hichin slapped his forehead. All right. I haven't taken the cold medicine the maid prepared for me. I need to drink it quickly, so I don't infect Xiao Ning. As he spoke, he headed towards the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Madam, he slipped into Hichen's room and tucked the talisman into his pillowcase. Just as she was about to straighten up, Hichin rushed back in. Mom, what are you doing? I already said I would clean up. If Xiao Ning sees, she'll think I'm a spoiled rich kid who can't handle household chores. He pouted like a child, shaking out the quilt before refolding it. Madam, he keenly seized upon his words. What did you say? Who's coming over later? Xiao Ning, Mom. I told you before. She's coming over to visit today. We are preparing for our wedding. You promised to be nice to her. She's the best daughter-in-law in the world. And you just wait for us to be filial to you. Hichin cheerfully leaned on her arm, visibly delighted. Madam, He's doubts began to dissipate. He often rambled on about past events. Perhaps today, he was recalling the first time he brought Ning Xiaoning home. Recollecting that time, he had indeed informed her in advance. However, when they finally met, she couldn't help but express her disapproval of Ning Xiaoning. In He Chen's eyes, Ning Xiaoning, who seemed perfect in every way, was someone she truly looked down upon at that time. She lacked basic table manners and would resort to telling tedious jokes in an effort to please her. The expensive ingredients she purchased paled in comparison to the allure of spicy hot pot in her eyes. Lacking emotional intelligence and coming from a modest upbringing, her manners, worldview, and social skills left much to be desired. Thus, even though she had previously promised her son to maintain a pleasant demeanor, she ultimately could not suppress her displeasure. Sighing deeply, Mrs. He thought to herself, had she known He Chen was so deeply infatuated, she would have preferred to accept a daughter-in-law who was deficient in every aspect. Alas, it was futile to regret now. She lowered her gaze and advised, "Take your medicine and go to bed early." "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm waiting for Xiaoning. Are you tired? If so, you should rest a bit. I'll wake you when she arrives." Mrs. He glanced at him, her lips twitching slightly, then shook her head and retreated to her room to rest. At the witching hour, the He household was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed 3 times on He Chen's door. Instantly, the drowsy He Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly opened the door. "Xiaoning, you're here." Standing at the entrance was a girl clad in white, her smile delicate like a subtle lily. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her skin appeared almost translucent. She gestured for silence, and He Chen nodded, ushering her inside before closing the door behind them. He raised his voice, "Xiaoning, what took you so long? We had planned for you to come over for dinner today. I waited ages and haven't eaten anything." The girl wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in for a kiss near his lips.
I am sorry.
"There was traffic on the way. I barely made it, and I haven't eaten either. But I missed you so much that I came straight to find you." "All right then, I forgive you," He Chen chuckled, pulling her into his embrace. The girl leaned in closer and kissed him again. "So, senior, can I indulge in a feast now?"
I am famished.
Her voice was soft, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure and bold invitation. He Chen was momentarily entranced. "Xiaoning, when did you become so audacious?" Before he could ponder further, the girl pressed against him. He fell back onto the bed, welcoming her assertive kiss. In the next instant, a shriek erupted as she abruptly leaped off the bed, her long black hair flying wildly. "Xiaoning, what is wrong?" She stepped back, bewildered, and turned to glance at the bed. "Don't come near." The bed appeared unremarkable, as though the agonizing pain she had just felt had never occurred. Suddenly, she sensed an unsettling gaze upon her. Raising her eyes, she met He Chen's astonished and horrified expression. "Xiaoning, your face." He Chen pointed incredulously at her. In his eyes, the girl's once beautiful visage was now grotesquely marred, blood streaming down, her features a horrifying blur. Clumps of hair were matted with dark crimson, an appalling sight. Realizing something was amiss, she raised her hand to touch her face, her complexion shifting drastically. Chen, listen to me," she urged, stepping forward anxiously.
No. You're not you.
He Chen shook his head frantically, retreating a step before stumbling and hitting his head against the bedpost with a thud, promptly losing consciousness. The girl was filled with concern, disregarding everything as she rushed to check on him. However, as her arm accidentally brushed against the bed, she was once again struck back by a searing pain. She hesitated, fearful of approaching any closer, yet worry for He Chen gnawed at her. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hurried to the next room. The door to Mrs. He's chamber swung open. She stood by the bed, her eyes immediately drawn to the protective talisman clutched tightly against Mrs. He's chest. Biting her lip, she reluctantly departed. As she left, Mrs. He, who had been sleeping soundly, abruptly opened her eyes. Gripping the talisman tightly, she dialed Yu Xiaoyu's number. "Xiaoyu, there's a ghost in our house. I swear there's a ghost. Help, save me, and Chern." Li Jianmu awakened in the morning to find a flurry of messages from Yu Xiaoyu. It was clear he was frantic, bombarding her with WeChat messages and even leaving 2 voice calls. Unfortunately, she had her phone on silent before sleeping. After 4 in the morning, the messages finally ceased. Chapter 69. The Lord of the Underworld has a temper. Li Jianmu asked Yu Xiaoyu a couple of questions, to which Yu Xiaoyu promptly returned a voice call, as if he had been waiting by his phone all night. "Master, One of the talismans you gave yesterday was placed under He Chen's pillow by Aunt He, and it has turned to dust. Li Jianmu inquired, "How's He Chen?" The doctor said there's nothing serious, just a minor bump on his head with some superficial injuries. However, they want to keep him in the hospital for observation. Yu Xiuyu continued in a lower voice, but honestly, he seems to be getting more agitated, shaking his head and mumbling about things being wrong. If you ask him more, he just cries out loud. I can't tell if it's a psychological issue or something supernatural. Li Jianmu's eyes flickered. Understood. Let him recuperate well. Master, are you coming tonight? Yu Xiaoyu asked eagerly. After his last encounter, which had shattered his worldview, he was filled with curiosity about the supernatural, eager to accompany Li Jianmu if he went. Not today, perhaps tomorrow, Li Jianmu replied. But master, Aunt He is terrified, and there's only one talisman left. If you don't come, she might not dare to close her eyes tonight. Li Jianmu reassured him, don't worry, that female ghost won't harm He Chen. And the hospital is teeming with spirits, it's actually safer there. Yu Xiuyu remained silent. Before hanging up, Li Jianmu heard Yu Xiaoyu softly ask, Master, do you think that female ghost is Ning Xiaoning? Li Jianmu paused momentarily, choosing not to respond. Such matters could only be determined upon encounter. However, the odds were that it was not her. In the afternoon, Li Jianmu had a full schedule. After classes, she informed her dormitory mates and hurriedly left, not from the school, but towards the biology building. There was a dissection class that day, and the professor had run over time, causing a late dismissal. When Li Jianmu arrived, the senior students were just finishing up. How can they still not understand the rules? We VE said no photos with the cadaver instructor, yet they still do. This is ridiculous. Professor Zhang fumed. I bet Wang is in for it. The disciplinary head will surely reprimand him. By the way, I heard today as cadaver instructor was once the principal of our school. Is that true? Regardless, he is a respected teacher. We should be grateful to him. The students discussed as they descended the stairs. Li Jianmu moved against the flow of students, reaching the top of the staircase. The elderly professor was leaning over the railing, listening to their chatter with a smile. Li Jianmu approached him. Did someone offend you today? Yes, a student secretly took photos to boast to friends, accidentally turned on the flash and got caught by the professor. With the tempers of Professor Wang and the disciplinary head, that kid is in for it. The old man chuckled. Li Jianmu questioned, Aren't you angry? Of course, I am, the old man replied with a smile, but that was in the past. It hasn't been long, so there's no need to be upset with a child. Besides, I'm already quite happy that so many students are looking out for me. Li Jianmu also smiled. The old man genuinely loved his profession. By the way, why are you here again? If it's still to persuade me to reincarnate, you might as well save your breath and just bring me some food. Consider it my last supper. Do you drink, sir? Drink? The old man smacked his lips. I could enjoy a little. That night, I invited the gentleman for a drink. If successful, he would guard this school for years to come, protecting countless students and remaining faithful to the educational vocation he so cherished. If unsuccessful, he was free to do as he pleased, and I would no longer press the matter. What say you? The elderly gentleman's gaze flickered with uncertainty. For years to come? Indeed. For years, replied Li Jianmu with a nod. The elder urged, expand upon that. Li Jianmu employed her mystical arts to seal the old man within a small strawberry hairband, taking him back to her rented accommodation. Li Mei had already prepared everything as instructed by Li Jianmu. The once sparsely furnished room, containing merely a table and a bed, now felt somewhat cramped with the addition of a folding table and several chairs. Master Li, how should we arrange these? Li Mei asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Just give them to me, Li Jianmu replied, taking the items. She unfurled a piece of yellow paper, inspected its quality, and confirmed that Li Mei had purchased excellent materials before she commenced inscribing symbols. 8 gathering spirit talismans were placed in the 8 corners of the modest room. 4 jade stones were nourished with spiritual energy and then positioned in each corner, forming a formation. Li Mei wished to assist, but as she observed Li Jianmu's methodical actions, she felt utterly at a loss as to how she could contribute. All she could do was follow closely behind, hesitant to speak. After Li Jianmu completed the formation, she raised her hand to establish a barrier within the room. Simultaneously, she channeled her spiritual energy, activating the formation. Instantly, the air became slightly cool, and a delicate mist enveloped the space, softening the light. Li Mei gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. Li Jianmu offered no explanation, glancing at the time. She lit 3 incense sticks. Just as she was about to bow in respect, the incense suddenly extinguished. She paused, momentarily taken aback. Masterly? Li Mei's heart raced to her throat. Did this signify failure?
Liviamo maintained her composure.
Approaching the table to inspect the yellow paper talismans she had inscribed with her spiritual energy. The Holy Emperor Tianqi Ren, she confirmed. Indeed. Master Li, does this mean I will not see my grandmother?
Li Mei whispered.
Li Jianmu returned to herself and handed the 3 incense sticks to her. You do it.
Ah.
How should I proceed?
Li Mei inquired.
Light them, bow 3 times, then place them in the incense burner, Li Jianmu instructed. Li Mei carefully lit the incense, bowing reverently 3 times. Excellent. This time the incense remains lit. This was Li Jianmu's first time borrowing a spirit from the underworld. Although she was familiar with the procedural knowledge, she had never engaged in actual practice. Most who sought assistance for such matters had their requests handled by outer disciples of the sect. She soon realized that even the ruler of the underworld had preferences, somewhat temperamental. Li Mei joyfully inserted the 3 incense sticks into the burner. The subtle fragrance dissipated the thin mist in the room. Nervously twisting her hands, Li Mei asked Li Jianmu, "When will my grandmother arrive?" Li Jianmu retrieved the food Li Mei had been instructed to purchase and replied, "Not for a while yet. She will appear once the incense burns out at the stroke of midnight." Li Mei was not disheartened. Receiving a definitive answer was far more reassuring. She moved to assist Li Jianmu in arranging the food. As the clock struck midnight, the 3 incense sticks burned slowly to their end.
Li Jianmu,
resting her head on her hand and feeling drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes, clarity returning to her gaze.
Li Mei,
who had been intently studying her notebook while discreetly observing Li Jianmu, immediately sat up straight. "She has come," Li Jianmu announced. No sooner had she spoken than 3 knocks echoed from outside the door. The thin mist and barrier within the room had shielded them from the external clamor, rendering this sudden knocking both ordinary and eerily peculiar. Li Mei stood, suppressing her excitement, and looked to Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu opened the door. Outside, amidst a haze,
Xie distu alongside a stupt elderly figure.
"Master Li, I have brought the spirit you requested." Li Jianmu nodded slightly. "Thank you, sir. Please come in." As Xie entered, he first noticed the humble offerings to the ruler of the underworld, then the untouched dishes on the table, causing his smile to widen further. During the day, he had inquired about this unexpected adept with the underworld. The name Li Jianmu had not previously appeared on any renowned list of supernatural practitioners. Yet her grandfather was a figure of some repute. However, her hometown was far from Bay City, and the old man had remained secluded in a small village, disconnected from the world of metaphysics, which explained his ignorance. Yet the old ones who frequented the village had dealt with the messengers of the underworld, and a simple inquiry revealed the truth. Thus, Li Jianmu was not an enigma. She came from a distinguished lineage, having relocated to Bay City solely to attend university. Such a background alleviated Xieti's concerns significantly. Witnessing her composed demeanor and meticulous manners, he noted that she did not grow complacent due to her power, and his esteem for her rose considerably. Meanwhile, upon seeing her grandmother, Li Mei was overcome with emotion, bursting into tears before she could utter a complete sentence.
"Oh, dear.
My child, are you all right? If you are well, your grandmother can rest easy. Please, do not cry." The elderly woman fumbled to wipe away Li Mei's tears, but her frail hand merely passed through the girl's form. Li Mei instinctively turned to Li Jianmu, her grandmother's appearance elevating Li Jianmu to the status of an omnipotent deity in her eyes. Li Jianmu gently raised her hand, and in an instant, Li Mei found herself enveloped in her grandmother's embrace. Xie, seated, cast an envious glance and remarked, "Master, your young disciple possesses remarkable fate. Others may not discern it." But he recognized that each of Li Jianmu's gestures was consuming her spiritual energy. In this era of diminished magical prowess, every individual could absorb only a limited amount of spiritual energy, making personal cultivation a slow endeavor, let alone expending energy for others through formations and spells. Li Jianmu smiled but said nothing. "I am unsure of what you enjoy eating, so I purchased a variety. I hope it meets your approval," she said to Xie. Xie did not touch his chopsticks. Scanning the room, he remarked, "Yesterday, you mentioned needing a seal. Perhaps we should summon that individual to assist, as I also have questions for the judge." Li Jianmu had gone to great lengths to imbue the room with a rich balance of spiritual and spectral energies, which surely extended beyond mere concern for Li Mei's grandmother. The spiritual energy might have been a gesture of goodwill toward him. But the spectral energy Sietdi's thoughts crystallized upon seeing the elderly gentleman. This old man was on the verge of dissipating from this world. Having already distanced himself from his physical form, he would not endure much longer without the nurturing of spectral energy. The old gentleman greeted warmly, "Hello, sir." Sietdi responded with a hearty smile, "You are my senior. Simply call me Sietdi." Li Jianmu felt a wave of relief and gestured for the old gentleman to take a seat. "When did you pass away? And why have you not yet ventured to the underworld?" Sietdi poured a glass of wine for the old man. The elderly gentleman drained the glass and sighed. "It has been many years, at least 50 or 60. When I first passed, I was bewildered. I merely endured a few nights and graded a few papers, and suddenly, I found myself gone. It was disheartening. I thought of my students' assignments, their grades, and the promising talents at our school, and I simply did not want to leave. I thought I could delay for a few days, but here I am, still lingering." Sietdi nodded. "If you were given the chance to be reincarnated, would you wish to go to the underworld?" The old gentleman regarded Sietdi, shook his head, and smiled. "It matters not. After all these years, if I truly wished to depart, I would have had the opportunity. After much deliberation, I have come to understand that I am simply reluctant to leave Bay City, to part from the school, and to abandon my students and that 3-foot podium. It is best I remain." Sietdi continued to pose several questions. Li Jianmu sat quietly beside, steadily enjoying her meal. She was aware that Sietdi was putting her to the test. He had mentioned yesterday that he was not an ordinary ghost envoy, but one with connections. The fact that he could proactively inquire about the old gentleman today indicated his capability to issue the ghost envoy seal. Although it seemed somewhat peculiar that a part-time position held more authority than that of a full-time employee, it was understandable if it were a matter of Xie Bianen's connections. As Sietdi engaged in fervent conversation with the old gentleman, Li Mei nestled in her grandmother's embrace, whispering softly. The grandmother leaned against the bed, her wrinkled face adorned with a warm smile, her cloudy eyes betraying an undeniable affection. She held Li Mei close, offering gentle and simple words of advice. Li Mei mostly listened, occasionally responding, yet her head was buried in her grandmother's arms, wiping away tears. Li Jianmu felt a slight pang in her heart. Widow Lu had waited over a decade just to see her son once. Li Mei, a person who had shown no awareness of survival, instantly regained her vitality upon hearing she could see her grandmother. Son Shichuan, without any ailments, was still treated like a fragile doll by his parents, attended to as if he were made of glass. And then there was He Chen, who, despite knowing the home might be haunted, still returned home, fear notwithstanding. Was this what they called familial love? She struggled to recall the features of her own parents, but found her memory utterly blank. She had heard that when she was 5, her parents had another child, and they had lived happily as a family of 3. Since her birth, she had been a being detached from the mundane world. "May I have a marinated duck neck?" Li Jianmu turned her head to find Fusang, who had appeared at her side, crouching and eyeing the delectable duck neck on the table with eagerness.
Sietdi sebretit.
And his voice lowered as he conversed with the old gentleman. This was alarming. Who was this formidable character, and where had he suddenly emerged from? Li Jianmu remained silent for a moment. Each time she witnessed Fusang, clad in a suit, engaging in childish antics, it evoked a sense of squandering potential within her. Nonetheless, she shifted slightly, making room for him, and promptly added a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Fusang took the chopsticks, but they slipped through his fingers and fell. He looked at Li Jianmu with an innocent expression. Given that Sietdi was still present, she refrained from showing her displeasure and resignedly tapped him. This time, he managed to grasp the chopsticks and could finally indulge in the meal. Chapter 71. Child, you've suffered. With Fusang's interruption, the fleeting melancholy that had stirred within Li Jianmu dissipated instantly. As she observed him continuously eat with fervor, her own appetite awakened, and she seized her chopsticks to join in the feast. Sietdi conversed with the old gentleman for quite some time. As the hour of the rat approached,
Sietdi finally nodded.
I understand that you cannot forget Beijing University, but if you take on the role of a ghost envoy for the underworld, your responsibilities will extend beyond that institution. There will be numerous affairs to attend to, and I hope you will approach them with caution to avoid any missteps. Sietdi produced a seal the size of a coin. He and the old gentleman reached a consensus, a 3-year term during which, if the old gentleman could successfully execute the tasks assigned by the underworld, he would be formally integrated into the organization as a full-time employee, effectively treating these 3 years as a probation period. However, should he err gravely during this time, he would be directly obliterated by the powers of the underworld. The old gentleman, whose soul was unstable and facing imminent dissolution, had no grounds to refuse. Subsequently, Siedi took out a piece of paper and a pen.
Ligiam-vos aialits flotarat.
Was the nepotism in the underworld this severe? Even a ghost envoy could obtain a ledger imbued with the power of ghostly judgment? Of course. This was not the same ledger held by the judge. Siedi opened it, revealing a detailed account of the old gentleman's life. It was the first time Li Jianmu learned the old gentleman's name. His name was Hong Kong, an orphan who had been adopted by the then-president of Beijing University during wartime. Influenced by this, he developed a deep-seated passion for the university and education, a desire to give back to the institution. After growing up, he was admitted to Beijing University, subsequently working there and eventually becoming its president. He had no children, dedicating his entire life to the cause of education. When he passed away, it was due to old age and overexertion, dying at the lectern. His remains were donated to Beijing University, becoming a body teacher, and his spirit continued to protect the school. One could say his entire life was intertwined with this university, with Beijing. This was everything he was, and the reason he found it hard to let go of those memories. After writing down the conditions of his agreement with Hong Kong, Siedi handed the paper and pen to him. The old gentleman did not hesitate, signing his name with bold strokes. The characters appeared as if printed, neat and precise, and as the pen lifted from the paper, a golden light flickered, solidifying the contract. Only then did Siedi hand the seal to the old gentleman. Upon holding the seal, an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy surged into his body, enveloping him. And the once tenuous soul that seemed as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind gradually solidified. Soon, his form was no longer transparent. Apart from his pallid visage, he appeared almost indistinguishable from a living person. The old gentleman opened his eyes, and the sharpness emanating from him had transformed. Imbued with a newfound vigor, Siedi turned to Li Jianmu. Now that Hong Kong has accepted the position of ghost envoy in the underworld, although he is not a full-time employee, he will still need to make a journey to the underworld. Li Jianmu nodded. Leave it to Mr. Siet to arrange. The old gentleman looked at Li Jianmu, hesitating to express his gratitude and heartfelt words, but ultimately found himself unable to voice them. He simply said, "Child, you've suffered." Li Jianmu's lips curled into a slight smile. Meanwhile, the time was drawing near, and Li Mei's grandmother was also preparing to leave.
Li Mei was reluctant.
Her eyes reddening as she clutched her grandmother's arm, unwilling to let go. However, her grandmother, with a loving yet resolute expression, gently removed her hand. "Dear child, take care of yourself and live well. Grandmother is leaving now." With that, she turned and hurried to follow Siedi and Hong Kong, not daring to look back. "Grandmother! Grandmother!" Li Mei called out, trying to catch up, but as she reached the doorway, she was met with a blinding white barrier that obstructed her path. And the figures of the two ghosts were already nowhere to be seen. Masterly, Li Mei pointed anxiously outside.
Ligiam-mo raplia.
The house is protected by a barrier. You cannot see outside, and even if you could, they are not taking the path of the living. So you cannot bid them farewell. At her words, Li Mei's shoulders slumped, and she trudged back inside, sitting on the bed. Li Jianmu raised her hand to dispel the barrier and formation in the room, tidying the table as well, while Fusong came over to assist. Observing this, Li Jianmu withdrew her hand, entrusting everything to him. She turned her gaze to the incense burner on a nearby table. The 3 sticks of incense had long since burned out, and the inscription on the talisman paper behind the burner had inexplicably turned dark. "Come over. Let us light another stick."
Li Qianmu beckoned to Li Mei.
Li Mei quickly gathered her spirits, respectfully bowed to the talisman paper, ignited the incense, and placed it in the burner. The incense flickered with sparks, and after 3 flashes, the talisman paper ignited spontaneously, turning to ash and smoke, which was whisked away by an unknown gust of wind. Li Jianmu felt a sense of relief. Though the lord of the underworld was discerning, he was still relatively amenable. "Master Li, is this sufficient? That will do. You can tidy up the room as you see fit and rest early. Starting tomorrow, focus intently on studying the materials I previously provided you."
Li Mei nodded.
Just as Li Jianmu was about to leave, Li Mei hurriedly called out to her. Li Jianmu looked back, puzzled. Li Mei mustered her courage to say, "Master Li, if I study with you, will there come a day when I can, like grandmother and Mr. Han, avoid reincarnation and go to the underworld as a ghost envoy?" Li Jianmu bluntly interrupted her fanciful notion. "No. Hong Kong is not merely an extraordinary educator in this lifetime. He has been a revered teacher in previous incarnations, his essence imbued with the profound merit bestowed by the laws of heaven and earth, unparalleled among the multitude. Yet even so, he can only serve as a part-time ghostly messenger in the underworld. In contrast, Li Mei's grandmother is but an ordinary spirit. Li Mei's gaze dimmed slightly as she murmured, "So it is impossible." Li Jianmu replied, "Your innate talent is exceptional, yet your fate is one of solitude. My admiration for your potential has arisen in a fleeting moment. Now that your wish has been fulfilled, should you desire to learn from me, we may refer to each other as master and disciple in the future. However, my rules are numerous, and if you wish for a normal life, I shall not impose upon you. As I perform a good deed today, you may move on by tomorrow." It was only while answering Li Mei's questions that Li Jianmu pondered whether she had been too domineering. For Li Mei had never agreed to be her disciple. Upon hearing these words, Li Mei hurriedly shook her head. "Master Li, I am eager to learn by your side." Although she cannot retain her grandmother forever, her master is indeed formidable, having helped her accomplish an unfinished wish today. By learning from her, perhaps she could assist others like herself who never had the chance to bid farewell to their loved ones. In that moment, Li Mei seemed to discover her purpose in life. Li Jianmu observed the radiance blossoming in the young girl's eyes and nodded slowly. Chapter 72. Choose a plot for yourself. When Li Jianmu and Fusong emerged from the rental apartment, it was already the early hours of the morning. The backstreet alleys were sparsely populated, with only a few barbecue stalls still operating, catering to individuals like Li Jianmu who chose not to sleep in their dormitories. Breathing in the cool night breeze, Li Jianmu suddenly frowned in distaste as she glanced at Fusong. "Why are you still eating?" He was gnawing on a piece of duck neck that he had somehow retained, having been at it for quite some time. Fusong replied, reluctant to part with it, "It's the last piece. I'll buy more next time." She could hardly bear to watch. Fusong promptly ceased his chewing. "Next time, let's get Zhou Hei duck. I find the flavor of Dui Wei rather mediocre." "If the flavor is mediocre, why have you been eating it all this time?" Li Jianmu retorted, "Just put that bone down."
Fine.
Fusong tossed the duck neck bone into a nearby trash bin and pulled out a piece of white paper from his pocket to meticulously wipe his hands. Just as Li Jianmu was about to inquire about the source of the paper, he suddenly asked, "When will you buy me the ice cream you owe me?" "When did I ever owe you ice cream?"
Li Jianmu replia.
"When it was half price, you didn't let me have any. Now that I can eat it, you should buy it." Li Jianmu scoffed. She never claimed to owe him anything. She turned to walk away quickly. "Hey, don't be so stingy, master. It's just one ice cream, and it's half off. I'll treat you to a truckload in the future." If not for the teasing and playful tone in his voice, one might have thought he was a true glutton. One person and one ghost. One walking briskly ahead while the other floated leisurely behind. Upon turning a corner, Li Jianmu paused momentarily. Beside the alley entrance stood a trash bin, and a couple was entwined nearby, emitting some suggestive sounds. A few bouquets of flowers were piled atop the bin. Students in the university town, full of youthful vigor, often pair off both inside and outside campus. Li Jianmu initially intended to ignore the situation and walk past, but the girl being pinned against the wall suddenly seemed to notice her, struggling fiercely and shouting, "Help!" The man slapped her and proceeded to kiss her forcefully. Li Jianmu halted in her tracks. The girl fought back with desperation, her eyes filled with hope. The man, disturbed by the interruption, finally released her. "What do you mean help? Am I going to beat you or kill you?" Shouting as if I'm the villain. Zhao Yixing's expression turned cold as he irritably addressed Li Jianmu. "Scram. Don't meddle. Beauty." He whistled at her. Li Jianmu narrowed her eyes. Zhao Yixing had handsome features, exuding a certain charming recklessness that many girls found appealing, yet to Li Jianmu, he embodied the archetype of a fleeting life. "Which university are you from, Beauty? You look unfamiliar. Are you a freshman this year?"
I am Zhao Yixing.
"Have you heard of me? Let us exchange contact information." Zhao Yixing's gaze was laced with frivolity as he appraised Li Jianmu's figure. Despite her loose clothing, he could discern her exquisite form, not to mention her unique aura that seemed to transcend the ordinary. "Perhaps you prefer a particular hotel? How about we have some fun tonight? I'll treat you to a bag, what do you say?" Li Jianmu suddenly interjected, "You are born to wealth, yet have squandered your vitality in indulgence, repeatedly exploiting your family as status for nefarious deeds, entangled in debts of passion and matters of life and death." Zhao Yixing's expression darkened abruptly. Initially, he found her words amusing, but upon hearing the mention of life and death, unease gripped him. He had thought that everything had been settled. How did this girl know about it? Or was it merely a casual remark? He eyed Li Jianmu with suspicion, then suddenly laughed. So, you enjoy role-playing, do you? That's quite novel. I've never encountered it before. Why don't you tell me how I should play along? Li Jianmu shook her head. Mr. Zhao, perhaps your family should find you a well-placed grave, for it may yet benefit your children. Time and again. No one wishes to hear curses upon themselves. Zhao Yixing strode towards Li Jianmu. No one to stop. I don't hate women, but if pushed, I can do anything. His steps suddenly halted, as if he had encountered an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch. Terror gripped him as he stared in disbelief at Li Jianmu. Her gaze remained unfazed. Be wise. With that, she turned and departed. Zhao Yixing remained frozen in place, watching helplessly as her figure faded into the night.
Moments later.
A chilling breeze swept through, and the grip that had restrained him abruptly loosened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Cursing under his breath, he got up and instinctively glanced around, only to feel a chill course through him. This alley had been chosen for its nefarious purpose, and the girl who had been pinned against the wall had already fled while he was distracted. Now, the surroundings were empty, and the night wind, combined with Li Jianmu's words, sent shivers down his spine. No, children should not speak of strange forces. Who knows what that girl was babbling about? Don't let me find out which class she's from, he muttered, tightening his coat as he hurried out. Just as he took a step, his eyes widened in shock. 3 steps away, a ghostly figure suddenly emerged, hovering half a meter off the ground, entirely transparent, with a deathly pale face. Upon seeing him, the ghost grinned widely, blood oozing from its mouth, accompanied by a piercing laugh. Zhao Yixing stumbled back, instinctively turning to flee, but suddenly sensed something and glanced back. On the wall behind him, a head appeared, moving from side to side, and upon noticing him, it chuckled. Where do you think my head would be best to bask in the moonlight? Zhao Yixing rolled his eyes and fainted. TCH, this person is far too easily frightened. As Li Jianmu approached the hotel, Fusong finally caught up. What were you doing? That guy seemed to doubt the existence of ghosts. So, I decided to enlighten him with a free lesson, Fusong replied with a smile. Li Jianmu understood the implication of his words, that he had summoned the ghosts on the street to reveal themselves and frighten him. She shook her head. There's no need to concern oneself with someone whose life is down to mere days. After all, retribution will soon be upon him. The debauched scion, burdened with the weight of a heinous murder, regardless of how he meets his demise, shall inevitably encounter a dire fate in the underworld. Fusong nodded in agreement. You speak truthfully. Yet, he shall surely repeat his actions next time. Chapter 73. I have an appointment as well. Early the following morning, Li Jianmu returned to school. They did not have classes during the first 2 periods that day, so she arrived later, having left home past 9 o'clock. As she passed the broad avenue beside the small lotus pond, she noticed 2 boys standing near the water, straining to peer beneath the large lotus leaves while simultaneously fearing being dragged into the depths by some unseen force. Zhang Huai, are you certain there are ghosts lurking here? Don't take advantage of my ignorance. Indeed, I am certain. Last time, I distinctly felt someone tugging at my foot, and I have since learned that 2 individuals have perished in this lake. Perhaps it is their spirits haunting us.
The unseen asset for venting.
Ever since he experienced that unsettling moment of being pulled underwater, his anxiety had only intensified, yet he remained too intimidated to approach, despite his overwhelming curiosity. Enough of your nonsense. Let us leave. This new cohort of students is truly bizarre. You keep shouting about ghosts, while that marketing class is actually drawing talismans for sale. One might mistake our North City University for a seminary. Li Jianmu, inexplicably drawn into their conversation, simply touched her nose and walked away. Before departing, she cast a glance towards the water. Where was the specter of the water ghost? Where had it vanished? A fleeting moment of doubt crossed her mind, only to be interrupted by the ringing bell, snapping her back to reality. It was time for class. In the afternoon, Li Jianmu took leave to visit the military hospital to provide follow-up care for several students. Instructor Wang was also present. Aside from Zhong Ziheng, who was in the intensive care unit, the other students were in regular wards. She accompanied Instructor Wang to see the students. Some were being attended to by nurses, others by secretaries or grandparents. She hardly encountered any parents, as these were affluent families with busy schedules. The demeanor of these individuals was quite amiable. Instructor Wang had likely informed them about the fees, and each family was prepared. Each was to pay 500,000, not a penny less. After concluding her visits, Li Jianmu eventually arrived at Zhong Ziheng's room. Before she entered, she heard a raucous commotion from within. Why can't we? Can't we blow up a snake den? This injury was partly the military's fault. We won't seek trouble, yet we can't even blow up a snake den. What's the reasoning behind that? What do you mean we can't provoke them? Isn't the Hua family part of the military? I can just speak to them. My sister is about to marry into the Hua family. Just a few snakes. Surely we can capture them. I don't care. I must catch that snake and skin it for stew. Li Jianmu exchanged a glance with Instructor Wang. Young master, Instructor Wang and the master who saved you have arrived. Zhong Ziheng, visibly agitated, turned around, and upon seeing Li Jianmu, his expression softened. He had suffered the worst injuries that day and had seen the most. He distinctly remembered how Li Jianmu effortlessly pushed away the snake that had nearly choked him to death. He ended the call and smiled. Master, you have finally arrived. Thank you for your efforts. Butler, bring tea and fruits quickly. Li Jianmu surveyed his face for a few seconds and replied, there is no need. I merely came to check on your condition. If you are well, that is sufficient. Thank you for your concern, master. I am no longer in grave danger. Zhong Ziheng replied. Li Jianmu nodded, then focus on your recovery. We have classes this afternoon, so we shall not linger. Zhong Ziheng pondered for a moment, then raised his hand. Butler, quickly fetch the gifts we prepared for the master. He then turned back to Li Jianmu with a smile. We have prepared a small token of appreciation for you, master. I hope you do not find it lacking. Li Jianmu declined Zhong Ziheng's offer for transport, leaving the hospital with Instructor Wang. Instructor Wang was still processing the situation. I did not expect Zhong Ziheng to treat you so well. Li Jianmu opened the gift box prepared by the Zhong family and inquired, what do you mean? The Zhong family was a wealthy clan in North City, and Zhong Ziheng was the only son, spoiled since birth, with a notoriously unruly disposition. He would kick dogs he deemed unsightly. He seldom spoke to others in a congenial manner. Li Jianmu sifted through the contents of the box while Instructor Wang, also from a noble family, understood the implications. I am not. My family is merely an ordinary working-class household. It is just that Zhong Ziheng's behavior is rather erratic, and his background is too illustrious. He came to the military for just 3 days of training, with someone above instructing us to take extra care of him. I found it quite odd, and only inquired a bit. Above? Li Jianmu turned her head. I do not know who specifically gave the orders, but there are rumors that Zhong Ziheng's sister is about to marry a young man from the Hua family. By the way, Hua, the commander, was previously the military commander of our region, but has since been transferred to another province. Nevertheless, even after his transfer, his influence remains here, and everyone shows him some degree of respect. Li Jianmu suddenly burst into laughter. Instructor Wang asked, Master? She shook her head. It is amusing how connections that are tenuous at best can be wielded as leverage. Instructor Wang chuckled as well. Such is the nature of human relationships. Matters are conducted according to established protocols, but beyond those regulations, it is all a web of interpersonal connections. That makes sense. Zhong Ziheng had indeed invested significantly. The box contained rare teas, medicinal herbs, antiques, and even a bank card. Li Jianmu distributed the tea and herbs to Instructor Wang, who declined, stating that the military had rules and regulations against accepting such gifts. Upon returning to school, Li Jianmu first checked the ATM for the balance on her card. It seemed Zhong Ziheng genuinely wished to cultivate a rapport with her, as the card contained not the previously agreed sum of 1 million, but a staggering 5 million. She tucked the card into the inner pocket of her backpack, glancing at the several cards stowed away, feeling somewhat troubled. North City was fraught with peculiarities, and the wealthy were abundant. In such a short time, she had amassed such wealth. A plan was needed to spend it wisely. She returned to her dormitory, just as Li Qingqing and the others were present. After greeting them, she placed her belongings down and asked, What shall we have for dinner tonight? Li Qingqing paused in her makeup application. Oh, Master is finally free and remembers her sisters. Li Jianmu simply ignored Li Qingqing, shifting her gaze to the others. Zhang Ling chimed in. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I plan to go home. My mother is making braised ribs. Ge Xinhua added. I also have to head out. I found a tutoring job that requires over an hour of bus travel, so I won't have time for dinner. Zhang Wenjing shrugged. The student council from the School of Economics and Management is having a gathering. Li Qingqing laughed. See? This is the consequence of neglecting your sisters. Now you must rely on me for dinner. She approached with her phone, opening a group buying page. Let us go eat at this grilled fish place. I swear, this one. Hello, you've been discharged? Great, see you soon. Li Jianmu quickly answered a call and began packing her bag.
Li Qingqin's expression d'arcanat. Li Jianmu.
Li Jianmu responded sincerely, I'm afraid I have an appointment as well. Though her expression was earnest, Li Qingqing felt she was being deliberately dismissive.
Chapter 74. Internet Celebrity.
The individuals who had arranged to meet Li Jianmu were Sun Shi and Li Daden, both recently discharged from the hospital. Sun Shi had retained Li Jianmu's contact information that day, hinting at having something to discuss. Sure enough, they convened in a small private room. Upon entering, Li Jianmu discovered a fourth individual present. Master Li, this is Lin Gu, brother Lin. This is the master I mentioned to you, Li Daden eagerly introduced. Lin Gu was a serious-looking middle-aged man with a square face and deep-set eyes. He scrutinized Li Jianmu thoroughly, frowning. Li Daden claims you are a mystic? Li Jianmu understood that her appearance might be hard for some to take seriously, yet she chose not to elaborate. She took a seat, indicating that if Mr. Lin did not believe her, he was welcome to leave at any time. Lin Gu suddenly smiled. Miss Li, you exude confidence. For that alone, I ought to extend you some measure of belief. Should I not? Li Jianmu's lips curved slightly, but she remained silent. Seeing the tension in the atmosphere, Li Daden and Sun Shi quickly attempted to lighten the mood. Lin Gu, although Master Li appears youthful, his prowess surpasses that of many seasoned practitioners. I must tell you this. Master Li, allow me to introduce Lin Gu, a renowned director. You may not have noticed, but his work in Ing is currently a sensation online. Li Jianmu set down his cup. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Li Daden paused, casting a glance at Lin Gu. Lin Gu had little to conceal. Li Jianmu was not the first practitioner he had encountered. Had Li Daden and Sun Shi not been from the agency, he would not have made this trip at all. About a month ago, I commenced filming Gong Chong. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but approximately 2 weeks ago, reports surfaced of unclean entities on set. At first, everyone dismissed it as mere exaggeration, but subsequent shoots were plagued by various mishaps. Li Jianmu inquired, have you sought the assistance of practitioners? This topic ignited Lin Gu's frustration. Individuals in the entertainment industry are particularly superstitious, making it easy to find a practitioner. Yet, despite having consulted several and spending a considerable sum, the incidents continued unabated over the past fortnight, with numerous sightings of ghostly apparitions. When he reached out to the practitioners who had previously visited, they all claimed they could no longer assist. Just days ago, one practitioner performed rituals and burned incense on set, yet today, an actor suffered a mishap, falling from a wire and fracturing a leg. The peculiar aspect was that upon reviewing the surveillance footage and inspecting the props and ropes, everything appeared intact. And the practitioner had not violated any protocols. Truly enigmatic. Li Jianmu nodded. If you trust my abilities, I can visit the site to investigate. Lin Gu hesitated before responding. The filming location is not in the North City. The incident involved a popular star, and the project is currently suspended while an investigation is underway, so the master may need to wait a few days. Li Jianmu chuckled softly and nodded. Very well. Lin Gu added Li Jianmu on WeChat and hurriedly departed. Sun Shi, bewildered, remarked, Director Lin wasn't this urgent before. What has transpired that he rushed off after merely requesting a WeChat contact? Previously, Lin Gu had posted on social media seeking recommendations for practitioners. Although Sun Shi is an adventurer and possesses a certain charm, he harbors aspirations of entering the entertainment industry. His agency specializes in internet celebrities, and they're striving to transition these influencers into mainstream entertainment, which is why they invested heavily in Lin Gu's Gong Chong for a few roles. The allocation of these roles is determined by company recommendations followed by Lin Gu's personal selection. Sun Shi had also been recommended, but was not favored during the audition. Nonetheless, he had managed to acquire Lin Gu's contact information. He had always been uncertain about how to approach Lin Gu for an opportunity. While recuperating in bed, he saw Lin Gu's post about seeking practitioners and immediately thought of Li Jianmu. This way, he could introduce Li Jianmu as a client and, in return, Lin Gu would owe him a favor. What a splendid arrangement. He recounted Li Jianmu's remarkable abilities to Lin Gu, who had initially been quite enthusiastic. Yet the encounter turned out differently. Li Daden commented, It's only natural. He likely doubts Master Li due to his youth. Li Jianmu, engrossed in the menu, paid no heed. Meanwhile, Lin Gu exited the private room and drove to Xianmen. His primary purpose for visiting was to enlist the practitioners from this esteemed sect. Such reputable masters are indeed trustworthy. Later, after satisfying his appetite, Li Jianmu bid farewell to Sun Shi and the others and took a taxi to the He family residence. In the afternoon, he informed Yu Xiaoyu to facilitate the discharge of He Chen's family from the hospital. During the ride, curiosity piqued. He opened his phone to search for Lin Gu. As soon as the search began, trending topics and news articles featuring another name appeared. Popular star Li Wenbei falls from wire during filming of Gong Chang, condition uncertain. Director Lin Gu may be replaced by investors. A flurry of fans expressed their grief, simultaneously hurling accusations at Lin Gu and the production team while offering prayers for Li Wenbei's recovery. Conversely, another faction mocked the situation, insinuating that Li Wenbei, a resourceful star with powerful connections, would have the director replaced over a trivial incident, truly the privilege of one with backing. The discourse was rife with both praise and scorn, emblematic of the tumultuous nature of stardom. Li Jianmu briefly glanced at the trending topics, pausing for merely 2 seconds on the surname before diverting his gaze. In a specialized recovery room, the fan-favored Li Wenbei did not seem to be in the dire state reported online. He munched on an apple with one hand while watching anime on a tablet with the other, his legs elevated, his hair a tousled mess. The news of your injury has leaked, and your fans are distraught, demanding accountability from the production team. Some are proclaiming your imminent demise. You should promptly post a video to clarify. The manager entered the room. Li Wenbei exclaimed, "What? It's all out? This is disastrous. What's wrong?" Li Wenbei lamented, "My dear mother will undoubtedly summon me home, and then I shall perish. Is your home a den of dragons and tigers? Stop your antics, and quickly send a video to reassure the fans." His manager playfully swatted him. Li Wenbei resignedly raked his fingers through his hair, wiped his mouth, and recorded a brief video to reassure everyone. Once the recording concluded, the smile vanished from his face. His manager couldn't help but chuckle. "Seriously? Is your mother really that terrifying? I remember Mrs. Li being quite amiable." Li Wenbei shot him a sidelong glance. "You haven't tasted her cooking, especially during recovery, forget it. Find me a personal trainer, the kind that can help me shed 10 pounds in 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door. A familiar butler stood at the entrance with a smile. "Young master, Madam sent me to escort you home. She has prepared a meal for you, and by the way, Miss is returning today as well." Li Wenbei, "I can't go on living." As Li Jianmu arrived at the entrance of the He family community, he squinted towards one of the buildings. A heavy aura lingered there. Chapter 75. A matchmaking encounter with the master? What a ridiculous notion. "Master Li, over here." Yu Xiaoyu waved at Li Jianmu from a distance. Li Jianmu approached him. "Thank you for your hard work, master. This is my mother, and this is He Chen's mother. Mrs. Yu and Mrs. He are relatives and good friends, both appearing well-preserved, though Mrs. He clearly bore signs of fatigue and poor health. Perhaps due to having previously utilized Li Jianmu's protective talisman, Mrs. He, despite Li Jianmu's youthful appearance, did not express doubt. Instead, she grasped Li Jianmu's hand tightly. "Master, we entrust our Chen to you. Please, you must help us. Whatever you require, I shall comply, as long as you can ensure that female ghost departs." Li Jianmu subtly extricated her hand. "That can be arranged." Seeing this, Mrs. Yu hurriedly embraced Mrs. He, attempting to soothe her anxiety. Li Jianmu followed the three of them into the He residence. The He home was spacious, featuring an expansive open layout and floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an excellent layout and view. Li Jianmu surveyed the surroundings with keen interest, contemplating the possibility of purchasing a unit for himself. Due to the haunting incidents, the household staff had been on leave, and Mrs. He personally poured tea and arranged a fruit platter on the table. Li Jianmu, feeling at ease, sampled a couple of pieces of fruit before addressing the anxious Mrs. He. The entity has not yet arrived. Mrs. He exhaled in relief, leaning back slightly. Suddenly, her heart raced again, filled with worry. What if she does not come tonight? She understood that it was unreasonable to expect Li Jianmu to remain at her home indefinitely. If that female ghost was clever, she might choose to appear when the master was absent, leading to further turmoil. Li Jianmu shook his head. She will come. Although Mrs. He could not fathom how he was so certain, she inexplicably felt reassured. Sounds emerged from the bedroom as He Chen stepped out. "Mom, Aunt Yu, Xiu Yu. What are you all doing? Who is this?" He Chen hesitated, looking at Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu furrowed his brow. It had only been a few days since he last saw him beneath the streetlight, where he had been impeccably dressed. Despite dancing with a female ghost, the apparition had been discreet, ensuring he did not become overly tainted with negative energy. How is it that in just a few short days, I find myself enveloped in an aura of despair, as if I were on the brink of being consumed? This is my distant cousin. She shares a remarkable affinity with Aunt He, who has graciously invited her over for a chat. He Chen's gaze flitted between Li Jianmu and Madame He. The latter, feeling guilty, averted her eyes. Suddenly, He Chen's expression shifted, realization dawning upon him. Mother, I have made it clear that I am not interested in blind dates. The one I love is Xiao Ning, and I shall marry no one else in this lifetime. Please refrain from orchestrating these veiled matchmaking attempts. They are utterly meaningless. Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback. What are you thinking, He Chen?
Dream on.
You think a master would set him up on a blind date? Ridiculous. You misunderstand.
Madame Li Jianmu interjecta stili.
He Chen, cold-faced, interrupted her. Enough. I have no desire to hear your disingenuous explanations. It was this very tactic you employed to drive my Xiao Ning away, and now you wish to coerce me into submission? I assure you, that will not happen. He turned to Li Jianmu. Miss, I am unaware of what my mother has conveyed to you, but I have a girlfriend whom I love dearly. Thus, there is no possibility for us. I kindly ask you to leave my home. Li Jianmu nodded and stood up. All right, I understand. Madam He grew anxious. No. You cannot leave. Calm down, Madam He. Li Jianmu shot her a look and exited first. Madam He, confused, glanced at Yu Xiaoyu for help. Yu Xiaoyu supported her. Aunt, let us take a walk. In an instant, the four of them departed. Once the door closed, He Chen's fury gradually subsided. Under the soft glow of the lights, he tightly clutched a hairpin, murmuring, Xiao Ning, you are my one true love. In this life, I shall love only you, and I will never betray you. Master, I am truly sorry, Li Jianmu began. He Chen has been in a state of confusion for the past 2 years, his memories distorted. He must have been reminded of my attempts to arrange a blind date for him. My sincerest apologies. Li Jianmu shook her head. It is of no consequence. Madam Yu interjected. So what now? He Chen will not allow us inside. If Ning Xiaoning arrives, what then? Li Jianmu suddenly inquired. Why do you all assume that the female ghost must be Ning Xiaoning? Both Madam Yu and Madam He were taken aback. Li Jianmu continued. May I ask what kind of person Ning Xiaoning is? Madam He's lips moved, as if in recollection. After a long pause, she managed a bitter smile. She is an exceptionally intelligent individual. I am aware that there is a rumor circulating that I deliberately interfered in their romance. That I appear kind-hearted yet possess a heart as venomous as a snake. However, at that time it was evident that she and He Chen were not well matched. A girl from a small town who managed to gain admission to Beijing University and attain heights unreachable by many, she is indeed remarkable. She is diligent, disciplined, and eager to learn. I do not deny these virtues. In a different context, I could appreciate such a girl, but she is simply not suited for He Chen. To illustrate, when her father asked He Chen to select a gift for a long-term client of the company, He Chen chose a jade piece worth over 500,000, while she believed that a gift valued at 100,000 sufficed, as we were already the client's top choice. The monetary worth of the gift would not influence our business relationship. She failed to consider the connections behind the client and the value of previous gifts received. She is proud and looks down upon those heiresses who only concern themselves with jewelry and afternoon tea. Yet, throughout history, the art of social diplomacy has been paramount. It is not a matter of right or wrong. It is simply that her worldview and He Chen's are fundamentally divergent. Li Jianmu and the others remained silent. Madam He, having harbored a wealth of thoughts, finally found someone willing to listen and could not help but express them all. According to her, she had never insisted on He Chen breaking up with Ning Xiaoning. Instead, she had proposed that Ning follow her to learn the nuances of social interactions within their circle, and after a year, if she proved competent, they could discuss their marriage. However, Ning Xiaoning was unwilling. Her pride made her feel that the social dynamics of He Chen's world were mere folly, and she perceived Madame He's suggestion as an affront. After their disagreement, Ning Xiaoning likely recognized the myriad obstacles they would face if they were to be together, leading her to contemplate their separation. He Chen believed I had forced her away, but in truth, I think she saw the reality clearly. She was more lucid and decisive than He Chen. Furthermore, after her departure, He Chen fell into a deep depression and resorted to heavy drinking. I could not bear to witness his suffering, thinking perhaps I should accept Ning Xiaoning back. At worst, I could shoulder more of the social obligations in the future. However, when I had someone investigate, it turned out she had already found a new boyfriend. Their relationship was quite genuine and not a fleeting whim or merely a means to move on from a prior romance. I have seen the photographs, and they are truly in love. Chapter 76. Prepare to call the police. Madam He looked at Li Jianmu. So, Master, the female ghost in our home is not Ning Xiaoning, correct? She has long moved on from her past relationship. A person as proud and resolute as Ning Xiaoning, who so decisively ended her relationship with He Qin, would not marry nor willingly bear children unless it were after deep consideration and for love. Li Jianmu nodded. That seems likely. Although she had never seen a photograph of Ning Xiaoning, she knew that Ning had passed away during childbirth in her hometown, which was thousands of kilometers from Beicheng. Generally, the spirits of those who have passed away under normal circumstances cannot traverse such distances unless someone from the mystical realms specifically brings them. However, the likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim, given that she had died 2 years ago, while the disturbances at He Chen's home are a recent occurrence. She pointed toward the building across the way. Do you know the occupants of that apartment? Madam, he followed her finger and remarked. That is the Wang family. The mention of this seemed to cause a slight embarrassment for Madam He. Previously, when Ning Xiaoning got married, He Qin, upon learning of it, had drowned his sorrows in alcohol. In an effort to help He Qin move on from his feelings, I had arranged for him to meet the daughter of the Wang family. As you witnessed earlier, his reaction was quite similar to that day. The Wang family is also quite reputable. That day, they lost face, and as a result, the two families have not interacted since. Li Jianmu suggested. Let us pay them a visit.
Now.
Madam, he glanced at the time, and then at the light still on at the Wang residence. The hosts might not yet be asleep, but is it not too late to visit at this hour? Yu Xiaoyu, quick to respond, interjected. Master, do you suspect that the disturbances at Aunt He's home may be connected to the Wang family? Li Jianmu replied, we should investigate further. The group, albeit skeptical, followed Li Jianmu to the Wang residence. The building where the Wang family lived was not far from their own. Both structures shared similar architectural designs. However, upon entering the elevator, a chilling air enveloped them. Although it was only early September, the evening had already turned cold. Yu Xiaoyu turned back to remind them, you are on duty at the police station. Remember to bring an extra layer. Yet, Yu Xiaoyu felt a sense of unease, recalling the sudden drop in temperature in Lu Shu village, which had been a sign of malevolent spirits. Suddenly, the elevator came to an abrupt halt. What is happening? They exclaimed. Press the emergency button. Call the property management. Madam, he and Madam Yu were in a state of panic.
Li Jianmu Musquinta.
Observing the thick black mist that suddenly filled the elevator, her expression darkening. Yu Xiaoyu had already pressed the emergency button, but the typically responsive high-end property manager was nowhere to be found. What is going on? Is it the signal? Quick, call for help. As Yu Xiaoyu fumbled for her phone, she inadvertently glanced at Li Jianmu and froze. Li Jianmu raised her hand, and a small flame ignited at her fingertip.
Break.
The soft command resonated like a sword shattering something in the air. The elevator jolted again, and began to ascend slowly. Upon reaching the 15th floor, it chimed, and came to a stop. Madam He and Madam Yu exhaled in relief, thankful that the elevator had not malfunctioned severely, as they had heard that such incidents could lead to grave accidents. They had been genuinely frightened moments ago. The two women turned their backs to Li Jianmu, unaware of her actions, but Yu Xiaoyu had witnessed everything clearly. The residential complex features 2 elevators servicing 2 units each. As they exited the lift, they found themselves directly facing the Wang household. Li Jianmu observed the ominous aura and oppressive atmosphere seeping through the cracks of the door, his expression growing increasingly grave. Madam, he suggested, allow me to knock first. Mr. Wang is not particularly easy to deal with. Should his demeanor be unpleasant, Masterly, please do not take it to heart. I shall mediate. She pressed the doorbell, but there was no response, and the visual intercom hanging by the entrance remained unanswered. Perplexed, Madam, he dialed the Wang couple's phone, only to find it switched off. How could it be off? What kind of busy business person would turn off their phone? Mrs. You speculated, perhaps they are resting. Should I knock again? No need, Li Jianmu interjected, stepping forward. Officer Yu, prepare to call the police. Yu Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. Li Jianmu's fingers moved in an inexplicable manner upon the door, and with a resounding click, it locked itself. When the door swung open, a chilling gust greeted them, causing the group to recoil in shock. Inside, the expansive living room, adorned with minimalist decor, featured a yellowing curtain erected against the television backdrop. Before it stood an imposing table, upon which 2 stout white candles flickered, accompanied by 3 incense sticks. Most disturbingly, beyond the incense burner and altar lay a makeshift bed, upon which lay a grotesquely mutilated corpse. A collective gasp escaped Madame Yu and Madame He in unison. Moments later, The police arrived and cordoned off the scene. After ushering Madame He and the others away, He-chin retreated to his room, retrieving a photograph of himself and Ning Xiaoning, caressing it with a love-stricken expression. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open. He-chin looked up, momentarily dazed before clarity returned, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Xiaoning, how did you know I would be off work today? I was just about to find you. I brought you some milk tea. Where is it?" He searched frantically, yet found nothing. The woman approached him with a gentle smile, taking his hand. "Ah, Chun, your memory is becoming increasingly poor. You just gave me the milk tea, and I have already finished it." He-chin froze, then chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "You're right, I must be too busy lately, and a bit muddled. Was it good?" "It was from the new shop downstairs, your favorite mango grapefruit flavor." The woman nodded, her face radiating happiness. "Delicious. Everything you give me is delightful." He-chin's expression faltered. "Ah, Chun, I had such a tiring day in class. Could you please stay with me tonight? I want you by my side." As she spoke, the woman nuzzled against him. All right, I won't leave. I'll stay with you, always," He-chin promised. "You're so wonderful," she pouted, planting a warm kiss upon him. He-chin quickly became immersed in the moment, their forms intertwining, garments falling away. In a haze of desire, He-chin called out Ning Xiaoning's name, causing the woman's expression to shift subtly. In the next instant, she pressed closer, striving to bring him pleasure. Her voice a sultry whisper. "Ah Chen, do you love me?" "Yes, I love you, Xiaoning." "Then are you willing to give me everything?" "Yes. I will give you anything you desire." "And what if I asked for your life?" Suddenly, He-chin felt a sharp pain, jolting him awake, his dazed eyes clearing. He stared in shock at the woman before him, his expression transforming as he forcefully pushed her away. "Who are you? Get away." "Ah Chen, what's wrong?" "I'm your Xiaoning." He-chin shook his head, retreating a few steps. "No, you are not my Xiaoning. She does not look like you, not at all." He then flung the door open and dashed outside.
Ashen.
As he fled the room, He-chin desperately tried to escape, only to find the door stubbornly locked. His expression turned frantic as he twisted the doorknob with all his might. Ning Xiaoning emerged slowly, her voice gentle.
Ashen.
"I'm still here at your home. If you leave me alone, I will be scared. Please stay with me." He-chen's face hardened as he glared at her. "What have you done? Why can't I open the door?" With a slight smirk, she caressed his face, her gaze entranced.
Ashen.
"Did you not just promise that you would give me your life?" "I merely locked the door. Why are you so anxious?" He-chen shoved her away, exasperated. "I was speaking to Xiaoning, not you. You are not her. Where is my Xiaoning?" The woman fell to the ground, her tones suddenly icy. "Indeed. Where is she?" He-chen's gaze flickered as he frantically searched the room. "Xiaoning. Xiaoning, where are you hiding? Stop avoiding me. I made a mistake. I promise I won tea again. Please come out." "No, Xiaoning has not arrived. Only this imposter. I must find her." He rushed back to the door, addressing the woman on the floor with a cold tone. "Unlock the door. I need to find my Xiaoning. If she sees me with another woman, she will be upset." The woman looked up at him with a mocking smile. "What are you pretending for? We've been together for a week now. How many times have you kissed me? Do you think you can pretend to be innocent now?" He-chen's expression shifted between disbelief and anger. "Shut up. I haven tea. You are the one pretending to be Xiaoning. Who are you? Why are you tormenting me? You claim to love her, yet you cannot distinguish between us. How absurd." The woman laughed, rising gracefully. Her delicate, pure features morphed under the light, rapidly transforming into another face. He-chen stared at the new visage, his voice barely a whisper. "Wang Jia, how delightful that you remember my name," she said, stepping closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, her forehead resting against his. He-chen struggled, but inexplicably, he found himself unable to escape her grasp. "Ah Chun, Ning Xiaoning has long since moved on. I am the one who truly loves you. Look, I am even willing to masquerade as someone else to please you. Why can't you just be satisfied?" Her voice was a soft murmur, weaving the most beautiful words. Yet her arms tightened around his neck. He-chen's eyes widened in horror as he desperately fought against her hold, but something invisible confined him, rendering him immobile. The smiling face before him became grotesque. Breath grew increasingly difficult as he felt himself being lifted off the ground. "I never wanted to hurt you. But it's your mother's fault for seeking out a sorcerer. And you. Why did you have to recognize me? Wasn't he it better before? But it's all right. I've come to understand. In another way, we can be together forever, Ah Chen. I can grant you eternal life, and we shall be together forever.
Ashen.
Don't be afraid. It will only hurt for a moment. Amid her coaxing whispers, Hee-chen's eyes bulged, his complexion paling. Suddenly, the door burst open. Startled, Wang Jia loosened her grip, and Hee-chen fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Li Jianmu stood at the doorway, his expression impassive. You arrived quite promptly, Wang Jia sneered. However, Li Jianmu's gaze was fixed upon the balcony. There on the swing, Fu Sang sat leisurely, swaying gently, the curtains billowing in the wind, intermittently obscuring his already translucent form. Little sorcerer, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. This man belongs to me. I have claimed him. Wang Jia's eyes glinted with menace, unwavering. Li Jianmu suddenly asked, Do you remember how you looked when you died?
What?
Wang Jia was taken aback. In the next moment, Li Jianmu smiled faintly. Don't remember? Allow me to help you recall. As she spoke, she raised her hand, summoning a sphere of white light that shot towards Wang Jia. In an instant, Wang Jia's beautiful visage was transformed into a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. Crimson liquid streaming forth, her limbs hanging limply in a state of utter helplessness. Typically, a ghost's most stable form is that of their final moments before death. It is a sight that can be both terrifying and repulsive. They often utilize their own malevolent energy for self-repair, yet this is merely a facade. Much like makeup, no matter how intricate the application, the bare face beneath remains unchanged. Li Jianmu moved with such swiftness that Wang Jia was caught off guard. It was only after she comprehended the situation that she covered her face and let out a piercing scream. A sound so jarring it felt capable of tearing the roof from its hinges, something no human should be able to produce. Hee-chen clamped his hands over his ears in agony. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. Wang Jia's shrill voice sent tremors through the air as she lunged towards Li Jianmu, her form cloaked in a thick shroud of malevolent energy, rendering her visage nearly unrecognizable. Leaving Hee-chen, who had just begun to regain his composure, frozen in place. Li Jianmu frowned slightly. The density of this malevolent energy was considerable. She raised her hand and deftly threaded her fingers through the thick fog, seizing a handful of Wang Jia's hair. With a forceful motion, she hurled Wang Jia to the ground, the impact resonating like thunder across the floor.
Ah!
A scream erupted once more. Li Jianmu, unable to endure the cacophony any longer, approached and delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, You are far too loud. The prolonged shriek abruptly ceased, and Wang Jia's bulging eyes fixed on Li Jianmu with an intense stare before she suddenly dashed towards the balcony. Li Jianmu crossed her arms, observing the unfolding drama with a sense of calm. Predictably, Wang Jia did not escape through the wide-open window. Instead, she collided with an invisible barrier. Suddenly lost in thought, Wang Jia began muttering a string of incomprehensible incantations. Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow, remaining still. 10 seconds ticked by. Wang Jia was still unable to breach the unseen barrier. Despair gripped her heart as she repeated her incantation. Yet, there was no response from her surroundings. Casting a glance back at Li Jianmu, fear surged within her spectral heart. Let me go. If you don't, my master will surely kill you. Please, let me out. Her voice, filled with desperation, belied her understanding of her own hollow threats. The more she screamed, the more her visage contorted with terror. Your master?
Livia Mumuset, Hergazelohret.
Wang Jia bore no traces of a life debt. The first time they had met was the night she returned from the case in Daliashu village. Although she was a ghost then, her smile had been serene, maintaining a distance that posed no threat to Hee-chen. After listening to Captain Xiao recount Hee-chen's tale, Li Jianmu had mistaken her for Ning Xiaoning. Believing she could not harm her beloved due to her lingering attachments, matters the practitioners of the arcane would typically overlook. Even now, Wang Jia's malevolent energy seemed cleansed. Yet, her aura was heavy, indicating she was not a ghost capable of cultivation. Just moments ago, she had aimed to kill Hee-chen. What had transpired in the brief span of a week? What purpose did her master have in instilling such overwhelming malevolent energy within her? Faced with Li Jianmu's silence, Wang Jia turned back, desperately attempting to shatter the barrier, struggling in vain. Despair, for this barrier could easily contain a vengeful spirit of 1,000 years. You cannot break it, Fuza remarked, shifting his posture lazily. Wang Jia turned her head and finally noticed Fuza. Her legs weakened, and her heart trembled. A ghost. A spirit far more formidable than her master? Her eyes darted, and she suddenly fell to her knees, crawling to Li Jianmu's feet. "Spare me, I beg you. I have not committed any wrongdoing. I have not killed anyone. I only love Heichin too much. According to the rules of the arcane world, if you kill me, you will also bear the burden of karma. Please, let me go. I can pay you. I can reincarnate. I beseech you." Li Jianmu exchanged a glance with Fuza. "You are quite familiar with the rules of the practitioners," she noted. "Then perhaps you might enlighten me about that master of yours." At the mention of the figure, uncertainty flickered in Wang Jia's eyes. Li Jianmu's fingers twitched, igniting a small flame that, though seemingly ordinary, instilled a profound dread. Wang Jia instinctively recoiled from Li Jianmu, fearing the flames might scorch her. I will tell you, my master is," suddenly. The spirit exploded, malevolent energy scattering in all directions. Li Jianmu, caught off guard, instinctively turned her head to evade the blast, but a figure faster than her enveloped her, retreating swiftly. After 2 seconds, Fuza released her. Li Jianmu turned to him. "Are you alright?" Fuza shook his head. "I am unscathed." Li Jianmu scrutinized him closely, confirming his spiritual form was intact before feeling reassured. She approached the balcony once more. The impact of the spirit's explosion was considerable. However, what truly unsettled her was the binding inscribed deep within Wang Jia's soul. This kind of magic, which triggered a soul explosion upon uttering certain secrets, should have been long lost to time. In the era when Li Jianmu's practice was still vibrant, such techniques were no longer in use. It was said that mastering such magic required extraordinary skill, capable of inscribing itself upon the soul while eluding the notice of other practitioners. One could only be a great villain or a major player in the world of the arcane while traversing the boundary between the worlds. Li Jianmu had once come across a tome on this magic, hidden away in a corner of the Qingxian sect. To think that in this age of decline, she would encounter it again. "What are you pondering?" Fuza inquired. Li Jianmu snapped back to reality and shook her head. "The damage from a spirit's explosion is quite severe. Do not stand in my way next time." "It is but a binding," Fuza replied confidently with a smile. Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow, regarding him deeply. "You would not happen to be the master Wang Jia spoke of, would you?" Fuza's smile faltered. "How could that be possible?" "Then how do you explain your role in Heichen's injury?" When Wang Jia had urged them to leave, Li Jianmu had worried that the female ghost might exploit the opportunity, which is why she had discreetly released Fuza. Her concern had stemmed from the fact that Heichen had absorbed too much malevolent energy, fearing that the female ghost might suddenly change her mind and cause him harm. Yet, here they were, with the ghost lounging leisurely by the balcony, nearly costing Heichen his life. Fuza, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. "He was so rude to you. I thought it prudent to teach him a lesson." Li Jianmu let out a light scoff, unsure whether to believe him. "Rest assured, he will not die. I am watching over him. Even if you had not come, I would have intervened." After saying this, Fuza added, "And I truly am not the master she referred to." Li Jianmu walked past him. "It is best that it remains that way." Unbeknownst to them, Heichen had already lost consciousness. Li Jianmu, disinterested in dragging him up, was about to crouch down to expel the malevolent energy when Fuza hurried over. "Allow me." Li Jianmu glanced at him, nodded, and stepped outside. Once she left, the smile on Fuza's face vanished. With his hands clasped behind his back, he sneered as he delivered a harsh kick to Heichen's backside. "A blind date? Ha! Should you dare to offend her again, I will end you." Heichen was taken to the hospital. Aside from being overly startled, he suffered no significant harm. Wang Jia's corpse had already been taken by the police, initially assessed to have been deceased for at least half a month. It was unclear what peculiar method had preserved her appearance as it was at the time of death, yet the exact cause of death remained undetermined. Through the diligent efforts of the police, Wang Jia's father was finally contacted. This middle-aged man displayed a chilling indifference upon learning of his daughter's demise, stating it was none of his concern. When the police inquired about leads, he impatiently revealed that he had divorced Wang Jia's mother half a month ago and moved out that very day. Wang Jia's mother had gone abroad to recuperate, leaving the house solely to Wang Jia. With the couple's separation, one might question what concern it was for their daughter. His reaction to the death of his own flesh and blood seemed excessively cold. "Madam," Yu murmured softly upon hearing the conversation. Yu Xiaoyu, visibly awkward, whispered. Our officers probed too deeply, and Mr. Wang grew somewhat anxious, ultimately stating that Wang Jia is not his daughter. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yu Xiaoyu in unison. After a brief silence, Yu Xiuyu remarked, "It's possible that this is also the reason behind Mr. Wang and Mrs. Wang's divorce." Li Jianmu shook her head and rose. "Let us first investigate the cause of Wang Jia's death. Moreover, I must remind you that Wang Jia's body was positioned in front of the offering, indicating the presence of malevolent forces. Until we locate the source of this evil, there is a risk of a second or even a third Wang Jia emerging." Yu Xiuyu's expression turned grave. Madam He emerged from the hospital, her demeanor haggard. Yet the furrow of worry on her brow had somewhat eased. She handed Li Jianmu a card, saying, "Master, I truly appreciate your help tonight." Li Jianmu nodded in acknowledgement and accepted it. Yawning, she stood up and addressed the troubled Yu Xiuyu. "Should you require assistance, feel free to contact me. If it pertains to aiding the police, I'll offer a discount of 20%. I shall take my leave now." Yu Xiuyu gazed at Li Jianmu's retreating figure and inquired of Madam He, "Andy, how much did you give her on that card?" Madam He, somewhat perplexed, replied, 1 million. Yu Xiuyu paused. "Is that too little?" Madam He appeared anxious. Yu Xiuyu shook his head. "At this price, even with a 20% discount, our police department wouldn't be able to secure such funds." Chapter 78. The car was empty. By the time Li Jianmu and Fusang returned to school from the hospital, it was already morning. She settled at a stall at the school entrance, basking in the first rays of dawn. Numerous vendors had set up their stalls, yet few students were present, rendering the main road outside the school somewhat desolate. Li Jianmu ordered a bowl of tofu pudding and some fried dough sticks. The warm, savory toppings combined with the silky tofu brought her immense satisfaction. As she savored her meal, her gaze drifted to the main road, landing on a nearby small hotel adjacent to the school's south back street, a common haunt for couples from the institution. Zhao Yixing emerged, carrying a girl, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Whatever the girl said, his expression quickly morphed into one of ill intent as he moved to grope her. The aunt selling tofu pudding shook her head, observing the youth. "Do you know them?" Li Jianmu asked. The woman replied, "I don't know the girl, but the boy seems familiar. I've heard he comes from a somewhat affluent family and studies in the arts, claiming he'll become a big star on television. Whether or not that's true, he's certainly a celebrity around here." Li Jianmu inquired, "Oh, what about him?" The aunt, sensing Li Jianmu's familiarity, cautioned. "That boy isn't a good one. Every night, he takes different girls to the hotel. He's quite the scoundrel. Don't these girls notice?" The aunt paused, glancing at the girl and Zhao Yixing, and whispered, "I heard a rumor 2 years ago when one girl jumped into a lake while pregnant. Her parents caused quite a scene at the school, but I don't know how it was resolved. Those poor old folks were from out of town without much money, sitting on the school steps weeping. Meanwhile, the boy seemed utterly unaffected. Oh, dear. You're from out of town, right? I advise you to study hard at Beijing University and secure a good job. It's far better than being swayed by the empty words of boys. The future is long." Li Jianmu smiled. "Thank you, Andy." The aunt, pleased to see Li Jianmu taking her words to heart, turned back to see Zhao Yixing leaning in to kiss the girl's lips. She grimaced and muttered, "Boys like that have no fear of retribution." Just then, a car sped towards them from the east. As the girl turned to pay, Zhao Yixing pulled out his phone and took a couple of steps towards the roadside to make a call, only to be struck by the vehicle. Bang! The car collided violently with the school S-pillar, which bore the engraved name of Beijing University. Zhao Yixing became trapped between the vehicle and the pillar, his eyes bulging and blood pooling from his mouth. The school's security rushed out. The incident unfolded too swiftly, in less than 10 seconds. "Quick, what happened? Who was driving that car? If you can't drive, then don't. Is anyone hurt?" "It's too late." Li Jianmu shook her head, already noticing that the lower half of Zhao Yixing's body had been shattered to bits. The tofu pudding lost its appeal. The aunt, who had just been lamenting about karma, stood aghast, her mouth covered in shock. "Well, what did I just say?" Li Jianmu stood up and departed, surrounded by vendors and security rushing to rescue the vehicle and the injured. Calls were made to the police and emergency services, while onlookers gathered, quickly encircling the scene. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Where is everyone in the car? Indeed, whose car is this? How strange!" As they looked upon Zhao Yixing's gruesome demise, a chill swept through the crowd. Amidst the throng of agitated individuals, Li Jianmu's calm demeanor appeared starkly out of place. She glanced at another girl nearby, whose cold expression seemed equally out of sync. "Is it worth it?" The girl met her gaze, noticing the aura surrounding Li Jianmu, her expression shifting slightly, eyes turning crimson as she trembled, yet resolutely nodded. "It is worth it." Li Jianmu inclined her head. Take care. The girl froze, realizing that Li Jianmu had turned to leave, and suddenly her eyes welled with tears. Thank you. Li Jianmu waved as she walked into the school. The girl watched her retreating figure for some time, her fist tightening and then relaxing, before finally gritting her teeth and departing with determination. One has fallen, and two remain. After the first class, news of Zhao Yixing's death at the school gate spread through various chat groups, accompanied by gruesome photos from different angles and rampant speculation.
Zhang Banjing whispered, Xiaoli.
Have you seen the messages? Everyone is saying the car that hit Zhao Yixing was empty, possibly a ghost. Is that true?
Li Qingqing,
who had napped through the entire class, rubbed her eyes and remarked, what ghosts are there? In broad daylight, killing someone? Perhaps a computer was hacked to the car's system. It's an old manual car, not high-tech. Zhang Wenjing clarified. Zhang Ling glanced at Li Qingqing. You slept through class, yet you didn't miss the gossip, did you? You seem to have listened quite attentively. The previous class had been English. Li Qingqing had spent 7 years abroad and returned only after the college entrance examination. Her fluency surpassed that of their English teacher, impressing everyone on the first day. Thus, when she dozed off, the teacher turned a blind eye. Yawning, she declared, I am Li Qingqing, a prodigious girl. Li Jianmu could not help but ask, what were you up to yesterday? I got into a fight. What? Gushi Nue was puzzled. Li Qingqing stretched lazily, her expression nonchalant. First, I had a scuffle with my brother, lost, and then I went to beat up my boyfriend. Could you defeat your boyfriend? Li Qingqing's eyes widened. He wouldn't dare fight back. Zheng Ling remarked, your boyfriend has quite the temper. Li Qingqing scoffed. Who doesn't choose a good partner? She then advised her friends, be careful when selecting boyfriends. Don't pick from the garbage heap. I have experience, and I'll help you all find good ones. Li Jianmu lowered her head to read, refraining from exposing her. What kind of experience is just having one relationship? By the end of the second class, it was already 11:40. As the students from the adjacent class finished early, Li Jianmu and her friends stepped outside to find Wang Karen waiting at the door with a large bag.
Classmate.
He beamed widely. Li Qingqing glanced at him and leaned towards Li Jianmu, whispering, Yes, not from the garbage heap, but he seems a bit silly, and his looks are just average. Tread carefully. Li Jianmu shot her a warning glance. Li Qingqing fell silent. Classmate Wang. Yesterday, I visited your dormitory, but did not find you. So I was compelled to bring this here, Li. Here, have a taste, and if you find it delectable, please leave a 5-star review.
Next time.
I shall bring more from home. Li Jianmu accepted it graciously, saying, Thank you. How much is it? I will transfer the money to you. No need, no need. Wang Karen interjected, It's all from my family. It's not worth much. Li Jianmu shook her head. She had indeed checked the prices of authentic beef jerky online, and it was rather expensive. That won't do. One must not receive without giving in return. I insist on paying.
Upon seeing this,
Wang Karen pondered for a moment and suggested, How about you give me another pest-repelling talisman? My family lives on the vast grasslands and raises many cattle and sheep, which attract quite a few pests. I would like a talisman for my father. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jianmu handed him two. Wang Karen was delighted and followed them downstairs, making an effort to engage in conversation despite being somewhat reticent. As they exited the teaching building, two individuals approached them unexpectedly. One of them suddenly knelt before Li Jianmu, exclaiming, Master, please save our patriarch. He is gravely ill, and we have already received 3 critical condition notices. I beg you, Master, I know you possess great abilities. If you can save him, we will do anything you ask. I implore you. She bowed repeatedly, her forehead striking the ground with audible thuds. Li Jianmu regarded the woman before her, then glanced at Zhao Shuang, who was hiding in the crowd, and the sleek black cat gracefully weaving around Zhao Shuang's feet. The barbecue shop owner. The skin lesions on her face had vanished, but she was still enveloped in an aura of negativity. Li Jianmu surmised that after the shop owner had previously offered 20 million, she must have sought out other practitioners to treat her face after leaving. The treatment had been effective, but not entirely so. Meanwhile, her husband was in a far worse condition, and that practitioner's abilities were insufficient to help him. Thus, she had come to seek Li Jianmu's assistance. Yet, lacking the 20 million, she resorted to moral coercion during the students' break. With a cold smirk, Li Jianmu took a step back, saying, Seek assistance elsewhere. The shop owner wailed, Master, you cannot turn a blind eye. A life is at stake. Our entire family relies on him. I beseech you, we have money, 200,000, 500,000. All of it can be yours. But 20 million is simply beyond our means. I implore you, my mother-in-law needs chemotherapy, my father-in-law is on medication, and I have a son and grandson to support. Our whole family depends on him. Master, please show mercy. Around them, students began to murmur. For university students are often the most easily swayed and emotionally stirred. Although the specifics of the shop owner's plea were still uncertain, the matter pertained to life and death, making it difficult to remain indifferent. What is this all about, sister? If you can help her, please do. She seems quite pitiable. I know her. She asked the barbecue shop owner. I heard her husband is on the brink of death, and the shop hasn't opened since. But we're not a medical school. She asking the wrong person? Isn't she? Hush, you don't know? I heard this freshman sister is a practitioner. She even sold talismans during military training. What? Does our school permit such superstitious practices? Did the owner encounter a ghost? Facing the various gazes, Li Jianmu remained unfazed and declared, your father-in-law has been deceased for 3 years, your mother-in-law is in good health, and your relationship with her is quite poor. You haven't seen each other in ages. Your son works at a prominent company and can support himself, and furthermore, you have no grandchildren. The shop owner's expression faltered. Li Jianmu continued with a cold chuckle. I understand that you are attempting to morally coerce me, but think carefully. These students were once patrons of your establishment. Are you certain you want me to reveal all your shop's dealings? The surrounding students were taken aback, their discussions growing louder as they speculated on what Li Jianmu had implied. The shop owner's face turned pale, and she no longer dared to grasp Li Jianmu's clothing. Li Jianmu scoffed and departed. Before leaving, she cast a glance at the black cat. In the midst of the commotion, the cat mewed softly, seemingly expressing gratitude for her restraint. Once outside the crowd, Li Jianmu retrieved her phone and found Zhao Shuang's contact. Before pitying others, first pity yourself. Prolonged proximity to negative entities will shorten your lifespan. Zhao Shuang, who was supporting the shop owner, caught sight of this message and halted in her tracks, her expression turning fearful. What should we do? This Master Li is not easily swayed. Must we truly watch our patriarch perish? The shop owner's face was a mask of despair. After a few steps, Zhao Shuang realized she hadn't moved. Noticing her gaze, Zhao Shuang forced a smile, saying, Auntie, my mentor needs me for something. So, I must return and cannot accompany you to the hospital. The shop owner waved her hand dismissively. Go on, go on. Zhao Shuang hurried away and soon found Li Jianmu in the cafeteria. Li, what did you mean by that message earlier? Li Jianmu meticulously picked out fish bones, not lifting her head, the literal meaning. Surely you wouldn't think that such lethal negative energy would have no effect on you? And can you guess why that owner's vitality has gradually diminished while the hospital machines find nothing amiss? Zhao Shuang's complexion paled further.
You didn't tell me.
Li Jianmu placed her chopsticks on the table and looked at her sternly. Did I not explicitly say you should resign immediately? But the owner and her husband have treated me well. What good? Let me tell you, I've tolerated you for far too long. Zhao Shuang. You're being naive. They pay you for your work and provide you meals. That is a standard transaction. But if they deceive you into consuming those foul meats, it's either ignorance or malice. And yet, you still feel compassion and assist them? Li saved you from that illness and only charged you 2,000. Do you realize that her protective talismans cost us roommates 8,888? She has been exceptionally considerate towards you. And you dare to bring that unscrupulous shop owner here to morally coerce her? Reflect on whether you are in the right. I have seen many naive workers like you, who are sold out and still assist those who betray them. With such a mindset, you will never prosper in life. You are nothing. Get lost. Zhao Shuang's face turned ashen, and for the first time, she had no retort against Li Jianmu's biting words. She lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. Then she turned and fled. Zheng Ling raised her thumb in approval. That's more like it. But perhaps you were a bit too harsh. She looked like she was about to cry. Li Jianmu snorted. Crying might just wake her up. She should be focused on her studies and work instead of indulging in such nonsense. She then directed her irritation towards Li Jianmu. You can't even argue. You're just a softie. Indeed, indeed. All output relies on you. Thank you, my lady. Have you finished deboning that fish? Give it to me. Now that is excessive. Who would steal food from a good person? Li Jianmu promptly lowered her head and stuffed the fish into her mouth. The cafeteria's fish is truly delightful. Li Jianmu, still agitated, snatched the remaining fish from her plate. He-Chin awoke in the afternoon, and the first thing he did Disregarding Mrs. He-S objections, was rushed to Beijing University to find Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu had physical education class during the second period that afternoon, and after running a couple of laps, she was engaged in free activities. Upon receiving a call from Yu Xiaoyu, she was at the school gate purchasing a grilled sausage. Turning around, she spotted He Chun and Yu Xiaoyu. He Chun appeared disheveled, his demeanor bleak, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity, revealing a heightened awareness unlike any other moment. "What brings you to seek me?" Li Jianmu inquired, tilting his head as he took a bite of the sausage, its starchy flavor surprisingly delightful. He Chun looked earnestly at him. "Master, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know if I could have survived yesterday." Li Jianmu replied, "No need for gratitude. I have been compensated. Whether you live or not, and your desire to continue living, ultimately depends on yourself." He Chun sighed deeply, understanding that Li Jianmu referred to his previous erratic state, which was akin to being dead. "I have come to terms with it. From now on, I shall live well and not worry my parents any longer." Li Jianmu nodded perfunctorily. "That sounds commendable. You can always buy another sausage later. The crispy ones are quite enjoyable." After a moment of hesitation, He Chun, seeing Li Jianmu's silence, was about to take his leave when He Chun urged, "Wait, master. Could I possibly see Xiaoning once more?" Li Jianmu turned back. "I can pay $1 million or $2. I just wish to bid her farewell properly." "What you have to say could simply be conveyed with a bouquet at her grave, can it?" He Chun insisted it wouldn't be the same. "What difference does it make?" Li Jianmu replied coldly and directly. "The one who needs to move on is you, not Ning Xiaoning. She has a husband and children now. You are merely a transient presence in her life. Even if an opportunity arose, I believe she would prefer to see her children and husband." He Chun's expression faltered momentarily. "Furthermore, Ning Xiaoning has been deceased for quite some time. She has long since reincarnated. Any practitioner who claims they can bring you to her is a fraud. Every encounter you have with someone claiming to be Ning Xiaoning is fictitious. They could be Wang Jia, Zhang Jia, or Li Jia, do you understand?" He Chun's face turned pale, on the verge of collapse. "Master, I understand." After a long pause, he despondently returned to his vehicle. Yu Xiaoyu lightly coughed. "Master? Did you perhaps speak too harshly? He is deeply sentimental, yet unable to recognize Ning Xiaoning, instead entangled with a ghost?" Li Jianmu's tone was frigid. Yu Xiaoyu fell silent and departed. Later that evening, Li Jianmu diligently engaged in discussions about assignments with his dormitory mates. Their teacher had assigned a task for which they were to create a simple promotional plan for a product with grades to follow. Naturally, their dormitory formed a group. They set up a table in the center of the room and gathered around to deliberate. As Li Qingqing researched, she found the webpage loading sluggishly. "What a dreadful network this school has. We pay dozens each month for internet service, and this is how we are treated. Could it be an issue with your phone?" "Mine is running smoothly," Zheng Ling remarked. Li Qingqing denied it. "That can't be. I spent over 10,000 on this phone." She turned to Li Jianmu. "How is your internet?" Li Jianmu, engrossed in his book, did not look up and simply pushed his phone towards her. Li Qingqing disdainfully observed the 1,000 yuan device. "Running a quick test. Yours is even slower than mine. It seems the network is indeed to blame." While returning the phone, she noticed the vibrant tomato live streaming app and exclaimed, "Oh my, masterly, you watch others' live streams too?" Li Jianmu paused, recalling he hadn't streamed in a while, not as a viewer, but as someone who had live-streamed fortune-telling.
"What?
"You live-stream fortune-telling? Haven't you been banned?" his peers queried. Li Jianmu replied, perplexed, "Why would I be banned? After all, that's considered superstitious." Someone chimed in. Li Qingqing's comment twisted under her somber gaze. Gu Xinhua asked, "Did anyone in your stream believe you and ask for a reading?" "Yes, Senior Zhou Shuai was my first client." Zhang Wenjing and others became intrigued. "When do you stream? We do like to watch." Li Jianmu shook his head. "We'll see. I haven't had much time lately." He had been quite busy in recent days, but today he found a moment of respite, only to realize he needed to study. His English was rather challenging and required attention. Li Qingqing returned the phone and glanced at the live streaming app once more, saying, "Let me know when you stream. I want to see you catch ghosts." "I don't catch ghosts during streams. I merely read fortunes," Li Jianmu explained helplessly. "Regardless, I want to see your live stream."
Li Qingqing insista.
Very well. This topic quickly faded away. In a certain hospital, during the stillness of the late night, a sudden cacophony of anguished cries from cats and dogs erupted. Many patients were jolted from their slumber, grumbling, "It's not even spring. Why are there so many cat cries? How annoying!" They turned over and resumed their sleep. Meanwhile, in a special care unit, a young man holding a compass stood with a grave expression. The needle on the compass swung wildly. Suddenly, a black cat pounced, its claws extended, swiftly darting past. Yun Yi's face changed dramatically, despite his best efforts to retreat. He was unable to escape the cat's claws, which tore through his clothing. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a talisman and shouted, "Evil spirits, begone." The talisman ignited, and the anguished cries of cats and dogs filled the ward incessantly. However, before Yun Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, the black cat suddenly grew larger and charged at him once more. This time, its claws struck with even greater force, aimed directly at Yun Yi. With a determined gaze, he grasped his peachwood sword and fought back, but in an instant, he was flung across the room by the cat's powerful swipe. With a resounding crash, the door burst open and he tumbled outside, landing on the ground. "Are you alright, master?" The owner of the barbecue shop and her family rushed over. Yun Yi clutched his chest, his face stiff. "I'm fine." The owner anxiously asked, "What about those spirits of the cats and dogs?" Another loud crash echoed as the ward's door slammed shut, with the sounds of tearing and scratching continuing within. Yun Yi's complexion darkened. "This is bad." Ignoring his injuries, he crawled toward the door, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push it open. "What do we do? What do we do? Our master is still inside. What if something happens?" The owner began to panic, nearly in tears. Her son, equally distressed, clutched Yun Yi. "Aren't you from the Xiani sect? Didn't everyone say it was the most powerful? Why can't you handle a few cats and dogs? If something happens to my dad in there, who will take responsibility?" Yun Yi, already barely holding on, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The owner and her son were left stunned. Listening to the increasingly chaotic sounds from the room, Yun Yi suddenly had a thought. He struggled to reach for his phone and made a call. The ringtone abruptly pierced the quiet of the dormitory, sounding particularly jarring. "Who is it? Are you trying to kill me?" Li Qingqing shouted, covering her head. The others were stirred awake as well. Li Jianmu opened his eyes, frowning at the incessantly ringing phone. "It's all because English is too difficult. I forgot to turn it off before bed." Though reluctant to answer, seeing Yun Yi's name on the screen and recalling that Mr. Hong Kong had mentioned he visited the school, especially at this late hour, Li Jianmu feared something might be amiss and decided to pick up. As soon as he connected, Yun Yi exclaimed, Li, I need help." Li Jianmu furrowed his brow and sat up. Location. Yun Yi painstakingly relayed the hospital's address. Li Jianmu swung his legs over the side of the bed. Zhang Wenjing asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes, there's an urgent matter. But the school gate is closed. You can't get out." "No worries, I have a way." Li Jianmu threw on a jacket and headed out. The lights in the dormitory were off. And as he opened the door, a dark, gaping portal appeared before him. She, too, was reluctant to open the door at the dormitory entrance, yet outside the dorm, surveillance cameras were omnipresent. Li Qingqing, sensing something amiss, poked her head out from under the covers and just in time caught a glimpse of Li Jianmu stepping into the black door, vanishing from sight. She gasped audibly, covering her mouth. Perhaps the sound of her inhalation was too pronounced, drawing attention. Zhang Wenjing inquired, "Qingqing, what's wrong?" Li Qingqing swallowed hard. "Nothing, just feeling cold." Li Jianmu is so bothersome. Why doesn't he close the door when he goes out? With that, she bravely climbed out of bed and approached the entrance. Tentatively, she extended her leg to test the ground. The surface felt normal, devoid of any anomalies. Could it be that she had merely imagined it? No. Li Jianmu had genuinely disappeared. Could this be the power of a mystic? How extraordinary. 5 minutes later, Li Jianmu arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing the familiar landlady, her brows furrowed deeply and she contemplated turning away. However, noticing Yun Yi's pallid face nearby, she found herself compelled to exhibit a modicum of patience. If Yun Yi were not the first mystic she had encountered, she would have preferred to remain uninvolved and glean information about the current state of the mystic world from him. "Master Li, you've arrived." Yun Yi managed a weak smile. Li Jianmu disregarded the landlady's eager expression to engage in conversation and directly asked, "What assignment are you undertaking?" "My apologies for the embarrassment, Master Li. It seems I have consistently overestimated my capabilities. Yet I never anticipated that the spirits of mere cats and dogs could wield such power," Yun Yi admitted, shame evident in his demeanor. Li Jianmu queried, "Before you accepted this task, were you aware of why the client was hospitalized?" Yun Yi glanced towards the landlady and others, suddenly realizing something was amiss. You are aware of this matter?
Ligiam munudda.
After a brief silence, Yuni confessed, I know a bit. I understand they may have gone too far, but at this juncture, we cannot sacrifice the lives of the living for those of the deceased cats and dogs. Moreover, those spirits have already tormented them for quite some time. As he spoke, he fell silent, unable to continue. The landlady's son, previously unacquainted with Li Jianmu, had heard his mother mention her. Noticing his mother signaling him, he became aware of Li Jianmu's background. He approached saying, Master, I understand that my parents' previous actions have left a very poor impression on you, and I realize their deeds are indeed reprehensible. We now recognize our mistakes. If you can save my father's life, I promise to ensure they never harm any animals again. Would that be acceptable to you, Master? Li Jianmu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the door. Yuni interjected, Masterly, they have begun to consume one another. If we delay any further, it will inevitably lead to disaster. You know that should they transform into malevolent spirits or great evils, they will lose their sanity. It is not only for the patients inside, but also for the peace of the people of Beicheng that these cat and dog souls cannot remain. Li Jianmu cast a sidelong glance at him. Who is to blame? Had you not provoked them? Would these spirits have turned on each other to gain strength? Yun Yi bowed his head in shame. Lacking the ability to resolve the situation, he had only succeeded in stirring them into a frenzy. I owe you one, Master Li. In the future, should there be anything within my power, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Jianmu remained silent and advanced toward the hospital room. The door that had previously resisted everyone else's attempts swung open effortlessly at her light push. Inside the room, apart from the barbecue shop owner, who lay on the bed, barely clinging to life, everything else appeared normal. The spirits of the cats and dogs had vanished, leaving behind only a lazy black cat lounging in the corner, its pitch-black eyes fixed intently on Li Jianmu. Li Jianmu crouched down and poked its belly. Are you unwell? Having absorbed the powers of so many companions, it was no longer merely an ordinary black cat. One could say it had transformed into a creature composed of the grievances of those tortured cats and dogs, albeit still retaining the form of the original black cat. The black cat twitched its whiskers. Aren't you going to take me in? Have I evolved? Li Jianmu raised an eyebrow and countered with another question. With such strength, why have you yet to kill him? She indicated the barbecue shop owner on the bed. The black cat fell silent for a moment before responding. I heard the spirits in the park say that the heavenly law accounts for karma. Taking a life taints one with blood, which brings retribution upon the kin. Does this rule apply to cats as well? Kin? Do you still have kittens? The black cat shook its head in a human-like manner. No, I fear for my master's safety.